CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Between the lines of longitude 117 to 127, from the 9th parallel to the 19th, the 7,000-plus islands of the Philippines sprawl over 1,000 miles long. They comprise one of the great emerging modern powers in the Orient. And yet, within the last year, a lost tribe has been found on them, living under conditions of the Stone Age. It is only 20 years since the last of the Igorots, the headhunters, gave way before the march of communications and progress. Old traditions run deep, and superstition dies hard.
I'm afraid for Marua, Sister Colette, and for our child.
Afraid of what, Tim? Shadows from beyond the grave?
This was no shadow. He stood there, and he put his blood on me. You can see there is no scratch, only the mark of blood.
You're hallucinating.
Hallucinating or not, sister, I am afraid.
And so am I.
Our mystery drama, The Headhunters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mary Jane Higby and Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
No one cooks but me, so no one's in the kitchen. No one sees the package.
Mrs. Donna Doinek talks about buying food that's sure to please her family.
When I buy Kraft macaroni and cheese, I know that it's something that we're going to be satisfied with. My family doesn't know what I put on the table. I mean, they see it in the bowl and they see it on their plate, and the only way they tell the difference is when they put it in their mouth. It just so happens that they've always been satisfied with Kraft.
Kraft macaroni and cheese dinner. You know they're going to like it.
She was born in 1904 and given as a ward to the church during the First World War. She was then 13. When she graduated from convent school, she became a postulant and, in due course, a nun. By the time she came to the Philippines, she was just 25 and had never set foot out of her native city of Ghent in Belgium. She was not quite 5'1", a slender, frail-looking little thing with the heart of a Belgian lion and an indomitable spirit. Her name was, and is, Sister Colette Bergeron.
I don't know what made me volunteer for missionary service. Maybe a sense of adventure. It's hard to remember all those years ago, 50 of them. If I hadn't lost my parents, would I have been a nun? I don't know. At all events, I have never regretted it. But that's enough about me. This is about Tima Lanyansai. Well, as he calls himself now, Tim Lang. It was after almost 10 years that he came back to Bondoc.
Sister Bergeron? Don't you recognize me?
Tima? Tima Lanyansai.
I've shortened it a bit after 10 years in America. Tim Lang now. But Tim Yilanyansai, it used to be.
Oh, my little Tim. My prized pupil of Miazi. Oh, but you are not a boy anymore.
I should hope not. I've graduated from college as an agricultural engineer. That's one reason I'm here. I came back to take a job with the government.
You could not stay away from our island.
Born and bred here in Bontoc, I guess the Philippines are in my blood. Besides, I was in love, and my wife is a true Filipino.
Come, you will go with me to my quarters and we will have a cup of tea. And then you must tell me everything that has happened. As I took Tim to serve him his tea, my mind was coursing back 50 years to my first arrival on the islands. Bontoc was an isolated town, almost completely shut off from the outside world and ruled by Datu chiefs of the Igorot tribes, men who were headhunters. Tim was the direct descendant of one of these, Tali, who had been one of my first English pupils and on whom the Ifugaos, the most warlike of the mountain peoples, had exacted a terrible revenge. I tried to put this out of my mind as I talked to Tim, but in my bones I knew somehow that past history was inexorably going to be brought back.
Hey, this is good, Sister Colette.
Mountain herbs, you remember?
Does it take me back? It makes me feel I've really come home.
You are staying with your grandmother here?
Just until they deliver us our mobile home. It's a little rugged and primitive, but luckily Mary's used to it.
That's your wife?
Yes. She's Ifagayo, born at Benawi and brought up there. You might remember her. She was your pupil in school for a couple of years. Her name was Marua Impanga.
Don Doc Impanga's daughter?
Granddaughter. Her father's name was Geiko, but both he and her mother are dead, like my parents. But her old grandfather is still alive. He makes a living now appearing with his tattoos in full regalia for tourists to take pictures of him.
You have met him?
No, we tried to get him to come down for the wedding, but couldn't budge him out of the hills. Just like my grandmother.
You intend to settle here?
No, just as long as my survey takes.
Your survey?
Well, I've been asked by the government to make a feasibility study of the irrigation systems for the rice fields, to see if it could be adapted to other remote areas and the outer islands.
When am I going to meet your wife again?
I would have brought her today, but she was feeling a little out of sorts. She's in the family way.
Oh, you wasted no time.
What is a Filipino home without a child?
I'm glad that is so. I want to meet your bride. When will you bring her to dinner with me?
Oh, the sooner the better.
Shall we say tomorrow evening, then? Little I realized how soon ancient ghosts were to rise and threaten these two once-upon-a-time children of mine. I could only sense it and try to put my premonitions out of mind. But events which you hear now, and which I was not to know until later, were happening, which would devastate them.
Mary!
Your wife is not here, Tima, son of my son.
Where is she, Grandmother?
I do not know. Only that I have sent her from my sight.
What? Have you quarreled?
I would not stoop to quarrel with an Alipin.
Marua is not an Alipin, not a slave, Grandmother. She's a daughter of chieftains.
It is you who are descended from Datus, my grandson. You are Bontoc, and your line is ancient and pure, or should be. If it had not been for these cursed Impangas from Benawi, these black crows that swarm from the mountains bringing death, we would still be head of our own barangay, and I would live like the wife of a Datu instead of in this miserable hut.
When our new house on wheels comes, you can live with us there, and when my work is done, I will take you back to Manila.
I can never leave this place. I am bound here by the spirit of your grandfather.
My grandfather? Why?
Well, may you ask, my grandson. For the gods have brought you back, so that you may avenge him.
Don't listen to her, Tim.
Mary, honey, where were you?
I had to get away, to walk. Oh, this house is stifled with shadows of the past.
What shadows?
Hasn't your grandmother told you yet?
You would not allow me time to tell him his destiny.
I'm not going to listen to any of this old-fashioned nonsense.
You are carrying his child. Have you thought of his safety?
How dare you?
Wait a minute. What's this all about?
Well, you'd better hear it from me than from her. Do you want to come with me so I can tell you?
Where?
Anywhere. Anywhere but here. Oh, Tim, just walk with me for a while.
Where they went was to me. I don't understand your grandmother. I thought she had thrown aside all the old beliefs.
Well, it's my fault. I should have been back here for the funeral, but I had no money then.
Oh, please don't blame yourself, Tim. I feel guilty enough for both of us.
You? Why?
It was my ancestor who cut off your grandfather's head.
He probably deserved it.
Oh, no. No one can say that about Tali, your grandfather. He was a remarkable and very wonderful man, with a great deal of vision. He knew it was time for all Igorots to turn their backs on the old gods and reach for the new. I think it's the main reason he died.
Why?
Oh, there were many tribes, your grandfathers among the Marua, who did not want to see change. The taking of Tali's head was more than just a feat of arms. It was a battle cry that the Igorots would never knuckle under to foreign domination, that they would remain forever free.
You approve of what he did?
Oh, how could I, from any viewpoint, religious, moral, social? No, I don't approve. I only understand a little that not everyone lives by the same set of laws or beliefs. But that's beside the point. What is it you have come to me for?
Well, with my grandmother acting as she is, I can't let Mary stay there, especially in her condition.
Of course you can't. I will be happy to make arrangements to put you up here at the mission.
It's only till we have our own quarters.
I will go now and try to talk to your grandmother. She and I are old friends. Palumba, you are my friend.
You were my friend.
And your husband, Tali, is also.
I think now you were no friend of my husband, Sister Colette. If he had not welcomed you, learned the English language, turned his back on his gods, he might be at peace.
But surely he is. It is 30 years since he passed on.
But not over. Because with his head, his spirit was stolen and left to wander for all time, until a member of this house takes a head in return.
You know that is an old, outmoded superstition.
It is not. And I can prove it.
How?
Because with the return of my grandson, my husband Tali has appeared to me.
Superstition?
Oh, no. No. If you could see him, you would know how real he is. He stands there. Tali, the all-powerful, still young and strong. But his throat ends with the slash of the knife. And in his hands, by the hair, he holds his head, and the mouth speaks and asks, I do not seek revenge, only atonement. Let my son, or the son of my sons, strike me a head like this from my enemies, so that I can know peace. Set me free. Do not let me wander forever, alone and disgraced.
If these are the things you must believe, I cannot argue with you. But don't force beliefs on children who don't share them.
The belief is in their blood. Timur will find in his heart that he must share my belief.
I blame myself. I underestimated the power of gods that I don't subscribe to, but which can have an evil influence more deep-seated and devious than I had ever stopped to imagine.
We are suddenly, unexpectedly embarked on one of the world's most ancient struggles. Enlightenment against paganism. Christianity against the forces of the Antichrist. Good against evil. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Come on, would I kid you? You saved that much money?
That much?
At Goodyear.
At Goodyear.
Goodyear's semi-annual inventory clearance sale is on here at all Goodyear service stores now. Every Goodyear service store is clearing out all kinds of quality items, all at drastically reduced prices. Tires and major appliances and TVs at most stores. Sale ends October 1st. Goodyear's semi-annual clearance sale will save you money. Hurry, quantities are limited. Save while they last.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your cold to contact.
Before you choose a cold medicine, you should know that no cold tablet, no cold liquid has found the way to give you Contact's continuous relief. One Contact works up to 12 hours. Helps relieve all your congestive symptoms. All day, all night. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your cold to Contact.
Take only as directed.
Of all our emotions, the most crippling and distorting is fear. In our culture, we are born and bred with so little of it, since most questions are answered for us, and we are protected from the agony of the unknown, up to a point. But in back of all our vaunted knowledge, that atavistic beast lies crouched, ready to spring on us while we are frozen in terror. If that danger lurks within us, so near the surface, consider how much closer it must lie for those who have only recently broken the bonds of primitive fear and ignorance.
No! What is...
No!
Mary!
Leave him!
What is...
Leave.
Darling, it's all right. It's all right.
It's not all right. He gave for our baby.
Who? Okay.
Dolly, your grandfather. Oh, Timur, I'm afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
But there is. Oh, listen to us. We've reverted to calling each other Timur, Marua.
Well, they are our names.
Oh, we tried to put them behind us. Take the names of today. But they haunt us, just as Dolly does in all the past. We can't escape from it.
All right, hey, take it easy. Now, look, all you had was a bad dream.
Was it a dream? Oh, I can't shake it that easily.
Timur? Marla, are you all right?
It's the sister.
Let her in.
Just a minute, Sister Colette.
I thought I heard a sort of scream. It's not Marula's time yet.
No, sister. She had a bad dream.
It was not a dream.
Well, what else? You're not trying to say my dead grandfather was actually here?
Yes. No. It was a vision, but not a dream.
Now, what kind of vision, child?
Well, he came to me out of the shadows there in the corner. He was tall, straight, and young. And his voice came from all around and beyond. Because there was no mouth to speak the words. His neck was a collar of bleeding flesh. And above that necklace of blood, There was no head.
Honey, you mustn't.
No, let her finish.
He came to me where I lay on the bed. He put his hand to his throat, and then he spoke to me.
What did he say?
He said, "Your grandfather has made me a wanderer from the home of spirits. Only your husband now can return me to the peace of death. Your grandfather must give me his head. Your husband must strike it from him and bring it to me where I lie in the grave. If he does not, then you shall never bear a child. I place the mark on you, which can only be washed away by the blood Timar must spill." And then he took his hand and ran his finger across my belly like a knife. Look!
It's blood.
Restez tranquille, mes enfants. Let me see. It is nothing, a scratch. You should not wear that bracelet to bed. Those shells are sharp.
It wasn't the bracelet. I always wear it.
You prefer to think it was some ghost that came to haunt you?
I don't think, if it's true. Is it, Sister Colette?
What?
That my grandfather took Timar's grandfather's head?
Well, it was a long time ago. Customs were very different.
Did he?
Yes.
Why?
When I first arrived in Bundok, your grandfather came to me, Timar. He was a very wise and far-sighted man, and he could recognize that these hills and valleys were not to be long isolated. He studied English with me so as to be ready for the wave of the future. But you see, many Datus resented his turning from the old ways. And of all these, the Ifugaos were the most warlike. They came down from the hills, and in one night of terror, they wiped out all your grandfather's barangay, with the exception of your father and mother, Timar, whom I hid. The heads they took with them. It was their custom and their religion.
This was my grandfather? He is a murderer.
By our standards, not by his.
He still doesn't deserve to live.
That problem is not for us to solve.
It seems my grandfather thinks it's my problem.
Now, your grandfather can't possibly have any thoughts on the matter. He has been dead for over 40 years.
I'm afraid for Marua and our child.
Afraid of what? Shadows from beyond the grave?
This was no shadow, Sister Colette. He stood there, and he put his blood upon me. This is no scratch on me. This is the mark of blood.
Marua, come back to the 20th century. Now, you are hallucinating.
Hallucinating or not, I am afraid, Sister.
Kumostika. Hello. I am Dundok Impanga, a Dato of the Ifugao. You wish a picture? I will pose for you.
I don't want a picture. I just wanted to meet you.
Who are you, stranger?
The man who married your granddaughter.
Marua.
And the grandson of Tali.
Ah. You are Tima.
Yes.
What do you want with me? Do you come in peace?
I hope.
Then where is Marua?
She is in Bantak. She is not well. She carries our child.
How not well?
She's haunted by the ghost of Tali, who seeks his head.
I am sorry he has not found peace in the land of the great spirits. But what can I do?
You can tell me the truth. My grandmother says you took his head. Put the knife away, Dundok.
Then put away your evil thoughts, Timar, and forget the lies of your grandmother. She sent you to take my life, did she not?
Come, old man. This is 1978. There are no headhunters anymore.
Are you so sure, boy? The world may change, But what is in the heart of a man is the same. In my day, I was a great warrior. And yes, I took many heads, as the Great Spirit commanded me to do. If I had not won the battle, I would have paid the price with my head. It is in the long ago. It does not belong with today.
Unfortunately, it does.
What has been done cannot be undone. Do not try to change the past.
What am I to do, Sister Colette? When he was standing there, almost boasting of how he killed my grandfather, there was a red haze suddenly in front of my eyes, and I wanted to pick him up and hurl him into the air to fall 2,000 feet down, his body broken and mutilated as it bounced from rice terrace to rice terrace, shattering on the stone retaining walls.
But you didn't. A force within you held you back.
I don't know, Sister. Was it that? Or was it the sword he had drawn and held between us? And God help me if Marua continues to be haunted and our child is being harmed. What will I be tempted to do the next time I see him?
This circumstance with my 2 one-time pupils had hit me hard. More than that, my ESP, or whatever you want to call the visions of a 77-year-old nun, was warning me that disaster must be avoided. And even more than that some evil vibrations in the air were urging these foster children of mine to the brink. It was that strange, half-real moment between day and the dark when I went to talk to Palumba. I entered her thatched roof cottage, and she was sitting there cross-legged on the floor, one hand beating a small drum. She was crooning softly to a sekunduk doll made from a small basket with a stick stuck through it for arms, and at each end of the arms a froth of streamers from pleated leaves. The doll was clothed in kunud, a piece of cloth with a rattan string bound around its waist, the end of which was held in Palumba's hand. But this kunduk doll was unlike any I'd ever seen. It had no head.
I am calling to you. Come to me. Breathe out your power.
Palumba, what are you doing?
Be quiet, Alien One. Leave me to what must be done.
What are you asking of that kunduk doll?
Only my rights before I die. I long for the gods of my fathers and for my husband. And when I cross to the land of the great spirits, I need him there beside me, not lost between earth and sky. The good spirit Linamin can help me bring Tali home.
What are you asking the spirit?
That the kunduk doll will tell my grandson what must be done. That he will whisper in his ear what must be done.
That is evil. And it is idle superstition. You cannot force Timor to do something which he knows is evil.
You think so? What is evil to you is not evil to us. And what is to be will be done.
In spite of myself, my eyes were drawn and glued to the rude doll shape, which lay tumbled on its side, attached to Palumba only by the slender rattan thread. Suddenly, inexplicably, as the throbbing of the drum increased, it raised itself, dancing squatting awkwardly on invisible feet, possessed, it seemed, by a life of its own.
He leaves. Dolly leaves again. Long enough to demand that his grandson buy him the life beyond. Go, Tally Kunduk. Tell Timar he must bring you Dundalk's head.
For the irrational, there is no rationale. For the ignorant, there are no words to argue against unreasoning instinct. For all those driven by the terror of the unknown, fear is the parent of cruelty. How far has the human animal come in 1 billion years? How far had a young man like Timar, only 2 generations away from primitive savagery, been able to come, to be strong enough to resist his heritage? I shall return shortly with Act 3. In spite of the miracle of modern communications, the secret pockets of the world still exist. In them, the cruel dark gods of fear and ignorance hold sway. And under their evil spells and influence, the veneer of civilization crumbles. Kim Lang, ever since his return to these ancient mountains, has felt himself slipping slowly back into his violent heritage. Lying beside his wife in the mission house, who comes to him in the night? Is it just a dream? Is it some black magic of the Kundak doll? Or is it the ghost of his grandfather, Kali?
Timar, away.
What? Who calls me?
Your grandfather, father of your father, Dari.
What is it? What do you want?
Open your eyes and look on me.
You have no head.
Condemned to wander between worlds, only you can set me free to join your grandmother when she dies, and I am ready to greet her in the land of spirits.
I can't set you free.
You must.
How?
By taking the head of Dundalk and burying it in my grave. Then at last my soul can rest.
I can't do anything like that. That's murder.
Was it anything different when he struck me down?
You don't understand, Tali, my grandfather. This is not the way of life now.
Abandon me and you abandon your child that stirs within your woman beside you.
No, don't say that.
Harry has spoken. My eternal life for your child's on earth. Remember. I shall make sure you won't forget.
No.
Darling. Mary, what is it?
It's the baby.
Something's wrong. You're not...
No, wait a minute. Maybe he just turned over or something. Yes, I think that's all.
You're sure? I'll get the doctor.
Oh, no, I don't need a doctor, not for this. Oh, hold me close a minute, Tim. I had a dream.
You too? I hope yours was more pleasant than mine.
Oh, no, it wasn't pleasant at all. I dreamt that your grandfather was here.
What?
He was arguing with you about something. And then he turned away with a face like thunder. And as he turned away, he laid his hand on me, here, under my heart. And he whispered,
His real life for my eternal one. Remind him, Marua.
Look, Mary, how'd you like to pull up stakes and just plain take a powder out of here, huh?
Oh, Tim, you can't. What about your job?
Oh, to heck with the job. I'll find something else.
Oh, it isn't that easy. You have a contract with the government. We've got to hang on to what we have.
I don't know. I'm just afraid that somehow we're involved in something we don't know how to handle. Sister Colette, it may sound crazy, but I am so desperately afraid for Mary and the baby. My coming back here to my roots seems to have changed me into another person. I'm so hypnotized or spellbound or whatever it is that's the matter with me that I find myself even considering the impossible.
What, Timur?
That I could go up the mountain to Banawi and tear his sword from his scabbard and with one stroke sever his head and bring it back.
Violence never breeds peace. And you don't mean what you say.
The trouble is my ancestors don't subscribe to your God.
More's the pity. The devil has them dancing to his tune, or at least your grandmother.
What do you mean?
It is she who is casting her spells over you and Marua with the devil doll, the Kunduk.
How?
I visited her hut last night, and she made the doll dance for me at the end of its rattan string, and she called it Kunduk Tali, and bade it go to you and tell you that you must take Dundak's head.
Will you go with me to the house of my grandmother?
Of course.
She has this power of the medicine women to raise spirits. The one she has raised now, she must destroy. Or it will destroy me and my family. The door is closed.
Knock, Timur.
Yes, sister.
Open it quickly.
Why? What? Yes.
What is it?
I don't know. Perhaps she's just asleep.
Oh, let me see. Her last sleep, Timur. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus.
No, wait a minute. Look, her lips are moving. What is she saying?
Help me join her. Give me...
No, Timur. No, she is quite dead. She has been for some time.
But listen.
I don't hear anything.
You must.
If you condemn me to wander, then I condemn your sons.
It's Tali speaking.
No, it isn't. It's the doll. Look.
I will live to haunt you. You know what must be done. Timur.
It seemed as if that doll moved.
Or spoke in Tali's voice. There's no hope for my future, or for any children I bear, unless I obey its command.
I prayed for a long time that morning when we returned to the mission in the little chapel in which I had spent so much of my life. I prayed for guidance, and perhaps I found it. I came out to ask Timur if he was going up to Belawi.
Of course, sister, I have to.
May I go with you?
Why?
I want to prevent a tragedy if I can.
Stay out of this, Sister Colette.
I cannot. Let me talk to Dunduk.
It's a long and fruitless ride.
It's a small adventure for a sequestered nun. Would you deny me a little escape?
All right. If you must. Hop in. It'll be a rough ride. I'm already late for work.
It was a rough ride and a silent one. My heart went out to the poor young man behind the wheel, so tense, his face so drawn, obviously so near the breaking point. When we got to Benawi, he dropped me at the big, wide parking space at the head of the valley. Dunduk was already at his post.
Will you be long?
Not very, I suspect.
Sister, what do you expect to accomplish?
I want to ask him for your father's head. so that it may be buried in the grave with him.
You, too? You are beginning to believe our ancient superstitions?
No, I have my own beliefs. But I know that not everyone believes as I do. What a man truly believes, so he is. Besides, as I told you, this is my home. And you, these are my people. Give me a few moments. I got out of the jeep and crossed to Dundalk, where he stood alone. He saw me coming, but did not move towards me. He was a pathetic little figure, and it was hard to imagine him as the mighty warrior who once had dealt in death. When I came to him, we were standing on the edge of a drop, too steep for even the Ifugao to conquer, 1,000-foot drop over craggy rocks to the floor of the valley. You know me, Dundalk?
Yes. Why have you come here?
I think you must know.
That is the one who married my granddaughter there, in the jeep.
Yes.
How is little Marua?
Not as well as she should be. She has pains. She is afraid for the baby that is to come.
Why is that?
Palumba is dead. And Tali walks at night raging that he cannot join her in the land of the great spirits, because you have taken his manhood from him.
So long ago, sister. What can I do?
You can give me back his head so that it can be buried with him in his grave and set him free.
Let me tell you a thing, sister. I am old and weary, and my bones cry out for rest. I am not the man I once was, inside as well as out. I no longer believe in ancient gods. I have turned to your God. I want to die in peace. Let the young man come and take my head. That will bring Tali rest.
He cannot do that, Dundalk. It is against all rule and reason. If he did, under our laws, he would give up his own life.
Look out, Sister Colette.
Do not be afraid.
I am not afraid.
I draw it against myself.
Put that knife away. If you do, Sister Colette...
Stay where you are, Timar. This sword is for me, to atone for all the wrong in the past. Take my little granddaughter in your arms and hold her close for me. And tell the little boy who is to be born that both his grandfathers were mighty men. That he can be proud of them.
What are you going to do?
At my age, it is only a small step to eternity. And with your God, sister, I know I can rest in peace. Afterwards, take my head or whatever you want of me and offer it to Tali to find the same. In the name of his God.
No! Wait a minute!
No!
He placed the razor-sharp edge of the sword against his throat. His hands braced on the hilt and the end of the blade. Then, without any further word, he stepped off into empty space to go hurtling and tumbling across the jagged rocks to the valley floor and the twisting river. His body was never found, strangely, but the head, severed by the knife at the first huge shock when he hit the wall of the valley, was. It is buried now in the same grave with Tali. Two old adversaries met in death, and for them both, peace at last. They are in my prayers every night. But I think what must be more valuable to them, from wherever they look down, is the freedom and happiness of the children they left behind, including the great-grandson who has just been born, and in whom, without reprimand, I enjoy a very special interest.
Of all the great wonders of the world, the greatest is people. Sister Colette Bergeron, 95 pounds of flaming resolution, a woman totally unprepared for the primitive life she has led, but who had the courage and the humor to adjust, to enjoy, and to make it her own. And all the others. People are the great stories of the world. I'll be back shortly.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow.
Hey, Jim, that's a fantastic wool shirt.
Oh, thanks. It's an Arrow.
An Arrow?
Whatever kind of shirt you want, Arrow's got it.
I love that turtleneck Hank's wearing. I bought it for him. It's an Arrow.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow.
When it comes to shirts, things are changing, but men are still changing into Arrow. Arrow gives you every style and all the confidence you expect from an Arrow.
That shirt looks great with your suit.
Sure, it's an Arrow.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow. Whatever kind of shirt you want, Arrow's got it.
Arrow makes all kinds of shirts for all kinds of men. That's why we're known as America's shirt maker.
Lucky most of us are. With all the problems that may beset us, most of us live a safe and protected life. But across the world, the dark beasts of ignorance and superstition still lurk. Count yourself to be lucky to avoid them. But if you must face them, remember your best shield is knowledge. With it, as Tennyson said, all is well, though faith and form be sundered in the night of fear. Our cast included Mary Jane Higby, Tony Roberts, E.V. Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Over the years, many writers have made the South Pacific and the East Indies the settings for some of their best-known work. Herman Melville, Joseph Conrad, and Ian Forster, to name but three, wrote about the exotic and mysterious islands lying thousands of miles away across the deep waters of the Pacific Ocean. These islands may seem less remote now than they used to be, but the mixture of cultures, East and West, can still produce some bizarre incidents.
Doc, I didn't murder Sir Dabney.
I want to believe you, Clive, but the evidence...
He was my employer. Why would I kill him? Now that he's gone, I'm left with nothing.
Is there any one piece of the evidence against you that you can refute?
No.
If you didn't kill him, Clive, then how did he die?
Our mystery drama, A 1,000-Year-Old Story, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger. It stars Ralph Bell and Gordon Heath. It's sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. your eyes and imagine a South Seas island. Tropical breezes wafting gently through towering palm trees. Beaches with sand the color of alabaster stretching unbroken for miles. Clear blue skies, coral reefs, breathtaking sunsets. A paradise indeed where nothing could possibly go wrong. That's an illusion, of course. Things can go wrong any place. And the trouble with paradise is when things go amiss there, you're a long way from home. We're on a small island in the Marianas, a U.S. trust territory at the house of Dr. Charles Duggan.
Yeah. Oh, good morning, Jim.
Hello, Doc.
What are you doing here at this hour? This isn't our golf day, is it?
No. Actually, I'm here on official business.
As the island magistrate? What's wrong? Aren't my papers in order?
Doc, as a Canadian citizen, you're the only person on the whole island who might have what I'm looking for.
Oh, yes? What's that?
A copy of a British Who's Who.
Who's Who?
It's rather urgent. Do you have one?
Why, yes, I believe so. It would be in the library. Leave that cigar of yours in the ashtray there and come on in, eh? Is there someone in particular that you are interested in?
A fellow named Sir Dabney Chen Si.
Dabney Chen Si. That's an unusual name.
He's Anglo-Chinese.
Now, here's the book. Let us see. Dabney Chen Si. Yes, here he is. Born in Shanghai in 1910, educated in Oxford. Became a British citizen in 1936, knighted in 1966.
Anything else?
Yeah. Married. Oh, my. 4 times. Most recently, 2 years ago, to a Miss Ryokan Getsu from Hong Kong. He's in finance and has quite a list of decorations here from both China and England. Want me to read them all?
No, go on.
His hobby is yachting, and he has residencies in London and Singapore.
That's the man.
Why do you need information on this distinguished gentleman at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Because his yacht dropped anchor in the harbor last night.
And you wanted to check his pedigree before allowing him to come ashore?
No. Last night, his steward discovered him in the ship's library. Dead.
Oh. I see. Natural causes?
Don't know yet.
The man was 68.
True.
Anything's possible at that age, you know.
At any age.
4 marriages?
Precisely.
Coffee?
No, thanks, Doc. I've got to go out to the yacht and begin an investigation.
So you do suspect foul play,
Sergeant Johnston was out there this morning. He found this. It's a letter Sir Dabney was writing at the time he died to his solicitor in London. Apparently, he just discovered that someone was cashing checks in his name without his knowledge, and he wanted his solicitor to investigate.
And you suspect the embezzler, realizing Sir Dabney was onto him, killed him for his silence?
That's the obvious.
Beware the obvious.
True.
How did Sir Dabney die?
Not sure yet. Thought you might give us a hand, Doc.
Oh, now, today is my day to go coral hunting. You want an autopsy performed?
Eventually, but at the moment, could you analyze this liquid? It's the remains of a whiskey soda Sir Dabney was drinking when he died.
You suspect poison, then?
There were no marks on the body. How long will it take you?
Well, it depends on how many reagents I have to try.
Follow me out to the yacht when you have an answer, will you? It's in the harbor, on the way to your coral beds.
Okay. Foul play, eh? You know, there is just one problem here.
What's that?
If the motive was to cover up this embezzlement, why wouldn't the murderer, if there is one, mind you, have destroyed this letter?
How could he know that it was precisely that matter which Sir Dabney was writing to inquire about at the time of his death?
Well, that's something of a coincidence, isn't it?
Yes. Why? What's wrong with that?
Maybe nothing. But I just wouldn't think you'd get too many coincidences in your line of work, if you know what I mean.
Well,
welcome aboard, Inspector. I'm the ship's captain, named Renner.
Thank you, Captain. I'm Jim Trees, the local magistrate.
Your man's already nosed around pretty good. I suppose you'd like to see the ship's study where Sir Daphne was found.
Please.
Nothing's been disturbed. After the body was taken ashore, the room was locked. Lady Daphne's in her room. She'll see if it's necessary, but of course she's upset.
It will be necessary, I'm afraid, but not just yet.
Mr. Chubb, that was Daphne's secretary, is just having breakfast.
He's eating?
Oh, yes. You seem to be treating this as a criminal case, Mr. Trees.
Just a routine investigation.
If you want my opinion, it would seem to be a case of a simple heart attack. Well, this is the study.
You're sure nothing's been touched?
Oh, no, sir. But why?
The place seems pretty neat.
Oh, that's the way Sir Dabney kept it.
Will you run down what happened last night?
Well, we anchored about 7. Dinner was served to Lord and Lady Dabney and Mr. Chubb at 8.
Mr. Chubb?
Yes, Sir Dabney's private secretary.
Oh, yes, the one who's eating.
Anyway, round 10, Sir Dabney came in here to do some work. 10:30, the steward brought him his nightly grog tray, the whiskey and soda your man took with him.
Where did the tray sit?
Oh, where it's still sitting on the table over there next to the window.
Was the window open like this?
Yes.
It opens right out onto the deck?
Yes, sir.
So anyone passing... Go on, Captain.
Well, that's about it. 11:30, the steward entered to remove the tray and found Sir Dabney there at his desk, dead.
Pen in hand?
Yes, sir.
And this is the letter he was writing? I mean, this is his handwriting?
Oh, yes, quite distinctive. No mistaking that. Should I...
Come in. Jim?
Ah, Doc. You have the results already?
Yes, I found out...
Captain Renner, would you excuse us?
Oh, certainly.
If Mr. Chubb has had enough to eat, perhaps you'd tell him I'd like a word with him?
I'll send him right up.
That didn't take you long, Doc. What did your analysis show?
There was something in Sir Dabney's drink, all right, besides whiskey and soda.
Poison?
Yes.
What kind?
That I'm not sure of. None of my reagents gave me its exact nature.
So the drink was tampered with?
Oh, no doubt. Any good suspects so far?
No.
Well, it's a nice collection of books this fellow had. Oh, that's too bad.
What?
It's dust.
Some folks aren't big readers.
Well, it's a shame, though. People who use books for expensive wallpaper.
There's an empty space.
Oh, yes, so there is. A small one, though. Must have been a pretty slim volume.
I have to start somewhere.
You see the book lying about?
No.
That's the kind of detail that solves cases.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to hunt coral.
That must be Sir Dabney's secretary. The very soul of composure, from what I gather. His master's demise hasn't stopped him from packing away a solid breakfast. Come in.
You, wanted to see me?
Yes. Doc, you'll do the autopsy tonight?
Yep.
Now, your name is...
Clive Chubb.
Clive Chubb. I don't believe it.
Charlie?
Yes.
You two know each other?
Oh, know each other. Clive here was the best wing forward the Darlow rugby team ever saw. You are Sir Dabney's personal secretary?
Yes, I've been with him for 5 years.
Excuse me, Doc. Mr. Chubb, I need to ask you a few questions.
Well, certainly.
We suspect that your employer was murdered.
What?
Poisoned.
Good Lord. By whom?
We don't know yet. The only clue we have is a letter Sir Dabney was writing.
Well, what sort of letter?
Can you tell me who would know the whereabouts of Sir Dabney's financial records and bank books?
Well, that would be me. He kept them in the bottom drawer of his desk there.
Did he have any large sums of money on board?
Several £100, I believe. Why? Do you suspect robbery was the motive?
Where was this money kept? Do you know that as well?
Well, in the wall safe behind the drapes over there.
And the keys?
It's a combination lock.
Oh. Who would know the combination?
Well, Sir Dabney, of course, and myself.
Would you write it down for me, please?
Well, yes. There.
Thank you. Doc, you and Mr. Chubb can continue your reunion outside. I'd like to be alone in here for a few minutes.
I'm sorry about what's happened.
Poor Sir Dabney. He was an awfully decent man. Leaves me up at Dry Creek, I can tell you. I don't even know how I'm going to get back to Canada.
Well, won't Lady Dabney help you?
I think not.
Why not?
It's an involved situation, Charlie. I'd prefer not to go into it.
Mr. Chubb, can I speak with you a moment inside?
With me? Sure. Charlie?
Jim?
Sure, Doc. You can come too. Mr. Chubb, who else knew the combination to this safe?
No one.
Just you and Sir Dabney?
Yes. Why?
Because I found this inside the safe. Do you recognize it?
It looks like a small vial of liquid.
Doc, the label says denathomal. Do you know what that is?
Why, yes. It's a poison.
I'm very fond of boats myself, says a character in a well-known British play. I like the way they're contained. A comforting feeling for some, perhaps. But if you are the unlucky object of official suspicion, even a wealthy man's yacht can suddenly begin to seem very claustrophobic. And what might have been a pleasant reunion between two old schoolmates is threatening to become something much more serious. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Question. What is all around us, yet often obscure, free, yet of great value? The answer? Truth. Truth should be a simple enough thing. After all, it is merely that which is. Yet the truth of a matter can be deceptive. For correct interpretation can rest on any number of facts, no one of which is so insignificant that it can be overlooked. Keep this in mind as we continue to unravel the mystery surrounding the death of Sir Dabney Chen C. We are back in the yacht's library, the scene of the crime.
I'll ask you again, Mr. Chubb. Do you recognize this vial?
Well, no, I've never seen it. You say you found it in the safe?
Which, by your own statement, had a combination known only to you and Sir Dabney.
Well, yes, we had the combination changed just before we left London.
Jim, I can vouch for Clive. Our old school has had its share of questionable alumni, but none of them have ever ended up on murderer's row, you know.
I'm not out to hang anyone, Doc. Least of all your pal here. All I'm doing is developing evidence.
I have no idea how that vial could have gotten into the safe. Where was it?
This logbook from the safe. Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's the record of ship's cash.
Are these entries in your handwriting?
Yes. One of my duties was to keep a record of money spent in the operation of the boat. Why?
Because this vial of poison was in the spine of that book.
Oh, really, Jim? This is all too perfect. Someone is obviously trying to frame him.
Who? Do you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Chubb?
No.
Well, why on earth would Clive poison the old fellow and then tuck the evidence back in the safe?
It was well hidden. I almost didn't see it. It made only the slightest bulge in the book.
Well, how do you know that's even the stuff that did Sir Dabney in?
I suppose we can check that out easily enough now, Doc?
If it is pentothal that was in his drink, I can determine that with a little baking soda from the ship's galley.
Well?
We found the murder weapon.
It was liquid from this vial that was used to do the old man in.
Yes.
No question.
None. Pentothal is a superstimulant. It speeds up the action of the heart. And in someone of Sir Dabney's age, that almost certainly leads to cardiac arrest.
In other words, a heart attack.
Well, I'll have to wait until I perform the autopsy to know for sure that's how he died. But that's what I'd expect to find. Where is Clive now?
I asked him to remain in his room. No one will be allowed off the ship now, of course. I have men searching the whole boat, questioning the crew.
What is that you're looking at?
A photograph of Lady Dabney. It was in her husband's desk. beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, very.
What's Chubb's relationship with her?
What do you mean?
I heard him talking about her. What was he saying?
I gather there is a strain between them. That's all.
Is he a womanizer?
I wouldn't think so.
But no saint.
Who is?
I am.
Yes, well, I imagine it would depend on circumstances, wouldn't it?
The point is, Lady Dabney is extremely attractive.
Oh, yes, exquisite.
And Sir Dabney was 30 years her senior. At least. A terrific temptation.
Possibly.
And a motive.
That is speculation.
True.
Have you spoken to her yet?
No, I was waiting on the results of your test. I'll ask Captain Renner to make...
Excuse me.
What?
Are you the inspector?
Yes. Jim Trees.
I am Lady Dabney.
Oh. This is Dr. Charles Duggan. He has been assisting me in the investigation.
My condolences, ma'am.
I have been told by Captain Renner that there are policemen on board who are searching the ship. Is this true?
Yes.
Will you be so kind, please, as to tell me why?
I'm afraid your husband's death was murder, Lady Dabney. He was poisoned.
Are you quite sure of this?
Yes.
Then you must find the poisoner for me and quickly, so that he too may die.
With your permission, I would like to ask you some questions.
Is this normal?
Yes.
Very well.
Can you give me an account of your movements last night?
Certainly. We had dinner, the three of us, about 8 o'clock. Afterwards, Clive and I remained together, while Dabney came in here to the library.
You and Mr. Chubb were together?
In the stateroom, yes. We were playing cards. At about 11 o'clock, I excused myself and retired.
And Mr. Chubb?
I presume he did the same.
One last question, Lady Dabney, and forgive me for asking it.
Of course.
Were you and your husband always on the best of terms?
Yes. We were very close. I can understand why you might assume that the age difference between us would be a problem, but it was not. No other man has been of any interest to me at all since I met Dabney. I'm aware men find me attractive, and when they flirt with me, I understand. Even Clive.
Clive? You mean Mr. Chubb?
It was harmless. Nothing. Anyway, it was months ago.
Was he in love with you?
You would have to ask him that.
Did Sir Dabney know about this?
I mentioned it to him, yes.
And?
He wanted to let him go. It's a standard male response.
Why didn't he?
I persuaded him not to. Clive was quite useful to him. He's very clever, you know. And once he saw I was not interested in responding to his overtures, he stopped.
Did Mr. Chubb know you told Sir Dabney?
No, of course not. But this is ancient history, Inspector. It was all over months ago. Since then, we've been all quite civilized with each other.
Yes. You played cards.
In the public stateroom.
Thank you, Lady Dabney. That's all for now.
Then you'll excuse me.
Ask Captain Renner to join us if you see him, would you?
Certainly.
She's quite vain, isn't she?
With good reason, I'd say. Well, Doc, what do you make of all that?
The question is, what are you going to make of it?
I'm not sure yet.
Methinks the lady did protest too much.
About her faithfulness to her husband?
And it seemed to me she deliberately let Clive's name slip.
I don't think so. She seemed genuinely upset when I tried to make something out of it. But if Chubb was attracted to her, it would compound his motive, wouldn't it?
Ask him then.
I doubt I'd get a straight answer. That's why I want to speak to the captain.
She said it was harmless. It was over months ago.
Doc, listen. Thanks for your help.
What?
I'll see you this evening for the autopsy. Say around 7.
Oh, you want me to go?
It's a police investigation from here on out. Anyway, weren't you going coral hunting?
Yes, that was before I knew a friend of mine was going to be involved.
I understand about the old school ties and all that, Doc, but...
I am not abandoning Clive now.
You wanted to see me?
Oh, yes, Captain. Come in. Okay, Doc. You can stick around. But remember, you're an impartial witness. Captain Renner.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you. It's delicate, but I hope you'll be frank.
Oh, yes?
It concerns the relationship between Lady Dabney and Mr. Chubb.
Well, what about it?
That's what I'm asking you.
They was, friendly.
Just give me your impressions, Captain.
Oh, they spent a lot of time together, especially when the governor was working. Lady Dabney's pretty fond of Mr. Chubb, but I don't see the harm in that, not so long as he knows to keep his distance.
She was fond of him?
Yes.
Would you say they are having an affair?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. On account of Mr. Chubb don't seem too keen. Well, I think he fancies her, but feels he, felt a conflict of loyalties, if you know what I mean.
Yes, Captain, I do. Thank you.
Well, will that be all?
May I ask a question?
Sure, Doc.
There's a slim volume missing from one of these shelves here in the study. You haven't by any chance seen it lying about, have you?
Well, what's it look like?
I don't know.
What's it about?
But I'm not sure.
Oh, it's not much to go on, is it?
No, I guess not.
Can't say I've seen any books lying around. Well, I'll be on the bridge then if you need me.
Now what? If what Captain Renner says is true about Chubb and Lady Dabney, then Lady Dabney was lying to me.
And why would she lie except to keep herself in the clear? And if she did want him badly enough,
she wouldn't have dispatched her husband in such a way as to throw the guilt on him.
Unless, feeling rejected, she decided
to murder her own husband in order to take revenge on him? Doc, you amaze me.
Well, she is Oriental. And a woman, to boot.
What about the checks? The one Sir Dabney was in the process of asking his solicitor to investigate when he was killed. What need would she have to steal money from a husband who, as far as I can see, was more than willing to give her everything she wanted? I think if we find the person who cashed those checks, we'll have found our murderer.
Checks?
Are you aware that Sir Dabney was writing a letter to his solicitor?
Mr. Carrington in London?
You know the man's name?
Well, of course I know his name.
Are you aware what the letter was about?
Well, no, I didn't know he was writing it.
Apparently, a number of checks had been cashed for rather large sums. Checks he never authorized.
Do you have the dates and numbers of the checks?
Yes, in his bank book here. The checks in question are starred in red ink.
February 2nd, March 7th.
In the letter, he says, quote, "Will you please go round to the bank and question the clerk who paid out the money on the checks I shall list below to see if he can remember," end of quote. That's as far as he got before the poison took hold. Well, Mr. Chubb, should we finish the sentence? Should we cable London and find out what the clerk has to say?
No. There's no need. I cashed those checks. I cashed them all.
Clive.
But they weren't forged. Sir Dabney signed them himself. I always cashed his checks. It was part of my job. I gave him the money. I never kept a penny of it.
Then why would he question them?
I don't know.
Was Sir Dabney going senile, perhaps? Was he beginning to forget things?
No, he was perfectly sound as far as I could tell.
And between you and Lady Dabney?
Pardon?
What was going on there?
Nothing.
We've heard different things.
There was nothing between us.
We have two versions of the story, one from Lady Dabney herself and one from Captain Renner. They differ as to the instigator of the affair, but both agree that something was or is going on.
Look, I swear, nothing is going on.
You had no motive to kill Sir Dabney? Not for his money or his wife?
No.
Then who did?
I don't know. Doc, Charlie, you know me. We grew up together. You've got to believe me because it's obvious your friend here doesn't.
The islands of the South Pacific have always been a source of confusion to me. Are they as far west as one can go before getting to the far east, or vice versa? But the problems of geographical orientation are of secondary interest to us at the moment. The problem of who killed Sir Dabney is considerably more pressing, especially to Clive Chubb. What do you think? Is he guilty or innocent? I'll return in a moment with our final act. Is Clive Chubb guilty or innocent? Perhaps you think this is an unfair question to ask when we still have an entire act to go. But what if I told you that all the facts necessary to deduce the truth have already been revealed? However, let me add that even if you should guess who killed Sir Dabney, you'd never guess the motive. As we rejoin our story, it is evening. We are back on shore at the island hospital.
Finished with the autopsy, Doc?
Yes, all done.
What's the verdict?
If there was any doubts before, there aren't any now. You've got a murder on your hands, Jim. Sir Dabney definitely died of a heart attack induced by the pentothal someone dropped in his drink. Here's a copy of the autopsy report for your files.
Thanks.
What's your next step?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to put your friend under arrest first thing in the morning.
Jim, you're making a mistake.
What would you do in my shoes?
I think it's Lady Dabney you should be going after.
Look at the evidence.
The evidence doesn't mean a thing. Women like that have their ways.
I'm sorry, Doc. Look, it's been a long day. Let me just call out to the yacht to make sure all's quiet, and then I'll give you a lift home.
Who's there? Who is it? Lady Dabney.
May I come in? I must speak to you.
I don't think it would be wise.
Quickly. One of the police guards is by the bulkhead at the top of the stairs.
Well, what do you want?
Clive, did you do it for me?
Do what?
Kill Sir Dabney.
You think I killed him?
You did it for us, didn't you? So we could be together.
No.
We must be very careful now how we proceed. You weren't very clever, you know. All the evidence points to you.
I didn't kill Sir Dabney.
They're going to arrest you tomorrow morning.
What?
I overheard one of the policemen in the radio room just now. He was talking to that Inspector Trees.
Arrest me? You're sure?
Don't worry about the lawyers. I'll see to it that you're provided with the best. But you must pull yourself together. You've gone this far. We have to see it through.
Lady Dabney, you've got to believe me. I'm innocent.
Just remember, they have nothing but circumstantial evidence against you. And in a murder trial, that's not enough. Especially with clever lawyers.
I don't stand a chance.
Will you trust me to look after you? Please. You can no longer deny your feelings for me now, can you? By killing Sir Dabney, you reveal the truth.
I didn't kill him.
It wasn't just for money, was it? It wasn't just to prevent him from discovering that you were robbing him.
No, I never robbed him.
I'll see to it that you have everything you want. After the trial is over, I'll keep you on as my personal secretary. The world will see it as a gesture of my confidence in your innocence. But you and I will know the truth, and we can be together forever.
Don't you care that your husband is dead?
Caring won't bring him back. Life is for the living, and that is us, Clive. It's you and I.
Leave.
What?
Leave my cabin at once.
You don't understand. I know what you did and why. You have paid me the boldest compliment a man can pay a woman, and I'm telling you, you have won me. I'm yours.
I was in love with you from the moment I saw you. I'd have given anything for you to be free, but you're a monster. Now get out of here.
You reject me? Well, then let them arrest you. Let them hang you. And when it comes time for your trial, if your own bumbling stupidity hasn't convicted you, my testimony will.
You've been awfully quiet. You're not mad at me, are you?
You know, Jim, I've been going over the evidence against Clive, and something is very wrong. You told me the steward set the drink tray down by the open window. Anyone could have walked by and dropped the poison in.
But not anyone could have put that vial back in the safe.
Unless the safe were already open.
How likely is that?
I've been reconstructing what must have happened. The steward brings in a tray with an ice bucket, whiskey, soda bottles, and an empty glass turned upside down, so the poison couldn't already be in the drink. Now, to satisfy myself at that point, I tested the whiskey and soda bottles and the melted ice water in the bucket. No traces of poison in any of them. The poison had to be added after the drink was mixed.
So Sir Dabney mixes his drink, sets it down. Someone passing by the window drops in the pentothal. Sir Dabney drinks it and dies moments later.
And then Clive enters the room and puts the vial in the safe. And doesn't take an incriminating letter from the dead man's hands. It looks like Clive was trying to implicate himself. Come on, now, something very bizarre is going on.
If that's true, Doc, then let's hope it comes out at the trial.
Charlie?
Who's there? Hey, Clive. How did you get ashore?
I swam. Let me in, will you? I'm freezing.
Give me a hand. All right. Here. Put on my robe and dry your hair. You'll catch pneumonia.
Thanks. I knew I could count on a fellow Darlow alumnus.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I found out that friend of yours intends to arrest me in the morning, so I thought I'd better stay one step ahead of the ceremony.
Oh, Clive, this is an island, and not a very big one at that. How do you plan to escape?
Your motorboat. A boat that size could get me to Saipan. From there, I'll make it my own way somehow.
You can't do that. You'll be a fugitive.
I don't have any choice.
They'll think you're guilty for sure, then.
What do they think right now?
Now, Clive, it's not an airtight case. If you're innocent, it'll come out in court.
Oh? Will it?
Unless there's something we don't know. Is there, Clive?
Yes. There's one thing you don't know, Charlie, and that's who the real murderer is.
Do you know?
No, but it isn't me.
All right, I believe you.
Well, then help me.
I can't, Clive, not without becoming an accessory.
The warrant hasn't been issued yet.
But we both know it's going to be. I'm sorry, Clive.
Charlie, I don't stand a chance. Lady Dabney will do whatever she has to get me convicted.
How do you know that?
She told me so.
Why? Why would she want to convict you?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Is she in love with you?
Nothing ever happened between us.
But you rejected her,
Yes.
You think she killed him?
I don't know.
Is she trying to frame you?
No, Look, I don't want to talk about
Are you in love with her?
I was.
Clive, if she is trying to frame you...
Look, it's her word against mine, and all the evidence points to me.
Okay, pal. Here are the keys to my boat. It's more than the marina, a mile down the beach. I'll get you some dry clothes.
Charlie? Thanks.
Forget it.
What'll you tell the inspector?
I'll think of something.
You're helping an innocent man. You know that, don't you?
I know that, Clive. Come in. Good morning, Jim.
Where is he?
Where is who?
Clive Chubb.
Oh? Has something happened?
You know, Doc, frankly, I'm surprised at you.
Better that than bored.
I spoke to the night watchman at the marina. He says a man fitting Clive's description showed up there at 3 this morning, jangling the keys to your boat.
My keys? Oh, my goodness. My goodness, they're gone.
Oh, and it gets worse, Doc. You're under arrest.
Oh, come on, Jim. Just because I beat you in golf is no reason to pull rank.
I'm serious. Word of Sir Dabney's murder has reached the outside world, and it's created quite a stir. He was a knight of the realm, one of England's leading financial men. His death is a matter of international consequence.
I see. Well, if the whole world is watching, you'd certainly better do what you think best. But I have no idea how Clive got those keys.
Let's go.
Come in.
Excuse me.
Captain Renner, good morning.
Well, I was told I'd find the inspector here.
I'm here, Captain. What is it?
Oh, seeing as how Mr. Chubb has escaped, Lady Dabney sent me ashore to get your permission to sail on to Singapore.
Okay. I suppose there's no reason to keep you.
Oh, I got the papers of detention here.
I'll just sign the release.
Oh, by the way, Doctor, you still interested in that book?
The one that was missing from the library? Did you find it?
Oh, I can't say whether it's the same book, but the cook found this in the garbage this morning when he was weighting it down to toss it overboard. Yeah.
1,000-year-old stories. That's a distinctive title. What was it doing in the garbage?
Well, I don't know. It's rather handsome volume, if you ask me.
Ancient legends from the Chinese.
Are all those papers in order, Inspector?
Yes, here you are. I'll radio out to my man and tell him to let you weigh anchor.
Oh, thank you, sir. Can't imagine what happened to Mr. Chubb.
I think I have some idea about that. Have a safe voyage, Captain.
All right.
Doc, you ready to go? Doc.
Oh, yes. Just let me get my golf clubs.
Golf clubs? You're under arrest.
Oh, I won't be after I've read you the first story in this book.
What do you mean?
I had a feeling all along the empty space on that library shelf had something to do with this.
You think someone deliberately threw that book away?
Oh, yes.
Who?
Sir Dabney. He threw it out because it contained the solution to his murder.
What?
How? It looks like this book is where he got the idea for it.
Where he got the idea for his own murder?
Listen to me. Yeah. The story of the old merchant. In ancient Cathay, there lived a wealthy old merchant, Yang Sun. He was married to a lovely young girl named Shen Fu, and he employed as accountant a gentleman named Shin Mi.
The Dabneys and Mr. Chubb.
Oh, yes, a neat parallel, isn't it? Now, the young wife fell in love with Shin Mi, who resisted her advances at first, but eventually yielded to them. The old merchant, suspecting that his secretary had betrayed him, sought to take revenge. But because the law of Cathay forbade murder, no matter what the provocation, and because Yang Sun felt that life without his wife's love was not worth living, he took his own life, but in such a way that suspicion would fall upon the man who had wronged him.
Suicide.
It all makes sense now.
Clive was having an affair with Lady Dabney then?
No. He was in love with her at first, but restrained himself out of loyalty to Sir Dabney. That's the one detail in which the case differs from the story.
That's too bad. So the old man killed himself for nothing?
I don't know. The fact is, Lady Dabney was enamored of Clive.
So, your friend is innocent?
Yes.
And will you now be so kind as to tell me where we can find him?
I don't know any more than you do, Jim. But if he did take my boat, and I were he, I imagine I'd head straight across the channel to Saipan.
A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, but murder by any other name can make a big difference in the success of an investigation. In fact, as we have just seen, to persist in calling a suicide murder could mean the difference between life and death. Fortunately, the error in labeling was discovered in time, and an innocent man's life was saved. I shall return shortly. curious feature of our story is that although Clive Chubb was innocent, he sought to save himself by a delusion. Time and desire had blotted from his mind the fact that he had never graduated from the Darlow Academy. Yet he swore his innocence to a man who felt compelled to help him because of the old school tie. Would that all our delusions were as harmless as that one. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Russell Horton, Gordon Heath, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What beckoning ghost along the moonlight shade invites my steps and points to yonder glade? Evidently, Mr. Alexander Pope sees his ghosts at night in a garden. However, each of us has his own private ghost, and every now and then it beckons us. To what unknown place shall your ghost summon you? Bobby? Bobby, is that you?
Yes. My name could be Bobby. It sounds familiar.
It is. Your name is Bobby.
Who are you?
I'm Joe.
Joe. That sounds familiar, too.
Now, look, Bobby. Where are we?
Where are we? We're here.
Yeah, but where is here?
I don't know.
Are we dead?
I don't know how to answer that.
Our mystery drama, The Forever Alley, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is not as chic as tennis, nor yet as stylish as golf, but they say it has more adherents than both those games combined. I refer here, of course, to the ancient sport of skittles, which has evolved into the modern sport of bowling. Who can fail to be fascinated by the heavy ball as it careens swiftly down the glassy, smooth, and gleaming wooden lane and smashes into the head pin, just a trifle off-center, and in the blink of an eye, none are standing. All 10 are lying on their sides, some still spinning from the violence at impact. Well, bowling, as you know, is a sport. And like all such pastimes, there are those who can take it and those who can leave it alone. Then there are those to whom it's a religion.
Please sit down, Lieutenant Mulvaney.
Okay.
Now then.
Hold it, Doc. Now, before we go into now then, can we go over the ground rules?
The ground rules?
Well, you're the official psychiatrist. You're working for the police department.
I'm paid by the department. I'm working for you.
For me. Well, now just suppose after we go round and round a little bit with this thing, you should come to the conclusion that I'm nuts. Do you report that?
That's a very complicated question.
All I want is a simple answer.
I understand your problem, but I'm a doctor. I have an obligation to my patient. But as a public official, I have an equally important duty. Perhaps it might be best if you consulted a private psychiatrist.
I did.
Oh?
But I can't afford it anymore. I've already been there 10 times. We still haven't got past what happened to me when I was 5 years old.
But sometimes it's vital.
Now, look, Doc, what's bothering me right now has nothing to do with what happened when I was 5.
Can you be sure of that?
Yes, Doc, I'm sure.
What's your departmental assignment?
Missing persons.
Is the problem, as far as you know, job-related?
Oh, yes. Yes, but it's also personal. You see, I'm trying to find a man who's reported missing. He's also my brother-in-law, my sister's husband.
Yes?
And he's been gone a month.
Well, have you been able to make any progress at all?
Now, this is where it gets difficult.
Why?
Well, you see, the fact is, I know where he is.
You know where he is?
Yeah.
Then he isn't missing.
Oh, no, he's missing, all right. He's just as missing as he ever was.
You'll have to explain.
Henrietta, my sister, she marries a fellow named Bobby Clover. He's got a job, sells stocks and bonds. They live good, no kids, so they got plenty to spend on themselves. He's okay with money, so she's got no complaints in that department. However...
Yes?
He's got a sickness.
What is it?
Bowling.
Bowling? Do you call bowling a sickness?
Well, in his case.
Bowling? What other game calls for such coordination, such timing?
I'm only repeating what my sister tells me.
It is a game of consummate skill, completely devoid of all pretension.
Excuse me, Doctor. I didn't know you were a fan.
Yes, I'm a fan. In the literally derived sense of the word, fan, a shortening for fanatic. Let me understand. You say your brother-in-law is missing. Then you say you know where he is. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then you add that despite the fact that you know where he is, he's still missing. You were about to expand on that.
Yeah. Now, I know things weren't all that smooth between Bobby and Henrietta, but I had no idea how bad it was until one night somebody rings my bell. And who's standing there but my sister, Henrietta.
I have to talk to you, Joe.
All right? Can I get you something?
No, Joe, you've got to do something.
About what?
About Bobby.
Now, Bobby's your problem, Henrietta.
I never see him.
Never?
All day long, he's out working.
Well, you can't hate him for that.
But he isn't home at night either.
Oh? Is there, someone else?
Not someone, something.
Something?
Some women have to worry about a blonde. My rival is a bowling ball and 10 sticks of wood.
Now, look, you knew he liked bowling before you married him.
To like it is one thing. To worship it is something else.
Hey, that's a pretty strong word.
I never see him.
You still love him?
Yes.
Well, there's only one sure way you'll keep him. Become involved. Go bowling with him.
I tried that. It doesn't work. I only embarrass him half the time the ball rolls into the gutter.
Well...
When it doesn't, it kind of teeters along the edge. And then maybe it knocks over one single solitary pin. Maybe, if I'm lucky, too. My highest score is 23.
23?
And I cheated. Please, Joe, talk to him.
All right. What do you want me to tell him?
You always know the right thing to say at the right time. I have every confidence in you. And did you go to see your brother-in-law, Lieutenant?
Yes, Doctor.
And what did you say to him?
I went to the lanes where he hangs out. It must have been 2 a.m. The place was practically empty. I think they were getting ready to close. He was the only customer left. He was all by himself. And he was still bowling. Bobby?
Oh, Joe. What are you doing here?
Looking for you.
I didn't know you bowled.
A little, now and then.
Oh, you want to roll a few frames? I think it's too late for this place, but they've got some all-night alleys a little ways from here.
No, some other time, Bobby.
Oh. Well, what can I do for you?
Want to stop off somewhere and have some coffee?
Sure.
And talk?
Well, she asked you to see me, didn't she?
Sure. But she's got a pretty good case, you have to admit that.
I'm never home. She never sees me. We never spend time together. You don't get married to live this kind of life. Marriage is companionship. Marriage is doing things together. Marriage is sharing. Marriage is caring. Joe, I know what I'm doing isn't right.
Well, if you know it isn't right, why do you keep on doing it?
Because I can't help myself.
Oh, come on, Bobby.
I'm hooked. Do you understand? No. No. How could you understand? Here. You see this ball? This is what I live for. Watch me aim it. Watch me approach the line. Watch me release it and send it down the lane. Now look. See it? It's a strike. You see him scatter? Look. That's what I live for. Sounds crazy, huh?
Well,
right now, this is the only time I feel alive. Oh, sure, I can go through the motions, I can do my job, and I do it well. But everything else is just killing time. This, right here, this is living. I just want to spend the rest of my life bowling.
Yeah. What do you say we have that cup of coffee anyhow, huh?
Sure. You got your car? I came down with some other guys, but they had to leave early.
No, I'm parked right in front.
Okay, let me change my shoes and stuff and settle my bill. I'll meet you outside.
Yeah, okay. And that's when he disappeared, Doctor.
Is he a good bowler, your brother-in-law?
Yeah, I suppose.
Would you happen to know his average?
No, I don't know. I think I heard him say something like 220.
220?
Mm-hmm.
That's tournament caliber, 220? If I could bowl 220, I'd shut up shop and... I'm about 180 myself. I think I'm getting better all the... Oh, yeah, no. You said... That's when he disappeared. Please explain.
Well, all he was going to do, as I said, was change his shoes, pay his bill, and meet me in the car. How long does that take?
It doesn't take me more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So, I go out the door, get into the car, even start up the motor. I turn on the radio, find one of those nice, easy music stations. I figure he's excited. It'll help calm him down. Maybe we can talk sensibly. So I'm sitting there and sitting there. It's a couple of minutes, then 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Then I see a guy. It turns out to be the manager. He comes out, starts to lock the door. Hey, hold it a second. Wait a minute. Now, you can't lock up.
Who says I can't lock up? I gotta go home and go to sleep, too.
Now, just wait a minute, huh?
You want to bowl? You get here at a decent hour. First, you make a reservation. Sometimes we got leagues.
I don't want to bowl.
Then what are you doing here?
There's still somebody inside.
Oh, there ain't nobody inside. I make sure I'm the last one out.
My brother-in-law is still in there.
I'm trying to tell you.
My brother-in-law, Bobby Clover. Do you know Bobby Clover?
Do I know Bobby Clover? Bobby Clover is sending my kids through college.
Well, he's still in there.
It's an exaggeration, but you just give me some more customers like Bobby Clover.
I tell you, Bobby's still in there.
He is, huh? Oh. Look, pal, you have maybe a little bit of a load on you?
No, but I'll tell you what I do have. I made this badge.
Oh? Well, you're a cop. Look, is Bobby in a jam?
Come on, open up.
Sure.
Turn on the lights.
Well, you can see. The joint's empty.
Bobby? Where could he have gone?
What do you mean, where could he have gone? This is it. Over there beside that glass wall. You know, right behind it, we got the coffee shop. Those 2 doors are the restrooms. That door's my office.
All right, let's look.
Look where? Before I close, I always double-check everything out.
Well, let's do it again.
Well, you satisfied? There's nobody here.
There's no way out except through the front doors, right?
This is it?
Yeah, wait a minute. I remember he said to me, I'll change shoes and settle up. Wait for me in the car. Now, there was nobody else in the place. Everyone had already gone. Now, remember, you were sitting there at the counter reading a paper.
Magazine.
And I went out. Now, what did you see? What did you hear?
Bobby sings out, "Hey, Fred, what do I owe you? Let's settle up." So I told her the tab. And I see I don't have any more receipts left in the book. "Hey, Bobby," I say, "I gotta go in an office for a second and get a new receipt book."
Yeah?
Well, that's what I do. I go into the office. I pick up a receipt book, and I'm on my way out again when the phone rings. It's the wife. Hey, Fred, she says, bring me home a quart of chocolate ice cream. And I says, hey, Ruthie, how you gonna lose weight, huh?
How long were you on the phone?
With Ruthie? That's my wife. It's 1, 2, 3, hello and goodbye.
How long would you estimate?
30 seconds, maybe 45 seconds, a minute top.
All right. And then?
Well, then I pick up the receipt book and come out, and he's gone. Bobby's gone.
How could he be gone?
He's gone. G-O-N-E, gone.
Look, didn't it strike you as strange? He said he wanted to settle up, and then when you came out, he was gone?
So what? I figure he's in a hurry. It can wait till tomorrow. I assume he just left.
Well, it's impossible for him to just walk out of this place without my seeing him. There's only one exit, right?
Right.
And I'm parked directly in front of your door.
You are?
So you tell me, how could he leave without my seeing him? How could he? Come on, answer my question.
Hey, Lieutenant, what do you want from me?
It's a question we hear quite often. And what can we want from poor Fred, the manager? At any rate, let us review. Do we have all the elements? There is only one way out of the bowling alley, and Lieutenant Joe Mulvaney had it covered. There's no place to hide in the bowling alley, and the place has been thoroughly searched. So, what are we to assume? Well, we can safely assume that we shall all meet here for the second act. Raise the stone, and ye shall find me. Cleave the wood, and there I am. Yes, if only it were that simple. Bobby Clover was sitting in a large, bright bowling alley, and suddenly, mysteriously, unaccountably, he just disappeared. There is absolutely no place to hide. And even if there were, there's no way he could get there without being seen. What's to be done? Right now, all we can do is support that arm of our local police department that's concerned with it.
Lieutenant Mulvaney, a man cannot simply vanish into thin air.
Oh, come on, Doctor. You have to do better than that. A man obviously did.
I'm not a police detective, but...
Yeah.
It would seem to me that somehow the man, this brother-in-law of yours, was able to make his way out of the building undetected.
Now, Doctor, I explained to you there was only one exit, and I was watching it.
A rear window?
All the windows were locked from the inside.
The cellar?
There is no cellar, no basement. The place rests on a concrete slab.
The room for utilities, the heat, the air conditioning?
All that is in a metal shed attached to the outside of the building.
Very well, Lieutenant. Then there must be some secret door or panel or a passageway.
No. We played that game, too. I got guys in from loft and burglary. You couldn't hide a mouse on the floor, the walls, the ceiling. These guys would spot it. No, they checked out every square, or I ought to say every cubic inch of the premises.
But suppose... I'm not trying to do your work for you, but suppose the manager, Fred, suppose he had wanted to murder your brother-in-law.
No, a homicide's already been there. First, he would need a motive, and they couldn't find one. Besides, why would Fred kill his best customer?
We are exploring possibilities.
Sure, we're also clutching at straws, Doctor, but go on with it. Now, say Fred killed him. How did Fred dispose of the body? Huh? Now, Bobby Clover is 6 feet tall, weighs 190. What do you do with him? There's no place to hide him, no way to make him disappear. I mean, you might think of ways to reduce Bobby's body to nothing, but they'd all require two things. A, Fred did not have time, and B, various kinds of equipment.
Then there can be only one explanation.
Yes, Doctor?
He walked through the door. You failed to see him.
All right, just for the sake of argument, we'll say that's possible. Where could he go? He was 10 miles from home. He didn't have a car.
That's what he told you, but he may have had one parked
Now,
nearby.
why? Why would he do
Perhaps
that?
he felt he had to disappear.
All right, once again, why?
You're a missing persons detective. Why do people disappear? A variety of reasons. A situation at home or on the job becomes intolerable.
No, I checked that out.
Yes?
I said to myself, Joe, it's a blow to your pride, but face it like a man. Somehow, he managed to sneak past you, all right?
And once you faced it?
I decided to forget that Bobby Clover was my sister's husband. Even that Henrietta was my sister. So, I went back to her house.
Joe, come in. Do you have something to tell me?
No, I'm here to find out if you have something to tell me.
What do you mean?
Henrietta, why would Bobby want to disappear?
I don't know.
How were things at home here?
I told you. There was very little doing at home. He was hardly ever here.
Now, look, Henrietta, I want to help you, but I'm not doing you any good unless I ask the right questions. It wasn't going well here, was it?
I told you.
He walked out on you.
No.
He had to. He wasn't kidnapped. He wasn't murdered. The guy leaves his wife. Why?
He didn't leave me. He would never leave
Then
me.
why isn't he here now? He's got another woman, hasn't he?
Another woman? Why would he What would he do with another woman? He didn't even have time for me.
All right, come on now. Tell me the truth.
There was no other woman.
Is that your pride talking?
How could there be another woman? All day he's working. All night he's at the bowling alley. Maybe a wife has to hold still for that, but a girlfriend wouldn't tolerate it.
Henrietta, I want to help you.
Then don't ask stupid questions.
A woman knows. She can sense when her husband's got someone on the string.
I'd stake my life on it. He had the bowling. That was his other woman.
Okay. If it isn't love, it has to be money.
Money?
Yeah, sometimes a man gets into debt.
Not Bobby.
Over his head, he can't see a way out.
Bobby had no money troubles. He has all the money he needs. He gives me all I want. I'll even show you the bank books. He didn't behave like a man who was pressed for money.
Oh, maybe we're not talking about the same kind of money, Henrietta. Now, Bobby has access to a lot of cash at the office.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe he was tempted.
Joe, you're talking about my husband.
What if he's in so deeply?
Never. What are you trying to do to me?
I'm trying to find Bobby.
Are Mr. Clover's accounts in order?
Yes, Mrs. Soames, that's what I asked you.
And why would you think that they might not be in order?
Well, you could answer that question with one word. Yes or no?
The answer, Lieutenant, is yes. They are in perfect order. And now, sir, I trust that since that question was the object of your visit, there is nothing else.
But have you answered the question, Mrs. Soames?
Please explain yourself.
A trusted employee of a brokerage firm appropriates a sum of money. The theft is discovered or about to be discovered, so that person leaves.
Are you implying...
No, I haven't finished. His employers are in a dilemma. If they report it to the police, if they prosecute, the thing becomes public. Unfortunately, that harms their image and hurts their reputation, and could cost them more in the long run than the money they're out of pocket. So they bite the bullet and eat the loss. Is that what happened here?
Mr. Clover's accounts were in perfect order.
Now, Mrs. Soames, I'm not saying Bobby Clover ran away from here because of money, but if he did, and if you're letting him get away with it, what you're doing is telling all your other employees that the cash box is open.
Mr. Clover's accounts were in perfect order, and we have no idea why he should have disappeared. And now, sir, if you will be kind enough to excuse me. Do you believe her?
Yes, I believe her.
Very well, then we may assume there was no irregularity at the office. Did you believe his wife when she claimed there was no other woman?
Yes.
Then at this point, you're a city detective on a routine investigation. You're having problems, and that's to be expected. Why do you think you need a psychiatrist?
Do you remember I told you I know where Bobby is?
Yes. And I'm waiting for you to get to it.
It's crazy.
Where is he?
I started at the beginning. I asked myself, what really happened? I got to the bowling alley just as they were closing. That's what I told you, right?
Yes.
And there were 3 of us in the place. Me, Bobby, and the manager, Fred.
I remember.
And Bobby says, go out and start the car. All I have to do is change my shoes and pay the bill, okay?
Very well.
So I go out and sit in the car and wait. And finally, the manager, Fred, he comes out and starts to lock the place up. Well, so far, this is it. You agree?
So far?
So, we go back in. No Bobby anywhere inside. And no way for him to get out without my seeing him. And most important, no reason for him to even want to sneak out. Do you follow this?
I think so.
All right. There can only be one answer.
And what's that?
He's still in there.
But we've established beyond the shadow of a doubt that there's no place where he could be inside that bowling alley.
You know, it's funny. You should have used that word.
What word?
Shadow. And why did you say that? Why did you just say the word shadow?
Why do you make an issue of it?
Because I've been given to understand that no word is ever used idly. Subconsciously, every word we say, even the most offhanded remark, is deliberate.
And what does this have to do with the fact that I happen to use the word shadow?
Because I know now that maybe shadow is what this whole thing is about.
Shadow?
Did you also figure it out?
Figure out what, Lieutenant?
Maybe you're not aware of it.
Suppose you tell me what I'm supposed to have figured out.
Well, since the answer has to be in that bowling alley, I went back there about 2 a.m. And Fred, the manager, is about to close up. So I say to him, Fred?
Yeah?
Is it okay if I look around?
I'm closing up. Can you come back tomorrow?
No, I want to be here when the place is empty.
I promised the wife I'd come right home. Look, I can give you a spare key. All you gotta do is turn the lock as you leave, huh?
I walk inside. I sit down on one of the benches behind the alleys. The empty lanes look just like a part of some huge underground cavern with tiny lights twinkling in the ceiling. And then I hear it. Someone is bowling. But where? Who? And then I see him. He's standing right in front of me. He's about to bowl again. Bobby! Hey, Bobby!
Don't do that, Joe. Don't ever do that again.
Yeah, but Bobby...
You can't do that to a man when he's about to bowl. You can't yell and break his concentration.
Listen, Bobby.
No, you listen, Joe. Look at what you made me do. I hit the head pin too fast, and now I got a split. I got a 7-10 split.
Okay, Bobby, I'm sorry.
Well, you should be.
Bobby, are you real?
What do you mean, am I real?
That night, what happened?
Wait a minute. I got something more important to do. Oh, too much outside spin, so she goes into the gutter. I gotta work on that, Joe. Hey, Terry, we're down by 2. It can cost us a match.
Bobby, who are you talking to?
Oh, a guy by the name of Terry. He's my partner tonight. We're bowling against 2 guys who are really great.
Bobby, listen to me.
The truth is, I'm even better than either of those 2 guys. But Terry's a little weak, you know? I'd give anything for a new partner. Wait a minute. Joe? Is that why you're here?
What are you saying?
Is it what you wanted? More than anything in the world?
No. I'm just here because I'm looking for you.
That means you can leave, huh?
I guess so.
Are you sure? Could you just get up from that bench and walk to the door? Could you? Try it.
Sure. Look. I can do it.
Oh.
Do you mean you can't?
No. I can't.
Why not, Bobby?
Because maybe I really don't want to.
We seem to have a rather strange bowling alley here. Or maybe it's only strange because it's closed for the night. Maybe all bowling alleys are strange when they're closed for the night. Which should open up a whole new line of conjecture. What happens on golf courses, in ballparks, concert halls, and theaters when they're closed for the night and theoretically empty? Well, we can't close until we bring you Act 3, and we shall shortly. Where lies the land to which our ship must go? Far ahead, far ahead. That's all we ever know.
Whither are we drifting? Where are we bound? There is a place of heart's desire. Call it paradise, call it heaven, and perhaps some of us will make it there. Evidently, a gentleman named Bobby Clover has already arrived.
Bobby, what happened?
Wait, I have to roll. That should put us back in the lead. You know, that partner of mine's a lot of dead wood they carry around.
Bobby, wait a minute now. You say you have a partner?
Yeah, he's bowling in number 7, right next to us.
Well, I don't see him. I don't hear him.
You don't?
Well, I see you. I hear you. I hear your ball when it rolls down the alley, but that's all.
That's all? This place is so crowded, so noisy, I can hardly hear myself think.
Now, Bobby, what's going on?
What's going on with what?
With everything. Now, I remember the last time I saw you, just before the guy closed up for the night. You know, Fred?
Fred,
the manager.
I don't know any Fred. I guess I lost him.
You lost him?
Well, you start losing people from the other place.
What other place, Bobby?
The other place, where you used to be. They start dropping out of your mind. I guess the more unimportant people fall away first.
Now, you do remember me, though.
Oh, you? Joe? Oh, sure.
Yeah, and, Henrietta?
Henrietta. Yeah, I'll remember her longest of all.
That sounds as if you're going to forget her. After a while.
After a while, you have to forget everybody.
Hey, Bobby, wait a minute. Am I dreaming? What's happening?
I don't know if you'll be able to understand it, but you remember that night you came here and wanted to talk to me?
Yeah.
I was bowling, right?
Right.
And we talked about it. I said to you, this is what I live for.
Yeah, I remember.
And I said, what I really want I could never have. And you asked, why not? And I answered, I said, I just want to spend the rest of my life bowling. Just bowling.
Yeah, so?
So I meant it. Did you ever get to say anything that just expressed everything that mattered to you? It's like you reduced your whole life to one complete statement. Did you?
No.
Well, I did. And no sooner had I done it when I felt something happen inside me.
Like what?
It was like a sudden warm current that runs through your blood. Maybe I kind of blacked out for a minute, but then suddenly I was bowling again. Here. Right here. And I've been bowling ever since.
Bobby, I'm going to ask you what might sound like a crazy question. Are you dead?
Well, to tell you the truth, Joe, I don't know. All I know is I'm doing what I always wanted to do. Bowl.
You don't want to go home to Henrietta?
Henrietta?
Your wife.
Well, I know she's my wife, but I can't make her happy.
Bobby, she loves you. She misses you.
After a while, she'll forget me, and it'll be for the best.
But you had a great job. You could go places.
A job? Did I have a job?
Now, you know you had a job.
I guess I did. I'm forgetting. Help me remember.
Do you remember you worked for Morley and Soames?
Oh, yeah. Right. Millicent Soames. Yeah, she took it over when her husband died. Frosty dame, too. Well, when I first came there, something bothered me. You see, we have some old dead files nobody ever looks through, and by mistake, I guess I put an envelope with $40,000 worth of bearer bonds in those dead files.
$40,000?
I was afraid that old lady Soames would think I stole them. I wanted to come back and tell her, but it was too late.
Why? Why do you say it's too late?
Everything fades away except what you really want to do.
How does it happen? I'm able to see you, Bobby, and hear you. How was I able to find you?
Because, well, I guess you wanted to find me more than anything else in the whole world. After all, you love your sister and you want her to be happy, but the only way you can make her happy is to tell her to forget me.
Now, listen, Bobby.
And you forget me, too. Goodbye, Joe.
Now, Bobby. Bobby? Bobby, where are you? Where did you go?
And then?
He was gone, Doctor.
I see.
What do you see?
You told me a story that consists of several separate, distinct elements. First, you went to see your brother-in-law at your sister's urging.
Yeah, that's true.
Second, you met him late at night at a bowling alley. Talked to him. Fred, the manager's told us you were there.
You mean you've been checking my story?
Now, bear with me, please. From here on, every element rests on your own say-so. You say you'd arranged to wait outside in your car for your brother-in-law.
Yes, that's true.
You say you waited, and he never came out of the bowling alley.
He never did.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Let me tell you what could have happened. He was going to pay Fred, but Fred had to go into the office. Instead of waiting for Fred to return, Bobby decided to leave. He walked out and got into your car.
Now, wait a minute. You haven't been listening. He never came out of that place.
That is what you say. Suppose he did. Suppose he did get into your car, and suppose you killed him.
Okay. Why? Why would I want to kill him?
Because you love your sister more than anyone or anything else in the world.
And that's why I would kill the man she's crazy about?
Yes, because he was not going to be good enough for her. He didn't love her, or at least not as much as she loved him. After a while, he would have broken her heart, destroyed her. Well?
Therefore, I killed Bobby.
And when Fred, the manager, began to lock up, you pretended that Bobby hadn't come out yet. Thus, you set in motion the entire charade that has been going on for almost a month.
And this is what you infer from what I've been telling you?
Yes.
Well, it isn't so. I've stated the truth.
I'm sure that by now you believe it is the truth.
Have you reported any of this to my superior officers?
No.
Do you intend to?
I have a clear-cut duty.
You intend to accuse me of murder?
I think you have told me a story which points very strongly in that direction.
Well, suppose you're wrong. What happens to my reputation? Now, Doctor, I've been watching you while I was talking about how Bobby Clover was bowling. And you have the same look in your eyes he has in his. I think you're just as hooked as he is.
What does this have to do with
you think I'm crazy?
That is an extremely dangerous and misleading word. I think you're not quite sane.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Consider your basic premise. Bobby Clover expresses a desire to spend the rest of his life bowling. Therefore, suddenly, somehow, he's transplanted or transmuted into another world where he may indulge this passion forever.
And that is why I'm nuts, huh?
That's another unfortunate word.
Yeah, but it tells a story. You know, I learned something from Bobby you didn't.
And what was that?
I knew how badly I wanted to find him, and I realized how badly he wanted to just bowl for the rest of his life. So I learned that if you want something badly enough, you get it.
Oh, if that were true, there would be no frustration in the world.
Well, wanting it badly means wanting it completely. It's the kind of want that exists in very few people. It's just too strong, too overpowering. Is that how you feel about bowling, Doctor? I said before I could see it in your eyes.
It's my weakness. Yes. I love to bowl. I can lose myself.
Are you game for a test?
What sort of test?
Let's go down to the bowling alley tonight.
Oh? Why?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Hey there, Lieutenant. Hello, Fred. I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Underhill, Dr. Fred, the manager.
How do you do?
Hey, Doc. How are you? The doctor would like to bowl a few frames.
Go right ahead. Hey, those are some shoes. And that ball. Doc, you one of the pros on the tour?
I wish I were.
Oh, you're on number 7. Best lane in the house.
Thank you.
Hey, that was beautiful, Doctor.
Thank you.
You know something? You're beautiful, too.
Probably.
Well, that's a funny way to accept a compliment.
But it's true.
You know, I never noticed it before. You are beautiful.
Yes, when I bowl.
You know, I looked at you before this as a kind of quiet, pale...
nondescript middle-aged lady.
No. I wouldn't say middle-aged exactly, but now, here, your eyes are sparkling, your cheeks are bright, you kind of vibrate with excitement.
Now I'm living. When I'm doing this, I don't know what this game does to me, but it's the only time I'm completely alive.
Don't say any more.
I go through the motions of a job and a career.
No, stop.
I do what I do to get paid. I even do it well.
Stop right now. Stop unless you want to do it forever.
But this is all I want.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Believe me.
I live to do this, to aim the ball, approach the line, swing and release, and down the lane. Just this.
No.
If I could only spend the rest of my life doing this.
Oh, Doctor.
Hey, Lieutenant. How's it going? Hey. Where's the doctor?
The doctor?
Yeah. What happened to the doctor?
I guess she left.
Well, didn't she come in here with you?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she was going to leave here with me.
Oh, I get it. Well, you know how dames are. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, that's right. Right, Fred.
Yeah. Good night, Lieutenant.
Missing persons, Lieutenant Mulvaney. Oh, yes, Inspector. Who? The police department psychiatrist. Yeah, I'm taking it down. Martha Underhill, age 46. There's missing... Yeah, I'm getting it. Say her hobby was bowling. Well, we'll certainly check all the alleys. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can depend on me to make a most thorough and intensive search.
And because he's a most conscientious detective, we know he did. But where she had gone, there was no following her. Only a comparatively few dedicated people could arrive at the place, and then they couldn't get back. Well, we hope she teamed up with Bobby Clover, who certainly needed a new partner. I'll be back shortly. Is it possible that a person whose entire being can focus and concentrate on a desired result can actually harness a unique cosmic force and simply make it happen? Whether or not you approve of or even believe in it, the fact remains that millions of people devoutly do. On the other hand, Lieutenant Mulvaney might have murdered his brother-in-law and then discovered that he would also have to kill the doctor to cover his tracks. Which version is true? It's not for us to say. Our job is to provide you with choices, options, and food for thought. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Marion Seldes, Catherine Byers, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Without a doubt, love is one of the most powerful of human emotions, yet the least explainable. So much has been claimed for love, that it makes the world go round, that it conquers all, that it is blind, and so forth. What if love were not merely an emotion, but a manifestation of the Spirit? What would this Spirit of love do if it were denied, rejected, and banished? That is the premise of the strange story we will shortly unfold.
I believe your problem, Professor, is that you want no one to get close to you.
You're right. I can't stand intimacy.
Those who don't want things often get them.
Then I ought to have affection poured all over me, because I hate it.
Who knows? Perhaps you will.
I hope not. I'd rather die first.
Our mystery drama, Shadow of Love, adapted from a story by Robert Hitchens, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Robert Dryden and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Is love just a feeling, or could it be a real being? That is what is behind this unbelievable story of the friendship of a scientist and a priest. People who knew them both often wondered what these two had in common. One was all skeptic, and the other all faith. Let us hear from the latter, Father Xavier Murchison.
Professor Gildea was not one of my parishioners. My parish is way downtown. The people are poor. On weekdays, the basement of St. Saviour's is a recreation hall welcoming the kids of the Lower East Side. The professor lived on the Upper East Side. But what a lonely fellow he was. His own doing, of course. A brilliant scientist lecturing everywhere, but who avoided human, personal contact of any intimate nature. Gildea was the only man I've ever met who disliked love or any form of affection. It repelled him. At any rate, how we met, it was at one of his lectures. Professor Gildea?
Yes? Oh, I see you're a priest. I should have said yes, Father, since you were kind enough to call me Professor without knowing what I profess.
I had to come backstage to tell you how very much I enjoyed what you said tonight.
Really? I shouldn't have thought we scientific doubting Thomases had much in common with a man who has blind faith.
Oh, not blind, Professor. We have faith because our eyes have been opened, just as St. Thomas were.
You intrigue me, Father. Would you like to have dinner with me one day next week at my place?
I'm flattered that I would interest the scientific mind.
But don't be. It's not personal, Father. I've spent a lifetime investigating. How can I overlook religion? How about dinner, say, next Sunday?
I'm preaching the evening service at our church downtown.
Well, come afterwards. I'll write down the address on 5th Avenue. I'm right opposite Central Park. I never got your name, Father.
Xavier Murchison. We became friends. Certainly an unholy alliance. I think I pitied Gildea, this hard-working, eminently successful man of the big brain who never wanted anyone to help him.
Friends? Oh, they're few and far between.
Well, that's because you don't like people.
Very few. In fact, none.
I realize that straight off. You want no one to get close to you.
You're right, Father. I cannot stand intimacy.
It's interesting that you want so very little out of life.
It's my bed. I made it and I lie on it.
Those who don't want things often get them, while those who spend a lifetime searching for something generally don't.
Then I ought to have affection poured all over me, because I hate it.
Perhaps someday you will.
I hope not. I'd rather die first.
A prophetic statement. But at the time, how did I know? How could I? And then it began. The events that changed Gildea's life completely. One Sunday, I arrived for our weekly dinner early. Pitting, the professor's assistant and houseman, let me in. Oh, good evening, Father Murchison. Evening, Pitting. Professor home? No, not yet, Father. He's been out all day, and a late appointment with his publishers. His first 2 books sold so well, they're asking for another. Well, I'd say that was good news.
Hello there, Pitting. Did Father Murchison arrive? Ah, there you are. I'm sorry I was detained. Pitting, dinner in half an hour and drinks right now in the library.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and Pitting, how is Napoleon today?
Oh, very well, sir, I believe. I removed the cover from his cage. I believe you forgot, sir, when you left early this morning.
I did not forget. When I want that parrot uncovered, I shall do so myself. There is a reason for what I do. I would thank you kindly not to undo what I have done without asking me first.
This extraordinary outburst about the uncovering of a parrot was the first sign of many to come, which, but I don't want to get ahead of my story. Pitting brought the drinks into the study, quickly covered the parrot, and disappeared.
I suppose I was a bit heavy-handed, wasn't I? I apologize for the brouhaha about Napoleon, but I had my reasons for wanting him kept covered.
You've had this parrot a long time?
I was making a study of the imitative powers of birds a while back, and I never got rid of him. But for reasons of my own, right now I want him shut up in darkness. Father, do you think that I'm an attractive man?
Well, bless me, I don't know.
I mean, do you think that there's anything about me which might draw a human being or an animal irresistibly to me?
Whether you desire it or not?
Definitely if I did not desire it.
I imagine it would be very disagreeable to be liked, to be run after by anybody one objected to.
Or by anything. Oh, that's horrible.
What are you saying, Professor Gildea?
Father Murchison, I have no one I can tell this to, so... Well, shall we say that you're elected? How much time do we have before dinner? Enough. Come with me out the front door. Now, as you can see, my house faces Central Park. My brownstone is just across Fifth Avenue opposite that path there into the park.
Ah, I see a bench just behind the tree. I suppose you're out there often?
Well, sometimes, not often. Generally, I stand at my door, take a few deep breaths, and then go on in to dinner and spend the evening working.
I dare say if I lived here, I'd be out there morning, noon, and night. So peaceful.
Yes. Well, a few nights ago, Thursday, I came out, as I do, and I stood here. On that bench, I saw a dark object sitting, its back to me. Couldn't tell if it was a man, woman, or child. You know, right away, I had a most peculiar feeling about it. I wanted to go and get close to it, but I couldn't move. I just stood here where I am now, my thoughts drawn to this person or thing on that bench.
Thing?
Well, why it took such hold over my imagination, I don't know. Finally, I forced myself to cross the street and walk up the path to the bench.
And?
Well, it wasn't there. I hadn't taken my eyes off it, but it had disappeared. I looked up and down the path everywhere. It was gone. And for some strange reason, I was hurt. Angry. I turned around, came back here, and found that I had left the door open. Not advisable in any neighborhood in the city at night.
In that little time, it's not likely anybody could have come in here without you seeing them.
It's interesting what you say, but you're wrong. There was someone here.
Oh? Did you catch them?
Well, that's just it. Now, I'm not a man of hysterical imagination. The moment I came in this door, I knew there was somebody here. Not my man Pitting, but the very same person or thing I had seen on that park bench. I just knew it. I was so positive, I walked right upstairs expecting to find this visitor waiting for me. And no one there. I came down again, went into the kitchen. No one.
I beg your pardon, Professor Gilder. Dinner is served.
Thank you, Pitting. We'll be along directly.
A delicious meal, Professor. Thank you. Now, I'm anxious to hear more.
Yes, well, that night I went to bed, slept well, but when I arose the next morning, I knew the presence was still in this house.
You didn't see it, but you knew it.
Mental sensation. I knew it was here. I went to my study. I worked hard. I had lunch. At 2:00, I was due at a lecture. I left the house, and suddenly I was aware I was alone. The thing had not followed me into the street. That evening, when I came home, it was still here. I sensed it was very attentive to me, concerned. And by the time I got up to go to bed, I realized what the presence was up to.
What was it?
It was personally interested in me.
You felt that?
Oh, yes. Yes, it was fond or becoming fond of me. Father, I want you to see something. Now, I'm going over to the corner of the room, and I'm taking the cloth from the parrot cage. There we are. Now, Father Murchison, have a good look at the parrot. Now, tell me what you see.
Well, Napoleon seems to be asleep on his perch.
Right. Sort of half asleep, half awake. Now, what is it doing now?
Ruffling its feathers, I should say. Now it's doing a little dance, a little jig. Oh, that's strange.
All right, back to sleep, Napoleon. I'll cover you up again. Yes, Father. A little dance. A jig, you called it. Father, if you were to ask me, it was the mincing steps of a woman. Napoleon has never done that before. These are absurdly imitated birds. You see, I think that it is imitating that presence.
Are you saying that the presence is female?
Yes, I certainly am.
Oh, dear me.
The parrot has sensed it or seen it and has copied it.
You can't believe your parrot was just now seeing the apparition in this room and imitating it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And it is still here.
Professor Gilder, let me speak to you as a friend. To believe that a parrot, an entirely physical creature with limited perceptions, is able to see what you cannot see and imitate it is more than any sensible person can believe. More than I can believe, and more than you should believe.
Are you quite finished? I can tell you more. Father, it's at me here now. Oh, God, there's a cloying closeness about it. I feel it here. Right here. Oh, it horrifies me. It horrifies me.
As I said when we began, what if an emotion had entity? Taking it a step further than the emotion of love, take hate with a hand raised in anger. Take revenge, despair, fear. What if all those could appear to you and me as actual beings, haunting us and making themselves unwelcome visitors? All fancy, you say? Wait with me and see if the fanciful takes on substance when I return with more of the mystery in Act 2. Professor Gildea, famed scientist, within 1 inch of receiving the highest accolades of the scientific community, had one great failing. He was either unwilling or unable to let any person come close to him. That extraordinary mortal, the self-sufficient man. Then, one day, a presence invaded his home. An invisible, loving creature. And after that, the professor was never the same again. His friend, the priest, Father Xavier Murchison, takes up the story.
Although his doctor gave Professor Gildea a clean bill of health, I persuaded him to take a week off, cancel whatever speaking engagements he might have, and put the laboratory and his own home out of his thoughts. He went up the coast. After a week, I got a card from him posted from the Cape, telling me what train was bringing him home.
Ah, Father Murchison. I didn't expect to see you here at the station. What a nice surprise.
Well, I didn't expect it myself, but as it happened, I had to visit a sick person right in the neighborhood this afternoon, so I thought I'd chance it.
Yes, to see if I was still a sick person, huh?
Are you? No, I don't think so. A week on the Cape, the sea air, you looked just fine. Did you have good weather?
Yes, perfect, glorious.
You were quite alone up there?
Do you mean was I pursued by my ghost? No, I wasn't, thank heavens, quite alone. The beach, the seagulls, the sea, my only companions.
Ah, I've never seen you look better.
I never felt better. Not a care in the world. Father, what am I kidding myself for? I'm terribly anxious to find out if that thing is still in my house.
Oh, you've seen the last of it, I'm sure.
I have had it, and now we'll see. A taxi. Pitting, pay the cab and take my bag, will you? Father Murchison is staying for dinner. Let's go in, Father.
Well, I was thinking, Professor, perhaps I'd better scoot back to St. Saviour's for a few hours and then return in time for dinner.
I know that I'm being selfish. Well, we've climbed the flight to the study. Let's go in.
I've always liked this room. Now, if I'm to remain here, I'd better call St. Saviour's.
Well, there's a telephone in the hall. I'll pour small glasses for us both. Whiskey?
When Pitting comes upstairs, I think I'd prefer a cup of tea.
Well, as you wish. Turn on the light. The telephone is right there. All right. Now that you've had your tea, Father, and I've had 2 whiskeys, let us see what we shall see.
Are you really relaxed? No feeling of apprehension?
Not a scrap. But I am curious. I'm waiting for it.
Whatever is that?
It's Napoleon. He's telling me, you've been back home for an hour. Why don't you uncover me? I'll take its cover off.
I never heard a parrot make a sound like that before. It was certainly a most unparrot-like sound.
Yes, it is.
It's not imitating some sound it's heard, has it?
I'd like not to answer that question.
Are we alone?
What's that?
Your visitor, this thing, is still here.
Yes.
How do you know?
It came into the study a few moments ago to welcome me.
It came... How?
Well, simply by making me feel that it is here and happy to see me.
I'm amazed.
Oh, Father, I wish I could make you believe that there is an intruder in this room.
You know, there are doctors who specialize in these things. You might consider...
Father, please. The scientific mind deals in proof positive. If within the next few weeks, no days, I cannot come up with the proof that some unknown being is actually here, I'll let you take me to any doctor you like. You see, I cannot go on like this. So I shall just have to reconcile myself to your opinion, Father.
My opinion?
Yes, that I am suffering from an absurd delusion.
Well, the way you talk about this presence is so convincing that I Still, in the doctrines that I subscribe to, a mysterious presence...
A cloying, horrible, suffocating presence.
I know of nothing written or implied to account for such a thing. So, naturally, my dear friend, I doubt everything, all of this, must be in your mind. 2 days later, my telephone rang at St. Saviour's. Could I stop by that evening? He had to see me and to come that night, no matter what time it was.
Father Murchison. Oh, Father Murchison, come in. Come in, please.
Good Lord, Professor. What in heaven's name is the matter? I've never seen you looking like this.
Something has come over me. I cannot take it alone anymore.
Well, why didn't you call me yesterday?
Yesterday? Yesterday? When was that? You see, since yesterday, I've passed a decade in a day.
All right. Is it still here, the presence?
Stronger than ever. What amazes me, Father, is that you do not feel it. That it hasn't made itself known to you. Father, I may need to turn to the church, after all.
The church? What are you saying?
To have this thing exorcised. Would you do that for me?
Exorcism? Well, that's quite a step, not to be taken casually.
Well, can't you imagine what it might be, Father? Now, look about this room. What do you see?
What do I see? Nothing unusual. It's not right in front of me, is it?
No. No conventional white-robed, cloud-like spook. Heavens, no. I hadn't taken leave of my senses that far. No. Look again.
Only Napoleon. His cage is uncovered. Is that it? He's the proof?
Yes. You were once quite suspicious of the parrot's abilities.
You said before the parrot was aware of the intruder.
Yes, and now I'm sure of it. You see, he's been watching that presence from the very first day it came in the back door.
Oh, is that why you started keeping its cage covered during the day?
Exactly. An act of cowardice on my part. Napoleon's behavior was beginning to get on my nerves. I think the proof I needed developed when I spent a week at the Cape. Now, let me show you the results of an experiment.
Well, do I have to do something?
Oh, yes. You and I are going to hide ourselves in this room, and both of us will watch Napoleon.
You're covering his cage again?
Yes. Now, when we're quite hidden from him, I'll pull this long string I've attached to the cloth and remove it.
And the whatever you call it will reveal itself?
I'll stake my reputation on it.
How strongly have you felt its presence?
In the last 2 days?
Tremendously.
It is always watching me. It is here now. And what is the most destroying to me is that the damned thing oozes love. It creeps over me. It crawls. Oh. Now, if you're ready, let's hide ourselves behind the drapes on either side of the window. I'll pull the string and uncover the parrot and watch. And then you tell me, am I mad or very sane?
I am trying to be rational and calm about what I saw. The parrot moved along its perch and then suddenly turned towards the door. With its eyes, it followed something we could not see across the room, fluttering its wings with excitement. Whatever it was, it came nearer and nearer to the cage. The parrot then put its head through the bars, stretching it as if asking to be scratched. I can almost swear I saw a white finger pushing at the feathers on its head. Something was stroking the top of the parrot's head. And it started making that unearthly sound.
What do you think, Father?
It is there. Here. Extraordinary.
And that sound. Ever hear anything like that?
No, never. It's more peculiar than it was before.
Napoleon is imitating the sound of the thing. He hears it and repeats it. What is so exhausting to me is that this thing is not evil or frightening, just the reverse. The thing admires me, desires me, it loves me. That's what I cannot stand.
Has it occurred to you that it may be the voice of someone who has been here while you were away?
All right. Let us see. We'll soon find out. It's late, but I have to know. Pitting, will you come up to my study, please? Now, before I went away, I noticed Napoleon was trying to do a kind of walk. And then when I got back, you remember that cry, like the one we just heard? Oh, yes, Pitting. I'm sorry about the hour. Pitting, while I was out of town, did anyone come into this room?
No, certainly not, sir. Except the cleaning lady, the maid, and myself.
Yes, and the bird. Has it been here in its cage the whole time?
Oh, yes, sir.
Have you noticed the parrot talking lately in a, well, shall we say, rather peculiar, disagreeable voice?
Yes, sir. Soft, sing-song like.
Yes. Well, since when?
Well, since you went away, sir. He's always at it.
There. You see, Father. Oh, yes, Pitting, that's all. Thank you. Father, is that proof enough for you? Believe me, there is no trick to this cloying, loving creature. It is here. Oh, no. No parrot speaks in a voice it has not heard.
But we hear nothing.
Nor do we see anything. But Napoleon does. You saw how it was holding its head through the bars to be scratched.
Yes, it seemed to be doing that.
It was doing that.
I beg your pardon, sir, but as long as you were up, this message came for you, and I neglected to call it to your attention.
Well, a message? Thank you. They've got to be joking. Another lecture. 1 week from today in Washington. I seem to have made a commitment 6 months ago. Well, I can't do it. I'll have to cancel. I'll call them in the morning. I'll tell them it's impossible. I could no more lecture in the state I'm in than the man in the moon. Oh, Father, help me. What can I do? Help me.
In ancient days, when an incarnate creature made itself known, a forked stick, a sprinkle of holy water, a stake driven through its heart, dispossessed the evil from its spirit. But how to rid a man of what he cannot see? Is this some devilish magnetic force drawing to the professor the very emotion of love he cannot bear? More on this when I return shortly with Act 3. Father Xavier Murchison found it indeed difficult to believe what his eyes saw and his ears heard. It was no task for this devoutly religious man to believe implicitly in the miracles recorded in the Bible, but the notion of any supernatural intrusion into his daily life was more than he could accept.
Nor could I believe that the professor was being punished for his lack of humanity, his deficiency, or, let's say, inability to love or be loved, and so was obliged to endure the affection of some supernatural thing. I prayed for him, and the following day, as soon as my church duties were in order, I went round to see him.
What time is it, Father?
A little after 6. What has become of Pitting?
He has left my service.
What? Left you? He doesn't work here anymore?
Left at noon.
May I ask why?
Well, it's all part of this dreadful business. Last night, I felt it. I actually felt it. The thing. As I was going up to bed, I felt something moving along by my side, and then it nestled up against me.
Good Lord.
It seemed just like a real human being, but I couldn't see it. 3 times I felt this gentle and yet determined push against me, as if to coax me and to attract my attention. I could hardly breathe. At the top of the landing, it did it again, squeezing me with loathsome, sickening tenderness against my side. Oh, help! stood there screaming, and finally Pitting appeared.
You called, sir?
Where were you? You heard me call. Couldn't you get here any quicker?
I came, sir, as quickly as I could. Is anything the matter?
Everything's the matter. You see, I'm being pursued. Can't you see it? Can't you understand? Take it away from me. Get this thing away from me.
Oh, what, sir? Get what away from me?
You insensitive machine. Can't you see it? I can't breathe.
What is it you wish me to do, sir?
Oh, Pitting. Oh, I'm sorry, Pitting. I'm sorry. Forget what I said about being a machine. You see, I didn't mean it. I'm upset. It's nerves. It's all nerves. You see, this thing.
Will that be all, sir?
No, don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. You see, Pitting, I'm being tormented. Please, I beg you, Pitting, don't go. I need you.
Professor, I beg to remind you, I was engaged as a houseman and a butler, and to sometimes assist you in your laboratory, but not to sit up all night with you or anyone else. And while we are having this little conversation, sir, may I say that I wish to leave your service at the earliest possible opportunity. So, that's how Pitting left. And last night, Professor, what did you do?
I sat up.
All night?
All night.
In your bedroom?
Yes. With the door wide open. I wanted it to go. With the door open, I hoped it would.
And it didn't?
No, it never left me for a moment. But it didn't touch me again. When it was light, I sat down, tried to think, organize myself. Perhaps I should give that lecture in Washington after all. But then, you see, it happened. The parrot made that incredible sound again.
Where is it? I don't see the cage.
I got it out of here. You see, I took it to a pet shop. I didn't even want the money. I said to the man, Here, take this beast. You can have it. Oh, my dear Father, when I left that pet shop, I felt so good I laughed aloud. You should have heard me. I went shrieking down the street. A millstone had been lifted from my shoulders. But you see, when I got back to the house, I went upstairs, and it was still here. It's here. Now. It will always be here. Tell me, what am I to do? I mean, as a friend, as a priest. Help me.
Gildea, I cannot pretend to doubt the reality of your misery in this house. You must go away, right away. When is that Washington lecture?
In 5 days.
All right. Go to Washington tonight or tomorrow morning. No later than that. Go to your usual hotel there until after the lecture. So far as you know, this thing has never followed you out of the house.
Oh, no. No, never. I was free of it at the Cape.
Then go. Leave. That'll be 5 days or 6 days. And after the lecture, let's see if this will end. Hope, my dear friend. Hope. I don't know what they thought of me at St. Saviour's. In the past weeks, I seem to have spent more time on the Upper East Side than in my parish. Fortunately, my associates are quite understanding, which indeed I pressed them to be when I asked for 2 days in order to go to Washington to Professor Gildea's lecture.
Identifying and dating artifacts is essential to the archaeologist. The old carbon-15 test is ineffective beyond 50,000 years. But the newer techniques... Go away. Will you go away? What we use now is the potassium-argon process, which is most... Please go away. Leave me alone. It measures the decay of radioactivity in a mineral, and it is far the most effective after 50 million years. No, I can't go on. It's after me.
It was a dreadful sight. To see this great professor suddenly stop his lecture, look around him like a cornered animal, and strike out with his hands, warding off something. Then he ran to the edge of the stage as if pursued, and didn't know which way to turn. Mercifully, at that point he fainted. A doctor gave him a sedative, and I didn't leave his side until he was safely back at home, in his house, in his bed.
Father Murchison, is that you?
Yes, it certainly is. I'm glad you're awake.
What day is it?
Tuesday. I brought you back home last night.
You've been sitting here since last night?
Well, it was the least I could do. It was all a mistake. I should never have advised you to go to Washington. You weren't fit.
No, I was perfectly fit. But I was accompanied by that abominable thing. It no longer leaves me, even for a moment. It won't stay anywhere unless I am there. You see, Father, it loves me. That's what it is. It loves me persistently. Wait. It's here now, right now, as I talk to you. It's on the edge of this bed, nestling up to me, touching me. Can't you feel that it is here?
No, I can't.
I kept asking myself over and over, why? What have I done?
I've been thinking about that also, and I can find only one answer.
You have an answer? There is a reason for this?
Perhaps it's a punishment.
For what, for heaven's sake?
You hated affection. You put human feeling aside with contempt. You had no love for anyone, and you didn't want to receive love from anyone. So, perhaps it's a punishment.
Do you honestly believe that?
And it's hard to believe, but
I am being punished.
It may be so.
But what can I do?
Try to endure it.
Endure this thing, this loathsome presence?
Yes. Try to welcome it. Possibly then the persecution will stop.
I know it means me no harm. I know it seeks me out of affection. It was led to me by some extraordinary attraction which I hold over it. I know that. But to a man of my nature, that is a horror. If it would hate me, I could bear that. If it would attack me, I'd become a man again. I could fight against it. But this gentleness, this brainless, sickly physical presence, I cannot stomach it. What does it want of me?
Love, Professor Gilday.
I haven't any love to give it. Oh, Father Murchison, I'm dying of this.
Why is giving affection so hard for you?
You didn't hear a word I said, did you?
Listen to me. Give it your love, and it may go.
It is not possible.
Yes, it is. Having received what it came for, it will go.
I cannot believe that, Father. You talk like a priest. Suffer your persecutors. Turn the other cheek.
I speak to you as a friend. It may be some strange form of lesson. I have had lessons, painful ones, and I'll have many more. Now, instead of resisting this presence, welcome it. Please, try.
I can't. Hatred, I can give it that. Hatred, for I hate it. I loathe it. Father Murchison.
What?
It wants to go. Open the door. This door of my bedroom. I feel it wants to go the way it came. It wants to leave me. Go downstairs. Open the door for it.
I ran down the stairs and opened the door. Was it my imagination, or did some shape hurry past me across the avenue, turn up the path into the park? Was that it there? A dark form, seated on that park bench? Had it finally finished its work, fulfilled its desire, and now returned to its former existence. I ran back upstairs to tell Gildea the news. You saw it yourself, sitting there. Well, I thought so. Well, not exactly. I mean, I couldn't make it out, not in detail.
But you actually saw it yourself, didn't you? It wasn't my imagination, was it? Was it?
There was something on that bench.
Thank the Lord. It has left me. Father, I feel so strange. Empty. A shell floating up. Where am I going? Father, where did I go wrong? Was everything wrong? All a mistake, my whole life? They talked about love, people did, but it frightened me. Is that why I turned against it? I couldn't bear it. Father, I feel so light now. I think I'm not coming back. Not anymore.
Even as I sat there, he passed away. I made the sign of the cross and gave him absolution. His face that had been so careworn, crossed with lines of fear and hatred, softened. It was the face of a child, hoping for love. A doctor was called.
The cause of death? Well, I would say heart failure.
Yes, failure of the heart. He wasn't an old man, Doctor.
Age has very little to do with it.
Would you say it might have been prevented?
Yeah, possibly, if he had watched himself.
Uh-huh. Taken better care?
He should have lived quite differently.
I think you're right, Doctor. He should have lived quite differently.
Father, that's about all I can do.
Thank you. I'm afraid it's all any of us can do now. He's in the hands of Providence.
And so the curtain rings down on the tale of the skeptic who rejected love and the man of faith who fought for a man's heart and lost. I have a theory about the extraordinary tale you have just heard, which I'm dying to put to you. I'll return shortly. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. An old Scottish prayer reads, "From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord, deliver us." 20th century man, of course, knows there are no such things as ghosts. There is one problem. He's never been able to prove it to everyone's satisfaction.
It wasn't a polar bear, Doctor. It wasn't. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a polar bear.
Here, Mr. Manson, drink this. It will warm you.
I'm not cold, Doctor.
You were out on the ice. You're shivering.
Not from the cold, Doctor. Not from the cold.
Drink it, man. Then we can talk.
There's nothing to talk about, Doctor. I just want to get off this cursed ship.
Our mystery drama, The Captain of the POLESTAR, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If I say Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, what leaps to your mind? Quickly. Of course, Sherlock Holmes. Everyone's aware that Doyle wrote stories in which Holmes did not appear, but unfortunately, they were engulfed by the tidal wave of Holmes' popularity. It's a pity, because Doyle was a great storyteller and a master in creating suspense and terror. Today, we'll let you judge for yourself with this strange and tragic tale as reported in the diary of young Dr. John McAllister Ray, whom we now hear applying for a position as ship's doctor in the office of Ronald Bruce, who operates a fleet of whaling ships.
Sit down, Dr. Ray. I can't abide young fellows who stand at attention.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, that's better. Now, you've applied for the position of ship's doctor. You think a whaling voyage is something like a holiday you young medics get on the P&O ships to the Far East. All fancy dress and beautiful, lonely young women.
Now, excuse me, sir, but I don't think that's quite fair. If you've read my application, you'll see that I'm interested in research on...
the effect of extreme cold on human conditions.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize you'd read it.
Don't apologize. I like young men with spunk. Can't be a good doctor unless you've got some courage. And you'll need a lot up where these whalers go. Yes, you're not married, but are you attached?
Well, as a matter of fact, I am engaged.
And what does she think of your being away for a matter of some long months?
Well, I didn't see any point in telling her, sir, until the job became an actuality.
It's cautious, too. I like that. I suppose I'd better get right on to it. We do have an opening for a doctor on the POLESTAR.
Oh, you do?
Yes. The fact of the matter is, we don't know yet who is going to skipper the POLESTAR.
Well, it would appear to be more a matter of concern to you than to me.
Yes, well, yes, on the surface. For the last 4 years, the captain of the POLESTAR has been David Craigie. And we've been very satisfied with him. He's a fine sailor and always brings home a full ship.
Well, I don't understand the problems.
Craigie hasn't appeared.
Well, you could surely get in touch with him and...
You don't understand. Craigie on the ship is one thing. Ashore is something else. He has peculiarities. One of them being that as soon as he's finished a voyage, he gets his pay and takes off for parts unknown. We don't know where he is.
I see.
Well, I'm giving Craigie until tomorrow. I still am of the opinion Captain Craigie will be here. And I must warn you about Craigie's peculiarities if you should sail with him.
Peculiarities?
Yes. It would be on my conscience if I neglected to explain that although Craigie is our best captain and a fine man, is subject to moods.
Fits of depression?
Well, I don't know the medical terms, but I must tell you he has them. He's also a very private man. In fact, his cabin is off limits to all members of the crew. He keeps it locked throughout the voyage. Not even the steward is allowed in to clean up. The captain does for himself.
I see.
Now, if this sort of behavior might give you problems, I wouldn't want you to sign on.
Well, I've always respected privacy, sir.
Fine. On your word, my secretary will give you some papers to sign, and we'll expect you aboard the POLESTAR on the 19th at 8 a.m. sharp.
Flora, you haven't eaten a thing.
Why,
Why did I have to fall in love with such an insensitive man?
Now, that's an unreasonable statement.
Is it? Here we have our first dinner. I mean, the first dinner I cook for you, and I'm all happy and excited, and so are you. But not about the dinner, no. You're happy because you're going away and leave me for 4 months.
Well, I'm sorry, but I thought you understood. I don't have the money to open my own practice. With the money I'll be able to save from my pay on the POLESTAR, and with the bonus that's practically assured if Captain Craigie shows up.
John, we've been engaged for only 5 weeks, and you're actually happy about the idea of being separated for 4 months.
Well, I'm not happy about the separation, but well, I am looking to the future for us.
I just don't want you to leave me.
Darling, this isn't like you. We've discussed the problem that comes with being a doctor's wife and all the separations it might entail, and now all of a sudden...
I know. But call it woman's silliness or whatever you like. There's something about this voyage that frightens me. Something I feel, something bad.
Laura, darling, believe me, if you could tell me one thing, one solid fact that has brought this feeling on you, I won't go. I love you, Flora. But you do see the logic in what I'm saying.
That's why I'm so unhappy. Because I have no logic. Only intuition. And, John, I'm afraid. Terribly afraid.
As I open my diary for yet another entry, I cannot help but remember Flora's forebodings. As I write the date, September the 11th, I realize we've been out some 3 months now. Latitude 81 degrees 40 minutes north, 2 degrees east. There is solid, unbroken ice to the north to which we're anchored, and the same conditions prevail to the east and the west. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Doctor.
That's all right, Mr. Walker.
We're running into real problems with the crew.
Oh, medical problems?
No, sir. The men are all healthy. It's the captain in the ship. You see, if that pack ice in the south hardens and we're going to run out of food and fuel, the men want the captain to turn around and head for home.
Well, you're the first mate. I should think that you'd be the man to pass that information along.
Well, ordinarily I would, sir, but, well, you know the captain. He seems to have taken a liking to you, so the men decided I should ask you to convey their wishes to him. Will you do it, sir?
Well, if it's their wish, but I feel that such a request coming from me, a man who's on his first voyage to the Arctic, may not exactly...
Oh, you don't have to be an old hand up here, sir, to know that from now on the weather can only get worse. And that the ice to the south will freeze solid. We must get away while we can.
Very well, Mr. Walker. I'll speak with the captain today. After noting in my diary that the northwest corner of Spitzbergen was visible on the starboard quarter, I went up on deck and found the captain leaning against the rail, staring over the ice to the north.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Captain.
Finished with your diary for today?
Not quite, sir. I'll have to record the results of this conversation with you.
Do you write down all our conversations?
No, sir, but... this is different than our usual small talk.
Could it have anything to do with the visit of Mr. Walker to your cabin earlier?
You don't miss much, do you, Captain?
A good skipper runs a tight ship.
Well, as a matter of fact, I may be out of line here, sir, but I promised Mr. Walker I'd speak to you, so here goes. The men are unhappy about staying here. They want to go home.
Oh, do they now?
Yes, sir. They feel that to stay here longer is endangering their lives because it's only a short time before the ice to the south seals us in.
I'm aware of that possibility, Doctor.
Then you...
There are whales to the north, Doctor. A whole school of them. I've seen them blowing. Do you realize there's only one small strip of ice to the north between us and a fortune?
Well, money won't be much good to us if we're dead, Captain.
I like you, lad. But nothing's going to stop me from getting them whales.
From your answer, I take it that there's considerable danger in our staying, and there's justification for the men's feelings.
Danger? There's danger on every trip to the Arctic. Your research should have taught you that. As for the men, they're paid to risk their lives, and well paid, too, so...
And your life, Captain? What about that?
My life's my own, Doctor. But I'll tell you one thing. There's more to bind me to the other world than to this.
Other world? Your meaning escapes me, Captain.
You stick to your medicine, Doctor. I'm going below. Tell Mr. Walker to call me if there's any change in the ice to the north. Now get out of my way.
I informed the first mate of the captain's decision, wrote it up in my diary, and turned in early. But I slept badly that night. Between fits of wakefulness, I dreamed. And they were strange dreams, or rather the same dream. I dreamed I heard voices from the captain's cabin 2 doors away from mine. I could only make out snatches of what I thought I heard.
Nay, lass, nay. Why do you keep me?
Selfish. Your love. Different.
Selfish. You dare call me selfish. You know what I would try. Always trying.
You cannot. You must not. I want you.
Don't say it, lass. For love's sake, don't say it.
When I woke, the dream, or rather nightmare, was so vivid, I could still hear the sobs of the woman and the voice of the captain. I began to wonder, was it a nightmare? No. I dismissed the thought until breakfast.
Captain, may I have permission to take a foraging party out on the ice at noon?
No, Mr. Walker, you may not.
But we might be able to pick up some polar bear meat or other animals, and that would...
And you might also lose a man or two in the ice holes. I feel the wind's going to shift, and we'll be able to break through to the north and get to the whales.
Sir, the men are restless, and any kind of activity...
Then put them to work on the brass, Mr. Walker.
Well, it isn't only that, Captain. It's...
Well, mister?
It's nothing, sir. I guess it's just superstitious sailors who claim to hear strange cries and meowlings at night.
You have your orders, Mr. Walker. I'm going topside and look for that windshield.
Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Walker.
Does the captain... Well, I mean, in your opinion, is he... is the captain in full possession of his senses?
Now, that's a sobering thought. In a world today where dictatorship is fashionable, no one has ever questioned the absolute authority of a captain when his ship's at sea. However, suppose this man who controls the destiny of his ship and crew is mad. That problem is one that will be faced in our second act. Madness takes many forms, in literature as well as life. People may argue that in Moby Dick, Captain Ahab's frenzied pursuit of the legendary white whale was a form of insanity. But there, at least, the crew and everyone concerned knew exactly what drove Captain Ahab. The question facing ship's Dr. John Ray on his first whaling voyage was not only is Captain Craigie sane, but what form did the dark demons that were driving him take? Because there was no question that the captain of the POLESTAR was a driven man.
What is your opinion of the captain's state of mind, Doctor?
Well, I'm not prepared to make any professional diagnosis, Mr. Walker, but it's obvious that there's something on his mind.
Well, I'm just wondering whether it's the same thing that's on a lot of the men's minds.
You mean about getting trapped on the ice here?
No. About the sobbing and the crying and wailing that goes on in the night. Have you not heard it, Doctor?
No.
Well, I have. And so have most of the men. I heard it ever since we left Dundee. Almost like it was following us. And screeching. And begging to be taken aboard.
You think these noises have something to do with the captain's state of mind?
Well, it is likely. I mean, he's human just like the rest of us. Have you spoken with him about this matter?
No, Mr. Walker, because I think there's a perfectly natural explanation for the sounds you describe. The creaking of a ship, the sloshing of water in the scuppers, the rubbing of the hull against the ice, any one of those would explain...
Doctor, now, I've followed the sea all my life. This is your first voyage. I'm a hard-headed man, and I tell you, no ship ever made the noises I heard.
And what do you think they are?
I don't care to say.
All right, then I'll say it for you. You evidently feel that these noises are ghosts or something from the spirit world or caused by some other supernatural force. After the first mate had left and gone about his business, I recalled my nightmare. For the first time, I wondered whether I had dreamed what I had heard, or whether I indeed had heard the same sounds that Walker and other crew members were talking about. I decided there wasn't much to be gained by speculation, so I went up on deck.
Doctor, come here a moment.
Captain.
Look, yonder. Northward, over the ice. You see it, don't you?
What?
Over there. Just now coming out between the hammocks. You must see it.
I'm very sorry, Captain. There's nothing there.
Blast you for a blind idiot. Use your eyes. There. Moving off now to the west. There.
No, easy now, Captain. My goodness, you're shaking. You're not yourself. Look at the perspiration streaming down your face. Let me take you below.
Look, man. You see her now, don't you? There, right there. Flying from me, by God. Flying from me. Gone.
Easy, Captain. Let me help you below. Here, Captain. Take another swallow.
Thank you, Doctor.
You had quite a shock. Now, I think you should go to your cabin and lie down for a while.
You saw her, didn't you, Doctor?
I'm sorry, Captain. I saw nothing.
Nothing? You don't think I'm mad, do you, Doctor? Tell me now, man to man.
Well, I think, Captain, you're disturbed about something.
Right. But, Doctor, what do your medical texts say about madness?
In what context?
What do they say about symptoms? Bad dreams. Are they a sign of madness?
Well, not always. They can be.
Any other symptoms? Let me hear some of them.
Well, hearing voices is significant.
And other symptoms?
Severe headaches.
Nary a headache since we left Dundee.
And before that?
No head pains, Doctor. Any other symptoms you know of?
Delusions.
What's a delusion?
Seeing things that aren't there.
Now we come to it, Doctor, don't we? Who the blazes is that?
Mr. Walker, Captain.
Well, come in, then. What's the commotion, mister?
It's the cook, sir. He needs the doctor.
Well, what happened?
Well, he burned himself pretty badly.
Well, let me get my bag. We'll get right down there. I treated the cook's hand, which was scalded, but not as badly as I'd feared. The captain, with a fine mixture of persuasion and authority, got the cook back into the galley, and we returned to my cabin to let me rid myself of my bag. Captain, If something is worrying you, and you've admitted as much, I can't help you unless you tell me just what it is that's bothering you.
Easily said for you. But if I were to tell you what I've never told a living soul, it would do neither of us any good.
Well, it certainly can't if you won't tell me.
Nay, what's bothering me is between me and... well, it will pass. But seeing me all these weeks, and just now with Cookie, would you say a court of law would find me mad?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but in my opinion, no.
Well, that's that then.
But as a physician, and from my observations, I would advise that it would be best for you to get home and settle down for a bit of a rest.
Home? One word for me and two for you. You'll settle down with your pretty wee Flora, whereas
Watson! The wind! She's shifted. There's a crack in the ice to the north, and we might just be able to get through if you'll come topside and take a look.
Shortly after the captain went up on deck, I felt the ship shudder and start to move slowly through the ice. I had some work to do on some specimens, so I stayed in my cabin. The movement of the ship northwards was unfortunately short-lived. After no more than 10 minutes, the POLESTAR came to a grinding halt. I went up on deck to find both captain and crew vastly disgruntled. But that was nothing compared to what occurred during the night.
Doctor, open up. It's Mr. Walker.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What is it, man?
Come up on deck and you tell me, Doctor.
Well, wait till I get some clothes on. I'll be right up.
Oh, for the love of heaven, make it quick.
Right.
I'm afraid to stand watch alone.
Well, Mr. Walker, what's this all about?
What? Quiet, man. Listen, and you'll hear it.
I don't hear anything.
It came from the bow, a keening and the sobbing of a little child. And then it changed as I went forward to look. I swear it came aboard and went down below. I was afraid, but I followed it. Oh, Doctor, I tell you, it went right into the captain's cabin. And then it stopped. And that's when I woke you.
And since then?
I've been listening.
Have you ever heard of self-hypnosis?
I know what I heard. And whatever it was, it's down with the captain now. He's quieted it. That's it. Now, you want to come with me to the captain's cabin and ask him about it?
Certainly not. The captain has enough on his mind without me barging in at this hour.
Well, then I agree with you, Doctor. There's something on his mind, all right. And I tell you, it has to do with his ship. There's a curse on it.
Yes, well, I'm going to get Mr. Manson. Are you coming with me?
As close as I can.
Looking back now, I realize I should have insisted that Walker be put in sick bay, but I simply didn't foresee what was going to happen. I hadn't been back in my cabin a half hour before Manson got me up to help with Walker. When we reached the deck, I could see the figure of Walker lying crumpled on the ice just off the starboard bow. I asked Manson what had happened.
We were standing at the rail. He was listening. I, too, and suddenly he shouted, "There! Manson, the lights! Right there off the bow! Do you see them?"
I see something. I don't think they're lights.
Of course they are. And watch. You see the way they dance? Like they're beckoning. Come on, man. Let's find out what this is and put a stop to it once and for all.
Hey, wait. Mr. Walker, easy. Wait up. Those aren't lights at all. Just a reflection off the ice of the northern lights. I can see it plainly now.
Don't be a fool, man. You can't see them clear like I can. Here, I'll reach over and...
Careful, watch out! Doctor, the next thing I knew, he was over the side and falling to the ice. I didn't think I should move him, so I ran up and got you.
Good thinking. Now give me a hand. We'll get him back on board. My diary entry for that date reads, First Mate Walker confined to sick bay. Weather seems to be getting bad. Ice behind us closing in fast. Crew worried, sullen, almost to the breaking point. Must speak with Captain Craigie about Manson's report on our supplies. found the captain pacing the deck.
Good morning, Doctor. How's Mr. Walker?
Condition satisfactory, sir. He had a bad blow on the head when he struck the ice, but fortunately no concussion.
Then he should be up and about and back on duty tomorrow.
Well, I don't know about tomorrow, sir, but perhaps the next day.
And see what you can do to speed his recovery, Doctor. We need him. He's a good man.
Yes, sir. Did you see Mr. Manson's report on our supplies?
Half a tank full of biscuits, 3 barrels of salt meat, a limited supply of coffee beans and sugar.
Then you have read it.
I told you, Doctor, that I'm in complete control of my faculties.
Yes, sir. But then you must surely be aware that those supplies won't last for more than 2 weeks. And the crew is up in arms.
Don't worry about the crew, Doctor. I've called for a meeting with all of them. And I expect you to be there on the main deck at 2 p.m. sharp. All right, lads. All right. Now listen well to what I have to say. Now, I got you into this fix, and I'm not denying it looks like there may be some hard days ahead. But you shouldn't be bitter. Just remember how much oil we brought back from other voyages, and the money I've put in your pockets.
Oh, yes, that's right, Captain. Yes.
We've tried a risk or two before, and we succeeded. But if we fail now, there's still no cause for panic. Yonder's the coast of Spitzbergen. And if the worst comes to the worst, and the ice closes in behind us, we can make land across it and stay alive until spring. But it won't come to that. Take my word for it. It'll be half rations for everyone for the time being. But keep your heads and hearts, and I promise that you'll pull through and come out rich.
The quality of leadership is the most intangible of all character traits. In all history, every leader was able to persuade his followers, whether they were crewmen or people of a whole nation, that they could trust him. All too often, that trust was misplaced. But was it to be so with the captain of the POLESTAR? We'll find out in Act 3 shortly. Webster's dictionary defines euphoria as a feeling of well-being or elation, especially one that is groundless or inappropriate to the situation. Some people live in this state all their lives. Others spend their lives in despair. It's really a difficult matter to attain a happy medium. But as for the crew of the POLESTAR, they were definitely euphoric.
Captain Craigie's speech had an amazing effect upon everyone aboard the POLESTAR. Forgotten was the shortage of rations, the ominous increase in the wind, the dropping temperatures, and the ice all around us. Even more startling was the fact that everyone seemed to have put aside their fears about the strange noises and eerie occurrences which had the crew believing the ship to be cursed. And then shortly before noon the following day, Captain Craigie succeeded in amazing me. He was standing at the rail with his sextant, preparing to shoot the sun, when he called out to me,
Doctor, would you mind joining me?
Good morning. How are you today, Captain?
In control, Doctor, in control. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Certainly, sir, certainly.
I'll be shooting the sun shortly, and I must be sure when it's exactly noon. Here's the key to my cabin. Would you be so kind as to run down and check your watch with my chronometer and come back and let me know exactly when it'll be high noon? Well, Doctor?
Yes, of course. I'll be right back, Captain. I was dumbfounded. No one had ever seen the inside of his cabin, and here I was with the key. I went down, and I must admit, as I opened the door, my heart beat faster. The cabin was a model of neatness. But there was one thing that dominated the entire area. A startlingly lifelike portrait of a wondrously beautiful woman. I checked the chronometer, watched always by the brilliant eyes of the woman in the portrait, returned to the deck, and waited till the captain had completed his calculations.
Well, Doctor?
Your key, sir.
Thank you. Did you see her?
You mean the portrait?
What else, man?
I saw it.
Well, what did you think of it?
She's a wondrously beautiful woman.
Doctor, do you believe that long before something happens to us, we prepare for it, even unconsciously?
I'm not sure I understand, Captain.
No matter. You'll find what I said to be true someday. Well, we still have the whales, Doctor. They're still there waiting for us, whatever else may be in store.
With all due respect to your superior knowledge of the Arctic Ocean, Captain, I submit we're never going to get through to the whales.
And you don't like the prospect of wintering on the coast of Spitsbergen and living off the land?
Do you?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me, Doctor. But I shall ask another favor from you.
Yes, sir?
I'd like you to witness my will. In fact, I'd like you to be there when I draw it up. Let's say, tomorrow afternoon.
In all honesty, I must say here that my diary shows I was deeply disturbed by the captain's attitude. Certainly my latest conversation with him raised serious doubts as to his sanity. If he were truly mad, then it would be my duty as ship's doctor to have him relieved of his command. While I was wrestling with this dilemma, night fell, bringing with it a numbing terror that drove all else from my mind. I was pacing the deck. The night was at its darkest, and I suddenly heard Manson call...
Doctor!
What?
It's back. Can you not hear it?
Don't tell me that's from the ship.
No, Mr. Manson, I shan't. But let's find out together just what it is.
It came from the bow again, I think.
Yes, I think so, too. Come on. Hello? Hello? Whoever you are. Can we help you? Can you hear me? What's the trouble?
Doctor, look. There on the ice. Moving away from us. See?
Yes.
That white shape.
Yes, I see it, but I think it's a polar bear.
A polar bear? No polar bear ever made sounds like that.
How do you know? It could be wounded or ill. Look, doesn't that walk like a bear?
I don't know, but maybe you're right.
Where are you going?
To get a rifle. If it's a bear, I can kill it. It'll certainly help our meat supply.
Well, I don't see anything now that we're out here on this ice. Do you, Manson?
The moon went behind a cloud.
Yes.
Maybe when it comes out again. But I can tell you now, I'm worried about the weather. It looks to be making up for a blow.
Well, we won't go too far from the ship. There, I think I see it.
Where?
Over to your right, about 200 yards ahead.
Oh, I got it. You better stay back, Doctor. If it's a bear, it can be dangerous. I have the rifle on. I can see it almost clear now. It's moving slowly. I'll have it in my sight soon.
Manson, is it a...
No! Lord in heaven! No!
Manson, come on. Come on, you're all right now.
How did I get back to the ship?
I got help. We carried you back. Now, you've had a severe shock. Just let me inject you, and the sedative will give you...
It wasn't a bear, Doctor. It wasn't a bear. I saw it clear for just a minute. It wasn't from this world, I swear. It was shaped like a woman. But it was smoke. Or a cloud.
It's all right. You'll be getting sleepy now. Just a minute. And we'll talk about it in the morning.
It wasn't a bear. I saw it.
I kept my appointment with Captain Craigie at 2:30. We met in the main cabin and sat at the table on which we ate. The captain had pen and paper, but I wanted to talk with him about things other than his will. Captain, I don't know how else to say this, so I'm going to come right out with it. I think you must get rid of that portrait.
We're here to have you witness my last will and testament, Doctor.
As I somehow think the subjects are connected.
You'll oblige me, Doctor, by keeping your thoughts to yourself.
Captain, I was with Manson last night out on the ice.
And you're not suffering from shock?
I didn't get as close to, well, whatever it was that almost drove Manson mad.
Are you telling me that there was a presence out on the ice?
Well, there was something. I saw it.
You too, Doctor. Are you sure you're not suffering from delusions?
I'm sure.
Well, then it must follow that when you suspected me of having delusions, I wasn't.
How did you come by that portrait, Captain? Did you have it commissioned? Was it given to you?
I stole it.
Oh, you don't mean that.
I do. She was mine. Mine. She was married to a dissolute drunk. She loathed him, but she wouldn't leave him.
Oh, perhaps she didn't love you.
Don't ever say that. She loved me and I loved her to distraction. Why do you think she died? It was my fault. I tore her apart, or rather our love did. The last days all we did was quarrel, but she wouldn't leave her husband. She could not break her marriage vows.
And the portrait?
I arranged to have it stolen from him. He didn't care one way or the other, but I couldn't sleep thinking of her beautiful face in his house. Since the day it came to me, it's never left me.
Nor has she.
She's always in my mind, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean, Captain. It's an unhealthy situation. Your thoughts about her have... well, they've brought some strange happenings on this ship, and the portrait must go.
Ridiculous.
Not at all. It's the portrait that nourishes your thoughts night and day, Captain.
There'll be no more talk about it. Now, let's get to my will.
Very well. But then I ask a favor in return.
Which is?
That you witness my will.
You? You're all right, lad. You have a long life in front of you.
But why do you say that? We're shipmates. Your fate and mine.
Don't talk nonsense, Doctor. I'm making my will because of you. I'm leaving everything I own to you.
But why? We are hardly...
Because you've seen her. At last, you've seen her.
The captain made his will. And at the last moment, since he had made me his heir, decided to have Walker witness it. That night, sleep would not come. I tossed and turned, but finally gave up and went on deck. At first, I thought I was alone. But then I heard a soft sobbing coming from the other side of the deck. I walked over slowly. Captain? Captain, are you all right?
Go away, lad. There's no place for you here.
Captain, you need my help. Now let me...
I tell you, go away. Unless you dare to look.
Well, if you tell me where to look.
Out on the ice, lad. Anywhere on the ice. Just keep looking and trying and trying.
Captain, please, I beg you to come below.
I see her. There she is. Goodbye, lad, and God bless you.
And with that, before I could even move, he was over the side and running off on the ice. I followed him as fast as I could. And as he ran, I could hear him, but always getting fainter and fainter.
Coming, my love. Coming, lass. I've waited too long for you. My love. My wonderful girl.
Captain.
At last.
Captain.
Together.
Captain Craigie, come back. Captain, come back. I'd lost him. Further search on the dark ice was useless. The next morning, Mr. Walker and I set out to trace him.
Here. He fell here. Look, the snow hasn't wiped out all traces.
That's right, and he got up, but which way did he go?
Now, let's keep straight. There's no reason for him to veer. Or was there, Doctor?
Well, don't ask me. I didn't see anything in the dark.
That's what he did, eh, Doctor?
Yes, I thought he did. Well, come on, let's go on. There, look, straight ahead. Well, come on, man.
Oh, no. There's no hurry, Doctor. If that shape is the captain, he's long dead. A man doesn't last long out here lying down. It's the captain right enough. From the looks of him, he's been dead for some hours. You see that blanket of ice crystals and snow that's covering him?
Yes, I see.
He's gone. The wind blew it away. Doctor, did you... I mean, didn't it look like when the wind hit it, it was blown up in the shape of a woman and sort of floated off? Did you notice that, Doctor?
Nonsense, Mr. Walker. It was simply a snowdrift. Now, let's get the body back aboard ship. Perhaps it was a trick of the eye or mind, but it did appear to have the form of a woman drifting away on the wind. We brought the captain aboard, buried him, and steamed back home with no more disturbances aboard the ship. The portrait? I insisted it be buried with the captain, as it was a provision in his will. May he, or they, rest in peace.
Certainly today, the great nations of the world are exploring the possibilities of telekinesis and ESP for their own uses. I, for one, don't think it beyond the realm of possibility that the mind can conjure up images that seem to take on some shadowy form of reality. But then, they're not really ghosts, are they? I'll be back shortly. If coming events are said to cast their shadows before, then the story you've just heard, The Captain of the POLESTAR, which was written by Doyle at a very early age, certainly foreshadows Doyle's interest in ghosts and the spirit world. It does even more than that. It shows a deep belief which Sir Arthur held to the end of his life. And I can only believe, if he can hear this, how pleased he must be. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Jane Ives. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents
Marshall. There are those skeptics who behold our atomic-powered culture and declare that the human race has grown soft and tame. They maintain that, removed from the protective trappings of modern civilization, we're ill-prepared for survival. We, however, would venture to disagree. After all, don't we face a myriad of dangers every day? But our hazards are camouflaged in jungles of steel and glass, where beasts of prey, every bit as deadly and vicious as those in any wild habitat, run rampant. And survival is not so much an acquired skill as it is an instinct.
What is it now?
I want you to do me a favor.
A favor?
I want you to save my life.
Miss Howard, I don't have the time.
I'm begging you to save my life.
And how am I supposed to do that?
I want you to arrest me.
Our mystery drama, The Man in Black, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Kim Hunter. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A great deal has been written about power. The power of money, the power of love. But what of the greatest power in the universe? That of time and space. Professor Albert Einstein attempted to fathom its mystery in his theory of relativity. We still know little of the laws of science as they apply to time and space, for how could any physicist explain the formula for being in the right place at the right time? Or, for that matter, being in the right place at the wrong time? Most people are content with a far simpler explanation. It's called luck.
Good night. I had a really nice time. Oh, no, don't bother. I'm parked just up the street. I'm lucky. Friday night in Georgetown, a parking space so close. I'll see you Monday. Oh, where did I put my keys? Here we are. Oh, I really got to buy a new chain. Oh, damn, it broke all over the sidewalk. I'll never find the keys in this light. Who's that?
Me.
Who's there? Who is it? Who's there? Who are you? What do you want?
Me.
Oh, look, please, I don't have any money. All I have...
I do not want any money.
All I have is a driver's license and some credit cards.
Stand up. I cannot stand.
But please, let go of my arms.
Stand up.
You're drunk. Let go of me.
No, I am not drunk.
Look, whatever you say, mister, just take your hands off me.
Please, you must listen. Do not let me die this way in the street.
I told you to let me... Good Lord, your shirt. That's blood.
If you could just let me lean against your car for a moment.
Blood all over your shirt.
How could I have been such a fool not to have seen the gun?
You mean someone shot you?
Who cares? No. Help me. Stay standing.
You're very heavy. I can't support your weight. I have some friends in the house down the street. They got a phone.
No, wait.
I can call an ambulance.
No.
You need
Too
a
late.
doctor.
Too late for a doctor.
We've got to stop the bleeding.
Too late. A man knows when he is dying.
You're not dying.
Please, you must listen to me.
Let me go for help.
The words of a dying man.
You mustn't talk.
He's there. There in the shadows.
Try not to get excited. Can't you see him? There's nobody here but you and me.
My killer. Assassin. He stays to watch me die.
Whoever you're talking about, they're long gone. I promise you.
The man in black. Yes. He stays in the shadows.
I can't hold you up any longer. You must lie down.
No, not like this. I must...
Easy. There you go.
He must not escape me. My murderer. The man in black. Man...
Mister...
in black.
Mister... Mister? You're breathing. dead. Good Lord, he's dead.
Is that you, Dale?
Please, Jackie, let me in.
Why did you use the key?
Dale, you look awful. Jackie, what am I going to do?
You're white as a sheet.
He's dead. Dead.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, it's so good to be home.
Who's dead?
I saw a murder, Jackie.
Oh, come on.
Not the actual murder, but afterwards. A man shot. Blood all over his shirt, and he died. Right there in front of me.
Now, calm down. That's the first thing.
How could I be calm? A man was just murdered.
Well, where was this, Dale?
In Georgetown, just after I left the party.
Well, what did the police say?
The police?
The police were there, no?
I don't know.
But somebody did call the police.
I was the only one there.
And you didn't call the police?
No.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dale, why not?
I can't.
You have to call them.
Why?
Because you have to, that's all. Would you like me to call for you?
No. No, Jackie, I don't want to call them.
But you're probably the only witness to a murder.
I know.
You have an obligation to call the police. You might be able to help.
No.
What is it? Are you afraid?
No.
Well, what then?
I just don't want to get involved.
You are involved.
No, I'm not.
So, what if the police are able to track you down?
Well, they couldn't. Oh, no, my keys. Some of my keys are still back there in the street.
Well, if they trace those keys to you, Dale, they'll want to know why you withheld evidence.
I'm not withholding evidence. I didn't actually see the murder take place.
How do you know that? You left the scene of a murder. Do you know what that makes you?
No.
An accessory after the fact. But I didn't, as far as they're concerned. You might even be a suspect.
A suspect?
Dale, you've got to call the police.
Oh, you're right, but I'm just...
Besides, you're a good citizen.
Yes, I'm a good citizen.
But call them.
All right.
Miss Gail Howard?
Yes, I phoned before. They told me I had to come down and make a statement.
Well, my name is Lieutenant Graham. Won't you please have a seat?
But I already gave the information to that sergeant over there.
Yes, ma'am, I am aware of that. Now, it says here at approximately 1:30 a.m. you left the residence of Mrs. Francine Dunhill at 253 R Street and proceeded to walk the half block to your car, at which point you claim to have been accosted by a man who had apparently been shot.
Yes, that's what happened.
And after a brief exchange, during which time you claim the alleged victim identified his assailant as a man in black.
Claim? I don't claim anything. I state it as a fact.
Yes, ma'am. You then state that immediately following the victim's death, you got into your car and drove away.
Yeah, I went home.
But, Miss Howard, in your deposition to the sergeant, you state that you had been unable to find your car keys.
Well, they scattered all over the sidewalk where my keychain broke. It's one of those cheap plastic things.
It was too dark to locate your keys. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, how then, Miss Howard, did you manage to start your car?
I keep a spare set in a place under the fender.
That was approximately 1:30 a.m. It is now almost 4. Those keys should still be somewhere on the street. Now, wouldn't you say?
Yes, of course.
Miss Howard, why did you leave the scene of a murder?
I had to call for help.
So you went home?
Yes.
You left Georgetown, drove across Key Bridge into Arlington, Virginia, when you had friends living in a house barely half a block from the scene?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you use their phone?
I don't know.
You don't know? That's why you waited nearly an hour before you called the police?
All right, I panicked.
You panicked?
I was frightened, confused.
Yet you had the presence of mind to drive clear across the Potomac, didn't you?
I told you, I was scared. I'd never seen a dead body before.
Well, I understand that, ma'am.
So that when I saw that he was dead, I guess I froze. I just had to get away from...
that still doesn't explain... excuse me, please. Graham. What about? I see. You sure? Yeah. All right. Thanks. Miss Howard?
Yes?
As soon as you called, we sent some men down to check your story out.
Did they find out who he was? The man who was murdered.
Miss Howard, now you seem to be a truthful woman.
Of course.
A woman who certainly would have no motive in fabricating a story such as the one you just told me.
Well, I certainly wouldn't.
Therefore, well, I must admit to being somewhat puzzled.
Puzzled?
Yes. Why are you here, Miss Howard?
Why am I... I'm here to report a murder.
Well, what would you say if I told you that was impossible?
What do you mean?
That phone call. It was from one of my men. Now, they've been combing the entire square block for over an hour. It seems there's one item essential to the murder that they haven't been able to locate.
What is that?
The body.
What?
There is no body.
Oh, well, wait a minute. It could have been moved, couldn't it?
Could have. Only it wasn't. And do you know why, ma'am?
I don't know.
It was never there in the first place.
What are you saying?
There was no trace that a body had ever been on the ground where you claimed it was.
But surely...
And if this man were bleeding as badly as you claim, we would expect to have found some traces of blood.
Yes, on the sidewalk.
None, Miss Howard.
That's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes.
Well, I seriously question whether you saw anything at all.
This is incredible.
Yes, I agree.
I know what I saw, Lieutenant. There was blood.
That is really something. Half a dozen men with floodlights couldn't see as well as one girl in the darkness.
Lieutenant, I know what I saw.
Do you, Miss Howard?
What is that supposed to mean?
Or maybe you only think that's what you saw.
I don't think, Lieutenant. I know.
Doesn't it impress you as unusual that you were the only person to have seen it?
You believe I'm making all this up, don't you?
Ma'am, I never said that...
I've made up this entire story because I have nothing better to do at 4 o'clock on a Saturday morning than sit inside a police station.
No, the fact remains that if a man was shot, why haven't we received any calls from the residents of the neighborhood,
Maybe the killer used a silencer.
Did you actually see the shooting?
No.
So, we have no witness to the actual incident. Still, if a man was shot, where are the shell casings? If he was bleeding, where is the blood? If he died, where is the body?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, a corpse without an identity, that could be murder. A missing person, but no corpse, well, that could be murder, too. But without an identity or a corpse, we don't have anything.
I tell you, a man was murdered.
And with all respect, ma'am, I say to you that as far as the police department is concerned, there was no murder at all.
Our eyes, our ears, all register reality. Our brain keeps careful records of every sensory encounter. The trouble begins when several brains compare notes and discover discrepancies in the logging of the same encounter. Whose log do we ultimately select as the reality, as the truth? We'll start the selection when I return with Act 2. In ancient times, had your neighbor claimed to have seen a dragon, it's very likely you would have believed him. Nowadays, of course, we're far less gullible. We demand evidence. We insist upon proof. Sometimes, however, this can be rather difficult. Occasionally, we must ask our friends, our neighbors, or perhaps even total strangers, to take us on faith. And while there might not be any dragons, there are other beasts every bit as unbelievable and terrifying.
Lieutenant Graham, I swear to you, there was a body. I saw it.
And I am telling you, Miss Howard, that half a dozen of the best trained men in the department combed that street for the better part of 2 hours and couldn't come up with a shred of evidence to support your story. Now, has it occurred to you that you could be the victim of a practical joke?
Ridiculous. What I saw was real.
Well, then there is also another possibility. Your statement says you attended an anniversary party tonight. Now, would it be a logical assumption that alcoholic beverages were served?
There was a champagne punch.
Well, champagne is rather potent.
Lieutenant, are you suggesting...
How much did you drink, ma'am?
2 or 3 glasses. Certainly not enough to...
Well, it's a fact that people all have different body chemistries, different tolerances. For some individuals, it takes only a sip of a drink to put them right under the table, or perhaps see things that aren't really there.
Are you saying that I was hallucinating?
No. With all due respect, Miss Howard, you might have imagined...
You are accusing me of hallucinating.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I merely asked that in lieu of any evidence to support your story, you at least consider it as a possible explanation. Thank you for dropping by.
Lieutenant, a man was murdered.
If anything should surface, we'll get in touch with you.
How can I convince you that...
Miss Howard, I have serious work to do.
But...
Goodbye, Miss Howard.
Hallucinations. That's what that so-called lieutenant thought.
Oh, forget it.
How could I forget it? A man is dead. You've got to get some rest. You don't believe me either, do you?
Oh, I believe you.
You don't just have to say you do.
Look, I believe you. I believe you because you're my friend, and I don't need a reason.
Then tell me something, Jackie. What on earth is going on?
Hasn't it occurred to you yet?
What?
When is a murder not a murder? Maybe you saw something nobody was supposed to see.
Oh, really?
Does the average killer clean up after himself? Oh, no. It sounds like somebody went to an awful lot of trouble.
You're right.
And why, if the police thought you were just hallucinating or the victim of a hoax, why did they send you in to see a lieutenant? You already gave the information to someone else, didn't you? Oh, it seems to me they made an unusual fuss about a murder that never happened.
You think they're covering something up?
Isn't that obvious?
Oh, this is crazy.
Why?
Because things like this don't happen in real life.
There are international conspiracies, secret government agents, spies, assassins.
You watch too much television.
And certainly they would operate in Washington, D.C., which is the nerve center of the entire world. Now, didn't you say the man spoke with an accent?
And that makes him a foreign agent?
And why else would he use the word assassin?
I don't know.
And what about this man in black?
The man in black?
Well, have you already forgotten about him?
No, I haven't forgotten.
Of course, the question here is he a good guy or a bad guy? And that depends on whose side the dead man was on.
Oh, isn't it all a bit too obvious to be believable?
Oh, why do people always believe the obscure before the obvious? Men with foreign accents don't die of bullet wounds in the middle of the night in Washington with the words assassin on their lips, unless they're involved in some sort of intrigue.
But this is all crazy.
So give me a better explanation.
I can't.
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, let's say I'm crazy enough to have to believe you. The explanation makes the only sense. The only practical answer I can come up with. Still, I have to know for sure.
Don't, Dale. Don't get mixed up in this anymore. You walked in on something that was none of your business. Leave it alone.
I can't. It is my business.
How's that?
I'm a good citizen. And a good citizen is informed.
Great.
And involved.
Wonderful.
And, well, yes, there's another reason.
Oh, what?
Someone, somewhere, is walking around with my car keys.
What are you doing back here, Miss Howard?
I want some answers, Lieutenant Graham.
Look, ma'am, I'm about to go off shift now.
Just answer one thing for me. Didn't something happen in Georgetown last night?
For the 100th time, nothing happened.
Someone, really high up, ordered you to cover it up, right? You don't have to answer that. I understand the need to be discreet, but all I'm asking...
And I'm getting really annoyed with your persistent questions.
Why are you doing this to me?
You are doing it to yourself. Can't you face the fact that nothing really happened? What does it take to convince you?
You just convinced me. And funny thing, but did you ever notice how uncomfortable it is for a basically honest person to tell a lie? They find it impossible to look you directly in the eye. You're a very poor liar, Lieutenant.
I'm afraid you have an overactive imagination.
No, actually, I'm rather dull and unimaginative. I have been all my life. I'm not creative enough to have an hallucination. Now, an imaginative person, you'd have had no difficulty convincing him. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All I wanted was your answer, and I have it. Now I can go home.
Is that a promise?
I can go home and forget about it. Oh, no, I don't believe it. On top of everything else, a parking ticket. Be a good citizen. Get involved. You get for it. A parking ticket. If I weren't so tired, I'd laugh. Oh, as soon as I get home, I'm going to crawl right into...
Do not turn around.
Who are you?
I said, do not turn around.
How did you get inside my car?
That is not important. I am here.
But what are you doing in the back seat? What do you want?
Do not look in your rear view mirror.
But I... You have a gun.
How else could I impress you with my sincerity, Miss Howard?
You know my name?
Your reputation precedes you.
My what?
Well, perhaps I used the wrong expression. Let us say I know argue.
Who are you? What do you want?
Well, surely you already know.
Are you going to kill me?
Kill you? No.
Why are you holding a gun?
For protection.
Protection from what?
You are a very dangerous person, Miss Howard.
Me? Oh, yes, you're out of your mind.
A person that holds the power of life and death in her hands is very dangerous.
Oh, you got the wrong number. I'm nobody.
Power of life and death.
I'm just a secretary. I work for some lawyers on K Street. They call me by my first name, and I call them sir. Every minute I'm late gets taken off my vacation time. I even make the coffee. It's right out of Charles Dickens. I'm nobody.
So last evening, Miss Howard, you most certainly are somebody.
Last night? What do you know about last night?
Everything.
I knew something did happen. It wasn't in my mind.
Who tells you it is in your mind? The police?
Someone was murdered. You were there last night, weren't you?
No.
You're the man, the one who shot him?
No.
You're him, the man in black.
Miss Howard, in this habit you have of jumping to absurd conclusions. Heather, get into the right lane, please.
The Beltway? Where are we going?
Just drive.
But where?
A typically American invention, this road called the Beltway. You can ride around the city forever in circles, going nowhere. What did he look like?
Who?
The man in the black.
I don't know.
You really did not see him?
I wish somebody would tell me what this is all about. And who are you anyway? If you have to sneak inside my car and hold a gun on me, you're not the police. And I know you're not even an American.
Oh, Harvey.
Are you some kind of a spy? That would explain everything. Of course the police had to deny the story. Some government wheels probably told them to keep their hands off. But Jackie was right. I must have blundered into a first-class cloak and dagger assassination. Mr.
Smith.
Smith?
One name is pretty much the same as another. This idea of sides, Miss Howard, there are no sides.
Are you or are you not an enemy agent?
How can I possibly explain the complexity of... I need your help, Miss Howard.
My help?
Yes. The man who died last night. His name was Dimitrian. One of our best operatives in this country. I tell you all this because it is common knowledge.
So you are an enemy agent. And you're asking me to help you?
I want his murderer.
What does it have to do with me?
You were there.
But I told you I didn't see who did it.
What if he thinks you did?
He? You mean this man in black?
What if he thinks you managed to get a look at him? This man, this assassin in black. One, perhaps two people in your government know his identity, his face. That is his power, his life. You are a danger to that life.
Me?
Yes. Anyone who can identify him is a threat to his existence.
What do you want from me?
You will lead me to him.
What?
The word is out, Miss Howard. A young lady witnessed a murder and saw the assassin.
But I didn't see...
Man in black. Oh, many years I have waited. He has not survived this long by being careless. He will return to cover his tracks.
But
Be logical. Is there any way to convince the man that you did not see him?
No.
Well then, Miss Howard, that is why you and I must work together.
Together? What do you mean?
It is only a matter of time before the man in black strikes again.
How can you ask me to...
Because, Miss Howard, when the man in black strikes again, his victim is you.
We are all victims of chance. The brave poets and philosophers who insisted that we control our own destinies, deep inside, they also knew there was no earthly weapon to conquer the wheel of fortune. That is, short of being able to predict the future, which is why I'll see all of you again when I return with Act 3. Gail Howard is one of those individuals who believes the key to survival is to remain unimportant, insignificant, and uninvolved. In a few short hours, however, she is learning that there are no guarantees in this life. Sooner or later, to each of us, there comes a conflict we cannot run away from, because there is nowhere to run to.
What did you just say?
He is going to kill you, Miss Howard. This man in black.
That's insane.
He cannot risk the possibility that you might be able to identify him.
I never even saw him. You know that.
Can he afford to take the chance?
Look, you're trying to frighten me into helping you.
Well, your government has betrayed you.
Why are you doing this to me?
Are you blind? They are willing to sacrifice you.
I won't let you frighten me. I won't let you confuse me.
You are a threat to be eliminated.
I've never been a threat to anyone.
Why are you trying so hard to deny what you know is the truth?
I don't believe you.
You do not admit that even now you are beginning to doubt. Just the slightest suspicion of doubt.
Look, no one is going to kill me, Mr. Smith, with the exception of you, perhaps.
Take the next exit ahead, Miss Howard.
Are you going to let me go?
With or without your cooperation, I intend to find the man in black. Perhaps you will appreciate the fact that I will remain never very far behind you.
You're going to follow me?
The surest path to the assassin is not very far away from you. I suggest, Miss Howard, that you pray I am able to see him before he sees you.
Jackie, I have
to talk with you right away. What are you doing?
What does it look like?
What are you doing with that suitcase, Patty? Where are you going?
I'm going on a vacation.
Now?
What's wrong with now?
But you've got to be at work on...
If I want to take a vacation now, I'll take one, all right?
Jackie, what is it? What's wrong?
Hey, that's my cab.
Tell me what's going on here.
Nothing is going on. I just feel like taking a trip.
Please, you can't go now, Jackie. You're the only person I can talk to. Everything is going crazy now.
He's going to leave without me.
I said I need your help, Jackie. Aren't you listening?
I can't talk about it now.
I'm in trouble. There's this man. He's going to harm.
I've got to go.
You're my best friend. I need you.
Look, I'm sorry.
I'm alone. I really am alone.
Listen, I have to make you understand. The phone rang just before, and the voice on the other end told me I needed a vacation. Someone slid these plane tickets under the door. And there was a man. Every time I looked out of the window, he was standing there in the street.
What did he look like?
He was dressed all in black.
In black?
Don't you see? Whatever happened last night, whatever they want from you, the message is clear. True, it's a crowd. I'm in the way.
Yes, that's right, then. Someone is trying to kill me. That's why they've arranged to get you out of the way.
Look, I'm going to miss my plane.
Didn't you hear what I just said? Someone is trying to kill me.
Please, Gail.
There is a man in black, and he's going to kill me. Jackie, I'm scared.
Well, I'm not a very brave person. Don't ask me to stay.
I can't stay here alone.
The voice on the phone said if I didn't leave, he would kill me.
It really can't be happening. We can go to the police. We can ask them to protect us.
When are you going to wise up? They don't care. Nobody cares. I'm in the way. You're in the way. I'm sorry I've turned out to be such a rotten friend.
Jackie, wait.
There's only one thing you can do. Run, Gail. Run as fast as you can. As far as you can.
Jackie, please, wait. Run where?
What now, Miss Howard? Isn't it bad enough that I have to pull a double shift at the last minute
Lieutenant, I need protection.
Is that so?
Someone is trying to kill me.
Oh, for the love of...
The man in black. Somehow he thinks I saw him kill that enemy agent last night.
Enemy agent?
I swear it's true. My roommate, she was just threatened. Someone sent her a plane ticket and told her to get out of town.
Oh, well, now you're confusing your spy movies with your westerns.
It's true. It's all true, and you know it. You've known it all the time.
Where is this roommate of yours?
She's gone. Her flight left an hour ago.
Very convenient.
Why won't you help me, Lieutenant? Whose orders are you following?
Hey, now, look, I've had just about enough of this.
There's even a foreign agent who's following me, too. I bet you didn't know that.
Well, what's his name?
Smith.
Smith?
You've got to do something. Give me a guard. Put me in jail. Anything.
Well, jail's of a criminal.
At least there I'd be safe.
Safe from what?
You know, Lieutenant. You have to know.
For the last time, we can't help you here. For the kind of help you need, I suggest you see a psychiatrist.
Excuse me, my dear. Is this the bus stop? Yeah, I think it is. Maybe that jail is the only safe place.
Were you talking to me, my dear?
No, I wasn't. Ma'am, would you please move away from this store window? I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Hurt? I don't understand.
From the broken glass.
But, my dear, there is no broken glass.
There will be. In a minute.
deliberately smashed a display window at Hanson's department store.
That's right.
Who the devil do you think you are?
It's like this, Lieutenant. I want to stay alive. Now you have to arrest me.
Oh, is that so?
You can't get out of it. You have to put me in jail.
Only if Hanson's presses charges.
Well, that's at least a $700 window. You bet they'll press charges.
Well, that's very interesting. Because I just received a call from Hanson's. They've dropped the charges.
What?
So, under those circumstances, I'm forced to release you.
It's impossible. Why would they...
You're free to go.
I can't win, can I?
There's nothing I can do to help you.
You could have helped me. Instead, you're sending me back out there, out of your way.
Why do you insist that you're in danger?
Oh, I'm tired of arguing. There is a man in black, and he is sooner or later going to kill me. Unless a certain person manages to get him first. A certain person I should have listened to before. Only I made a mistake. I thought the world was divided into sides. I was wrong. There are no sides. There's just surviving as best you can. Because when it comes right down to it, you are all alone.
Miss Howard, I wish I could help you.
Do you, Lieutenant? Do you really? No, not now. Please, not now. Stuck in an empty parking lot. I'm a sitting duck. I've got to keep moving. Find the nearest gas station. What if he sees me? What if he's following me now? I just heard something. Who's there? Please, who's there? Who are you?
Miss Howard.
Oh, Mr. Smith. Oh, thank heaven it's you.
You are glad to see me.
For a moment, I thought you were...
Someone else?
The man in black. You were right. He is going to kill me.
No, I am going to kill him.
Yes, of course, you must.
You've seen the truth.
Yes, I have.
Yes, and you saw how useless it was to ask your own people for help.
Yes.
Even the police.
Even the police.
And now we are left to our own resources.
I keep thinking, hoping that this is all a dream, and I'm going to wake up.
It is no dream.
No, not a dream. A nightmare. A nightmare.
Get down, Miss Howard, get down!
The trap. It was all a trap.
Put your hands over your head, Smith.
All the time. It was a trap.
The gun! Put down the gun, Smith. There's no way out.
No! It was all a trap.
Miss Howard, are you all right?
Lieutenant Graham, what are you doing here?
Following you.
Following me?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Smith, he's dead.
Yeah. They're number one agent. Worked out just the way we hoped.
You mean this was all really a trap? A trap to get Mr. Smith?
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't tell you before. It might have ruined everything.
You used me as bait to lead you to Smith?
That's right.
But why me?
Well, you were there.
Because I witnessed the murder of that other agent, Demetrion?
The, staged murder.
You mean he isn't really...
Dead? No. Demetrion wanted to defect. We had to stage a phony murder so that his side would believe him dead and consequently let him start a new life here.
And I'm walked in on that.
Well, which was extremely convenient for us. It convinced Smith that the man in black was on your trail.
The man in black.
Yes, I want to apologize to you for all you and your friend have been put through.
Jackie.
Yes, we had to do that. You weren't completely convinced until then that your life was really in danger.
Oh, I can't say I'm delighted, Lieutenant. But I do have one question I'd like to ask. Well, maybe you won't be able to answer me, but is there really a man in black?
I'm afraid you're right.
You mean there is?
No. I mean, I can't answer your question.
We leave it to you, the listener, to ponder the possibilities. Is there a man in black? And if so, who is he? Would you be able to recognize him? Could you look into the face of a stranger and see a killer? If there is a man in black, he need not be a stranger at all. I'll be back in a moment. History is filled with the sagas of men who carved out the destiny of mankind. Most of us, however, are not part of the history books. We are not famous rulers, immortal scientists, or legendary military minds. We're just nameless, ordinary people working in rather unspectacular jobs. And the contributions we make in our daily lives are not very likely to change the world. Yet, who can ever predict that single moment when suddenly anything can happen? Our cast included Kim Hunter, Bryna Rayburn, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Senator comes from the Latin senex, and it means an old man. The idea being that the elderly possess the experience and the wisdom to rule. Therefore, if you were old, you were worthy of respect, and being old is the best thing that could happen to you. However, as the Romans would say, o tempora, o mores, how things change. Today, if you're old, you're just not with it. And being old is the worst thing that can happen to you. Youth is what counts. But what's to be done? You have to grow older. That is, if you want to live.
May I come in, Mr. Marston?
Mrs. Flume. Why, of course.
Oh, thank you. I would have had Miss Connor ask if I could see you, but she's on her coffee break, so I thought I'd just pop in.
Well, that's quite all right. Well, what's new, Mrs. Flume?
Well, I've been fired.
What did you say?
I've been fired. After 31 years, I've been fired.
But that's him. Who fired you?
Mr. Davis.
Davis?
The office manager, the new one.
Why?
I don't know. He asked me to come into his office. And then he said to me, Mrs. Flume, the company is dispensing with your services.
But he's not supposed to do that.
Well, Mr. Marston, his job is to hire and fire people.
But he's not supposed to fire you. My goodness, Mrs. Flume, we couldn't run this place if you weren't here.
Oh, sir, I know you're very busy, and I didn't want to bother you, but I do need the job.
What is this Davis's phone number?
Oh, 423.
Mr. Davis evidently needs to be straightened out. Oh, yes, Davis, this is Perry Marston. Yes. Davis, I understand that you fired Mrs. Flume, the receptionist at the main desk? Yes? Company policy? What company policy? I'm general manager, Davis, and I'm not aware of any such company policy. Well, I tell you that it doesn't exist. Put her back on the payroll. There.
Oh, Mr. Marston, how can I ever thank you?
You just go back to work, Mrs. Flume, and don't you worry about a thing. Out! Yeah. Okay. Ready?
Ready. Out! Game and set.
Yeah, I could see.
Hey, say.
Oh, boy.
What kind of way is that to lose? On your own service.
I've been hitting them long all morning.
Well, what do you say? How about another set?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. Oh, say, hey, wait a minute. What could I be thinking? We have a meeting with Standard at 1:45.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, come on, let's sit at the table. We can order a drink, maybe a sandwich. Then we can shower and go. Okay?
Fine.
Oh, there's that waitress. Hey, Mary Lee. 2 club specials for Mr. Marston and me, okay? Well, we can count on being served before Christmas. I wish they'd speed things up around here.
Well, I guess it's all part of the old-fashioned charm.
Well, times have changed.
Tennis used to be an old-fashioned game.
Now it's become an up-to-the-minute industry. You know, we ought to get into it.
Tennis?
We have a clothing company that could be turning out tennis togs. We have a petrochemical division that should be involved in those composition materials they use on tennis courts. Fantastic growth potential.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You suppose so? Come on. Don't you see it?
Well, look, Mr. Gotham.
Do you mind calling me George?
All right, George.
Makes me feel awkward being called Mr. by someone 20 years older than me.
20?
Well, actually 24. You're 53. I'm 29.
You've come a long way in a short time.
Well, that's the world today. It belongs to the young. What were we talking about? Oh, yes. There's fantastic growth potential in tennis for the corporation.
Frankly, I don't see where it involves the computer division.
You don't?
Well, should I?
Perry, you're not just general manager of digital systems. You're the head of the digital systems division of the United Marketing Corporation. Come on. Your thinking cannot be parochial.
Yes, but my particular expertise is in the manufacture of computers.
United Marketing didn't buy digital systems just because there was a computer company lying around. It's all part of a growth strategy.
I understand.
And we spent a long time deciding who to keep and who to let go. We decided to keep you. Do you know why?
Because I know my job.
Yes. But also because you're surprisingly young for your age.
You mean 53 is old?
Well, a great many 53-year-olds are too old for United Marketing. Too fat, too stodgy, too deep in a rut. So I was surprised when I saw you.
Why?
You project a very youthful image. You're in great shape, and you have tremendous vitality. You play terrific tennis, which is the game today.
Well, thank you, sir.
Our whole culture, our whole economy is geared to youth. We have young values.
I guess I never thought about it. I guess I've been too involved with computers.
Yeah, this is an impatient country. It wants instant answers, immediate gratification.
And you approve of this?
Well, I'm not required to approve or disapprove.
Well, what are you required to do?
I'm required to earn a profit for our stockholders.
Oh.
And so are you. We do that by analyzing the market. It's a market that's dominated by youthful thinking.
Or so-called thinking.
It doesn't matter. You know, I had a little incident today with a personnel manager place.
Oh, who's that?
Well, you have a fellow named Davis.
Oh, yes, Fred Davis. What about?
I asked him to fire somebody.
What? Davis can't hire or fire anybody above the level of stenographer. Or a typist in mailroom. I mean, that kind of job.
Mm-hmm, I know that. Anyhow, a week ago or so, I said to this Davis, I want you to fire that main floor receptionist. And just the other day, there she still was at the desk.
Oh?
He said that he did fire her, but that you had rehired her.
That would be Mrs. Flume.
Or whoever she is. I want her out of here.
What do you want with my poor receptionist?
I told you. I want her out.
But why? She knows the company inside out. She knows where everybody is, what they're doing. She's courteous. She's efficient.
Mm-hmm, that well may be.
So what's wrong with her?
She's old. Perry, we're selling more than machinery. We're selling an idea. We're the newest, most progressive outfit in the market. So, you walk in the reception room of Digital Systems, and what's the very first thing you see? Aha! An old lady.
Look, she's grown old in the service of this company.
She's been paid for it.
But she doesn't have a company pension or anything like that.
She's been aware of it all these years. Those were the terms of her employment. She accepted them.
You're really serious about this?
Yes. And you should be, too.
Look, she was here before I was. She was sitting out at that desk when I walked in to apply for a job.
I understand all that. Look, you're being sentimental.
You mean there's no room for that in business?
Not really. Perry, I can tell you don't like me.
Well, I don't like you right now.
But I know how to build up a corporation. I structure it along certain guidelines. I play the game according to certain rules.
Your own rules?
Of course. But I stick to them, Perry. I'm not a hypocrite. You always know where you stand with me.
And where do I stand right now?
Well, you won't make an issue of this, will you?
I don't know.
Look at it this way. We've standardized the decor of all the offices. The same furniture, the same colors. We must have the same look to the people. Bright, good-looking, youthful. Here comes that waitress with lunch. Oh, she sure takes her time.
Well, what do you expect? She's over 40.
Now, Perry, I know it sounds silly, pointless, even stupid. But you have to have a young receptionist.
George, listen to me. This company has been her whole life. Her husband died many years ago. She never had any children.
She should have.
She never remarried.
Perry, you're blowing this thing up out of all proportion. Now, you know what you have to do. And don't let it ruin our lunch.
Miss Connor, this note you left on my desk, the one about Mrs. Flume. Yeah, now look, the idea is she wants to know when I'll be in, so that she can see me. The fact is, there just is no point in my seeing Mrs. Flume, so, you just tell her, okay? I mean, just get me out of it gracefully, will you? Oh, youth. Hi, Abigail, darling.
Hi. How do you feel?
I feel like having a drink.
The doctor says you can have one before dinner every night.
Well, I've been looking forward to it all day.
It's one of the advantages of having a heart condition. Sometimes.
I do not have a heart condition.
You were told to watch yourself.
We should all watch ourselves.
I heard a story about you. I wonder if it's true.
No?
Because if it is, I shall be very angry.
Yes, dear?
I understand you've been going to the club every day this week.
Of course, that's why we're members.
Mm-hmm. And you've been playing tennis every day.
Well, naturally, it's a tennis club.
Singles?
Well...
Oh, Perry, the doctor said you have to cut down.
I'm not an invalid.
Well, nobody said you weren't.
Well, then what's this all about?
Dr. Gordon said it would be a good idea if you eased up a bit. You're not getting younger. You happen to be under some very grueling tensions.
Everything is under control.
Perry, you're talking to me. The doctor says the way things are going, you're a good candidate for a cardiac episode, which is another name for a heart attack.
I have never had that kind of problem in my life.
And hopefully you never will. Dr. Gordon laid down a set of rules. You're playing 2 and 3 sets at lunchtime. Singles. Hard, tough matches. With George Gotham? Oh, Perry, he's half your age.
Well...
Pick it up. It's for you.
How do you know?
It's exactly 6:30. I told her you'd be home.
You told who?
This very nice elderly lady. She's your receptionist, Mrs. Flume. She wants to talk to you.
Look, I know. Abigail, please, tell her I'm not home.
She said it's very important.
I understand, but just tell her I'm not home.
You want me to lie to her?
Tell her I had to fly to Chicago.
I'm not going to tell her anything.
Somebody has to answer the phone.
Oh, I don't have to. It isn't for me.
Abigail, I just want you to do me this favor. Now, please, get me off the hook.
Oh, there's a hook? What kind?
Oh, it's nothing.
Then talk to her.
All right, I will. Hello? Hello? No one on the line.
I guess you thought there was no one home. But she'll call again. What's it about?
I don't want to discuss it. It's not important.
Well, then why is your face flushed?
Who says it is?
Well, I'm looking at you. Let me feel your pulse.
Oh, Abigail, stop now.
But this is what Dr. Gordon said to look out for. Do you have any pain?
I am all right. I am perfectly all right.
Well, why are you breathing so hard?
Look, if you'll just let me sit down for 1 minute, I'll be fine. I'll be perfectly fine.
Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But he's not alone, is he? There are so many of him in our society. The cool, efficient men of affairs. Capable, competent, seemingly without nerves. But that's all on the outside. As you know, it is the purpose of the second act to peel away some of the protective layers and examine what lies within, which we shall do shortly. The philosophers, the romantics have made quite a mystery of the heart. The heart is the seat of life, the source of love. The heart is the inspiration for mankind's most tender sentiments, perhaps. But the physical fact is the heart is just a mass of tough muscle. All that the heart is supposed to do is beat, and it will, if you treat it right, for years and years and years.
Well, you had this chest pain.
Well, it really wasn't much of a pain, Doctor. It was, kind of more on the left arm, but it lasted for, I don't know, maybe a couple of minutes, And then it was over. I felt fine.
Well, you're all right now. Your EKG is normal.
Well, that's good. You know what I think? I think it was some kind of indigestion.
Yeah, that's what you think, Perry. But you came here to find out what I think.
Well, the reason I say this is because I had a pretty heavy lunch, and it just didn't seem to sit very well.
If you had a heavy lunch, you probably broke your diet. You see, that's going to be another problem. Yeah, you had what a layman would call a heart attack.
Oh, now, Doc.
Oh, it was very mild. But we're getting there.
Getting where?
Well, I guess you would say nowhere. A very big nowhere.
Now, look, Doc, I know I have to watch myself.
Then why don't you? You're not losing weight. You're pushing yourself. Abigail tells me you play too much tennis. And you're under a terrible nervous strain.
Well, you see, my company was swallowed up in a big merger. And we're on a youth kick.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, look at us, huh? You and me. We're both in our early 50s. Now, you're considered to be at the very peak, the height of your ability and earning power. Me? I have to scratch and scramble to hold my job.
There's something wrong with that.
Well, don't look at me. I didn't set up the rules.
Well, I can only tell you one thing. Your heart doesn't care about your business problems. It has to be treated right.
Look, all these things sound very wise here in your office. Away from the strains and all the stresses. But I'm out there in the trenches, Doc. And I have to fight that daily battle.
If your job is that destructive, quit.
Yeah? And where will I get another one?
Well, if you don't lead a more sensible and moderate life, you won't need any job at all. Say, Perry, have you got a minute?
Sure. Come in. Sit down.
Look, are you free tomorrow for lunch?
Well, tomorrow's Saturday. Gee, I don't know if Abigail has us down for anything. I don't think so. But I guess I better be free, huh?
Say, you make me sound like Simon Legree.
You have a lot in common.
Our petrochemical division has come up with this tennis court surface. An outfit called Worldwide Resorts is building one hotel after another with lots of courts. Now, we have a chance for some real sales.
Mm-hmm. Now, where do I come in?
Worldwide Resorts is two brothers, Tom and Harry Hickman. They're both tennis nuts. So I arranged a match. The two of us against the two of them at the club.
Oh.
Well, the idea is to show them we just don't sell tennis courts. I mean, we're tennis bugs ourselves. We give it that real love and affection. Okay?
Yeah, but I hope this heat wave breaks, that's all.
Come on, Perry. You mean you're going to let a little hot weather bother you? You must be getting old.
Good morning. Breakfast?
Just coffee.
That won't be much of a breakfast.
I'm on a diet, you know.
It says here in the paper today's going to be a scorcher. In the 90s and humid.
Yeah, it feels like it.
You going to play?
I suppose so.
Oh, I can't imagine that anyone would want to play tennis in this heat.
Well, it won't be too bad.
Okay, I won't say another word.
Look, Abigail.
Yes, what is it?
This is a business date, really.
I don't want to know. What's in it for me if I keep nagging and nagging?
Well, you're right, but, there are certain situations.
Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, no.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
That poor old lady.
Who?
Mrs. Flume, your receptionist.
What's wrong with Mrs. Flume?
I can't believe what I'm reading here in the morning paper. She's dead.
She's dead?
Mrs. Abigail Flume, age 67, widow of the late Walter Flume, died last night of what police say was a massive overdose of sleeping pills. Oh. Mrs. Flume lived in a furnished room at 7 Tell Street. Her landlady says Mrs. Flume was severely depressed by the loss of her job with digital systems. Mrs. Flume leaves no survivors. She was 67.
Yeah.
Summation of a lifetime. She leaves no survivors. How lonely she must have been. How well did you know her, Perry?
Oh, she was just a receptionist.
Oh, but for such a long time. Didn't you ever get to, have a talk?
Well, no. I mean, she was just a receptionist. So it would be good morning and good evening.
Why do you suppose she kept phoning you?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the faintest idea.
Why didn't you want to talk to her?
I don't know. Maybe she wanted me to intercede for her so she could keep her job.
Couldn't you?
Well, it wouldn't have done any good, Abigail. We have this mandatory retirement plan at the company.
I didn't know you had a retirement plan at the company.
Well, we're talking about it.
Oh, poor woman.
Well, I mean, what could she expect?
Perry.
I mean, nobody asked her to make the company her whole life. She should have found some other things, some other people to fill her days. I mean, the woman was stupid.
She's dead.
Well, does that endow her with some kind of nobility?
Well, why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. I'm not. I have to make a phone call.
Well, who are you calling? Who are you calling?
I'm calling George.
Hello?
George? I guess you're up, aren't you?
Is that what you called me to ask?
Is the match still on this morning?
Why wouldn't it be?
Well, it's going to be one of those days, George.
One of which days?
Hot and humid.
What does that have to do with anything? Say, I'm glad you called. Do you think you can get there a little early so we can really warm up?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Great. See you in about an hour.
Sure.
We're going to kill him.
Maybe I'll have another cup of coffee.
I had a long talk with Dr. Gordon.
Now, look, honey.
And you know what he told me? He said that there was no reason why I should develop a condition myself. All I could do was take a rational position. On a day like this, you have no business doing anything but relaxing.
Honey, I just don't want to argue about it.
Darling, we're never going to argue about anything.
This thing is complicated, Abigail. I just have to come to grips with it. But timing is going to be essential.
That sounds very logical, but what does it mean?
All right, now listen. We're going to have the new AX-99 on the market in less than a month now. Now, that's my baby, and everybody knows it. We're going to set fantastic sales records. Then my position will really be secure.
You mean it isn't secure now?
Well, when you work for a large corporation, your position can never be secure.
But didn't you just say that with this new AX-99 that your position would be really secure?
Well, these things are relative.
Oh, I understand.
Well, I'm glad you do.
I understand that sooner or later one thing is bound to happen. You're going to be fired.
That's one of the rules of the game.
Except it isn't a game. It wasn't a game for poor Mrs. Flume.
It's getting late. Is there gas in the station wagon?
Oh, Perry, don't go.
I thought you said that we were never going to argue anymore.
I'm sorry.
I have to go, Abigail. I just have to.
Hey, great. Bright and early. Come on, let's hit a few.
Okay.
Oh, listen. Did you see the paper this morning about that lady, Mrs. Flume?
Yeah.
Ah, it's too bad. Jerry Thorpe. He's our corporate PR guy. He's going to fix that up.
He's going to fix what? Is he going to bring her back to life?
No. He's going to get a follow-up and sort of change the thrust of the article.
What's that mean?
Well, it says she lost her job at Digital Systems. It sounds as if she was fired.
She was?
Well, that's not a good image. It points us up as some heartless corporation that fires poor old ladies and drives them to suicide.
Well, aren't we? And don't we?
Yeah, but we don't have to emphasize it.
Well, what do we do about it?
Jerry Thorpe will sort of create the impression that she really wasn't fired.
That she wasn't?
No. Actually, she felt it was time to retire.
Oh.
And once she took that step, she just sort of pined away.
Mm-hmm. Only that isn't true.
Yeah, but who knows that?
I do. And you do. And Fred Davis does.
Sure. But we're not going to tell anybody. Now, come on. What do you say we get started?
Sure.
One thing about these two guys, the Hickman brothers, they expect you to play to win.
Sure.
If we beat them, that's the best way to ensure getting the order. So let's sharpen up, partner. We have to go all out. Hey, that's doing it. That's moving around the court. Say, let me hit a few to your deep backhand.
Yeah.
Be here any minute. Hey, you want to bang in a couple of serves?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, go ahead. I'm ready.
Okay.
Hey, Perry, what's the matter? Hey, is something wrong? Hey, you want a drink of water?
Oh.
Hey, Perry.
Oh.
Perry. Hey, for crying out loud. Hey, somebody get a doctor. Perry, what is it?
Chest. I can't. It's my heart. I'm having an attack.
Hey, Perry, you can't do that. Somebody get Rogers out here. He knows that CPR stuff. Get an ambulance.
I don't want to die.
What is it, Perry? What is it?
Can't you hear me? I don't want to die. Somebody help me. This pain, I can't take it. Do something. Somebody do something.
And suddenly it can all come down to this. No matter how rich, how smart, how powerful, how important you may be, something inside you, a little tube, or muscle, or nerve, strains, breaks, or just doesn't function. And you're on that frontier. You're on the border between life and death. Suddenly, which way you go will depend on the kindness and competence of strangers. I'll continue with Act 3 shortly. There is the outer man, and there is the inner man, or perhaps we should say person. The outer person is the familiar one, the recognizable one. What are we inside but an incredibly complex arrangement of bones, muscles, nerves? Inside each of us is the most complicated mass of machinery ever created. You would think most of us would take better care of it.
This is 14. I got a code here. I'm bringing him in, cardiac arrest.
The pain. It's so
You shouldn't try to talk, Perry.
I'm dying. I know I'm dying.
Just take it easy. Don't try to say anything.
It's so dark. So dark. Why is it so dark?
Hey, driver, can't you move this thing faster?
Dr. Gordon, report to CIU. Dr. Gordon, cardiac intensive care, report to CIU.
It's getting darker. So dark.
Let's hook him up, nurse.
He's moving his lips.
Perry, you're in the emergency room. You just try to relax.
Dr. Gordon, I don't think he can hear you.
What have they given him?
Lidocaine, 110 cc's.
I'll give him 50 more.
Right.
Start the IV flowing. Watch for a reaction to that lidocaine.
Yes, doctor.
Oxygen.
Don't let me die. Don't let me die.
What's his blood pressure?
I can't see.
It's flat. Pressure is flat. He's going on us.
Don't say that. Perry, listen to me.
He can't hear you, doctor.
How do I know he can't? How do you know?
Dying.
Perry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
It's me, Dr. Gordon.
I can hear you.
Perry, if you can hear me, try to squeeze my finger. Just try.
I'm trying, but I can't.
I don't get a read.
Don't say that.
I'm just slipping. I'm falling away.
If we have any chance at all, you'll discourage him. He hears you. He hears everything.
I'm going.
50 cc's more of that lidocaine, nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Perry, don't give up. Don't let go. Can you hear me, Perry? Don't give up. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm falling.
What happened? What happened to the pain? I feel marvelous. Doctor, I feel marvelous.
Hello, Mr. Marston.
Mrs. Flume.
Yes.
But you're dead.
Of course. And so are you.
I'm dead?
But look around you. Did you ever see anything so beautiful back on Earth?
Earth?
The other world.
No. I never did.
Oh, such colors.
Such glorious colors.
And peaceful. How peaceful everything is.
Yes. Such a wonderful feeling.
I feel I want to make you welcome. Welcome, Mr. Marston.
Oh, I want to stay here.
Oh, you will. You will.
I want to be part of this. What a feeling it is. Just joy. Just love.
Yes. Everyone who loves you is here.
Mrs. Flume, forgive me, please, for not helping you.
I don't remember that.
But I do.
And soon you won't either.
I should have helped you keep your job.
It doesn't matter. Whatever we did before doesn't matter now.
But
all that matters is love.
Yes. Love. I feel so much love.
Those of us who loved each other before still love each other here forever. Oh, I loved you so much.
You loved me, Mrs. Flume?
Oh, yes. Yes.
I never knew that.
I loved you because you cared about me.
Please, Mrs. Flume.
Every day would stop for me when you said, "Good morning, Mrs. Flume," with that smile and that sparkle in your eye.
Please.
It would begin beautifully and end beautifully when you would say, "Good evening, Mrs. Flume." Oh, you cared. They weren't just empty words of meaningless greetings.
I feel so badly.
Oh, you can't feel bad. Not here. Here you can only feel at peace. You can only know
joy.
I could have saved you. I didn't.
But you paid for it with worry and sorrow. It broke your heart. That's what happened to you. Your heart just broke.
Yes.
They don't understand these things down there. They call it cardiac arrest and so many other names. But what happens is that the heart just breaks.
Yes. It just breaks.
But here, it's mended. Everything is mended. Welcome. Oh, welcome, Perry.
Mother.
Yes, Perry. Yes, child.
Mother, you look so beautiful.
Oh, Perry, you became such a handsome man. I always knew you would.
Mother, we'll never be separated again.
Of course not, child.
Dad? Dad, is that you?
Yes, Perry. Yes, son.
Dad, I never even knew you down there.
I never really knew you either.
You were killed in the war.
Was I? I don't remember.
Yes, Dad.
It was such a long time ago.
We have so much to talk about.
We have forever, son.
It's so good to see you. It's so good to be here with you. Will Abigail be here? Will my wife come here, too?
Oh, yes. One day.
Then it will be complete. What have I done to deserve this?
You've been a good, kind human being.
Well, I tried to be. I tried.
Give him the lighter, Kate, right now.
Who's that?
I'm getting a pulse.
Who's that? Mother? Mother, where are you?
I'm here, Perry. Here.
Mother, something is pulling me away. I'm being pulled away.
Getting a stronger pulse.
Mother? Dad? Mrs. Flume? Hold on to me. I'm being pulled away.
See? He's trying to talk.
It's a miracle. He's coming back.
I don't want to come back. I want to stay here.
See? We didn't really lose him.
I don't want to come back. Mother, where are you? Dad? Where are the colors? And the music? And the warm, glorious feeling? Where is it? Where is it?
More oxygen, that's it.
He's coming around. He's coming around.
These sounds. The noise. Where am I?
Oh, good Lord in heaven. He's back with us.
Hello, Perry.
Dr. Gordon?
Yes. Yes, it's me.
Where?
Where's what?
Nothing.
Oh, you had a very rough time.
Rough?
I know it's hard to talk. You must be very sore. You had an oxygen mask over your face. You had an airway going down your throat. We had to pin down your tongue.
My left side hurts.
I know. But you're going to be better.
Will I?
Oh, yes. You're improving every second. You need lots of rest, starting right now. Lots of rest.
Hi, dearest. How do you feel?
Oh, pretty good.
George Gotham was here.
Was he?
Wants to know when you're coming back.
Mm-hmm.
He has to reschedule that match with the Hickman brothers.
Yeah.
You know, I was in the emergency with you while you were being worked on.
I thought you were.
They called me from the hospital. But by the time I got there, you were out.
Yeah.
I even heard some of the nurses saying you were dead.
I know. I heard them.
I thought you were dead, too.
Did you?
Yes. In that room, there are all kinds of things going on, you know, beeping and beating and pumping and whatnot.
I know.
Everything kept going downhill, getting weaker and fainter. And then suddenly, for a moment, everything just stopped. Cold.
I remember.
How could you remember? That's when the nurse said, we lost him. Oh, but Dr. Gordon, he just kept working. I don't know, injecting, massaging. I could really see. And I had the funniest feeling. Ask me what it was.
What was it?
I had this feeling you were fighting against it, that you were resisting it. You didn't want to come back. Is that true?
Yes.
And it wasn't my imagination?
No. I was dead. I'm sure I was dead. And I was in this absolutely magnificent place.
What sort of place?
How do you picture heaven?
Oh, just a glorious... I don't know.
And I met my mother and my father and Mrs. Flume. I'll tell this to you, Abigail, but to no one else. I was really dead.
Dead?
I was dead. You have to believe me.
You may have thought you were dead.
No. I don't say a thing like that lightly. I was dead. Try to believe me.
All right, I'll try.
And for some reason, I came back.
What reason?
Maybe I was sent back.
Sent back? Why?
I went to a place where it was all love. Everything was love. I mean, here, that kind of love has... Well, it's just become rare. I might have been sent back to... Well, to help encourage that kind of love and create more of it. Can you believe that?
Yes, I can believe that.
Would you help me?
Like to try?
No, there's nothing very big or very difficult about it. We just have to live at peace with everyone around us. That shouldn't be too hard to do.
Even if it is. We have to try.
There once was a man named Lazarus. He came back from the dead.
Yes, and he may not have been the only one. More and more, doctors, nurses encounter situations where patients are actually clinically, legally, medically dead. And for some reason, they revive and return. They tell of marvelous things that have happened to them. It has happened often enough for doctors to take note of it and to give it a name, which, appropriately enough, happens to be the Lazarus syndrome. I, too, shall return. What is life and what is death? Is it a continuation? Are we on some infinite journey, and is this life a stage along the way? The sophisticated scientist looks at the stars through his modern instruments. The unlettered savage stares at the heavens with his naked eyes. The scientist may see more facts, but does he really know more of the essence of existence? Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Lloyd Batista, Ann Williams, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
She proceeded to B-deck, got into boat number 5 with the other women. In no time, the boat was lowered, and the icy sea spray began to stab at their bodies and to blind their eyes.
The Carpathia, the ship that became the rescue ship...
was still, at that time, some 58 miles away. So the passengers learned later.
And the end of it all, matey? What was the end of it?
The Titanic lay in the water like a dead monster. Suddenly, it rose to a black perpendicular. The forward funnel toppled into the sea, and in minutes, the Titanic found its grave at the bottom of the dark Atlantic. Waters.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant
dream.
A CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Snuff a candle, and it goes out. Hide from the human soul all knowledge of its origins, and still some flicker of instinct will keep the knowledge alive at a level deep beyond the reach of memory. There are truths which survive in us forever, and which we may never know, unless one day, by merest chance...
Robert, who was it that called you?
No one.
But I heard the phone ring. You answered it. I could hear your voice. There must have been someone there.
No, there was no one.
You were talking to a dead connection?
Yes, I have to go now, dear.
But where? When will you be back?
I don't know.
Our mystery drama, Family Ties, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Terry Keane and Russell Horton. It is easy to lose perspective on our problems. They have a way of becoming too small or too big, and this in turn makes it difficult to know precisely what action to take. Often the hardest thing to do is to admit we have a problem at all. There are those who say if we can recognize a problem, we are halfway to solving it. But sometimes that isn't true. Sometimes that is only the beginning of our troubles.
Mr. Warren?
Lieutenant, what can I do for you?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Yes?
They sent me to see you.
Who sent you?
The policeman at the front desk.
Well, shut the door, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, would you like a chair?
No. Oh, yes. Yes, I will, thank you.
You are in the right place, aren't you?
Is this the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes.
Well, then, yes, I am. I feel foolish. I didn't know there really were Missing Persons Bureau. I mean, except in the movies.
Mm-hmm. You have someone who's missing that you want to report?
I think so.
You think so? Either he's missing or he's not, Miss...
Mrs.
Mrs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Pendennis. Janet Pendennis.
Mm-hmm. And the person you're reporting?
My husband.
All right.
Well, I thought he was missing, but now that I'm actually here, I'm not so sure. I mean, Robert's not the type of person you think of as missing.
Robert, that's his name?
Yes, but...
Please, Mrs. Pendennis, let's try to keep the momentum going. Description?
I'm not sure I can.
You can't describe your own husband? Why not?
We've been married so long, is it 15 years?
Well, perhaps you have a photograph.
Oh, yes, right here in my purse. He's, slight, a receding hairline, dark hair, horn-rimmed glasses, an impeccable dresser.
Yes, could I see the picture?
Oh, of course. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. There's nothing to be nervous about. He looks like an accountant.
Yes, that's what he is.
Oh. Well, that answers my next question. Now, what makes you think he's missing?
He hasn't been home for 2 days.
And is this unusual?
Well, for Robert it is. I mean, he's always home every night right after work. It's only during tax season that he occasionally has to make trips to work on clients' returns, but he always tells me where he's going, and he calls me every night.
Right. And you've heard nothing?
No.
Now, were there any circumstances surrounding his disappearance?
Oh, no. I hope not.
Well, I mean anything unusual that might serve as a clue.
Well, yes. Yes,
hung up the phone and walked out.
Hung up the phone?
And I've got this piece of paper here.
Whoa. Why don't you start at the beginning, Mrs. Pendennis?
About 4 days ago, I began receiving phone calls. Or Robert did, because every time I answered, the party would hang up.
Without speaking to you?
Yes. I thought it was just a crank caller. But this happened several times. Then 2 nights ago, the phone rang again. I was busy, so Robert answered it.
Did you overhear any of the conversation?
No, I heard nothing. Several minutes later, I walked into the living room, and he was gone. And for 2 days now, I haven't had any communication with him whatsoever.
Right. Now, you mentioned a piece of paper.
Oh, yes, here. I just discovered it today.
Well, this paper's blank.
No. If you look carefully, you'll notice the pressure of the pen left a clear indentation.
Yes, it looks like an address.
It's from the notepad we keep by the phone. I think Robert must have jotted it down as he was speaking.
This is his handwriting?
Yes.
Well, could it be the address of one of his tax clients?
Oh, I doubt it. As you can see, the address isn't a very good area of the city because of Robert's family name. His clientele are all pretty fancy.
Pendennis. Is he related to Jacob Pendennis, the industrialist?
Yes, that was his father.
I remember reading about that case. Pendennis was murdered, wasn't he? And robbed in his own home.
Yes. Robert wasn't quite born at the time. He never knew his father.
Well, I'll go out right away and check on this address, Mrs. Pendennis. With luck, we'll have some word on your husband in a couple of hours.
Yes? Who's that?
Lieutenant Warren, police.
What do you want?
Could I speak to you for a moment?
Do you have a search warrant?
Well, no, but that's
Well, then you can't come in.
The name on the mailbox downstairs says Grady. Is that you?
Yes, Elsa Grady. Am I in trouble?
No, I'm with the Missing Persons Bureau, Mrs. Grady.
Do you want to see my passport?
No, that's not necessary.
I have it. I could show it to you, but you can't come in.
Do you know a Mr. Robert Pendennis? He's an accountant.
I don't need an accountant.
Here, this is his picture.
Why should I know him?
Well, we have reason to believe he might have come here.
Why would anyone want to come to see me?
Well, I don't know.
I've only got one room here, you see? And it's got my whole life. But you can't come in.
Do you have any relatives, family?
Why?
Well, someone who might be using Mr. Pendennis' services.
No, I have no relatives. I have no family.
Do you go out frequently? Could he have come by while you were out?
I never go out.
Oh, not even to shop?
I never go out. Excuse me, I must go now. You see, I'm going to die soon.
Oh, I'm sorry if I disturbed you. Mrs. Grady?
Yes? Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Come in. Did you find anything?
Oh, I'm afraid not. This address is for a one-room tenement apartment in the South End. It's occupied by an elderly lady, a shut-in.
A shut-in?
Never goes out. Keeps the blinds down, the TV running.
What business could Rob possibly have with a person like that?
Her name is Elsa Grady. Does that name ring a bell?
No.
Well, she said she didn't know your husband, hadn't seen him.
Well, I'm sorry, but I haven't any other evidence to give you.
We'll do all the usual things, check the local hospitals, jails, so forth. Circulate his picture and description.
Is there anything I can do?
Have you got access to his client file?
Yes, he keeps a duplicate set here at home. He often works at night in his study.
Well, you could go through those, see if Elsa Grady's name or address appears in any of them. And we'll keep in touch. And, of course, call me immediately if you hear anything.
But even if there were some connection to one of his clients, why would Rob just disappear like this? I mean, without a word. He must know I'm worried. Why hasn't he called? I know something's happened to him, Lieutenant. I know it.
Janet,
Janet, how good to see you. Come in.
Thank you, Douglas.
Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? How's Robert?
Well, the answer to the first question is that I don't know the answer to the second.
So?
He's vanished.
Vanished?
It's been 3 days now. I haven't heard a word.
How uncharacteristic of him. You didn't have a fight, did you?
No. I've already been to the police.
Yeah, the family's never liked publicity, Janet. You should have come straight to me. I've been the Pendennis family lawyer for 40 years.
Well, that's why I'm here now. The police are no help at all. I want to hire a private investigator.
Can you tell me what happened?
Rob got a phone call and then just disappeared. He wrote down an address.
Oh, have you got that with you?
Yes. Now, the police have already been there. It's a tenement apartment in the South End occupied by an old woman, a shut-in.
Oh. Did Robert know her?
I don't know how or why. Her name is Elsa Grady.
What could a private investigator do?
We'll see if that woman was in some way connected to one of Rob's tax clients.
That could open a real can of worms.
I've looked through the files myself. I didn't see anything. But someone who's trained, maybe...
Well, Rob has a large clientele, Janet. It could get expensive.
I don't care about the expense.
Of course not. But you realize it could also take a good deal of time. To say nothing of possibly violating the client's privileged relationship with Robert.
Douglas, Robert is missing. He might be hurt. He might be in trouble.
Bring the files to my office. Better still, I'll send someone over for them and go through them myself. But I'm sure Robert will turn up soon.
He's not an inconsiderate person.
I have an idea. Why don't we go to this address ourselves?
What's the use?
Well, perhaps the police frightened the old woman. Perhaps if she saw you, the wife, if she did have anything to tell us, she would.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's a good idea. Let's go. Mrs. Grady?
Doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Mrs. Grady? There has to be. Lieutenant Warren said she never went out. Mrs. Grady, please?
Janet.
Well, the door's open.
You can't go in.
She's not here. The room is a mess. Looks like there's been a fight.
Or someone searching for something. Bureau drawers all pulled out. Oh, good Lord.
What?
Nothing.
What's that you found?
But it's just an empty picture frame. It seems to be pure silver's all. An odd thing to find in an apartment like this.
It's beautiful. Something from the past. So sad to think of people growing old. Being alone. What?
On the bed sheets there. Stains that look like blood.
Douglas, what could have happened? Do you think she's been kidnapped?
Or worse.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, I stepped on something. Douglas.
It's tie clasp. Do you recognize it?
Yes. I gave this tie clasp to Robert on our last wedding anniversary. You see, it has his initials, RJP. So he was here. But where is he now? And what's happened to that old woman?
What has happened indeed? It is always advisable to end an act with a question or two to ponder during the interval, don't you think? Although Robert has not appeared in our story, I find I've formed a very distinct impression of him. Shy, polite, a man of strict habits, altogether not the sort of person to act irresponsibly. So then, just what is going on? The plot will thicken decidedly when I return with Act 2. Successful marriages are based on many things. Compromise, consideration, caring.
There is no reason, thus far at any rate, to think Janet and Robert's marriage was not successful. But then, what was it that lured Robert away from his home late one night, leaving his wife frantic and distraught? Let us return to our story, for it has been said that there is an explanation for everything under the sun.
Robert didn't do anything to that old woman. I'll bet he wasn't even here. Someone planted this pin.
Well, that's possible.
Of course, Robert has been kidnapped, and someone's planning to blackmail him.
No, Janet, you're being exotic.
Am I? There's a great deal of money still in the Pendennis family, isn't there? I'm going to call the police.
Well, of course, you're right, Janet. The police have to be told about this. Come, I'll take you home and then take care of calling Lieutenant Warren. If that's all right with you.
What?
That I'll call the police.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Douglas. Oh, it's such a relief at a time like this to have someone I can trust.
Mrs. Pendennis.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Well, have you heard from your husband?
No. I came here to make a confession.
A confession?
Yes.
Well, please, shut the door.
Oh. I don't think I did it on purpose. I mean, I wasn't consciously intending to do it. I didn't even realize I still had it in my hand until I got home.
Oh, what are you talking about?
The tie clasp.
Tie clasp?
The one that was in Mrs. Grady's apartment. You were probably wondering what happened to it. Well, here it is. It is Robert's, but I'm sure that he...
Whoa. Now, would you mind taking me back a couple of steps? This was in Grady's apartment? How do you know? How did you get it?
Well, didn't Mr. Jimson tell you?
Who's Mr. Jimson?
Douglas Jimson. He's the Pendennis family lawyer. Didn't he call you?
No.
Well, he said he would. We went to that old woman's apartment. And she's vanished, too.
And you found this tie clasp. These are your husband's initials, R.J.?
Yes, Robert Jacob Pendennis. The Jacob was for his father, the one who was murdered by his secretary.
Well, what else did you find?
Some blood.
Did you close the door when you left?
Yes.
Well, excuse me. We'd better get down there right away. What was that lawyer's name?
Douglas Jimson.
What's the story on him?
Well, he's with an old Boston firm. His reputation is impeccable.
Well, then why do you suppose he didn't call me?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he thought he was protecting Robert, but Robert might be in trouble. I don't believe for 1 minute he'd hurt an old lady, and I don't think Douglas believes that either.
Well, that brings us back to my original question. Why didn't he call?
I don't know. Robert.
What? Oh. Janet.
Robert, you're home. Are you all right?
Well, sure, honey. I'm fine.
Rob, I've been so worried.
I'm sorry. I tried to call you.
Did you?
Yes, several times. There was never any answer.
Well, I have been out a lot, but I was so concerned. What happened to you?
I've got a client in Dallas, an oil man. He called me, said he's being audited by the government. You know how Texans are. When they yell, you jump.
But you could have told me. What are you doing with your suitcase?
I have to go back.
To Dallas?
Yes, it's going to take longer than I thought, and I needed some things, some stuff for my files.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes. Look, darling, I've just got time to get back to the airport. I'll call you from Dallas.
Your files aren't here.
What?
How could you get something from your files if they aren't here?
What do you mean they're not here?
They're in Douglas Jimson's office.
Oh.
Rob, what is going on?
I told you I have a client.
You don't have any clients in Dallas. I know. I've been through your files.
Why?
To try to find out what this address meant.
How did you get this?
You wrote it on the notepad by the phone, and it left an imprint.
But then it was you who sent the police there.
Yes, I was worried.
You shouldn't have done that.
So you were there. The tie clasp wasn't planted. You were there the whole time?
I have got to go, Janet.
Where?
Please, I don't have much time.
Rob, what is the matter? What is going on?
I can explain everything, but not now. There isn't time. I shouldn't have come home at all.
Are you in trouble?
No, I'm okay, really. That you have got to promise me that you will stay away from the police. Don't go to them anymore.
Why?
I am your husband. The police mustn't be brought into this.
Is someone after you?
No, please, listen to me. Did you say you told Douglas about this?
He seemed the logical person to turn to.
When you went to that apartment, did he go with you?
Yes.
And you went in? You looked around?
Yes.
How did he react?
What do you mean?
Did he say anything?
No.
You're sure?
He told me he would take care of calling the police, but he never did.
Ah. That's it. You mustn't see him again.
Why not?
It's not safe.
Rob, he's like part of the family.
I've got to go now. Will you trust me?
I don't understand. Are you all right?
Yes, it's just something that's come up that I have to do.
How long?
A few days at the most, and I'll be back, I promise.
And then you can tell me what's going on?
Yes. If what I think is going to happen does, I can tell you everything.
Lieutenant.
May I come in?
What do you want?
Well, we've just finished our search of the apartment. I thought you might like to know what we found. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
This case has taken a rather curious turn, Mrs. Pendennis. I'm going to have to ask you some questions about your husband's family.
I'll try to be of what help I can. Did you find out what happened to that woman?
Not yet, but we found out who she is.
Her name is Elsa Grady?
No, it isn't. Her name is Shelley Malone.
Shelley Malone? But that's the woman who killed Robert's father, the secretary.
That's right. Did your husband ever say anything to you about Shelley?
Well, he told me the story of the murder case, but that was all.
Mm-hmm. He never expressed any feelings about her?
He would never talk about it.
Do you think he harbored a hatred of her?
You mean it enough to take revenge?
Yes.
No. Robert wouldn't do something like that. He couldn't.
Well, people are known to do exceptional things when family ties are involved, especially an old family like the Pendennises.
But all of this happened before Robert was even born. He never knew this woman. He never even knew his father. I think he always felt very removed from the whole thing.
Perhaps. But his mother was fanatical on the subject. She tried for years to track Shelley Malone down. There's even evidence that she made it known she'd be willing to pay to have Shelley killed.
Mrs. Pendennis was a very unstable woman, Lieutenant, especially in her last years.
Still, it's possible that these feelings she transmitted to her son. As I recall the story, Shelley Malone was Jacob Pendennis' secretary for about 7 years, and then in January of 1938 he fired her.
Yes.
Do you know the reason?
I'm not sure. I think it was a question of her competence.
Shelley was known as something of a hothead. After she was let go, she was heard to threaten her former employer's life.
Well, that was the Depression years. It must have been a terrible time to be out of work.
Yes, but Jacob Pendennis was murdered several months later. Mrs. Pendennis went into his study and caught Shelley there rifling his safe. Her husband was slumped over his desk, stabbed to death. Is that right?
Yes. No. Douglas Jimson was with her, with Mrs. Pendennis.
Jimson again. So he was involved in this, huh?
I believe both he and Mrs. Pendennis testified at the inquest. He was a young lawyer then. He'd just been hired by the family. He was at the house on business, and Mrs. Pendennis was showing him into her husband's study.
And that's how they came on Shelley?
Yes. She fled before either of them could recover enough to stop her.
And she was never found, never brought to trial. The case was closed. Until now.
Do you really suspect Robert of doing something to her?
That's how it looks. Frankly, what other business could he have with her?
But how did he find her?
Who knows? A good private detective, a willingness to keep at it, to pay whatever was necessary.
Lieutenant, Robert was here.
When?
Less than an hour ago, when I came home from the police station.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. I caught him by surprise. He was packing a suitcase.
Didn't you try to stop him?
Yes, but I didn't know.
Well, did he admit to going to Shelley's apartment?
Yes.
So he was probably there when I came to the door. That explains the fear in Shelley's voice when I talked to her. That's what she was trying to tell me.
What?
Well, she kept saying I couldn't come in, almost as if she wanted me to contradict her. And then, as I was leaving, she told me she was going to die. She was trying to alert me, and I just wrote it off to the craziness of an old shut-in. After your husband left, why didn't you call the police?
He asked me not to.
Mrs. Pendennis, we are talking about a possible murder charge.
I know. But he said he could explain what was happening.
Did he?
No. He said he would when he came back in a few days.
A few days?
He promised.
Mrs. Pendennis, I'm afraid it's very possible we may never see your husband again.
We begin with an event, a man's disappearance, and build on that. Complications are added that change the direction of the story. Characters who seemed bad turn out to be good, or vice versa. Gradually, for the persons at the center of the drama and the audience, the world begins to take on the aspect of a gigantic illusion. Where does the truth lie? And when is a lie the truth? The answers would seem to hang suspended somewhere between Lieutenant Warren's persistence and Janet Pendennis's instincts. We will find out precisely where when I return with our final act. It takes 9 months to create a man, said Pascal, and a lifetime to know him. And sometimes, we might add, not even then. For before whom do we really stand revealed? Janet Pendennis might have wished for a bit more revelation from her husband before his second disappearance, for now she finds herself the wife of a suspected murderer.
You're accusing Robert of killing that old woman?
I'll have to ask that a warrant be issued for his arrest. And I'd appreciate it if you do me a favor. Don't call Douglas Jimson.
Why not?
I'm going over to see him now. Now that we know who the old woman is, I'm more curious than ever why he didn't call the police. Anyone else still living who worked for Jacob Pendennis?
Well, his business manager was a man named Gilbert Klieg. I believe Douglas mentioned recently that he's living north of here in Gloucesterville.
Well, thank you. I know this isn't easy, and I appreciate your cooperation. If it's any consolation, homicide will be coming onto the case now. If nothing else, that increases our chances of finding your husband. Tell me, Mr. Jimson, are you still retained by the Pendennis family?
Oh, not really, no. Yeah, I do occasional legal work for them, but I'm more retired than not.
Mm-hmm. Sir, you were a witness to Jacob Pendennis's murder, weren't you?
Jacob? Yes. Oh, not to the actual murder itself. No, Mrs. Pendennis and I came upon the scene minutes too late to prevent it, but what does all that have to do with Robert?
Well, I'm just trying to figure this out. That murder received a lot of press. Jacob Pendennis was a distinguished man. It's an old Boston family. The police were obliged to do their best to find the woman who was accused. What was her name?
Malone, I believe. Shelley Malone.
Yes. It's the biggest manhunt in Boston's history. Couldn't locate her, and yet now, nearly 40 years later, she suddenly surfaces. And right here in Boston.
Really? You mean she's still alive?
How, Mr. Jimson? Who found her?
I don't know.
Was it you?
I'm afraid I don't really know what you're getting at, Lieutenant.
You went to her apartment with Janet Pendennis.
Yes.
And?
She wasn't there. Neither was Robert.
You told Mrs. Pendennis not to call the police, that you'd take care of doing it.
I see. And you want to know why I didn't call? My first responsibility is to my clients, Lieutenant, to protect them.
Sir, 2 minutes ago you told me the Pendennises were no longer your clients.
Well, Lieutenant, are you trying to implicate me in all this?
You knew it was Shelley Malone's apartment.
Yes, but not before I went there. I had no idea that she was still living.
How did you find out it was her apartment?
By a silver picture frame on the bureau. I remember Jacob had given it to her that Christmas.
What about the phone calls?
What phone calls?
The ones Janet answered when the other party hung up. The one Robert answered just before he vanished.
I know nothing about them, Lieutenant, I assure you.
Your assurances aren't worth a great deal to me, Mr. Jimson. As far as I'm concerned, you're an accomplice in this whole business.
A suspected accomplice. And anyway, what business?
Shelley Malone's abduction and possible death. Are you really that keen on revenge after all these years?
No.
How much money did she steal?
I just remember the exact amount, a few $1,000s perhaps. Hardly enough to warrant the kind of fanatical activity you're trying to lay at my doorstep.
We need to talk to anyone else who might still be alive, who was part of the Pendennis household at that time.
Well, I'm afraid you're out of luck there. Everyone's gone, except me.
Well, what about Gilbert Klieg? According to Janet, he's living in Gloucesterville.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Oh, that's interesting, Mr. Jimson. Since you're the one who told her.
Lieutenant, you spoke to Shelley Malone, didn't you? When you went to her apartment the first time?
Yes.
What was your impression of her?
Why?
Well, she was addled, you know. Always. Jacob treated her with every kindness, but she was prone to bizarre fantasies. It finally forced Jacob to let her go.
Are you telling me she was crazy?
Well, I hate to use labels.
And you have a particular fantasy in mind you want to tell me about?
No.
I see. Just planting the seed for later, then, is that it? In case she has something she wants to tell us? Good day, Mr. Jimson.
Yes?
You, Janet Pendennis?
Yes?
Robert's wife? My name is Gilbert Klieg. I worked for Robert's father at one time. I was his business manager.
Oh, yes. Please come in.
Thank you. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, no. I'm very glad. Please forgive the house. Forgive my appearance.
Oh, I understand. I've heard about Robert's disappearance. I gather the police suspect Robert of possibly hurting Miss Malone. So I thought it might be important to come to see you.
Yes?
You see, I always had my doubts whether it really was Shelley who killed Jacob.
Why?
Well, shortly after she was dismissed, I was going over the accounts, and I came up $8,500 short. I pointed this out to Jacob. He was very meticulous about money. He had to be in those times. But this didn't bother him. Told me to just credit it to his miscellaneous account.
That's a fair amount of money.
Yeah. And after his death, when Shelley was accused of robbing him as well, the amount in question was just that. $8,500.
It sounds like Jacob gave her the money.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you mention this at the time?
Well, I wanted to check through the books again. And before I could, I was let go.
By Mrs. Pendennis?
Yeah.
You think Shelley was framed?
Possibly. But the question then is why Jacob gave her the money at all.
Could Shelley have been blackmailing him?
No. Shelley wasn't that kind of person. For all her wildness, she wasn't a criminal.
Yet she was accused of murder.
Yeah. By Mrs. Pendennis and Douglas Jimson. Tell me, Janet, how did Robert find Shelley?
I don't know. There was a phone call, a number of phone calls, but when I answered, the person hung up.
I see. I think it was Shelley herself made those calls.
Shelley? Why?
I have an idea where they might be. It's a long shot, but if you're up to a drive, we could go there together.
Oh, Mr. Cleek, I'm so nervous and worried I'll go anywhere.
The place I have in mind is Dennis Wood, up the Maine coast.
The old Pendennis summer estate?
Mm-hmm. It's secluded, private.
Robert, when he left, he took a heavy topcoat and gloves. It would be getting cold up there this time of year. But then you don't think Shelley's dead?
No, I got a different idea. But we can talk on the way up.
We can take my car. Just give me a minute to run upstairs and throw some things in a travel bag. I'm ready, Mr. Cleek. I'm sorry I kept you
That's perfectly all right, Janet.
Douglas.
It gave me a chance to catch up with you. Has Robert contacted you yet?
No.
Are you telling me the truth? You know nothing?
Where's Mr. Cleek?
Well, you could see he's gone.
What have you done to him?
I told him Robert had been found. That I was here to take you down to police headquarters.
You've done something terrible, haven't you? Why didn't you call the police? You don't want them to find Rob. You want him to kill Shelley because she knows the truth.
That's right. She knows the truth.
She didn't kill Jacob, did she?
No.
What have you done? What are you trying to cover up?
Cleek thinks Robert might be at Dennis Wood. That's as good a gamble as any.
You're going up there?
Yes. With you.
No.
I have a gun with me, Janet. And it is quite imperative that I get to Robert before the police do.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Did you kill Robert's father?
No. But I might as well have.
Who did?
Mrs. Pendennis.
His wife?
She confessed to me. I didn't ask her to. I didn't want her to.
Shelley was innocent. And for 40 years she's been living in hiding. Did you see how she was living?
Mrs. Pendennis was willing to pay a great deal of money for someone to corroborate her story. I was young. It's no excuse. My career has been beyond reproach, except for that one mistake.
One mistake? You could have put an end to it any time you wanted.
I know. But out of sight, out of mind. Oh, that's terrible, I realize, but that's how it is. I figured Shelley had got off somewhere, made a fresh start, a decent life for herself. I never dreamed that she was still in Boston.
But why? Why did Mrs. Pendennis kill her husband?
I can't tell you that. Not yet.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Will you stop asking me that?
Kill Robert? Kill me?
I have a gun. I can't use it. I don't know how. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Here's the house.
There's the light on. In one of the downstairs rooms.
Someone is here. What? It's Rob. I can see him through the window. Oh, no.
What?
Shelley is with him. She's lying on the sofa. He's about to smother her. Robert! John! Don't stop!
Janet!
Oh, Robert, what have you done?
Please, don't yell.
Is she dead?
Yes, she just passed away.
Oh, it looked like you were trying to smother her.
I was pulling the sheet up to cover her face.
Oh, Rob, what's the matter? You're crying.
That's because Shelley Malone was his mother.
What?
That's right. She and Jacob had an affair, and she was dismissed because she was pregnant. Jacob thought by giving her a large sum of money it would discharge his obligation. But after Robert was born, she came back to see him. She hoped that by showing him his son, she might persuade him to leave his wife. Instead, Mrs. Pendennis discovered them, and when she learned the truth, she stabbed Jacob. Shelley fled, and Robert was left behind. Under the pretext of grieving for Jacob's death, Mrs. Pendennis went into seclusion for a number of months, and when she emerged, Robert was her child, and her place in the lucrative bosom of the Pendennis family was insured.
And Robert never knew?
No, I was given the job of destroying the real birth records and seeing that new ones were forged.
Oh, Robert, are you all right?
She wouldn't even let me take her to a hospital. She was coughing up blood. We both knew she was dying, but she was still afraid she might be arrested.
Then it was Shelley who called you.
Did you realize I knew who it was? I suspected the whole truth the minute I heard her voice. Even before she told me. I seen her face before, you know. She watched me grow up. She followed me. Even though every time she went out, she was terrified she might be caught. And no one would believe her. Do you know what courage it took for her to call me?
No, Robert, I don't. I can only imagine.
It is said that the mind registers impressions from the very moment of birth, that these impressions are stored away and never lost, and that under extraordinary circumstances they may be retrieved. All his life, Robert had carried within him the knowledge of his true origins, but only at the last possible moment had this truth revealed itself. I'll return with a final word in a few moments. Shelley Malone was given a small, dignified burial. For his part in the crime, Douglas Jimson was disbarred for life and sent to jail for a number of years. As for Janet and Robert, people say they don't know a couple more devoted to the care and raising of their own children. Our cast included Russell Horton, Terry Keane, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I picked up the receiver, and right away, there was a guy there saying that the money was ready to be picked up even though Hasim was dead, and there was this man who tried to follow me, only the taxi driver, a marvelous guy named Jake Brown, was able to lose him, and then it... Who are you? You're the man who followed me.
I did not even try to. You have a very clear voice. When you told the cab driver where you were going, I could hear it even across the street.
How did you get in here?
If you leave the keys in the door, who cannot follow? Come along. We must leave.
What do you mean? Leave?
Oh, my dear young lady, if you must involve yourself in international intrigue, you must take the consequence.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the most familiar sounds in the world today is the ring of the telephone. It produces a predictable reflex action. The phone rings, you pick it up. It's only too human to want to know who's on the other end. The impulse always is to answer. An impulse you should never have succumbed to if your name had been Betsy Grant.
I don't mean to stick my nose in your business, lady, but it looks like someone is tailing you.
Me? Where?
The little brown foreign job, 2 cars back.
Oh.
Want I should lose him?
Yes. Please, cab driver, please. Oh, if you possibly can, please. Lose him.
Our mystery drama, The Sound of Terror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Patricia Elliott. The sergeant of police in Gilbert and Sullivan's Pirates of Penzance who sang the sad complaint, "A policeman's lot is not an happy one." Watching Detective Sergeant Ed Ritter and his girlfriend Betsy Grant as they snake along in weekend traffic after a day at the beach, it would be hard to agree with Gilbert's line. This is one happy policeman, relaxed and obviously very much in love. And so is Betsy, her eyes locked on his strong young face as he talks while he drives.
Oh, boy, what a day. You know, in spite of all the traffic, I feel great. How about you, Betsy?
Yes, honey. I'm so relaxed. I don't know if I'm asleep or awake.
Well, I better get you straight home if you're that tired.
Oh, I'm not tired. Just full of sun, salt, and sea air. And happiness. And love. In a world of my own. Our own. The other one doesn't even exist.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry you brought that up.
What?
The other world. I mean this one. I gotta check in and see what's going on.
And the commissioner himself has ordered all leaves canceled. All off-duty personnel to report as soon as possible. That is all personnel. Uniform or plainclothes. Now, this announcement will be repeated shortly. At the moment, we have a 10-4-0 at Blyer and Spain Streets. Cars 103, 216, and 180 are ordered there. Please contact Central and each other and coordinate. Repeat, there is a 10-4-0 at Blyer and Spain.
What is it, Ed?
The 10-4-0?
No, I know what that is. Disturbance of the peace. What's the other?
Search me, hon. I'll tell you something, though. It's something big if the commissioner is sticking his nose in.
You better call him.
Yeah, I know. That's just what I'm doing.
Shouldn't you pull over and park?
What, in this traffic? I'm practically parked already.
28th Precinct, Captain Ryman.
Jerry, it's Ed Ritter.
Where are you?
Just came out of the Midtown Tunnel after a day at the beach. I was feeling great till I cut in the squawk box. What hit the fan?
Oh, the West Arabian ambassador to the UN went and got himself abducted. Now, look, boy, you better get down here as fast as you can.
Well, look, I got Betsy with me. I'm stuck in traffic. It'll take me half to 3/4 of an hour to run her home.
Honey, boy, maybe you're not reading me. I want you here 5 minutes ago. Now, you drop your gal and let her take a cab or a bus and get down here yesterday. That is an order.
Okay, Jerry. I read you.
Now what, Ed?
Got to report in immediately. Honey, it looks like you're going to have to grab a cab home. I'll give you some money.
Oh, I don't need a cab. Just drop me at 9th Avenue and I'll take a bus.
You will take a cab? I'm not taking any more chances with you than I have to.
Ed, I'm a big girl, a city girl. I can take care of myself. What's got you so uptight?
I'm going to turn on the siren, honey. I got to move. Someone kidnapped the West Arabian ambassador to the UN.
Oh, what's his name?
Who?
The ambassador.
Oh, I'm not sure. Mohammed Hafim or something, isn't it?
Something like that.
Why?
Well, I don't know. It just seemed the thing to ask. Who do you suppose kidnapped him?
Search me, darling. At a guess, I'd say some terrorist group.
We're not going to have that here.
Look, we've all been holding our breath that it wouldn't start here the way it has in the rest of the world.
That couldn't happen to us.
Oh, really? Why not? I can think of a heck of a lot of ways we're so much more careless than other countries. Well, listen, that isn't anything for you to worry about, Betsy. All I care about is that you take care of yourself.
You don't have to worry about me, Ed.
That's what I like to do best. You're my girl.
All the way. You know that.
You know, I don't know what we're waiting for to get married.
Family. Your folks, my folks. They all want to be a part of
Well,
it.
couldn't they wait till after?
Let's take care of the family first. After is for us.
Okay, baby. Hey, come on. I got to move. Hey, kiss goodbye.
Uh-huh. Kiss forever.
I love you. But if I don't get you out and head for the precinct, I won't be able to afford to marry you.
Go on, Sergeant. Answer your bugle call.
Yeah. Now, listen, you go straight home. I want you to take a cab, not a bus.
All right. Whichever comes first. I'll wait by this covered bus stop right by the phone booth. Oh, here's the bus. I've got to run.
Hey, I said a cab.
Why waste money? I didn't have to run too much. It was a 107. No good for me. When it pulled away, I was all alone at the bus stop. It was clouding up and looked like rain. I was glad I had some shelter while I was waiting. There weren't any cabs available anyway. The traffic in the tunnel was thinning out, and it was starting to get dark. I don't know just at what point I found myself feeling lonely, but what made me realize it was when the phone started ringing. How do you feel when a phone rings and no one answers? I know how I do. Sure, I know it was a public phone, but it's sort of a reflex. After like the sixth ring, I couldn't help myself. I picked it up, and this voice said,
Ahmed, it is Cleaver. They came through with the ransom. It is on its way to the pickup. Tonio is there. Now, do we pick it up even though Hafim is dead? Ahmed? Who is this? Ahmed? I must head on under.
what had I gotten myself into? Even in the act of hanging up, I'd seen a man in the building across the street on the second floor pull the shade up to stare at me and then rip it down as if to conceal his face. At the same moment, I spotted a cab and hailed it. I clambered in, desperately shouting my address, for the man was already on his way across the street. As the cab pulled away, I remembered that the phone started ringing again. My cab driver was in no hurry. I'm kind of late, driver. Could we speed it up?
What do you want? I should drive through a red light and get a ticket?
No, but as soon as you get the light, would you please hurry?
I don't like tickets.
Well, please make it as fast as you can. I looked back. The man had gone into the booth and was answering the phone. Just as the light changed and we began to move, he came running out and towards us. The light, it just changed.
I got eyes, lady. There's no sweat. These here lights are timed for 35 miles an hour all the way north. What's the rush?
I want to get home.
So do I. But I got a lot longer to sweat it out than you.
I looked back. The man had stopped, frustrated, under a streetlight. I could see his face clearly. I didn't like it then, and I would have reason to like it even less later. As we pulled away, he ran back towards the cars parked along the curb. My hacky had the lights timed now and was bowling along smoothly. At 42nd, we ran into snags, and by the time we cleared traffic, the hacky was in communication again.
Hey, lady.
Yes?
I figured you earlier for just some nervous dame in a hurry, but you in trouble?
What do you mean?
I don't mean to stick my nose in, but it kind of looks like somebody might be tailing you.
Where?
The little brown foreign job. You had 2 cars behind on the left. You recognize it?
I don't know.
You want I should lose him? Maybe just on general principle.
I can't see who's driving, but do you really think he's following me?
Listen, I drive a hack in New York. You learn a lot about human nature and all. The good and the bad. You ask me a question, I give you an answer. From the experience I got rolled up, yeah.
I don't want him to follow me home.
I'll lose him for you.
For the first time, he wasn't just a something, but a somebody. He really got into the whole thing like it was a game. Cutting lights, switching turns from right to left, doubling back and forth, until finally he drove me up to the brownstone where I had my apartment.
There you are, lady. 99A West 83. And all alone.
Here's the fare. And something extra for losing my follower.
Well, all in a day's a night's work. I kind of got kicks from it, yeah. Hey, what are you, with the government or some kind of TV or movie star?
Neither. Nobody.
Oh, what was it? Your ex or something?
I beg pardon?
Your husband. Who was following you?
Oh, no, I don't even know that there was someone following us. It's just these days, the gal can't be too careful.
You got it. You want I should see you in?
No. I'll be all right.
It's kind of gloomy down there in the basement.
Oh, that's just the front. In back, it's gorgeous.
Good night. Hey, watch your step.
I will. And thanks again for the help.
You can't do something for somebody every now and then. Watch life. Good night.
Darn. Why does this key always stick? Oh, I'm coming. Hello?
It's me, hon. You just saved me heart failure. You get home all right?
Yes. Well, no, Ed, I've got to talk to you.
Well, any time but now, hon. I can't. This West Arabian ambassador thing is so big.
But that's what I want to talk to you about, Ed. Oh, this is the craziest coincidence, or whatever.
Betsy, I can't stay on the phone. We're on a citywide alert.
But, Ed, what I have to tell you is something about that.
Well, okay. If you have anything, make it fast.
Okay, the bus I ran for. Remember? It wasn't a 12. It was a 107. You know, that's the one that cuts across 57th to the east side. And
Don't give me the bus routes. Get to the point.
All right. So I didn't take that, but everyone else did. So I was alone. And while I was waiting for a bus or a cab, the phone rang.
The phone?
Well, you know, there are a couple of public booths there.
Oh, yeah, all right. So what?
Well, you know how it is when a phone keeps ringing. A person feels they ought to answer.
You mean you answered a public phone that was ringing?
Well, yes, I did. I don't know why. It's hard to explain, but anyway, I picked up the receiver, and right away, there was a guy there saying that the money was ready to be picked up even though Hasim was dead, and there was this man who tried to follow me. Only the taxi driver, a marvelous guy named Jake Brown, was able to lose him, and then it... Who are you? You're the man who followed me.
I did not even try to. You have a very clear voice. When you told the cab driver where you were going, I could hear it even across the street.
How did you get in here?
If you leave the keys in the door, who cannot follow? Come along. We must leave.
What do you mean? Leave?
Oh, my dear young lady, if you must involve yourself in international intrigue, you must take the consequences. And I am sorry to say, once you possess the wrong knowledge, the consequences obviously cannot be pleasant.
A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and it seems that inadvertently, Betsy Grant, responding to a very human and reasonable compulsion by the simple act of answering a telephone, has gained an amount of information that is dangerous, particularly to a man named Ahmed, who is responsible for many deaths in the past, a man who has nothing to lose by causing more of them in the future. I shall return shortly with Act Two. The ringing of an unanswered telephone is so frustrating. There is another sound made by Alexander Graham Bell's invention that is even more frustrating. The busy signal, which has been caused by a sudden interruption in service. It can become unbearable. Worse than that, in the case of Detective Sergeant Ed Ritter, terrifying, for he knows intuitively that it was human intervention that broke the connection on his phone call to Betsy.
Ed, where are you? Come on, we're on assignment.
I'm trying to reach Betsy.
Well, I thought she called you.
Yeah, she did.
Well, so okay. I told you no long conversations. I'd be waiting in the car.
Jerry, everything's changed since then. I got a lead. I got to call Betsy back.
Call her back? What'd she do? Hang up on you?
Here, listen.
Okay, so it's a busy signal. You can't hang around till she gets off the phone talking to her mother or some girlfriend.
No. It isn't like that, Jerry. But you see, Betsy was talking to me, and someone broke the connection.
Ed, buddy, look, you're my best friend. I love you like a brother. But right now, we got no time for personal stuff. We got a big case to break.
This has to do with the case, Jerry. I told you I had a lead.
Well, from Betsy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, when I dropped her after you told me to get straight to the precinct, she was waiting for a bus, you see, and this phone began to ring.
What phone?
A coin phone right by the bus stop. So Betsy answered it.
What? She answered the public phone that was ringing? Was she expecting a call?
No, it was just... Well, you know, a phone rings, keeps ringing. If nobody else picks up, you do it.
Not me. What for?
Well, it's human nature. Someone maybe is in trouble, needs help. I don't know.
Okay. So she picks up the phone, and
this voice on the other end starts right in and says, okay, the dough is ready to be picked up. Do they go ahead even if Hasim is dead or what?
Hey, wait a minute. Hasim? You sure she said Hasim?
Yeah.
That's the guy who was abducted.
Well, what do you think I'm trying to tell you?
Well, what are we wasting time talking? Get Betsy on the phone.
I can't. Don't you hear me? There's nothing but a busy signal.
Try her again.
No, Jerry. I'm not messing around anymore. Something's wrong. Now, I'm going over to Betsy's apartment and see for myself what.
All right, I'm going with you. Did she have any idea who the guy was that was calling?
Just that his name was Kleber. Oh, yeah, he called her by name, like the guy he expected to answer.
What name?
Ahmed.
Yeah, it's beginning to make a picture. This is no local caper. Hasim, Kleber, Ahmed, how international can you get? What do you figure is the sense in calling a public payphone?
Well, no chance of calls being traced or bugged. And normally that time of night, the area is deserted.
Yeah. The guy, Ahmed, was right across the street waiting for it to ring.
And probably on his way down when he saw Betsy answer. You figure they had it set up on a time schedule.
Yeah. You still think he could have followed your Betsy home?
No, she didn't think so.
But you do.
Look, Jerry, suppose she could recognize him. She saw him looking out the window. Now, what would the guy figure? This whole thing is big enough to take no chances. Yes, I think he must have tailed her, and I think that's why the phone got cut off, and I'm scared of what we could find when we get to her apartment.
All right, let's not jump to conclusions. Just keep her open wide the way you are, and let's get there fast. Which is her apartment?
Basement. Right down the steps.
All right, hold up. Let's move easy. You cover me, I'll try the door.
Well, I'll take it, you cover.
No, sir, I'm saving you for Betsy. Cover me, that's an order. All right, we'll start legit. I'm ringing the doorbell. Police, open up. Don't try anything. We're armed.
Oh, we're too late. How's the door?
Locked. Stand back. It ain't the first door I kicked in. Watch it! Just keep me covered.
Let me. I know where the lights are and things.
Okay, just take it easy.
The living room. I'm going to get the light. right. Nobody here.
Check behind the couch.
Yeah, for sure.
The kitchen door's open. No one there. At the bedroom?
Yeah. Doesn't look like there'll be anyone there either.
Now take it easy, Ed.
You know, I can feel it in my bones. They got her. Look at the phone. It's off the hook. Here. This is her handbag. She never would have left that behind.
Let's look in the bedroom first before we jump to conclusions.
Hey, why? You don't think maybe...
Now, easy, Ed, easy. Come on. Where's the light switch?
I don't know. I guess...
Forget it. I found it. There's no problem here. All neat and tidy.
Yeah, let me make sure. Under the bed. Closet.
Yeah.
Bathroom. Well, at least they didn't total her. They must have taken her with them.
Where?
I don't know.
Betsy give you no notion about that?
No, none.
So it's up to us to find out. Let's get back to that phone.
We've got to get out an APB.
Now, don't touch that phone again. There may be fingerprints.
So what are we going to do about Betsy?
Don't panic. We got a lot to work on. Hold it.
I got to answer it. It may be them about Betsy.
We'll answer it. You got a clean handkerchief?
Yeah.
Here, lend it to me.
Here you are.
Thanks. Huh? Oh, yes, George. This is Lieutenant Reimer. What's on your mind? Yeah? Yeah? Well, how do you read it? Okay, hold him. I want to question him myself. It doesn't look too hot, but you never can tell. No, there's nothing to stand except we're going to have to put out an APB on Ed Ritter's girlfriend. Yeah, it looks like she was snatched. You get this on the wires right away. Hold it a sec. Ed.
Yeah, what is it?
I'll fill you in on the kidnapping on our way back to the precinct. Right now we need a description of Betsy to put on the APB. I figure you can do that better than me.
I just hope we can find her.
Come on, cheer up, kid. They didn't get the money, so we have a bargaining point, even if Hasim is dead. Come on, take the phone. No, easy. Use the handkerchief.
Okay.
Might be fingerprints we can still use.
All right, Jerry, I got it. This is Detective Sergeant Ritter with a rundown on a suspected abduction of Betsy. Of Elizabeth T. Adams, Caucasian, 24 years old. Eyes blue-gray, hair chestnut. Height 5 feet 4.5, weight 118. Identifying marks, one small mole on the left shoulder.
KTUC Tucson.
Now, the drop for the ransom money was a wire trash can on 59th under the Queensbrook Bridge. There's an open playground right there and very little cover to stake it out.
But it was staked out.
Sure. We got a young detective shooting a basketball on the playground and 2 other cops in a bar nearby with good sightlines to the drop. So when the guy came, they were all on him within a couple of minutes.
So you picked him up. Is he talking?
Is he talking? A blue streak.
And what does he say?
Nothing that's much help to us. His name is H. Harrison Trimble. He graduated from Harvard, 1936.
I don't care about his name. Has he given us any leads?
Oh, Ed, he's a derelict, a bum, a wino. He fell backwards into this, an accident.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm not sure of anything until I prove it out all the way. I just didn't want you to get your hopes up. No, I don't think Mr. Trimble is the answer. Tell you the truth, I think Mr. Trimble is the fly in the ointment. The accident that blew most of our chances.
What do you mean?
Well, the ransom was $3 million. It was deposited in the trash can in 3 plain brown paper bags. Now, Trimble resides in the shadow of the bridge. I mean, he chooses to make it his home, rent-free. And he lives on other people's leavings. I don't suppose in all his years of poking through trash cans he could even have dreamed ever of turning up $3 million. But when he did, his reflex was to take it on the lam.
Yeah, but our boy stopped him.
That's right.
So, if that's the way it is, there's nothing he can tell us.
That's the way it looks, Ed.
So we're no nearer Betsy and Hasim than we were to start out with, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
What do you mean, Jerry?
Well, we know where your girlfriend answered the phone call. She looked across the street and she saw a guy who may or may not have had anything to do with all this. I've given orders to have that block checked out.
Why didn't I think of that first?
Maybe because you're still a sergeant and I'm a lieutenant. And she's not my girlfriend. I can be a little more objective.
Well, we better get down there right away.
Easy, chum. It's being taken care of. They don't need us. And I'll level with you, Ed. I think it's too late. Those birds are too smart. They'll skip the coop. I think we'd better concentrate on Mr. Trimble and make sure he's what he seems to be.
All right, Clever. You have failed me. But first we must get out of here fast.
Yeah, but what about the woman?
Your telephone correspondent. I have her under the influence of my own tranquilizers.
You didn't kill her like Hassim, not another accident.
Mohammed Hassim was no accident. I never intended him to live.
But the woman...
She is safe only as long as I may have need of her. You know, we must revise our plans. Come, there is no more time to waste.
Any more word, Ed?
No, not a thing. What about the bum?
Trimble? That's just what he is, a bum. I read him clean.
So, what do we do now?
How much do you love your Betsy?
That's a lousy question.
It's a lousy situation, Ed. Do you love her $3 million worth?
Oh, look, you can't put a price on something like that.
You can't. I'm stretching my neck out and putting a price. We're going to hear from these guys, Ed. With luck, they won't have changed the ransom. The money is still available.
Yeah, for an Arab named Hassim, who's already dead.
We don't know that for sure. And neither do the West Arabs. So, we take our chances. That $3 million may be too late to save the ambassador. But it may save your girlfriend.
$3 million in cash floating loose. An Arabian UN ambassador who is dead or not dead. A girl who answered the telephone and inadvertently got herself embroiled in international terrorism. Where do we go from here? That, of course, must be saved up till I return shortly with Act 3. Telephone. How many of us stop to consider how large it looms in our life? How important it is? We have already explored emotional reactions to the various sounds it makes. Now we are examining its most devastating power. The power not to make any sound while we wait helpless, hoping against hope, for it to summon us to hear whatever news we need to survive, bad or good. This is the worst suspense, when it fails to ring at all.
I don't know if I can stand it much longer, Jerry.
Come on, we both done army time. We know there's nothing harder than waiting.
Every time the phone rings, I want to jump and answer it.
Yeah, after the first few calls, you could lose that urge. People call the precinct about the craziest things.
But if Ahmed calls in...
Oh, that comes straight through to this phone here.
Why?
Because that's the contact Betsy will give him.
If she's still alive.
Oh, now, why wouldn't she be? She could be the only bargaining point they have left.
Well, Clever, suppose you try to explain now what happened.
Everything was all set, Ahmed. The moment the money was put in the garbage can, the grapple hook was being sent down from the bridge. I could have been there and fastened it to the container to be lifted up and away before the police closed in. But that, what do you call him, that hobo was there before I could move.
You should have shot him.
I would have, but the police were too late.
I told you to reconnoiter before you moved.
I did, but the police were so well
that
hidden.
It was fortunate you didn't reveal yourself and us.
But now Hasim is dead, and the money is gone.
Gently, my friend. That Hasim is dead is a triumph for my brothers. He had to go. The money is something else again. We need it.
But they can't get it now. We have no leverage.
Because Hasim is dead?
Why did you kill him, Ahmed?
My dear friend, you must understand the intricacies of terrorism. Hasim was a pawn in a game of chess. To have to conceal and control him while the game was being played was, and always is, too difficult. He was only important as long as he affected the deal. Once that was made, he was dispensable.
But you didn't get the money. How do you get it now?
Through the girl. They know she is alive, and they cannot be sure that Hasim is dead. Hand me the newspaper.
There's nothing there we don't already know.
We can use the print for what already only we know, and the girl to tell us where to send it.
This just came in the mail for you, Ed.
What is it?
Well, you better see for yourself. I got a notion it isn't personal. You want to read it to me?
To whom it may concern. We have Ambassador Hasim in our power. The ransom was not paid. If it is refused us again, he will die. Also, the woman called Elizabeth Grant. Instructions will be sent through her phone how to deliver the $3 million. You will wait for them and comply, or all will be dead.
A fanatic.
Yeah, at this point, so am I.
Try and stay cool, Ed. They're going to need it to deal with this kind of guy.
Well, how do I know that Betsy's even alive anymore? I know in my gut Hasim isn't.
We don't know that for sure.
I could bet my bottom dollar. It's the way they work.
Well, we've got to let them give the lead.
Yeah, I guess.
Which still doesn't mean we can't make a few contingency plans of our own.
Yeah, but nothing that would put Betsy's life on the line.
Don't worry, she comes first. Well, second.
What do you mean second?
First, we got to know what this Ahmed has in mind.
Are you quite comfortable, Miss Grant?
You know I'm not tied up like this. What are you trying to do?
I would not expect an unbeliever to understand what my aims are. But I know what I want. And you will do it or join Ahmed Hasim.
You mean you would kill me?
For our sacred cause and with the blessing of Allah, I shall use the sword to cut down anyone who stands in our path.
What is it that you want me to do?
I want you first to make clear to your policeman friend that the slightest attempt to try to controvert our instructions will mean your death.
If you're trying to get a ransom of $3 million, no one's going to pay that for me.
They will be paying it for Ahmed Hasim.
But he's dead.
We know that. No one else can be sure. We are going to make them be sure he is alive.
I don't understand.
You will, when we make the tape. And you will follow instructions to the letter, or you will regret it.
What do you expect me to do?
Very simply, to interview Ahmed Hasim, or what appears to be Hasim. You see, I have a hobby. I have made a tape of every word he has spoken at the UN and other places. By clipping these tapes and taking the words out of context as if answers to questions, they will serve my purpose. They will raise Hasim from the grave and win us money for the cause. So, we had better get to work, Miss Grant.
far enough, Ed. Now, play it forward again.
Surely they want to be sure you are alive, Ambassador Hassim.
That I live must be obvious in spite of all the trials and tribulations in between.
Have you been mistreated in any way?
On the whole, I think giving the wide gulf between opinions reasonably fairly.
But you wish to be free.
I beg, I implore my countrymen to rise to my aid.
Ed, you've heard Ambassador Hassim. I'm sure you can tell by his speech how alive he is. And I'm begging you for my life, too. I hope you can persuade the West Arabians to still pay the ransom for our exchange. Remember, when we were kids and you were always king of the hill? Well, never mind that. 1940, what was it? 6, I guess. It's so long ago. I hope you don't forget. Please, Ed, please get us out of this. The odds are 100 to 1 against us if you don't. The men who hold us mean business. Please, contact the West Arabians. Let them hear this tape and wait for the instructions.
Cut it off. Well, what do you think?
I think we contact the Arabs and go sit in Betsy's apartment with or without them for instructions. Yes.
This is Sergeant Ed Ritter.
Yes.
Do you have the ransom?
Yes, but how do I...
3 million as before?
Yes, but tell me how...
Here are your instructions. The money in a lightweight suitcase, built as before. You will place it tonight in a Central Park horse carriage, which will be waiting at the 72nd Street entrance. The driver has instructions to meander through the park. When we are ready and are sure the coast is clear, we will contact you to make the exchange. The money for the ambassador and the woman.
Now, just a minute.
Not even 10 seconds. We will not allow this call to be traced. Make your arrangements and wait for us to contact you again.
What do we do now?
Sit and wait again.
For what?
For the switch, the new drop. Oh, it'll be here any moment.
What do you mean?
Oh, face it, Ed. We have limited facilities, but we know the opposition always pulls a switch.
But we got them tabbed now.
Oh, have we? What?
You want Ambassador Hassim and the woman? Deliver the money as I tell you and we free them. In the Bronx, there is a Milk Strong sign, and below it an abandoned factory. Drop the money by the sign that says, milk is for love and wholesomeness. When you do, Hassim and the woman will be set free.
Do we answer that or just wait?
Who knows? The old familiar pattern. We're trying to cover all the false alarms and pick the one that's for real.
Yeah. You know, I've been thinking about that.
Like how?
Well, you heard the tape. Anything about it bother you?
Sure, that was discussed. Hassim's voice on the tape sounded like it had been cut out of public speeches and made to sound like answers to questions made up after the questions were asked.
Yeah, that was my reaction, too.
So how does that help us?
Well, it seems like one big distraction to grab off the dough and run.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Only worse than that, without any return.
All right, easy, kid.
Easy. When the girl I want to marry can be as dead as I think Hassim is long before we make the payoff. Unless we arrange our own.
Ed, how?
Well, I've been thinking about a lot of things. Remember on the tape, Betsy said, King of the Hill?
Yeah, sure, the old kid game.
Yeah, except when we played it, it was one special place.
Yeah, where?
Well, Betsy and me, we both came from the Washington Heights district. Now, there's a park there we used to hang around.
You mean near where the drop is supposed to be?
No, nowhere near there. Let me hear that tape again.
Sure.
It must be obvious, in spite of all the trials and tribulations in between.
Have you been mistreated in any way?
On the whole, I think giving the wide gulf between opinions.
No, that's not the part I meant.
Yeah, well, where?
Run it fast forward a moment. Now.
Remember when we were kids and you were always king of the hill? Well, never mind that. 1940, what was it? 6, I guess. It's so long ago. I hope you don't forget. Please, Ed, please get us out of this.
You know, that's been bothering me ever since I first heard it. She gave us a tip-off.
What do you mean?
King of the Hill. King of the Hill. That could only mean Fort Washington Avenue. And that malarkey about 46? Stop and think. 46 is 32 years ago. Betsy wasn't even born then. No, she slipped the fast one by the guys who were holding her.
Why?
Well, it's got to be a key for us.
What kind of key, Ed?
All right, let me see now. 1946, Fort Washington Avenue. King of the Hill. Sure, the park. Right opposite where we lived. The end of Fort Washington, the big apartment. That was the number. 1946. Jerry, that's where they're holding her. That's what she was trying to tell us.
You really think she sneaked that by them?
Yeah, sure. Hey, wait a minute. She did even more. Jerry, let me hear that tape again, huh?
Yeah, sure. Where?
Just, let it run from where you cut it off.
Sure.
Please, Ed, please get us out of this. The odds are 100 to 1 against us if you don't. The men who hold us mean business.
All right, cut
please.
it. That's it. That's the final clue. 100 to 1. Apartment 101. That's where she's being held.
Do we try to beat the ransom rendezvous first?
And find Betsy dead like the ambassador, not on your life. Now, we take a chance. I figured it right. Hit the hideout before they can escape or hurt her.
Yes?
I have a telegram for a Mr. Ahmed Fatullah.
For Ahmed Fatullah.
Just hold it there, Ahmed. Don't move. You're covered 8 ways from nowhere.
You will not take me alive.
I warn you, you can't get out. Betsy, you all right?
Yeah, sure. Only what took you so long? Hey, where are you going, Ed? This isn't the way home.
That's right.
The Lincoln Tunnel leads straight out of New York.
That's right.
Well, where are we heading?
Anywhere will do. Elkton, Maryland, if there's nowhere closer, just so long as when we get back, we're married.
But we haven't told our families.
Well, they're just going to have to catch up.
It's kind of a rush.
Not after that last 24 hours. It's time, wouldn't you say, Betsy, that you had a permanent bodyguard?
And so they were married and lived happily ever afterwards. I wonder if they ever changed their phone number, at least if it was Betsy's. But then, I doubt if it ever caused them such severe problems again. Except, do you imagine Betsy hesitates to answer it?
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I am sure there are very few people within the sound of my voice to whom the name Scrooge does not conjure up an instant picture. Our Scrooge is one James Dudley Hill, and it so happens that Charles Dickens' description fits him to a T. Tight-fisted, squeezing, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, secretive and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. And yet this man had a great sense of humor. Who else would play a joke that wouldn't pay off until after he was dead?
James, your grandfather was a gold prospector. This $1 million estate, what did it bring him? Loneliness. So I, his son, am selling everything in it, all the treasure. When I'm gone, you, son, can have Castle Hill and do with it what you like.
Be realistic, Father. How could I ever afford the taxes for one day?
Because I shall leave you a fortune. But it won't come to you easily. You'll have to find it.
Our mystery drama, The Midas of Castle Hill, based on a story by Robert Barr, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In Northern California, a small mountain looms out of the sea. It is joined to the mainland by a causeway built during the gold rush by the most famous prospector of them all, James Hill, who found enough gold nuggets to make himself a millionaire several times over. But he was a crazy old bird, faithful to one wife who bore him one son. That son, James Dudley Hill, was as stingy as his father was spendthrift. He too died, leaving one son, James Hill III, who at this moment is on the telephone.
Hello.
Hello, is this Monsieur Eugène Valmont, the famous French detective?
Yes, this is Valmont.
My name is James Hill III. I heard you were here in California for an international conference of police chiefs, and I wondered how long you were planning on remaining.
The conference is over tomorrow, and of course I return to Paris.
Monsieur Valmont, do you ever undertake any private detective work?
Well, sometimes. If the case is of interest.
May I come to see you, perhaps, to discuss the matter?
What does it concern, Mr. Hill?
Well, I have inherited the family property of Castle Hill, and
No, you do not understand me. I do not wish details. Is it a case of mysterious death, insanity, a disappearance of a loved one, a cryptic note, missing money?
Monsieur Valmont, I think it may be all of those.
Vraiment? Then I shall be pleased to listen to your problem.
Well, I would like to bring you here, if I may.
The scene of the mystery, huh? I am free the days after tomorrow morning, Mr. Hill. I shall expect you at the Alexandra Hotel at 10 o'clock sharp.
Oh, fine. I'll pick you up at 10. Welcome to Castle Hill, Monsieur Valmont.
What magnificence. Do not tell me that you live on this vast estate alone.
I'm quite alone, except for one servant and his dog.
But why?
Well, actually, I've only begun to live here. You see, my father left no will, and...
Allow me to interrupt, please. Let us begin at the beginning. How big is the entire mansion?
75 rooms.
Did you always live here?
No, only as a boy. Then I grew up, married, and went out to work on my own for a lawn and gardening service. It's outdoor work, suits me fine.
I see. You are the only son.
The only child. A 40-year-old child.
And you have inherited this enormous white elephant. But you have no money to keep it. You have quarreled with your wife, and she threatens to leave you and has recently disappeared. And you believe that there is some money somewhere which you would like me to find.
I was told you were a genius at deductive reasoning, Monsieur Valmont, but to see you in action, well, it's staggering.
What did you inherit besides this extraordinary monument to the tax collector?
Nothing. There's no money, no bank account, no securities. Except for the library, this is a vacant building. Afterwards, I'll take you around Castle Hill.
A castle on a hill. Yes, it's well named.
But after my mother, Gloria Castle. It's a 13th century English castle, which great-grandfather Hill had brought all the way to California, stone by stone. You see, in those days, people used to look down on a gold prospector as having no culture. It was my father who filled these 25 acres with more culture than any king or European prince ever had.
But it was your mother who influenced him to do so.
Well, how do you know that?
Continue, please.
Father was peculiar, but I loved him in spite of it. Or perhaps loved him for it. You know, I can remember one Christmas, Father telling
me... James, money and peace of mind don't go together. My father, your grandfather, died an unhappy man. He poured millions into Castle Hills, and what did it bring him? Loneliness. Your grandfather used to say finding gold gave him the only happiness he knew. Exploring, locating, digging, the act of discovery gave him happiness. I had happiness once. Until your mother died, I had love. Now she's gone, I shall dispose of everything in this house, all the statuary on the grounds. Let others who go to museums enjoy them.
You're going to sell everything, Father?
Every single thing. I've been accused of being miserly, rich, and crazy, and thought of as a nutty Midas. Well, maybe I have been. When I'm gone, son, you'll have Castle Hill, and you can do what you like with it.
Well, be realistic, Father. How could I afford the taxes for one single day? I'd be ruined.
You'll have something. I'll leave you something. But it won't come to you easily. You'll have to hunt for it.
Leave me something? But what do you mean?
I'll be frank with you. I'm disappointed in you, my only son. I took my father's fortune, invested it in banks and railroads, and tripled it. You, James, how old are you now?
35.
Yes, 35. In 35 years, you haven't shown any of the hill gumption. You scraped through school, and now I hear you're thinking of getting married. At your age?
Well, is there something wrong with that?
There's something wrong with being a nobody. So I'm going to have my own little joke.
Father, if you give me money now, you can have the pleasure of seeing me enjoy it and knowing I'll have enough to take good care of Castle Hill.
Give you? You've been on an allowance since you were 5 years old. How much do you make in that garden place you work in?
Not enough, I'm afraid.
Because you're not worth more. Well, maybe after I'm gone, you'll start showing a little initiative. Carrot at the end of a stick. That's the way your grandfather got the mules to move across mountains back in the gold rush days. There isn't going to be any will. If you're smart enough, you'll inherit. If you're not, well, then I guess the state of California is going to get a nice, big present. On your way out, tell Browning I'm ready for my whiskey.
That's what he said, Monsieur Valmont. If I'm smart enough, I'll inherit. And that was the last time I saw my father alive.
Well, disappointment can make a man do strange things.
What do you mean?
It is quite obvious that this house, its valuable furnishings, the grounds, all had no more meaning for your father when your mother died. That was why he wanted to be rid of everything, not to punish you.
He never told me that, but, you may be right.
Sorrows are very private. Perhaps he did not tell you because he did not think you would understand. Who is this Browning?
Oh, I guess you could call him the family's most faithful servant. Came here as a boy. He was brought up in this house by the cook, but she's dead now.
How old is your Browning?
Oh, I'd say about 50. 10 years older than I. Now that my father's dead, I told him he'd better get himself another position.
And he said no. He would stay on, oui?
Yes, he said he'd remain on. He had a little money. It didn't matter to him that I couldn't pay him.
Well, I would like to meet him, this family retainer.
No sooner said than done.
Well, that is quite a bell to summon the servants.
Yes, my father's idea. So no matter where on the grounds they might be, they'd hear him. He had an elaborate system of rings for the gardener, the chauffeur, butler, and so on.
May I try it?
Oh, certainly, Monsieur Valmont. Just give the bell pull a good tug.
Beautiful tone. Well, where is your man?
How stupid of me. I just remembered. Browning hasn't been well for some weeks, ever since my father died, in fact. Refuses a doctor, spends a good bit of time in his room. Just his dog to keep him company.
Well, never mind. I will see him later.
No, I insist. Let me go have a look myself. Monsieur Valmont! Monsieur Valmont, come here, quickly!
What is it? What is wrong? Mon Dieu, qu'est-ce qui était arrivé?
I found him in the hall here like this, lying on the floor.
The man is bleeding.
Look, he's coming to. Browning, what happened?
Mr. Hill, do you have some bandages?
Yes, I'll go see. I'll be right back.
Here, my handkerchief to hold back the blood. Do not move.
They hit me and ran.
They? 2 people?
I'm not sure. I think so. I was coming out of the kitchen and I heard someone, and before I could turn around, they hit me.
Well, all I could find was some alcohol and some adhesive plaster in this cotton.
Well, you see that cut over his right eye is most serious. We must stop the blood right away.
Okay, Browning, now this may hurt. I must wash the cut with this alcohol. Now, hold still.
No, wait, stop. Let me smell that. This is not alcohol, mon ami.
Are you sure it was in the medicine cabinet?
Well, it may be oxalic acid, but it is definitely not alcohol. Just place the cotton over his eye. Yes. So, gently. Browning, you hold it over your eye. I wish to have a look around. Ah, look. Here. Just as I thought. What the police like to call a blunt instrument. A hammer. Ah, yes, blood on it. They must have dropped it when they ran.
I hope I didn't do anything wrong with what I thought was alcohol. What did you say it was? Oxalic acid?
Yes, it is used to remove spots or to clean brass. But subcutaneously, it is quite poisonous.
I should never have forgiven myself.
Oh, he is not well. You'd better telephone an ambulance.
Oh, yes, I'll get on to them right away.
I should also notify the police, Mr. Hill.
Why would anyone wish to attack me? Me?
The very question I was going to ask you, Mr. Browning. You know of no one who would have anything to gain by getting you out of the way?
I have nothing of any value.
And you are certain that it was two men?
Quite, sir.
Can you describe them?
No, I'm afraid not. My back was turned.
Ah, too bad. No description, no motive, but at least we have what may be the weapon.
Inspector, the ambulance and the police will be here any moment.
Monsieur James Hill, good morning. Welcome to your own police station. Inspector, this is Mr. Hill.
I picked up Browning from the hospital this morning and took him back to Castle Hill.
This is Inspector Graves I told you about on the telephone. He has made me feel very much at home in his California police state.
State police, Inspector. It's an honor to have Eugene Valmont in our little neck of the woods.
Mr. Hill, we have identified the fingerprints on the hammer.
Oh? You know who it was who hit Browning?
Browning himself.
What?
We ran the fingerprints through the computer, Mr. Hill. Nothing, no record. Then Mr. Valmont suggested we run them through the motor vehicle records. And sure enough, they turned up. Elisha Browning, Castle Hill, driver's license number 066416666.
That is point one. At point two, before leaving yesterday, I went outside and made a careful survey of the grounds. No footprints, no loose pebbles, no flowers crushed, no sign of anyone having run away.
The point being that there was no one. Your man, Browning, hit himself, Mr. Hill.
Well, that's incredible.
Browning tells us he did not see who attacked him because his back was turned. Only that it was two persons. But the wound on his head was in front, over his right eye. So either he was facing his assailant or he is lying and hit himself with the hammer, which means that there were no attackers.
You may well ask, what has this case so far got to do with a Scrooge or miserliness? Come now, since when have we divulged all the evidence or clues by the end of Act 1? Never. There is more to come, more to know, and more to be surprised about. Ask anyone who has followed the adventures of that French detective extraordinaire, Eugène Valmont. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Deceit, the bard tells us, springs from unreasoning fear. If indeed Elisha Browning, servant and longtime friend of James Dudley Hill, tried to deceive Eugène Valmont and James III into thinking he had been attacked, why did he do it? What was he afraid of? Surely there must be more to this than meets the eye, as you faithful followers of Mystery Theater all know.
But why? One doesn't hit oneself over the head and draw blood so badly you have to be taken to the hospital for stitches for no reason.
Well, one day your Mr. Browning will tell us himself.
I think we'd better have your butler in here for questioning.
I would rather pursue this case without, tipping off this Browning. May I?
Huh? It's your case.
After all, if a man hits himself on the head with a hammer, that is not against the law, no?
No, but
if he wishes to pretend he has been attacked by two assailants, that is also not against the law, no?
No.
What we must discover, then, is the why, or as we say in Paris at the Sûreté, the who. Who profits from the crime?
But, Inspector, there has been no crime.
Perhaps yes, perhaps no.
Hello.
Is this the Alexandra Motel? I asked for Monsieur Valmont's room.
Oui, c'est moi, Valmont, ici. This is Valmont.
Oh, this is James Hill. I thought I'd be hearing from you.
Well, I've been very busy sightseeing in your California.
But aren't you interested in my case?
Well, that depends.
Monsieur Valmont, look, can I come by your hotel and we can talk?
I'm going to your land of the Marines to see the training of SEALs.
What?
And I'm leaving in practically a few minutes.
Oh, to Marine Land to see the trained SEAL, sure.
You have been there?
Well, let me pick you up and take you. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Fantastic. Look at those animals. How they balance a ball and swim with it.
Monsieur Valmont, may I have your attention for just one moment?
Oh, but of course.
Now, I did ask you if this case would interest you. You remember?
My dear Hill, you spoke of a missing wife, a missing money, missing will, missing brains. But what I have seen so far is not of too much interest to Belmont. But these wonderful aquatical acrobats are of great interest. Mr. Hill, a man hits himself on the head. He is not a criminal. He is weak in the head.
But Browning insists.
Insists? I tell you that he was not attacked by two men. And if he did not hit himself, then it was by someone he knows.
So how my father disposed of millions in cash somehow does not interest you?
Me? No. You, yes. I understand. You wish Valmont to help you find it. Of course, there is money somewhere, maybe even inside your Castle Hill.
Do you believe that?
Your father sells everything. Furniture, painting, securities, n'est-ce pas? It must be somewhere. One does not burn money.
But I've looked everywhere. Monsieur Valmont, if there are millions, I'll share them with you equally. Now, is that fair?
Which is very generous.
Do you ever take a case on speculation?
Speculation?
Yeah, what I mean is, do you accept a case on a contingent fee? In other words, monsieur, no results, no pay.
I am afraid I could not accept such an offer. When I take on a case, it is 24 hours in the day. All of my time and attention. I try for success, but I cannot order it à la carte. In the meanwhile, one must live. And that is why I must charge for my time. But Mr. Hill, earlier you spoke of some communication from your late father.
Yes, I found it when I was trying to put his books in order in his library. I have it with me. Please, read it.
Very well. Let me see. My dear firstborn, you will find your fortune between a couple of sheets in the library. Your father, James Dudley Hill. That's not what I would call a legal will.
Oh, it doesn't have to be. I'm the only heir.
But you have no money to pay me for my assistance.
And right now, no wife either.
Well, the trouble is, Valmont is a romantic. Perhaps I could make an exception and spend one day at Castle Hill.
Just one day?
Just one day. And then I will decide. So this is the library. What did your father do? Read newspapers on the floor?
This is just the way we found it. We searched here for days on end.
Just a moment. We?
Yes, Browning and I.
I want to talk to him later. Now, Mr. Hill...
Monsieur Valmont, why don't you call me James? Would you?
Yes, James. James, was your father a religious man?
I wouldn't say so. I can't remember him ever going to church.
Do you know, I knew of a case where an heir expected a large sum of money, and his bequest was the family Bible, which he threw into the fire. He was that angry. Afterwards, he found out he had destroyed thousands of pounds of English banknotes.
Good Lord.
The object being to induce the legatee to read the good book or suffer through the neglect of it.
Well, we haven't left one book unopened. As soon as I read that my fortune would be between a couple of sheets, you can imagine.
And Browning, did he know?
Well, if he did, I never told him. All I said was that it was important, and whatever piece of paper he found anywhere, to be sure to let me see it.
The man is no idiot. Browning may well have discovered what you were looking for when you were not here, and he may not have told you.
Oh, I can't believe that. He's lived at Castle Hill for 40 years, served my father for 30. My father was very fond of him.
But left him no money.
Well, that's true, he didn't, but we treated him like a son.
Évidemment. Left him nothing, like his son. James, I am frankly suspicious of this man. Would you mind now showing me to his room?
Come in.
Yes, Mr. Browning. Do you feel well enough to receive a visitor?
Oh, come in, sir. Come in. Excuse me for not getting up.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Browning. You remember Monsieur Valmont? He has a few questions.
If you do not mind, James, I would like to talk to Browning alone.
Of course.
Tell me, how does your head feel today?
It's felt better. Please, sit down.
Thank you. Oh, is that your dog, Mr. Browning?
Yes, that's Punch. He never leaves my side. You are the famous Eugene Valmont, the French detective, am I right?
I am Valmont, yes.
I've been thinking about when I was clubbed. It, wasn't by two people.
Vraiment, really? Not two?
No. I heard something. I was reading an old newspaper. When I turned, there he was, one man. It all happened so quickly, I was stunned, blinded. I imagined there were two.
Interesting. That hammer you were hit with, do you have occasion yourself to use such a hammer?
Well, lately, quite a lot. Master James instructed me to open every wooden box I could find in the cellar. Most of them just contained rubbish, old bills. All over the house, we have all sorts of tools, and they're everywhere. You'll find nails and saws in a bathtub and hammers in the kitchen. Master James' father did everything himself with his hands. He didn't believe in electricians, plumbers, carpenters. He was a very handy man. Have you seen the master bedroom?
No, I have not. What would I find there?
The master turned it into a workshop, an iron foundry.
A foundry? What is that?
Why, if an iron gate needed fixing, he'd melt up the iron and bang out a new hinge for it or something. Well, he was absolutely mad at the end, mad as a hatter. Imagine keeping tools in the kitchen.
That hammer that you were hit with, Browning, did you know it only had your fingerprints on it?
Well, I shouldn't wonder. The person who hit me was wearing gloves.
You saw that?
That's the last thing I did see.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Well, you didn't ask me.
Yes. I do not suppose that you noticed what kind of gloves they were.
Yeah, I did. Green gloves, like gardening gloves. We have a pair in the kitchen. Mr. Valmont, sir, am I being suspected of something?
At this moment, only of not telling all the truth.
Did you find out anything, Monsieur Valmont?
He does not remember very much, but he still insists that he was attacked.
Well, did you tell him that his were the only fingerprints on the hammer?
He explained his assailant wore gloves. Nor was it two men. Now he says it was one man.
Oh. Well, did he recognize him?
No, but he may, in time. Browning spoke of your father's bedroom, an iron foundry. Have you searched there?
No, it's a foundry, all right. There's an oven for heating metal, a forge, an anvil.
Wait just a moment. An anvil in the bedroom. Please show it to me.
There she is. Father made a blacksmith shop out of this room. The forge is built into that fireplace. He made it for himself with Browning's help.
Why, there is even, how you say, a bellows.
With all that money, he was extremely stingy. If a garden tool was broken, do you think he'd go buy a new one? Never. He'd take it up here, start a fire going, and before you knew it, he'd beaten out a piece of iron on the anvil and mended whatever it was. A broken shovel or spade, rake, anything. Hated things new. You know, there's not a single book in the library that isn't at least 50 years old. Never bought a new book as long as I've known him.
The only thing that makes it a bedroom is that small cot in the corner. Very strange man, indeed. Now, what time is it? Yes, 3:00. Inspector Graves has promised to drive me to the Orange Groves this afternoon, so if you would be good enough to take me back to my hotel.
But what about the search for my inheritance?
Haven't made up my mind yet. Allow me to think about it, James. Hello, this is Velmo. Who? Mr. Browning downstairs in the lobby to see me? We'll certainly send him up. By the way, what time is it? 8:00. Good. Send me my breakfast as well. And do tell Mr. Browning to come up. Well, this is very early in the morning, Browning. What brings you here?
Mr. Valmont, I have no one to turn to but you.
Turn to? What do you mean?
My life is in danger. I'm sure of it.
At last.
Someone is trying to kill me.
Good. Jeopardy. Now the case begins to interest me.
Why is Valmont so pleased that someone would wish to kill Elisha Browning? Why has James Hill's father gone to such lengths to hide an inheritance? Is there a fortune? If you have deduced the answers, you can pat yourself on the back because those are the same clues available to the Parisian detective. Remember, you may see the evidence clearly and yet not recognize it. Check in and see how right you are when I return shortly with Act 3. Suspicions, wrote Sir Francis Bacon some 300 years ago, suspicions amongst thoughts are like bats among birds. They ever fly by twilight. There is not a character you have met from Castle Hill who has not acted suspiciously or been suspected. And have you also noticed that for some reason, known only to himself, the great detective Eugène Valmont appears to play a waiting game? For whom has he set the trap and waits? Let's find out.
How is the wound on your head, Browning? Does it still trouble you?
Not as much as what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Valmont.
Please proceed.
You're aware, sir, that my former master, Mr. James Dudley Hill, was an eccentric man. I was brought up in his household from the time I was a child. I never knew my parents, but I always regarded the cook as my aunt.
Then you knew James when he was a little boy?
As a baby. I was 10 years old. And I knew Mrs. Hill, an artistic, lovely lady. It was a sad day when she died.
And James, did you get along with him?
We had nothing in common. He was the only son and I was the butler. But let me talk about the present.
Valmont is listening.
It is today 1 month since the master died and since James returned to Castle Hill. And that was the very first day I did not feel well.
I do not believe I understand you.
Well, right after the funeral, I became so ill I could hardly stand. Master James was very considerate, permitting me to stay in bed, sending for his own doctor, bringing me my food and medicine himself. And then I recovered and helped him look for something he told me his father had hidden in the library. Then, one day, I found some old English newspapers. That was the day I was attacked, the day you arrived, Monsieur Valmont.
Go on.
Then, yesterday, back from the hospital, I suddenly felt quite ill again. And Master James brought me a little supper. He had made me an omelet, something light, toast and tea, and wished me well, and he left my room. As I sat up in bed, the omelet fell to the floor. Well, you know what dogs are, and my punch started to eat it, and suddenly it gave a little groan and lay down. I couldn't do anything with him. I called Master James. He didn't know what to make of it, so I got up and drove Punch to the veterinarian's. Punch had been poisoned.
And so you concluded the poison had been meant for you?
Yes, I did. And all my peculiar sicknesses these past weeks, I knew...
I know what you know. You do not have to say any more.
What shall I do, Mr. Valmont?
Well, you will return to Castle Hill as if you suspected nothing.
But I cannot believe what I suspect.
Then do not believe it.
Is that all you can tell me?
I would not eat any food unless I prepared it myself.
Why did he try to poison me?
I, too, have a question. For you. You knew it was James Hill who hit you with that hammer. Why did you try to protect him and tell me that some stranger had attacked you?
You knew?
Of course. Well, am I a fool? It was as plain as the bandage on your head. But why did you not say something?
I was afraid he had taken leave of his senses, sir. As I often thought had happened to his father. I thought it was in the blood, that he had gone mad.
James Hill wanted something.
What do I have that is so important to him?
Oh, so threatening. When you were searching with James, what exactly did you find?
Nothing but rubbish. Old bills. The master never threw away a bill.
And where are these old bills?
Well, they're probably still where I put them, in a barrel in the cellar. We filled several barrels with useless old papers.
Then nothing has been thrown out?
No, not by me, sir.
Parfait. Now, I want you to show me the way to the cellar and then return to your room. Lock the door if you feel it is necessary. When I have made my examination, I shall ask you to join Mr. Hill and myself in the library.
I'll be there, Mr. Valmont.
Gentlemen, forgive my appearance, but I have been several hours in the cellars, and there is much dirt and unclean dust. Now, I have found several scraps of paper, which I hope will lead us on the road to clearing up this mystery.
But, Monsieur Valmont, this was to be a private transaction between you and me. It doesn't concern Browning. Now, why is he here with us in the library?
Mr. Hill, James, believe me, by having you both here, I shall not violate any confidences. Now, I have discovered 3 bills in my search among all that trash you had discarded in the cellars. I hope what I have here in my hand will help us.
I still don't see why we have to have Browning here.
James, you asked me to solve this mystery. Valmont does it his way, and Valmont insists on that way. Good. Now, here's a bill dated 4 years ago with the letterhead Samson and Sons Booksellers. I happen to know they sell only technical books, handicrafts, do-it-yourself. Unfortunately, the name of the book bought is obscured. Has either of you come across a new book on these library shelves?
Not that I know of, sir.
A new book? Certainly not.
Then I shall contact Sampson's and have them check the invoice number. All right. Here is a second bill for which I need your assistance. 27 rolls of an expensive wallpaper, plus, here attached, another 27 rolls of very cheap wallpaper.
Mr. Hill told me he intended to paper the entire house.
Alone? Himself?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. He was quite a handyman. It took him over a year to finish papering this library, but he kept at it.
Well, now, will you look at this? I've just pulled a corner of the wallpaper back from the door. Huh. Scandalous. I remember now. There's the most exquisite wood paneling underneath.
Then there is this bill, also for paper. 10,000 sheets. Delannoy and Compagnie, Paris. Does either of you have any idea why Mr. Hill, Sr. would import special paper from France? James?
Not the slightest.
Well, I do remember the paper arriving, sir. Large packages about 6 inches in width. Heavy it was. But Mr. Hill took it into the library, and I never saw it again.
I don't see how this has anything to do with what you came here to do, Monsieur Valmont.
Inspector Graves, I tell you what I find peculiar about this case. Nowhere have I been able to find any information in the newspaper files about James Dudley Hill as a young man. The first news story I find, well, he is 30 years old and he marries Miss Georgia Castle.
Well, just because someone's the son of a famous gold prospector, that's not newsworthy even in those days. Besides, I remember reading James's father was brought up in England. He didn't come back to the USA till he was about 30.
Lived in England, huh? Well, that might explain it.
Why are you so interested in James's father when he was a young man?
To reject or verify a theory of mine.
Graves, what is it?
Car smash up on Castle Hill Road, Inspector. One of those hurt is James Hill III.
Well, you don't mean it. I'm on my way. Let's go, Valmont. Look at that. One car hanging over the side of the road, held back by one wheel. The other, 20 feet down over the cliff, stopped by a tree.
Both people are on stretchers over here.
Can you see who that is they're loading into the ambulance?
Why, it is James Hill.
Who's the other one?
It is Browning. Browning, can you hear me? It is Eugène Valmont.
Valmont, how did you get here?
I came with the police.
He came after me. I found... Look in my glove compartment. I was driving into town to come and see you. I know now why he... Valmont, the boys want to get into the hospital. Can you talk to him later?
Just a moment, please. Browning, what happened?
He came after me. Master James. I tried to get out of his way. He followed me down the hill. Right here, this curve. He forced me off the road. Over the cliff.
Oh, please, do not say any more. You will be well taken care of. Inspector, this is the library. Now, watch me. I take my knife to this place by the door where the wallpaper is a little pulled from the wall, and I pull so. Voila. One piece which I hand to you, Inspector.
Good Lord, it's heavy as lead.
Not lead, Inspector. Gold. Do you see that anvil and the pile of bricks? That was a furnace. We took it apart. James Dudley Hill sold all of his possessions and purchased gold. In the furnace, he melted down the gold bars, then beat it into almost gold leaf on the anvil. Then hid it between 2 layers of wallpaper.
How did you ever find out?
I had 3 clues. A book on metallurgy, which he must have bought to learn how it was done. The 2 kinds of wallpaper. And also a bill for a special kind of French paper, very heavy, of great strength, which is used only to make gold leaf on.
You mean this whole room is papered in solid gold? That James Hill's going to inherit millions.
I'm afraid not. I want to show you this newspaper. Oh, careful, it is very old. I found it in Browning's car.
The London Times, Well, it's more than 50 years old.
Here, let me show you the column. You see? An announcement of the death of Mrs. James Dudley Hill, former Betty Browning, musical comedy performer, died today in the birth of her son.
Well, old Hill was married before he came back to California.
The son will be taken care of by the Sisters of Mercy at St. Barnabas. Mr. Hill left England and returned to his native California.
Betty Browning. Elisha Browning. He was given his mother's maiden name.
And was brought up to believe he was no more than a butler.
Well, what do you suppose he knows about this?
It is not what he knows, but who he is. He will inherit everything.
Well, what did James's father have against him that he would leave him nothing?
He never approved of his second son. But having hidden away the first, he concocted this joke.
And James?
I am quite certain that when he was searching for his inheritance, he must have found Browning's birth certificate. And if he could not locate the money, he had to do away with Browning.
Well, that winds it up. Belmont, you've done us a big favor.
I have also a favor. Before I go home, would you show me how they grow California wine? It is something all Frenchmen would like to know, but they do not dare to ask.
So the private post-mortem joke of James Dudley Hill was that money would bring out the worst in those with the least character. A strange man who would deny his eldest son in life and favor him in death. Is it possible, then, that somewhere in the other world, the Midas of Castle Hill has had his last laugh? I shall return shortly. Midas was the mythical king who wished that everything he touched might turn to gold. But when his food and drink became gold, he begged this power be taken from him. No, great wealth does not equal great happiness. We started out with Dickens, and so we shall end. If only James Dudley Hill could have seen things differently, as did old Scrooge at the end, and, as Dickens tells us, opened his heart and laughed. No longer was gold his whole life. Laughter and love were quite enough for him. Our cast included Norman Rose, Russell Horton, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For 3/4 of a century, from 1765 to 1840, the most widely read and popular form of novel in English was the Gothic novel. One critic and pundit wrote, "Of all the various kinds of superstition which have in any age influenced the human mind, none has operated with such power as the Gothic. Even the most enlightened mind, the mind free from all taint of superstition, involuntarily acknowledges its power." Here is such a story from that very time.
Well, who talks?
ready?
Ready for what?
To be dragged down to hell like me, unshriven?
Oh, take me. But spare my son.
I spare no man in the DeLacy family. Never. Never till the last is wiped out and I can rest at last. Come.
Our mystery drama, The Man with the Claret Mark, was especially adapted from the classic story of J.S. Lefanu for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane. Midway up the wild and tumbled glen of Capricolin stood a massive and forbidding Anglo-Irish castle. From the time of Henry VIII, it had belonged to a family named DeLacy, once English, but eventually naturalized Irishmen. In the patent from the king, which granted the castle, were also the rights to a wide territory embracing all 3 surrounding counties. 2 things brought the great and proud family of DeLacy to disaster. Their part in Irish rebellions against the English, and a dread curse. But let the last of the DeLacys tell the story for us.
I sit here quietly in my cell, telling my beads and waiting for death. I look back down the long vista of my life and of my family history, and I see now that it was God's will, and I am to be the last of the DeLacys. I will never carry my family name into the next century. It will die with me before the 1800s can dawn. Let me tell you why. And I must go back to nearly the beginning of the century to do so.
Walk over the castle. Open up in heaven's name, Larry.
Who's trying to knock the door from its hinges?
Your master, you dim-witted rogue.
Sir DeLacy.
Who else, then? Oh, let me in. Or you gone over to the English, too?
Sure, forgive me, my lord. I thought you were far off in the east, driving the English through Dublin and into the Irish Sea.
I would I were. But our cause is in defeat, Larry. The back of the rebellion is broken. Unlike all true Irish who raise the colours, I'm running for me life.
Should I get the boy dressed to travel? And will you take me with you? Where should it be, my lord? To France again, then?
I'll never make France. I've taken a sore wound. Any further travels I make will not be in this world, but the next.
Oh, no. Shoot, lean on me, my lord, and I'd get you to the bed and then fetch the doctor.
The priest would be more to the matter.
I'll fetch him too, sir.
Is Brian abed yet?
Well, of course, Lord. Sure, it's nigh midnight. Where else would a boy in of 12 be but in bed?
I hope I don't have to wake him to say goodbye.
This was my grandfather, and that boy of 12 was to be my father. I can relate these events only because they were to be told to me and my sister years later by that same manservant, Larry Sullivan, faithful to the DeLacy family for all of his long life. But I remember so well, the first time Larry told me of my grandfather's death. And I can still feel the chill run down my back. For the old man made it seem so real that ever after I felt as though I had actually been there at the strange and fearful passing away.
Fill it up, Larry boy. Fill up the glass.
Oh, yes, master, I will. But then, let me see to your wound.
No, she's plugged well enough and bound fast.
But perhaps I could ease your pain.
Let the brandy see to that. And the doctor, if he gets here fast enough. Now, what about the priest?
Oh, he's sent for and warned to come post-haste.
Well, he'd better. Oh, we have things to do. In my desk drawer, some keys. Get them.
Yes, my lord.
These keys, sir? Yes. And the second one on the ring. The silver inlay. Go to the armoire and open it.
Yes, sir.
Now, behind the right-hand door, on the shelf, a black japanned box, some 12 inches long.
I see it.
Bring it to me. And with it, the strong box that rests beside it.
These are what you wanted.
Yes. Put them down on the table, beside the bed. Now, listen. Listen to me close. For I have much to say, and I fear little time. The English will be after me sooner or later. For my part in this rebellion, all my estate shall be forfeit.
But Ireland will rise again.
Oh, perhaps. Perhaps, Larry, but not in my lifetime. Now, give me the key ring.
Here you are, sir.
Now, this one. This one for the strong box. Here, open it. Those papers there. Oh, there. They're the title deeds to a small estate in County Clare, which my son Brian may lay claim to when he's 21. It was his mother's, God rest her soul. And glad I am she is gone, not to see this sad day. Well, the English cannot touch her holding. But I'm sore afraid in the heat of the moment they might do my son some harm.
Not so long as I have breath in my body, your lordship.
I know, Larry. But it's not safe for you here. Any of you. I want you after my death to disperse the servants. And I beg you of me to take my son to safety in France until he's old enough to return to Ireland to claim his rights.
But you're not going to die.
Oh, suppose I don't. I will need you to help me get away with you. Pegeen will come too, eh?
Wherever I go, my good woman follows. She's as faithful to both of us as I am to you and to her.
And that is settled. In the strong box is enough gold to keep you safe enough for the next 10 years.
Now, my lord, will you lay back and rest whilst I see to what's happening with the old priest and the doctor?
No, Larry. There is more. The worst and the most important of all. Hand me the little japanned box.
There it is, then.
You'll see what's inside it is.
A folded paper, very old by the look. And a picture like a wee painting of a man, full length.
They call it a miniature. Well, look well on his face and all of him.
Oh, sure, I don't know what, but there's something about him to give a man the horrors.
Aye. And he's son of the De Lacy family in particular.
I know what it is and all. That birthmark there by the side of his eye. Would you think, maybe?
Aye, the man with the claret mark on his face. Remember him well, Larry. And be sure you show my son this man when he is old enough. Prepare him to shun him, should he appear. Particularly if he should marry, and to guard his children against him. He's taken us all. Oh, but help Brian. Help him avoid the curse.
What curse?
The curse of the De Lacys for 200 years. It's all written.
Your Lordship, Master, what is it?
Well, Ultor, are you ready?
Ready for what?
To be dragged down into hell just like me, unshriven, in all my sins, without mercy.
Oh, take me, but spare my son.
I spare no male issue of the De Lacy name. Never more, into all eternity, until your family is wiped out, and I can rest at last. Come.
No.
You have no choice.
No! Oh, Master, your Lordship. Oh, the saints defend us. He's dead. with no priest to cleanse his soul. Ah, dear Lord, protect me and his boy Brian and all the heirs to come. And help me to protect them from whatever fiend from hell is looking to claim them.
So died my grandfather. Larry and Pegeen brought away the boy that was to be my father to France. The years wheeled by, and my father came back again to Ireland with Larry and Pegeen when he was 21 to claim his estate in County Clare.
Well, Larry, after looking at the castle, which I hardly remember, this is a poky little place, all right.
Oh, no, then, your lordship, 'tis not so bad. After what we've been through in France the last years or so, 'tis a palace for sure.
Oh, will be, Brian. I mean, your lordship. Once I get my broom into the dark corner.
What would I ever have done without the two of you, Pegeen and Larry? Why should you dedicate your lives to me?
Because we love you, your lordship.
No, not lordship anymore. Just plain Brian de Lacy, last of the line.
The noblest line of them all.
You could be right. What I should do is start to work and restore all our ancient estates.
It's a little hard to do that since the British hold them all.
At least we're back on the sod where we all belong. But have we enough money to be able to sustain life?
Well, now, the exchequer is getting a little low. But we'll be off to farm the land here and get into a little fishing and what I wouldn't call poaching, because sure it's Irish land we'd be taking the deer off. And one way or t'other, we'll not do so bad.
Well, what about me? I know nothing of farming or fishing. What'll I be after doing?
Acting like what you are, after all. His lordship and a gentleman, with us to serve you.
Oh, no, I'm of age now. And there's been enough of that. The trouble is, the times have made someone like me a drone. As I see it, there's only one thing for me to do. I can try to marry as well as an impoverished nobleman can.
Marry you should, Brian. But let it be for love. The rest will take care of itself.
Let us say this one thing for my father. He followed Larry and Pegeen's advice. The lady he married, my mother, was the daughter of another Jacobite family who had lost their estates to the British. But I know he did not marry her out of political persuasion. Only because he wanted it. And so did she. From their union, Una, my younger sister, and I, Agnes, were born. And there would have been many more out of love, I know, if a dreadful croup had not taken my beloved mother with little warning. Then, another shadow I knew nothing of had been drawn over his marriage unwillingly by that faithful servant of the de Lacy family, Larry Sullivan.
Yes, come. Larry, what keeps you up so late?
You'll forgive me the liberty, Master de Lacy, if I speak to you frankly. I have a heavy duty to perform.
I don't understand.
Well, this black box will make all clear, sir.
Oh, it's a handsome box. Japan lacquered. What does it contain?
As to that, my dear beloved boy, you must judge for yourself. Have you ever seen this man?
No. I ever hope to. Who is he?
To me, he's the man with the claret mark on his face. That's all I know of him, except what your father told me.
What did my father say?
To remember him, and to help you avoid any sight of him if he should ever pass your way.
I think by instinct I should do that for myself if he crossed my path.
Your father also enjoined me to help guard your children, should you have any, against him, to avoid the curse.
What curse?
The curse of the de Lacys. I believe you would find it all explained in this old manuscript which is lying in the box.
How long have you had this miniature in the box, Larry?
Oh, nearly 10 years, ever since your father died. And he left it, God rest his soul, to my keeping.
And no one else has ever read this since my father, Walter de Lacy, placed it in your care.
No single one. I keep my faith and my promise. The secret lies with you, Brian, my lord. And with all the delays who've gone before, heaven defend me, I can only hope I'm helping to spare you the curse, instead of bringing it down on your head.
Who is the man with the claret-colored birthmark on his face? When did he live? How did he die? What does that mysterious black Japan-lacquered box contain besides the miniature of the man? And what is the curse that haunted the DeLacy family for over 300 years? I shall return shortly with Act Two. Whatever Brian DeLacy read from the paper in the japanned box, he did not divulge its contents. And the two daughters his wife had given him grew up. Agnes, dark-eyed and dark-haired, grave and sensible, designed for the convent. And Una, with large eyes, long and beautiful golden hair, and the infectious and mischievous laugh, whom her father hoped to mate as nobly as her high blood and splendid spirit seemed to promise. But for that, she needed a dowry, and that led Brian DeLacy to stake everything on a wild gamble in a cause close to his heart.
I was 23, and Una was not yet 20 when the rebellion of 45 came. My father, Brian, romantically and daringly casting his lot on the lost cause, was one of the few Irishmen implicated treasonably. With warrants out against him once again, history was repeating itself as he returned in a mad, headlong rush of despair one night, much as his father had 30 years before.
Oh, Brian, boy, what is it? Disaster, Larry. The rebellion is crushed. There are warrants out for my arrest, and I'll have to flee the country.
Do we all go with you?
Oh, no, I can't afford to take you. I'll have to work my passage across to leave you all the money I can. Now tell me, where are the girls?
Inside with Pegeen. Will the estate be forfeit then?
No doubt. I'll leave you every penny I can, but say to the horse, I must ride as soon as I can. Give me only time to bid my fair ones goodbye.
There are only so many events in one's life that are burned into the mind, etched so deeply that one can never forget the slightest incident, the most trifling expression of feeling or movement. That day, we had to bid our father what might be goodbye forever, was one of them. But with the help of our beloved Savior, we found a way to rescue something out of the disaster. It was dear old Larry who found the solution.
I'm sure the estate will be confiscated, just as my father's was by the English.
Where shall we live, Father? If we've no place for our looms or our spinning wheels, how shall we exist?
Can we not go to France with you?
I would that I could take you with me, children. But we're destitute. My only hope is that with my family connections, a magnanimous king in France will aid my cause. Or if not, provide my daughter with a husband of rank and position who will rescue you all.
Not me, Father.
No, my gentle Agnes. I know you are destined for the convent. I speak of Una.
I'd rather see my French lover first before I decide on him. As for now, I am more concerned about what will happen to my little Kerry cow.
If you'd forgive me a word, I have a notion, do you see, of where we might all go until fortune turns a smile on us again.
Where, Larry? Where?
To Coppercullen Castle,
the ancestral home.
But it's no longer ours.
The English took it away from our grandfather.
Oh, sure, you're right, Lady Una. But the way it is, 'tis no longer anyone's.
What do you mean?
Well, remember, if you will, where it stands at the top of that precipitous glen, half buried in the wild forest.
Oh, it is inaccessible enough by truth, which was why it was built.
And what saved it from being destroyed.
But was it not beautiful? Why would no one want to live there?
Because, saving your grace, it is too remote. Now, I've had to range far afield to keep us supplied with food. And many's the time I've spent a night at the castle.
Admitting that the castle is not in complete ruin, how could you expect to find lodging there?
Oh, trust someone from below stairs, my lord. I can think of certain apartments where we could lodge well, and more than that, safely through these turbulent times. Till your lordship can restore his fortune and position here.
In Ireland, I doubt if I can restore my heritage. But in France, at least, I can find some secure future for my daughters. And for such faithful friends as you and Peggy and Larry.
Then fly, Father, while you're still safe. And let us handle ourselves. With Larry's help, I'm sure we shall do very well.
The one in most danger now is you, Father. Look to yourself first. I am sure we shall fare well at the castle. Look, you. Should anyone surprise us there, we can chase them fast.
How?
I will say to them right out, do you know who I am? Who flits through this haunted castle? I am the fairy Una. And my sister is the Lady Greybeard.
If I am to be part of this, I must be one of the ghosts at the castle, too.
And so you shall be.
Well, we shall meet again. When I have the power to set us free.
My father left for France, and on the heels of his leaving, with Larry organizing it all, we commenced the secret move to the castle. Day by day, week by week, taking what furniture and possessions we might from the cottage in County Clare to the remote and inconspicuous part of that huge, rambling castle that was to be our home for all the foreseeable future. And in very truth, as Una had said in jest, in that year that followed, we did become the fairies of the castle. Thanks mainly to an incident that happened shortly after we had taken up our abode.
Oh,
Una, what is it, my morning? Why are you crying?
I am not crying. I'm laughing at him. He was that funny.
Who was?
A little boy. He said his name was Sean Ryan, and he was the only one who didn't escape when the Puka appeared.
What Puka?
Me, the queen of the fairies. A banshee, a leprechaun's doxy, or whatever they thought me. Sure, they didn't realize I meant them any more harm than they meant by stealing up here.
What were they doing here?
But they were up in the glen on a ramble, picking berries. And they must have seen a light streaming from our window. What would boys do but want to explore? I heard one of them whisper, Look, it's the Puka's tower. I was just coming for milk and the little cherry cow. So for the fun of it, I stepped up on a high rock and let out a wail any banshee would have been proud of. They scattered like chickens before a highway coach. Only Sean fell down and was dazed away. And I was sorry and went to him.
You shouldn't have done that. No one must know we're living here.
Well, no one will find out from now on, I'll warrant.
What do you mean, Una?
When I saw the child wasn't really hurt, I put the fear in him so deep he won't return. Or anyone else from the village. We can hide in peace, knowing that everyone about here considers this castle haunted.
From that day forward, no one dared approach the enchanted castle. Whether we were considered half imagined and half real or totally unreal, Peggy and Larry, my sister Una, and myself were left alone, avoided like the plague. But as the months passed, no matter how gay she kept her appearance, I could see that Una chafed for more, and I prayed for deliverance from our exile. Poor Una. She little knew how that would come.
Larry, where are you, man?
What is it at all, Peggy?
Go get your gun. While I hustle the young ladies into the hiding place. There's a stranger on horseback coming up the path to the castle.
What kind of stranger?
I don't know. A gentleman by the looks, with a long coat bundled against the cold, and a wide hat pulled low.
Show me where.
Here, come by this window by the door. See? Yonder? Coming round the briars? You're not going to shoot him.
If I see a certain mark on his face, I'd drop him like a stone.
What sort of mark?
A claret birthmark.
What's got into you, Larry? You can't murder a man in cold blood.
This one I can, if it's him at all.
You'd only start up trouble for all of us. It's better that we hide.
There'd be no hiding from this one.
What are you talking about, man?
That's not for you to know. But, besides, we have no worries. Open the door while I put away the gun, Peggy.
You're going to let this man in?
Why not? Now go tell the young ladies their father has come home.
What a joyful reunion it was, and the dinner table rang with laughter and relief. For it seemed at last our life was to begin again, and under better circumstances than we could have hoped for, especially for Una. For good as the news was that we were all to leave for France within the month, the best news of all was a special offer my father had brought to her.
It's marvelous to know that we are going. I can't wait to get to Paris and see all the sights.
Including the young man whose picture I showed you.
Oh, we'll see.
Is he really as handsome as the artist has painted him?
Oh, in my opinion, more so in person. But I admire him more for his mind, his humor, and of course for his rank and position.
Well, he is well to look upon. But has he really asked for my hand?
Indeed he has. His Majesty the King looks very favorably on the alliance. But we haven't heard from you yet.
How can he know he would like me?
I showed him a miniature of you, and he fell in love immediately. Well, darling, what do you say?
Oh, Dad. Just that I'm so happy to see you and know we're all to be safe again. But I can't think of anything else for the moment.
Now, there's a good lad. No tears, even of happiness. It's late and time for bed and sweet dreams for all the DeLacy's. For sure, our troubles are over at last. What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like Pegeen, and something that has frightened her half to death.
So it appears that the doomed DeLacy family's troubles in the midst of this joyous reunion are not yet over. What terrified Larry's wife so much that she screamed aloud? No human agency, surely. Is it possible that Brian's return to his ancestral home has somehow started a ghost from the grave? I shall return shortly with Act 3. In the midst of life, we are in the midst of death, the Book of Common Prayer informs us. Or, if you prefer, Thomas Gray's quote is just as apt. Sorrow never comes too late, and happiness too swiftly flies, which is the lot of all humankind, and especially at this moment of the DeLacy family. What specter rising from the past has temporarily scared poor Pegeen Sullivan so out of her wits that she can hardly get the words out to report to all of them what terrified her?
Oh, sweet Mary, may she defend me, sir. But 'twas that devil himself.
What devil, Pegeen?
The one with the mark. I saw him by the light of the full moon, plain as plain. Tall and thin and ungainly as a stalk, with a Spanish cloak about him and faded old red stockings. Everything about him was long. His hair, his arms, his fingers, and his droopy nose. And the worst of all, on his sickly white face, a great purplish stain all alongside one eye.
The man with the claret mark. But how could you know about him?
Larry told me.
Larry, you didn't keep the faith.
It wasn't like that, sir. Indeed it wasn't. It came out by chance, do you see, earlier on this evening, just at dusk, when you came back unexpected.
Well, I think, Peg, maybe it was just a vision came to you. For certainly Larry and me hunted for him high and low without a sign.
It might be that, sir. My old eyes are not what they were. I suppose I'm just a foolish old woman. I'll be away to set my little one's fears at rest.
But you won't set our fears at rest, will she, Larry? Oh, I'll wager he's back to claim me.
No, there's no reason to think that.
Oh, every reason. You haven't read the curse. I have. I'm the last of the Lacey line. So perhaps I can buy peace for my daughters. Let him take me if he must. Come, Larry. We must sit down and allow me to give you instructions on exactly what to do in the case of my death.
Una and I had been reassured by Father that the strange specter Peg thought she had seen had just been an illusion. So, after we were over our first fright, we had retired to our bedchambers where Una was full of excited prattle about our coming trip to Paris and the man to whom she had been promised.
He is most handsome and has such a noble line.
And I am sure you will find happiness with him.
I feel afraid.
Of what?
I don't know. Shadows gathering in the corners. That strange man, Peg, spoke.
Oh, Pegeen is old and superstitious. It's full moon and foolish times. She had an hallucination.
So sharp, so clear. That horrible man with the birthmark.
So much of what we dream is remembrance of idle talk. Forget the man with the birthmark. He's only a dream to begin with. Some sixth or seventh sense, whether just from within me or passed on to me from the Lord himself, told me that again our family was cursed with disaster. And the only way I knew to prevent it was to go to my father.
Agnes, my dear, what is it?
Somehow this man who frightened Pegeen has terrified Una.
What? But how could she know about him?
Do you believe in visions, Da?
No. No, nor in superstitions either.
I don't mean superstition. My beloved father, I have had visions which have called me to the holy order I hope someday to be part of. But those are happy visions which lift and sustain me. Una's are different.
How?
I hesitate to tell you, or rather perhaps don't know how to explain. She has become haunted with this vision of the man with the claret mark on his face and feels drawn to him as if she had a call.
But why? The man is hideous to behold, and he has no claim on any but the male line. I tell you, Agnes, I'm glad that today I want to make arrangements for us all to leave Capercullen tomorrow. It was a mistake to return.
Did you really think you could escape me?
Roderick O'Donnell.
That same who has come to collect all the De Lacy menfolk when the time has struck.
By damn, you'll not take me. I'll run you through, you dog.
No harm can you do me, Brian De Lacy. Your family harmed me sound enough those years agone. And I have had my revenge and will have it till the last of you is gone.
Oh, take me if you must, according to the carts, but spare my daughters.
The one with you is safe. I could not touch her, and since she is destined for the church, I need not. But the other...
Una, not my little Una. How can she be part of the curse?
She used to be married, and can she not bear a child and start the De Lacy line again? No. I'm tired. It is enough. We will end all here.
No. You can't. You...
Father, what is it? Larry, Pegeen, what keeps you come?
Did you see him?
See who?
The man with the claret mark.
There was no one here.
Did you not see me try to kill him?
You drew your sword and as if in a fit lunged at empty air, but...
You did not see him with his sarcastic leer, his drooping nose, the great purplish stain spread across his face.
The man Peg thought she saw. Who is he, Da?
Too late to tell. Larry, ask him for the Japan box and...
My beloved father slumped in my arms, lying on the pathway where he had fallen after his strange seizure. By the time Larry and the others had come running in answer to my call, the life was gone from his body, as if it had been stolen. Una was inconsolable and took to her bed, mercifully lulled to sleep by some peasant drug of Pegine's. And I was left to face with Larry the truth about the curse on the DeLacy's. The strange history of the circumstances of my grandfather's death and my father's were made more clear.
Your grandfather placed this same Japan box in my hand and showed me the full-length miniature it contained. But as to the paper with it, I never could read, so I know not what it contains.
Give it to me.
Here.
A.D. 1601, in the month of December, Walter DeLacy of Capricullen made many prisoners at the ford of Abington, Irish and Spanish, among them Roderick O'Donnell, arch traitor to the cause. Claiming kindred with the DeLacy's, he sued for his life, snuffling and begging and offering great ransom, but was instead put to death on the gallows. But as he mounted the steps thereto, he swore that though he could cause them no evil before his death, he would assuredly after it, until he had wiped the name and family of DeLacy from life and hope of life hereafter, taking them all unshriven as he was taken. Look well on this representation of him, all DeLacy's, and avoid him like the blackest plague.
Oh, sure. The man is the devil incarnate.
It would seem so.
But at least his deviltry is done with now. There are no DeLacy men left to wreak his revenge.
We are not burnt out yet. There is still Una and myself. The house of DeLacy is not dead.
But you are women. Surely the curse will not work against you.
Not me. But Una, someday she could have a son.
Oh, well, then how can we protect her?
Take her away from this fateful castle before it is too late. I'm afraid of the night. I think we should leave here this evening, on foot if necessary, before it is too late.
That's Peg. Peg.
Where is she?
With the Lady Una.
And then quickly, let's go.
Stand now, my woman. Tell us, where is Una?
He's gone. Gone. Carried away.
By whom? How? Where?
Sure, your ladyship, I wouldn't know where at all, or even how. But it was by that same terrible man I saw on the path just at dusk.
But where did he take her? We came up the stairs and no one passed us.
By the window there. It's open.
The window? We're high in the castle. Outside that window there's a drop of 50 feet at least.
Think. What happened?
I was sitting here by my little Una's bed, and I thought she was sound asleep. Maybe just for a moment I nodded off, but I came awake with a rush when the window blew in.
All right, milady DeLacy, you're the last to go.
Who are you?
The man your family wronged. The man who swore revenge on all your line. The man who took your father, your grandfather, and all your sires before you.
But what do you want of me? I cannot carry on the family name.
You can bear children to carry it.
I will not go with you.
You must, or I will haunt you through all eternity.
Where do my father and all my forefathers sleep?
In purgatory.
And if I go with you?
Then all of us confined to the sanctuary of the grave.
Then, for their sakes, and to atone for my family, take me. And through the windows came the man with the mark on his face. He crossed to the bed and lifted my little mistress, and carrying her, stepped out the window and was gone.
And you didn't try to stop him.
Larry, as God is my witness, I was turned to stone. No matter how I struggled, I couldn't move.
And this man, he said nothing.
All that I heard was when he turned at the window.
And what did he say?
He said,
"Here ends the curse. From now on, all is peace."
That was many years ago. I thank my good Lord I had the convent to heal the scars in my heart. I have prayed every day for my lost family, and I feel sure deep within me that heaven has welcomed them in. But for all my piety, I could say no prayer for the other. I am assured, though I hope I may never see him, that one of the denizens of hell at its deepest level must be the man with the claret mark.
A melancholy tale. But then I must remind you once again that if you knock at my door and I open it to greet you, although you are welcome, I cannot always promise my story for you will be of happiness. I weave the fabric of the world with my tales, and the colors must be contrasting to make the fabric interesting. I shall be back shortly. I hope I haven't depressed you with this story. Please don't relate it to yourself or have any superstitious fear that some dread curse may ever descend on you. That is, if your conscience is completely clear. Remember Proverbs 26, verse 2. As the bird by wandering, as the swallow by flying, so the curse, causeless, shall not come. Our cast included Terry Keane, Lloyd Batista, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
I'm Rita Sands, CBS News.
There is an old Venetian legend that says when two lovers kiss in a gondola at sunset, they will love each other forever. A Little Romance. George Roy Hill, director of The Sting, and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, now brings you a motion picture about the greatest adventure of all, finding and fighting for the love of your life. A Little Romance. Rated PG, parental guidance suggested.
Held over at the Fox Central Park 3. We're talking with Lane Roberts, 4 Big News weatherman. Is it true, Lane, that you have 20 years' experience in forecasting?
Those raindrops are falling on my head. They keep falling.
Well, we also hear you have a unique color radar system called ESP.
I can see for miles and miles.
So, what's your prediction for this weekend?
Sunny.
Everybody's talking about Lane Roberts on 4 Big News at 5, 6, and 10. He predicts the weather, and he sings pretty good, too.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A poet once wrote about a man who was so unlucky that he runs into accidents which started out to happen to somebody else. which might perhaps give us all pause for thought about the nature and timing and variety of those occurrences which we term accidental. Do they look for us, or do we look for them?
I've come here for a job. I'm a very unusual secretary.
But we don't need another secretary.
Oh, you need me. You see, the average secretary is good at remembering. I'm great at forgetting.
Why would we want a secretary who forgets?
I could forget what I saw yesterday afternoon at the corner of 15th Street and Garfield Avenue.
Oh.
So, do I get the job?
Our mystery drama, Hit and Run, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Weekends were made for Michelob. Weekends were made for special friends. It's the time to have that smooth and mellow beer. It's Michelob.
When you've got friends coming over, do yourself a favor. Serve Michelob and make everyone feel really special.
Weekends were made for Michelob.
Yeah. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I can't hold it. Swing to the toolbox and get the big wrench.
Current's too strong. Can't make it.
You have to.
Last time I'll ask you to change a washer.
If you could use some help, our Consumer Information Center catalog lists over 200 federal publications on everything from jogging to nutrition to simple plumbing repairs. For your free copy, just write Consumer Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
What was that address?
Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
One thing you won't want to grow in your garden is tired from the work it takes to break up the soil for planting. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest a Lawn Chief tiller from True Value Hardware Stores. Lawn Chief tillers are power-driven, so they do most of the work for you. They feature width and depth control so you can adjust your tilling from heavy ground breaking to light cultivating. Lawn Chief tillers are available in 2 and 5 horsepower sizes in chain and gear drive models, and they are available only at participating True Value Hardware Stores. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
Ah, it's the new way to think about room air conditioning. Ah, conditioning from Fetters. You'll say ah every time you turn on the cool comfort of Fetters rotary-powered air conditioning. Ah. And right now, all Fetters window air conditioners get a factory rebate. You can save up to $30. Ah. That's right, up to $30. But hurry, rebate offer ends May 31st on ah conditioning from Fetters. Buy now and say ah all summer long.
The dictionary defines accident as a happening that is not expected, foreseen, or intended. And so it is, most of the time. However, I regret to say that there are some accidents that are foreseen, expected, and even intended. I also regret to say that they are created by those who would profit therefrom. Ah, yes. It's a most cynical, skeptical, mistrustful world, isn't it? Well, our story begins with a gentleman named Louis Lapierre. I could not vouch for the fact that this is the name that appears on his birth certificate. However, as Shakespeare once said, 'tis good enough, 'twill serve.
You must be Rouletta.
Yes.
I'm Louis.
And now?
Well, now we go someplace and talk.
We can talk right here.
In a museum?
I suppose you'd feel more at home in a saloon.
Well, yeah, I would.
Let's sit on that bench.
Yeah. He says you were some kind of an odd dame.
Who said?
You know who. The dancer.
Shall we get down to business?
Yeah, sure. Well, what was the last thing you done?
I worked for a paper hanger.
What happened?
I told him the town was too hot and the counterfeit wasn't good enough, but he was going to pass it anyhow. He's now doing 7 to 12. Now, sir, what do you do?
I am a flopper.
A flopper?
You know what a flopper is, for crying out loud?
Well, sir, I cannot say that it has been a pleasure, but good day to you anyhow. I thought the dancer was making me a very serious connection.
Wait, I ain't your ordinary, everyday minor league coffee and cakes flopper.
You're not?
No, I am an artist. Now, first, you gotta pick your spot.
Well, I'm sure it requires whatever it requires in the way of expertise, but it fails to interest me.
And you gotta pick your car. You just can't flop down in front of anybody.
I'm sure.
And you gotta pick somebody that looks like they got the bucks. And the insurance.
Well, you go right ahead without me.
Just give me another minute, will you? Then you gotta flop down in such a way that it only looks like you've been hit. Now, I spent 20 years working on that little aspect of it alone. It's all in how you grab hold of the bumper. Now, it only looks like you're being dragged.
I understand the consummate artistry involved. But where do I enter the picture? Why would you need me?
As a witness.
A witness?
Yeah, you see, lately, there has been a weak link in the chain. A terrible thing has come over our society. You see, the average guy just don't want to get involved. He sees trouble and he looks the other way.
So, I am to be the witness?
That's right. Now, you just happen to be coming down the street and you see the whole thing.
It would appear that this is a rather temporary job.
Well, that's right, which is why it pays so good.
What's good?
25%.
Of what?
Whatever I get.
What do you usually get?
Not rich. You don't want to call attention to yourself all the time. Say, 8, 10 grand.
So we're somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500?
Yeah, but for what? A couple of minutes work on a street corner and maybe half an hour in the courtroom. Hey, the beauty of this is you ain't breaking the law. You are just a witness. All you're telling is what happened. Oh, yes, Your Honor. I was standing on the corner and I see this car hit this pedestrian.
It's against my better judgment.
Why?
When do you want to do it?
Right now.
Now?
Yeah, that's the beauty of this business. All you gotta do is just walk across the street. Don't turn around. You keep looking in the window. Watch my reflection in the glass.
Okay.
You don't have to answer. This is a good street. You see, it ain't too live, it ain't too dead. Now, I'm gonna wait till there's nobody on the corner. So as you can be the only witness. Okay?
Okay.
I said you didn't have to answer. Now, you and me, we don't know each other. Uh-oh. There's meat on the table. Look down the block waiting for the light. One of them imported sports models. He's headed this way. Now, I'm going to the corner. When I get there, you turn around slow and then go there, too. As if you want to cross the street. And don't forget to scream.
The guy got hit! He's run driver!
Oh, get an ambulance!
And now for your local news. Mr. Louis Lapierre was struck down and killed by a hit-and-run driver at the corner of 15th and Garfield at 4 p.m. However, the police do have an excellent description from an eyewitness at the scene.
Turn that thing
Now
off.
for some social.
It was his fault. He stepped in front of me. And now they've got a witness. That is all I need.
Were you aware of a witness?
Yes, I suppose. I received an impression of someone standing there.
A man or a woman?
It could have been either. I think it was a woman.
Well, what do you want to do?
What do I have to do?
Well, a witness. What does the witness have? If the witness had the license plate, then we're in trouble. Paul, why didn't you stop?
Everyone would have recognized.
Okay, but at least they'd say you're human like everybody else. No, you had an accident like everybody else. It didn't have to be the end of the world.
But Violet was in the car with me.
Violet? Paul, you promised. You swore that was all over.
I know. I could have gone around the block and let her off and then come back, but I didn't think about it.
Well, that would have been worse.
Would have demonstrated that you panicked under pressure.
Well, it's your baby.
Some baby?
Handle it for me.
Just like that, huh?
That's what you get paid for, isn't it, Sid?
Miss Roletta Pound?
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Dreyfus, Police Department. My credentials.
You're with the city police. We're across the city line here.
Well, is it all right if I talk to you?
Well, come in. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Miss Pound, yesterday at approximately 4 p.m., you witnessed a hit-and-run automobile accident at 15th and Garfield.
Yes.
You told Officer Ruane, who arrived at the scene shortly after, that the car was a maroon sports coupe, a Mazzilli Suiza. Can you add anything to that description?
Such as?
Were you able to make out the license plate?
No, I'm sorry. And the truth, I'm not sure it was a Mazzilli Suiza.
But you described it to Officer Ruane.
Yes, I know. But, you see, I must have been describing an impression. I may have been picturing what I thought I saw.
What you...
Sped away.
Yes, that's exactly what you told Officer Ruane. Isn't it true?
In general, yes. In detail, I'm not sure. You see, Lieutenant, I was shocked by the violence of what I'd seen, and so, actually, it was all a blur. I knew it was a car, and I assumed it was red.
You assumed it was red?
Well, yes. You see, because there was this violence, the entire scene took on kind of a crimson coloration.
Are you saying, then, that it wasn't a red car?
It might have been red. It might not have been red. I don't know. I'm not sure.
But it was a Mazzilli Suiza.
Now, there again, I'm not sure.
You were specific about it yesterday.
I know. I got the impression that it was an expensive imported sports car, and so, therefore, perhaps I assumed it had to be a Mazzilli Suiza.
I see.
Lieutenant, I know this must be rather frustrating to a police officer. I just wish I could be more helpful.
Could you perhaps describe the driver of the car?
No, I'm afraid not. I really didn't see him.
You say him. Then it was a man.
I'm not sure.
Miss Pound, can you think of anything that might give us any sort of clue at all?
No, Lieutenant. I'm still very nervous and upset. Perhaps that's why I find it difficult to think clearly.
Right. Well, will you do this for us, Miss Pound? Will you keep thinking about it? And if anything should suddenly come to you, please call me at police headquarters.
Oh, certainly, Lieutenant. You may depend on me.
Sid, were you able to get the information?
Jerry has a line at the police headquarters.
Well, where does it stand?
Well, I guess nothing happened, Paul. That witness they're supposed to have?
Yes?
It seems they don't have her.
Her?
It's a dame. And now she's not sure.
Of what?
Of anything.
But they said she could give them a good description.
That was yesterday. Between today and yesterday, you've got 24 hours. Time to think and figure. Does she really want to get involved? Or maybe she really didn't see it. Who knows? But without a witness, it's all over. You're out of it.
I'll get it. I'm sure it's Violet.
Well, what are you trying to do?
Listen, Sid, we're being very discreet.
Just like yesterday, huh?
Hello there.
Hello there, yourself. Is this the Honorable Paul Foster?
Yes, it is. To whom am I speaking?
Well, that's a very good question.
As in, do you have a very good answer?
For now, why don't you call me, the plate lady?
Well, I will if you tell me why.
Well, it's because I deal in plates.
Plates?
You've heard of dinner plates. Gold plates. Haven't you?
Yes, but I'm not in the market for any.
But I know another kind of plate you'd be very much interested in.
What kind would that be?
License plates, dear.
It depends on whom you talk with. Lieutenant Dreyfus might describe Ms. Roletta Pound as a confused and frightened little lady. Congressman Paul Foster, oh, is he a member of that august body? Absolutely. Our stories are concerned with big and important people. At any rate, right now, he could only describe her as a femme fatale. And how would we describe her? Obviously, as a lady who is in business for herself. And we shall explore that business further in Act 2.
You know the kind of day when it's so hot the sheep are all lining up for crew cuts? Well, that's the time for country time.
Country time, country time. Tastes like that good old-fashioned lemonade.
Country time lemonade flavored drink. Not too tart, not too sweet, with natural lemon flavor. When you got a thirst for the taste of good old-fashioned lemonade.
Country time, country time. Tastes like that good old-fashioned lemonade.
Why don't you pour on the snap?
Pour on the snap. Pour on the Kraft barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap. Pour on the Kraft barbecue sauce.
All right.
Pour on the snap.
Why don't you pour it on?
Pour on the Kraft barbecue sauce. Pour on the Kraft. Pour on the snap. Pour on the Kraft barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap. Pour on the snap. Pour on the Kraft barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap.
One thing you won't want to grow in your garden is tired from the work it takes to break up the soil for planting. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest a Lawn Chief tiller from True Value Hardware stores. Lawn Chief tillers are power-driven, so they do most of the work for you. They feature width and depth control so you can adjust your tilling from heavy ground breaking to light cultivating. Lawn Chief tillers are available in 2 and 5 horsepower sizes in chain and gear drive models, and they are available only at participating True Value Hardware stores. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
Air conditioning, AM/FM radio, cruise control.
It's the Great Scout Rebate. Make your best deal with your Scout dealer. Then take delivery of any 1979 four-wheel drive Scout between May 14th and June 15th. And International Harvester will send you a 10% rebate on all factory-installed options. It's that simple. The only tough part is deciding which Scout you want.
Interior, towing package, high-back bucket seats.
International Scout. Anything less is just a car.
The best laid plans of mice and men, as Mr. Burns said, gang after glay. I don't know how many times you've heard that said. Yet, has anyone ever paused to wonder, to ask, why did Mr. Burns use that particular combination, mice and men? Are these the only two members of the animal kingdom who are completely at the mercy of chance? We mention it only because, since our story started, every plan that has been proposed seems to have gone astray. And here we go again.
Hello.
Do we know each other?
Miss Roletta Pound?
You're not the congressman.
Well, I am, really.
I don't think so.
I'm his alter ego.
Oh?
Yeah. My name is Sid Dawson.
I had hoped to see, Mr. Foster.
Well, Mr. Foster can't afford to be seen everywhere and with everyone.
Well, you might tell him that.
Oh, I try.
You might try harder. Now, just yesterday, was it, I saw Mr. Foster driving down 15th Street in his Mazzilli Suiza.
That's impossible. Mr. Foster was out of town.
You may cling to that story if it gives you any comfort. Seated beside him was a most delectable brunette lady, none other than Miss Violet Winsome, whose career as a singing star is too well known to require further details from me.
Yes?
A gentleman happened to step off the curb at that moment, and Mr. Foster, well, the simplest way to put it, Mr. Foster struck him.
Are you positive?
Positive. I saw all 3 stages of the accident. I saw it before it happened. I saw it as it happened. And I saw it after it happened.
I don't understand.
I think you do. Before it happened, I saw a car bearing down on the victim, a Mr. Louis Lapierre. I saw every detail of that automobile. I saw the front grille with that distinctive Mazzilli Suiza styling. I saw the blonde, attractive man behind the wheel, the stunning brunette girl beside him. I could see the look of horror on Mr. Foster's face.
How did you know it was Mr. Foster?
Could anyone not know that handsome face? Momentarily, he lost control. The car swerved toward the curb. I said to myself, he's going to crash into that hydrant. But he didn't. He struck it, but it was only a glancing blow. Then I said to myself, he's going to stop. But he didn't. He kept going.
Uh-huh. That's your story?
Yes. And it's not a very good story. Vehicular homicide. Leaving the scene of an accident. Aside from the legal angle, it could be a disaster for him politically.
You can't prove a word of it.
Oh, well, now that's the chance you take. I'll testify that I saw him. You'll have to deny it. What does the jury decide?
I understand you just told the police you really couldn't remember the details of that accident very well.
Oh, well, I was still in a state of shock. Now my mind has become lucid again. I can see all the details with crystal clarity.
All right. What do you want?
He's being groomed, isn't he? Your Paul Foster can become very big and very important, provided he doesn't get sandbagged here.
How much?
$150,000.
What?
It's cheap. Figure it this way. He's 35. He can have another 35 active years. 35 years into $150,000 comes to about $5,000 a year, or barely $100 a week. Now, is that exorbitant?
$150,000.
Oh, it isn't as if he doesn't have it. And it isn't as if he wouldn't throw it away on women and cars anyhow. But this is just insurance.
You realize, of course, I'll have to discuss your offer with Mr. Foster.
Lieutenant Drivers? No, Inspector. I don't have anything more. I've been checking out the ownerships of Mazzilli Suiza sports cars. Red ones. Yes, I know she said she was mistaken, but I don't have anything else. No, there aren't too many. I got the list in front of me. 3 to be exact. One's in Europe. The other's had his car in the shop for the last month, and the last one is the Honorable Paul Foster.
Lieutenant, are you sure you're looking for a Mazzilli Suiza?
Yes, sir. A red one.
Oh. Well, I own a red Mazzilli Suiza.
Mr. Foster, this may sound like a peculiar question, but you realize it has to be asked.
Well, I understand your problem, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Do you know anything about this accident?
No, sir.
Well, that's that. One other question. Is it possible someone may have used your car without your knowledge?
No, Lieutenant.
Oh, we have an...
Sid, this is Lieutenant Dreyfus of the City Police. Lieutenant, this is my assistant, Mr. Dawson.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Well, it seems there was an accident the other day.
An accident?
Yes, some poor fellow was killed by a hit-and-run driver downtown.
The way some people drive today, it's a crime, isn't it?
Yes, well, the automobile may have been Mazzilli Suiza.
Oh, is that why you're here, Lieutenant?
It's all a matter of routine checking. I'm sorry I bothered you, gentlemen.
No. Glad to help in any way we possibly can.
Goodbye.
Now, what was that all about?
Wait a minute. All right, he's gone.
But why would he come here? What brought the Mazzilli Suiza identification into it in the first place?
The girl. That was her first description.
But later she took it back.
Meanwhile, it's all this cop has to go on. And so he's pushing it. He must have her testimony to make anything stick.
Yes, well, see that he doesn't get it.
The price is $150,000.
How much?
I think you heard me.
All right. Just handle it for me, will you?
This is Lieutenant Drivers. Sergeant, You got someone at that lab of yours who can handle a confidential thing? All right, I want a front bumper checked. It's been in a hit and run. Killed a man. Yeah. See if it's dented or bent or has blood on it. Now, you know what you have to do. Okay, I'll give you the name. But you go about it in a discreet way, huh? I'm a police officer, ma'am.
Oh, hey, what's up?
I'd like to talk to you, if I may.
Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Oh, what's it about? You mean we've got some action around here?
If I may ask, what is your name?
Oh, Marva. Mrs. Minnie Marva, that's me.
And you're the landlady?
I get all of the headaches.
Now then...
People think we're quite in money today. You should see what I pay in taxes and oil.
Mrs. Marva, you have a tenant named Rouletta Pound?
Oh, is she in a jam?
Oh, no, not that I know of.
Well, then what are you asking about her for?
Well, just because a police officer makes inquiries doesn't necessarily mean a person's in trouble, does it?
What is she doing?
Well, as far as I know, nothing. How long she lived here?
3 months.
Where did she come from?
Well, she never said.
I see. What does she do?
I don't know. She leaves the house in the morning. She's out all day. She comes back at night.
Does she have any friends?
I don't know.
Does she receive visitors?
Oh, I've never seen any.
Does she talk to any of the other tenants?
I don't think so.
Does she talk to you?
Yeah.
About what?
About, nothing.
Nothing at all?
Hello, how are you? Nice day. Think it'll rain. Good morning, good night. Oh, that stuff. That's nothing.
Then, you don't have the faintest idea of what she might be doing. Or, why a girl who's single and attractive would live way out here.
Oh, no, sir.
I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Marva.
You say she's not in a jam, huh?
Is she home now?
Yeah, I guess. It's number 5 on your right. Oh, up the stairs.
Good evening, Miss Pound.
Oh, it's you again.
Do you mind if I come in?
No, not at all. I can't imagine why.
Miss Pound, the last time we talked, you told me you weren't quite sure of what happened on that street corner.
Yes.
And I asked you to keep thinking about it to let me know if anything should occur to you. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Well, I was wondering if anything did occur to you.
No, Lieutenant. I'm very sorry.
Nothing at all?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant, is there anything else you want to ask me?
I came here for 2 separate reasons. The first one's to ask you some questions. I've asked them. That's over with. Second, I'm here because I feel I should do something.
Do something? What do you mean by that?
I feel there's something I should do for you.
What is there you could possibly do for me?
I could save your life.
You don't get an offer like that every day. He might assume her life is in danger because we were there when she asked that gentleman for $150,000 just to keep her mouth shut. Well, logic, experience, and common sense should tell us that someone's mouth can be shut for considerably less. But Lieutenant Dreyfus hadn't heard that conversation. How does he know? Well, that's one of the things we develop in Act 3.
You can't always judge a paint by its color. How long it lasts is important, too. I, Pat Summerall, to suggest you choose long-lasting True Test paints from True Value hardware stores. Like True Test Weatherall Acrylic Latex House Paint. You can choose Weatherall in 35 rich Jamestown colors, but it's the acrylic latex in Weatherall that keeps those colors looking rich and lets moisture escape to resist cracking and peeling. For a more rustic look, True Value hardware stores offer True Test Woodsman Solid Color Latex Stain. Because it's a latex, Woodsman applies easier, and its 22 forest hues last longer than most oil stains. And right now, during True Test Paint Week, Weatherall is just $9.97 a gallon, Woodsman $6.97 a gallon until June the 3rd, only at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers. Save gas. You won't have to drive far for your shopping and gift-giving needs. If you're looking for value, service, and selections, you'll find them nearby at any one of the more than 5,000 True Value hardware stores and home centers nationwide. And tell them that Pat Summerall sent you.
Last year, we used time capsules for colds. But we're having a better winter this year because now we're using Dristan tablets and getting more relief than we ever got from capsules.
Here's why. In every daily dose, Dristan gives you maximum strength medicine for congestion. Capsules don't. 3 times more medicine for runny nose, plus pain reliever for aches and fever. Capsules have none.
Have a better winter with Dristan.
Today's Dristan gives you more relief than time capsules. Use only as directed.
Hi, this is Neil Thruston. Well, tonight on Nightline, I want to start by giving you some facts about the nuclear, anti-nuclear crisis, something I haven't really done before, and then after that, I want to talk to you about behavior. Well, your behavior, my behavior, somebody else's. Doesn't make any real difference to me. Let's just talk about behavior. I think that would be very interesting. That's going to be on Nightline, right after the CBS Mystery Theater.
There's hardly a man in public life, or private life for that matter, who doesn't have at least one skeleton in his closet. The skeleton may be large or small, but it's evidently worth hiding, because obviously it's being kept hidden. But there are those who set out to discover those skeletons. Their purpose is to help the owners keep them hidden, for a fee, of course. As you can see, this can be a lucrative business. Also, one that could prove hazardous to your health.
Lieutenant, you say you can save my life.
Yes,
Why? Is my life in danger?
I think so.
I can't imagine where you get such an idea.
How much money did you ask him for?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Yes, you do. But it might be better if I start at the beginning. In the beginning, there was a little man named Louis Lapierre. You've heard of him.
Yes, he was that poor man who was killed in the accident.
Yes, poor Louis. He was a flopper, you know.
I'm afraid I don't know.
The word sort of describes itself. He's a person who falls in front of automobiles, deliberately.
My goodness, why would he want to do that?
So he can have an accident and collect from the insurance company.
Oh, but that's madness. You can be maimed or killed.
I guess it's a form of acrobatics or gymnastics or whatever. There's an act to it. You can do it without really getting hurt. Sometimes. Of course, it's like everything else. You can make a mistake, misjudge the timing, as poor Louis Lapierre did.
I find this hard to believe.
Louis was killed, if you'll permit me to say so, in the line of duty.
But how do you know?
Floppers do not, as a rule, have unplanned or unscheduled accidents. Louis had picked the right car, a very expensive-looking Mazzilli Suiza.
How do you know it was that kind of car? I can't be sure I saw it.
Well, we'll get to that. I know why Louis was standing on the corner. He was reporting for work. What were you doing there?
I was window shopping.
I know why you were there.
Do you?
You were working with Louis.
How can you say that?
Because it makes sense. And it ties everything together. You're going to be Louis's witness. So as Louis prepares to step in front of the oncoming car, you get a very good look at it. You see the accident. Of course, there are 2 unexpected developments. First, it's a hit and run. Second, Louis dies.
Lieutenant, there is absolutely no way you can hope to prove any of this.
But you don't know that Louis will die at the time, so you play it straight. You tell the cop at the scene what you saw. You describe the car.
I was still in a state of shock.
But when you find out that Louis died, you say to yourself, what's in it for me now? If I testify, I'll send someone to jail. But what do I get out of it? That's what you were thinking, wasn't it?
You're constructing this little fable? Why should I spoil it with the truth?
Whoever was driving that car was evidently someone with money, so you decide to see if you can get him to buy some silence. Some very expensive silence, I might add.
Lieutenant, I shall have to ask you to leave.
You had memorized the plates. You found out who he was. Who is he, incidentally? Never mind. I think I know.
Are you about finished?
Whoever he is, there is money there. And power. What you know could destroy everything.
You're becoming a bore, Lieutenant.
You think these people are going to let you live? Maybe they're not really murderers, but you're pushing them to a point where they won't be able to help themselves.
There's no law that says I must tolerate a police officer in my home.
Come on down to headquarters with me. Sign a deposition.
Thank you for your courtesy and concern, and now, good night.
It's the only way you can get out of it.
Get out of what, Lieutenant?
All right, Miss Pound. I tried.
Let me get that. Hello?
Hello?
Oh. Who is it, Sid? It's our friend.
You were supposed to call me.
Yes, I know.
Instead, I find I have to keep calling you. And it's expensive.
Yes, we're discussing the problem.
I'm not sure I know what there is to discuss. If we can't resolve it now, my next call will be to a certain lieutenant of the police.
Excuse me, Paul. We have to decide. All right, take care of it. Miss Pound, can we meet later this evening?
Certainly. When and where?
Well, could you call back in about an hour? I'm sure you understand I have to make various arrangements.
Of course. In about an hour, then.
Hey, look, if we have to, we have to. Now, where can I get my hands on that kind of money tonight?
Paul, I don't know if money's the problem.
Well, what other problem could there be?
If I felt we could hand this girl the $150,000 and that'd be the end of it, I'd say do it. But this is no ordinary girl. She scares me.
Why?
I don't think she'll be satisfied with the money.
Now, that is a lot of money, Sid.
Well, that's also part of the problem. If she can get you to give her $150,000, it tells her you're scared.
Well, of course I'm scared.
That's what I mean. She's the type of girl who shouldn't know that about a man. It tells her you're vulnerable. She won't stop.
Oh, wait. Are you saying don't give her the money? I mean, should we try to stonewall it if we get dragged into court?
I'm saying a lot of things. First, I'm saying you should stop cheating on your wife.
Oh, now, Sid, there is no time for that now.
I'm saying you have to quit chasing around with women like Violet. I'm saying you shouldn't have had that accident. I'm saying you should never have left the scene.
Fine. But what are you saying we should do now?
Well, we have to take care of Miss Rouletta Pound.
But we've already agreed to give her the money.
Some other way.
What other way is there?
Well...
No. Look, I don't want to hear about it.
I'll do what I think has to be done.
Now, listen, Sid, try to convince this woman that...
Yes?
Look, Sid, just handle it for me, will you?
This is your headline news on the hour. Miss Rouletta Pound of 76 Franklin Square was found dead in Stallings Park. It is believed that she was the victim of a murder. Her purse was empty and a ring and wristwatch were missing. By an odd coincidence, Miss Pound happened to be a witness to a hit-and-run accident just last week.
Sid? I figured it'd be on the news.
Is that how you...
Yes. That's how I handled it.
I never told you to.
What did you think was going to happen?
But I never dreamed it'd go so far as to...
You can buy these things. You'd be surprised how easily, how cheaply.
I never dreamed.
You just make sure it wasn't for nothing. From now on, don't step out of line.
Oh, no, I won't.
inspector, that was no ordinary mugging in the park. She was a witness to the hit and run.
Oh, I understand all that, Lieutenant. But as it turns out, she didn't remember.
That was for our benefit. She was blackmailing the driver, and he has to be Paul Foster.
Look, Dreyfus, I have to have some evidence.
There are only 3 red Mazzilli Suizes registered in this town, and his was the only one that was here.
But I went along with all that, too, Dreyfus. I authorized laboratory analysis, didn't I? There was nothing to be found in the bumper or the grill work.
Well, it could have been repaired right after the accident.
Sure, but we have no proof of anything. What do you want to do? Take on a man as popular and powerful as Paul Foster on the basis of what?
On the basis of the fact that he's guilty.
All you have is a hunch about that girl.
Let me run it down.
How? Where?
Just give me a couple of days.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. You want to see me? Oh, come on in.
Thank you, Mrs. Marva.
Oh, what do you think of the murder, huh? There was something doing there after all.
Mrs. Marva, we know nothing about this girl. Who she is, where she comes from, her friends. Try to think. Is there anything at all you can tell me?
Oh, I wish I could, Lieutenant. But she was like a clam. But maybe you could help me. She owed me some money. I can't afford to lose it. Like, there's the rent she owes me.
Well, I suggest you make a list of everything.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't bring this up.
What's that?
Especially since it only comes to $4.07. You might say that's, what's $4.07? But why should I lose it?
What's it for?
The telephone. I just got the bill. You know, at the end of the month, they list all the calls. I mean, the ones into the city. I just figured out for $4.07 worth got to belong to her.
The telephone bill, the statement, you say there's a list of calls she made?
What's this, Paul? You canceled your appearance at the Teamsters annual dinner. And at the last minute. You could have cleared it with me.
I just don't feel like going.
Affairs like these, Paul, are where you pick up support. I know they can be a drag.
It isn't that, Sid. I even enjoy them, but I don't know.
Paul, you haven't been yourself lately. You've been moody and irritable. You've got to keep going. You have to be the same Paul, the same happy, optimistic Paul with a sincere smile and the honest face, the face you can trust.
Sid, do you really think we're in the clear?
Look, there's 2 parts to this. The girl, they can never touch you. It was a buy at second hand from a third party. The accident, well, there's no witness. So there's no description of the car, so you're in the clear.
Are you sure, Sid?
I'm sure.
I wish I could be.
You expecting anybody?
Who could that be?
Well, why do you automatically assume it's trouble?
Because I'm scared.
Well, you gotta quit being scared.
Yeah, well, maybe I can't.
You got to, Paul. Oh, it's the police, Lieutenant. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Well, what can we do for you, Lieutenant?
It's about that accident.
Accident?
The hit-and-run accident at 15th and Garfield.
Oh?
There was a witness. As it happens, the poor lady was the victim of a mugging and was killed.
Oh, yes, I think I read about it or heard it on the radio.
Her name was Rouletta Pound. Did you know her?
No, I didn't.
Why should she have telephoned you?
Phone?
Yes, I have here a copy of a bill mailed to her landlady. There's a record of several toll calls made from that number to this one.
Oh, that. Well, we get all kinds of calls from all sorts of people. We don't even remember half of them.
And I'm sure. There are 8 of them, all made within the space of 2 days.
Well, I certainly don't remember talking to a Miss Rouletta Pound. Do you, Mr. Foster?
No, I don't either.
Well, that's odd. 5 of these calls lasted almost 3 minutes.
Lieutenant, what are you trying to imply here?
How do you want to handle this, gentlemen? You want me to arrest Mr. Foster? Perhaps, sir, you might prefer to turn yourself in?
What is this, Lieutenant? A cheap political trick on the part of Mr. Foster's enemies?
Mr. Foster has some very important friends in this town. I could pick up that phone and...
I don't know how many of your friends would be home at this point, Mr. Foster.
Sid, what are we going to do? Nothing.
Here's what we have. The phone call she made from her phone to this one.
She could have been a crank.
Your front grill, Mr. Foster.
The grill?
Was probably damaged or dented in the accident.
What accident?
So we made the rounds of body shops, and sure enough, a place called Handy Andy did some work on it just the day before yesterday.
Well, that doesn't prove that it necessarily...
We examined the locale of the accident. Right near the corner, there's a hydrant. You must have swerved and struck it. Tiny pieces of paint that had been knocked off your front end were still adhering to it. And tiny flecks of paint from the hydrant were sticking to what was left of your old grill in the body shop. Did you have her killed, too?
You can't prove that. You never could prove it.
What have you got to say, Mr. Foster?
Sid?
No, Mr. Foster. I'm afraid this is one thing Sid can't handle for you. You'll have to handle it yourself.
And he did, but not too well. They couldn't get him or anyone else for the murder of Rouletta so far, but they did have him for the hit and run on Louis Lapierre. He didn't go to jail, and he didn't lose his freedom, but he did lose something more important, his career. So, you see, justice does triumph. Sometimes. I shall return shortly.
Okay, Ms. Goofproof in front of her dollhouse. Now don't move around so much so I can keep you in focus.
Don't worry, Jeffrey. At Kmart, you don't have to pay for your pictures unless they come out just the way you want them to.
You're telling me, Mr. Goofproof, about Kmart's picture-perfect policy? Don't back up, Chrissy. Aw, Chrissy, you smashed your dollhouse.
My dolly's still in there.
I'll get her.
Be gentle with her, Jeffrey. She comes from a broken home.
Kmart is the saving place.
If you're still using Desinex for athlete's foot, here are some things you should know. Fact, in independent studies, the medication in Aftate has been proven more effective in killing athlete's foot fungus than the medication in Desinex. Fact, doctors recommend the medication in Aftate 14-1 over that in Desinex. 14-1. That's why we say Aftate is better, really better. It's the killer. Use only as directed.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief. Time to change your laxative. X-Lax pills gently stimulate your system's own natural rhythm, and that makes all the difference. X-Lax pills, for occasional use only as directed.
This is Mary Tyler Moore, and I want to tell you about a very special place. A place which can help you cope in this ever-changing world of ours. It's the library. At the library, you'll find all the information you need to keep up with current issues, career opportunities, economic changes, and all the new technology. The library even has programs for every age group. Check out the library. That's where you'll find a lot of success stories.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
There's a most dramatic incident in history. King Henry II was having a hard time with Archbishop Thomas Becket. One night at dinner, he angrily exclaimed, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" 4 of his knights immediately left the hall and murdered Becket. Well, Henry was certainly very angry. He didn't specifically say, "Kill Becket," did he? But the tradition persists to this very day. The boss, the chief, whoever the man in power, turns to a subordinate and says, "Handle it for me." So, what does he mean? What does he really mean? Our cast included Ann Williams, Ralph Bell, Earl Hammond, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Why don't you pour on the snap?
Pour on the snap. Pour on the Kraft barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap. Pour on the Kraft barbecue sauce.
All right.
Pour on the snap.
Why don't you pour it on?
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. From time to time, we come across a story so unexplainable, so incredible, that we just cannot pass it by. So today, no mystery to challenge your powers of deduction, for there is no rational explanation of what happened. However, if you care to accompany me into the land of the uncharted and unknown, I think it will be well worth your while. Certain things that occur have no explanation, but that makes them no less worthy of repeating on Mystery Theater.
Dr. Kingsley, you're suggesting I take art classes? But I'm an airplane pilot.
Alan, you are a grounded pilot. That is quite different.
But, Doctor, I wouldn't want anyone to know I'm undergoing psychiatric care.
But nobody will. You have no choice. Now, there's one thing you must have to get back into mental shape.
Now, what's that, Doctor?
Peace of mind.
Our mystery drama, Second Sight, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you're traveling across our country, there's a sign you're gonna see. Looks like a big yellow sun. It's the sign of quality. Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun. That's our sign, let it shine. Say where quality comfort shines. Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun.
When you've got business friends or relatives coming in from out of town, put them up under the sun at a nearby Quality Inn. They'll find a warm welcome waiting and all the comforts Quality Inns are famous for. Make an out-of-towner feel right at home. Call your local Quality Inn or call us toll-free for reservations at the most comfortable place under the sun.
Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun. Quality is.
To put you in a receptive frame of mind for today's Mystery Theater, let me ask you this. Suppose you looked into the mirror but didn't see your own reflection. Or suppose you opened a newspaper and there was your own obituary. Or suppose you saw in a flash something that had not yet happened. Would you feel you were responsible if the following day it did come to pass and it was a murder? Questions like these are not answered easily, if at all, by scientist, doctor, or psychiatrist. Certainly not by Dr. Marvin Kingsley.
Dr. Kingsley, it's good of you to see me on such short notice.
Well, I'm happy to work with your Air Pilots Association. Your full name, please.
Alan Harvey.
And you're an airline pilot, correct?
I was an airline pilot, but...
You don't have to say any more. I'm aware of your problem.
But I want to say more. If you're going to help me, Dr. Kingsley, I've got to tell you everything as I see it, not as my airline sees it.
Go ahead.
I've been on international flights for 10 years. I've flown around the world I don't know how many times. I'm a million-mile pilot several times over. And then, one day on my flight to the Caribbean, it happened. I'll never forget it. We were making good time, in spite of headwinds and visibility zero.
Are you still on automatic, Alan?
What'd you say, Charlie?
I said, are
Charlie,
you still...
look out there. Do you see what I see?
Yeah. Nothing.
No, that object flying across at 3 o'clock.
Come on, Alan. There's nothing out there.
Check the scope, will you?
Nothing. Nothing's on the scope.
Not a blip?
Not a blip.
It's gone.
Alan, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right.
I don't know. You're seeing things I don't see.
That was the first time, Dr. Kingsley.
You thought you saw an object in the sky?
I didn't think I saw it. I know I saw it.
During the month of September, you reported sighting various objects in mid-flight which made no impression on the electronic monitoring gear.
That's why I was grounded. I was just as glad. You know, Doctor, you can take just so much kidding about seeing unidentifiable flying objects.
The UFOs?
I never saw any UFOs. I saw men in the sky, standing upright, holding flags, national colors which I couldn't identify. I saw mountaintops with cows grazing on them. A skyscraper 100 stories high in black marble. I saw too much. What do you think, Doctor?
Well, what you saw in the skies is obviously very real to you. Now, for starters, I'm going to recommend a complete rest, but I mean complete.
Rest? I'll go crazy doing nothing.
Oh, I neglected to ask you, Alan. Are you married?
No, I'm not. I was once, but that was a long time ago. I live by myself.
Here in Greenfield?
Right on North Chatham Street.
No, I'm not suggesting you just sit and vegetate. Do you have any hobbies or interests other than your job?
Well, let me see. Years ago, I was interested in becoming a painter. Even now, I've sort of kept up. Sometimes I'll take a sketch pad and draw.
Oh, good. What kind of things?
Lately, I've been drawing the objects I've observed from the cockpit.
Well, why not enroll in some art class? That would occupy you and challenge you. You know, the university I teach at has a very fine art department. Would that appeal to you?
What good would it do me? I'm a flyer. I'm never going to make it as an artist.
Well, it would give you another outlet for your energies. Let me put in a call to Jacob Greer, who runs the department. He teaches a few classes also. See, I know Jacob personally, and I'm sure he'd take you in.
I don't know. How long should I do it?
Well, let's not set any limits for the present. See, there's one thing you need more than anything else, and perhaps drawing in a class with other people will help you achieve it.
What one thing? What do I need?
Peace of mind, Alan.
I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Harvey. I'm Jacob Greer. Marvin Kingsley tells me you'd like to join one of our art classes. Have you ever drawn a live model before?
No, I haven't, Mr. Greer. I've brought along the kind of sketches I've done. Mostly in my spare time, you understand.
Uh-huh. Well, pretty extraordinary. Most imaginative. These people standing about in the clouds. Oh, it's very imaginative.
Most of what I do is what I've seen.
You have a good feeling for... I hope this wasn't drawn from life. What is it? It looks like the fuselage of a big airliner with a lot of bodies strewn about.
Yes, that's what it is. I did that one yesterday.
That's gruesome. Well, I think you have some talent, and if you'd like to join our class, it's Tuesdays and Fridays from 1 o'clock until 4 in this studio.
I'd like to.
Let me hang on to some of these drawings of yours, may I?
Sure.
This airplane crash is certainly powerful. Now, I'll be seeing Marvin Kingsley tonight. We have a running chess game on Monday evenings. Have for years. I'll tell him you're joining us. Checkmate, Marvin, old boy.
I saw it coming, Jacob. You know, you're going to qualify as a grandmaster one of these days.
You're off your game. I know you, Marv.
Yeah, you're right. I wasn't concentrating.
Marv, that fellow Alan Harvey you sent me, he's a strange sort of man. Quite gifted. I've seen his portfolio. Have you known him for long?
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't. He came to me because he was having some problems in relaxing.
Oh, I didn't ask you what his problem was.
I don't discuss my patients, Jacob. Let's say he may have some guilt, and I prescribe your art course as a vacation from those guilts.
Well, I'll say this, he has a lot of talent. There was one drawing he showed me that...
Hey, do you mind if I turn this set? I'd like to catch the evening news.
No, I'll go make us some coffee. Oh, I forgot to get cream, darn it.
Don't worry, I can take it black.
A jet airliner carrying 200 people crashed into a corporate plane at 6 o'clock tonight after traffic controllers radioed conflicting instructions. This is the scene behind me. One of the worst air disasters to strike this area in the history of aviation. According to...
What is it? What happened?
Oh, something with the TV set. They've still got the picture, but there's no sound.
Do you see that shot of the field? Wait, it can't be. Good Lord.
No, turn it off if it upsets you. It's all those bodies.
No, that's not what I mean. Turn it off.
No, they'll get the sound back in a minute. They still got the picture.
Turn it off, please.
Okay.
I want to show you something. Here. This is one of the drawings your Alan Harvey left with me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see?
A grisly, almost photographically detailed drawing of a smashed airliner.
And smashed people. Well,
what are you trying to tell me, Jacob?
Doesn't this drawing look exactly like what we just saw on the tube? But exactly?
Yes, I suppose there is a similarity. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You see, Alan Harvey was an airline pilot, so I suppose he drew that from some experience he had.
Marvin, my mind deals in pictures. I would say there's not just a similarity. The real accident and what this man has drawn are identical.
Oh, but how could they be? You said you saw him this morning. He couldn't have drawn it at the airport. It just happened at 6 o'clock tonight.
He said he did it yesterday.
Well, I'll bet if you went through the files and matched the photographs, there's a sameness about most air crashes.
I hope you're right.
I don't understand why you're so upset, Jacob. What else could it be?
It got me to thinking, that's all.
Well, what's your problem?
If Alan Harvey can draw a future occurrence before it happens, I'd say we all have a problem. We welcome today a new member to our life class, Alan Harvey. Miss Johnson, we'll have 2 minutes of warm-up poses, and then we'll begin the longer poses. Arthur, why don't you put your easel beside Alan so that if there's anything he doesn't know, you can fill him in. All right, Miss Johnson.
I'm new to this. What are warm-up poses?
You'll see. Those will be action poses Miss Johnson does up there. You know, poses that no model could hold very long. That one, see? One leg up and hand extended, sort of like a dance pose.
I'm supposed to draw that? What's she doing?
You certainly are, Alan. That's it. Use your charcoal. Fine. Good. Just a few action lines. Alan, that's very good. Contour is excellent.
Fine.
What
did he say your name was?
Arthur
Really
Lewis.
excellent.
I'm Alan Harvey.
Say, you're not bad.
That's good.
How can she hold that pose? Leaning over, one hand way down and the other way up.
Because Miss Johnson is a professional model, Alan. Now, suppose we have less talk and more drawing, okay? Good. Yeah. Just a couple of contour lines, Alan. We're not projecting the model's complete form. You mind if I stand behind you, Alan?
Oh, no. No, not at all, Professor Greer.
Wait a minute. Let me see that one you just turned over.
Oh, it's nothing, really. I didn't even know what I was drawing.
Alan, one of the things you've got to learn about our work is no one can afford to be shy or modest. Looking, appraising, it's the only way for me to gauge your progress.
Oh, it isn't anything.
Let me be the judge of that. Now pull that page back. You just sketched this?
It took me all of 2 minutes. I told you it wasn't any good.
It's very good. It's just that, I'm a little taken aback at what you drew.
Taken aback?
Isn't that a drawing of our model, Miss Johnson? Lying across that bed, bruises on her neck, eyes staring open as if she'd just been strangled to death.
I warned you, didn't I? This would be a story hard to explain. If you like, let's begin by believing some events are coincidence, or, as the phrase goes, a strange coincidence. However, the model, Miss Johnson, isn't dead yet, and as we know, Alan Harvey's wings were clipped foreseeing things that weren't there. Did I say foreseeing? Just a coincidence. I'll be back shortly. Do you remember the old story of the 3 blind men who were asked to describe an elephant? One felt the big wide body and said, "It's a wall of leather." The second put his arms around one of the animal's legs and said, "It's the trunk of a tree." And the third blind man felt the elephant's tail and said, "It's a snake." All were mistaken, for none could really see the elephant. Are we perhaps also limited in our vision? And what we think exists may not? Is Alan Harvey able to see what really is with a special second sight that is not ours?
I'll be frank with you. It disturbed me to discover I'd been drawing our model, Miss Johnson, as a victim of a murder. I'd never given it a second look. The truth is, I didn't even remember drawing it. Professor Greer kept looking at what I'd done with this horrified expression. So I was pretty shaken when I came back to class on Friday and set up my easel next to Arthur Lewis.
Ladies and gentlemen, today Miss Johnson will skip the warm-up poses. The pose she will now assume will be the one held for the entire session. 20-minute poses in the first hour and a half with the usual 5-minute rest periods. All right, any questions?
Yes, Professor Greer?
Miss Johnson?
It's a little chilly in the studio this morning. Could I have a heater placed near me?
Of course. Arthur, would you be good enough to get the electric heater out of my office? Can't afford to have our Miss Johnson catch cold.
My progress that day was as halting as the first days had been speedy. I didn't know what to make of it. Miss Johnson was the model as before, but somehow I could not get her down on paper. For the first time since I'd begun the classes, I was relieved when Jacob Greer pointed to the clock.
That'll be all for today. Class dismissed. Oh, Alan, would you stay on a bit?
Yes, Professor Greer?
I noticed you're having a little trouble today. Some of those lines just not forceful enough.
I was aware of that, too. Something seems to be holding me up now.
May I have a look at what you've been doing?
Of course.
What? Is this all you've done today?
I'm afraid so. I tried. I couldn't even get the simplest action line.
What's that supposed to be?
Where?
In the corner of that page. A table set for 2 people at the... I know where that is. Yes, it is. That's the Chinese restaurant right here in town. I hope by next Tuesday you'll be taking a more serious approach to your work.
I am serious, Professor Greer. I just don't seem to be able to concentrate on what I see. What's in my mind's eye is so much clearer to me than what's in front of my real eye.
I can't think how you happen to know I just love Chinese food.
I just guessed, Miss Johnson. I wasn't doing anything particular this evening, so I took a chance you might be free.
It so happens this is my one night off in the week.
You mean you've got a regular job as well as modeling?
Well, I just model for extra money. I'm studying piano at the music school.
You're a musician?
Well, I hope to be. Every day but today and Sundays, I go to class from 4 to 7. Then I have a little supper at my place, and then back to the school where they let me practice as late as I like.
That's quite a schedule.
Is painting all you do, Mr. Harvey?
Right now it is, Miss Johnson. What's your first name?
Peggy.
Mine's Alan. It's a funny thing, but I don't associate the girl who stands up in class and poses with you.
Well, I'm a little more formally dressed now. You're not married, are you?
I was a long time ago, but my wife didn't like my being married to an airline. I'm a pilot.
I don't believe it. I was married to a pilot, too. But it didn't take us long to discover it was a big mistake.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. Anyway, seeing Jacob is much better. No strings and outside of the classroom. He's very amusing.
Jacob? You're dating Professor Greer?
Yes. Is that so crazy? There's not that much difference in our ages.
No, I'm not saying there is. It's just so, unexpected.
Oh, I see younger men, too. Like Arthur. Arthur Lewis, who sits next to you in class. With the red beard?
Yeah, sure, I know.
He's awfully nice, too. Not nearly as possessive. In fact, in many ways, I think he's more mature than Jacob.
Say, aren't you getting hungry?
Oh, famished. I tell you what. You order from column A, and I'll order from column B.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our Miss Johnson isn't going to be with us today, and Arthur has volunteered to model for us, so we shan't be losing any time. You all ready, Arthur?
Ready when you are, J.G.
All right, please begin. Now, I want you all to loosely suggest the action of the pose before you actually sketch the form. Very good, Alan. You don't seem to have any block when it comes to drawing the male form.
It was only that one time, Professor Greer. I'm sure I could do Miss Johnson next time.
Keep drawing. Good. What are you doing now?
Putting in a face.
Well, that's not Arthur's face. It's more like mine. And, Alan, what's that you're drawing in the subject's right hand?
Right hand? I don't know.
I wish you'd stick to what's before you and not try to dramatize things as though you were doing an illustration for a mystery magazine. You've got me holding a pistol. Now I see a doorway and some other body crumpled up against it as though he'd just been shot.
Dr. Kingsley, I really appreciate you seeing me on a Sunday. What I want to say is, how can I say it? I don't think these life classes are doing me any good.
Well, why do you say that, Alan?
I went nearly crazy yesterday, Saturday. I tried to get out of the house, take a walk, but I found myself always coming back to my drawing board.
Well, I think that's a good sign.
But it's not. Nothing's changed. It's all as it was before. I'm seeing things that nobody else sees, only now I'm drawing them. Here, look at these, please. Some I've done in class and some at home.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Do you? Do you really? I'm terrified.
Oh, you draw very well, Alan.
It's what I draw. Here, this one, for instance.
Now, look, you will work your way out of this. Don't worry. It's the mind's way of healing itself.
Doctor, I think you've got it all wrong. Here, look here. I drew this just this morning before I came to see you. I sat myself down, and this happened, like automatic writing.
Well, the drawings are for Jacob Greer to criticize. Now, what do you expect from me?
Just tell me what you see.
All right. It's a young man, about 25, I'd say, stretched out on a slab in the morgue. When were you at the morgue last?
Never. I've never been there.
What, you've seen pictures?
I tell you, I haven't.
But you must have. And you've forgotten. That happens to be the morgue attached to our hospital, exactly the way you've colored it.
You don't understand. You simply do not understand, do you, Doctor? I don't know what or how I draw.
My dear Alan, you must have been there. The detail, the glare of that green shade, the hexagonal tiles, that one broken tile near the door. Now face reality, Alan.
Forget it.
Do you know the young man you've drawn? That corpse with the red beard?
That's the horrible part. Yes, I know him. His name is Arthur Lewis. He's another student in my class. What shall I do?
When do you go again? To your art class?
Day after tomorrow.
All right. Now, right after class, come back here to my office and bring what you've drawn that day, and we will try again. Now, we'll sit down quietly, calmly, and talk about it. This sort of thing happens more often than not, Alan. We transfer and transpose people we know into the most unlikely situations. See, most of us do it in dreams, but you're doing it on paper.
You don't think it's any more than that, Dr. Kingsley?
Just bear in mind, Alan, you and I are mortal. We can do no more, see no more, know no more than our five senses tell us.
You mean there's no such thing as a sixth sense? Or a second sight?
Well, arithmetically, perhaps. But in fact, no.
Marvin. Well, come in. What are you doing here in the afternoon? You haven't stopped in to see me on a Sunday for I don't know how long.
Well, I hope this isn't a bad time for you, Jake.
No, not at all. Only if I'd known, Well, you see, I have a standing date with a young lady Sunday evenings, but, well, that gives us an hour.
Yes, well, I'll get right to the point. That young pilot I sent over to you, Alan Harvey, well, he came to see me today, and he brought some sketches.
Oh, macabre, aren't they? But splendid. He has a flair.
Yes, well, he's done it again. Well, at least I hope he hasn't.
What has he done?
It seems he's drawn one of your students, a chap with a red beard, lying on a slab in the morgue. And he showed me another he'd done of a girl, your life model, strangled.
He's also drawn me, holding a pistol. Claims he doesn't know what he's doing, has no control. I've put it down to wild imagination.
Well, I've also told him it was ridiculous to attach any significance to it.
Well, I certainly won't. The very young lady he strangled on paper, I've been seeing quite a lot of for almost 3 months now. I'm taking her to dinner tonight.
You're not serious.
Oh, I am, Marv. Very serious. I know she's been seeing a younger man, but I don't know who he is. But so what?
Jacob Greer, you...
I just may ask Peggy to marry me.
What? Oh, imagine keeping this from me.
I really didn't feel that serious about Peggy until, I don't know, it just grew on me.
Oh, well, congratulations. I'd better go. It was only about Alan that I dropped in. You know, one of these days I'll figure out why he is so preoccupied with death. But I'll give it a thought, Jacob. I'll keep tabs on him.
So will I. I'm very interested in that young man. He has an enormous talent.
Alan, I feel so wicked, I can't begin to tell you.
Why, Peggy? Half of America goes to the movies on a Sunday night and has a soda afterwards.
Oh, it's not that I'm having a soda in a drugstore at 10 at night with a man I've only known for a few days. It's because I've stood up the two guys I usually date.
Who, Jacob?
And Arthur. I generally see Jacob for dinner Sunday nights. He gets me home about this time, and then half an hour later, Arthur stops by, and we go listen to music somewhere.
You're going to get yourself into trouble.
They enjoy themselves.
So why did you go out with me?
Because I love going to movies, and nobody ever asks me.
Well, you'd better beat it home. At least you can keep one of your 2 dates.
And that's our weather for tonight. Here now is the Midnight News. We have just received word of a triple tragedy on the North Side involving a young music student who had been doing part-time modeling, a young man who is an art student, and an art teacher. All are dead in what appears to be a double murder and suicide. For a report from the scene of the tragedy, here now is...
Oh, my Lord, I can't be hearing this. It can't be true.
Did Alan Harvey unconsciously set into motion these extraordinary events, or is he cursed with second sight? More often than not, when our second act curtain rings down on Mystery Theater, all of the clues are in, all the evidence presented, and you have an equal chance to solve the mystery. Not this time, for we appear to be dealing in an enigma wrapped in a secret, contained in a sealed book, written about a strange, uncharted land. Come back with your compass when I return shortly with Act 3.
I like pickles, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
I like pizza, but it doesn't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
Digel's special combination of antacid and anti-gas ingredients gives you fast, gentle relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, and gas in just minutes.
I like hot dogs, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
For occasional use, only as directed.
Until I began to host Mystery Theater, I thought of myself as pretty realistic. I believed what I saw and drew conclusions from known facts. Well, I've come quite a ways since then, and now I suspect there's an awful lot to be said for the unknown. What we thought was impossible yesterday is possible today. Couldn't the same be true of tomorrow? In our world, anything can happen and probably will. It's that same evening. Fearfully, Dr. Marvin Kingsley keeps listening to the news.
We repeat the first bulletin. Police are investigating 3 deaths on the north side in the apartment of a part-time model found strangled. Also dead, apparently shot, is a male art student and a male art teacher. The woman has been identified as Peggy Johnson, and the young man as Arthur Lewis. The police have not yet released the name of the art teacher other than to say...
It can't be. It can't be. Not him. Jacob, please. Be home. Please, please, answer the phone. Please. Please.
Today is Monday. I feel peculiar. I keep trying not to think of tomorrow in another life class. I sit at my table and look out the window. All the little houses. Ours is not a big town. All the capitals of the world I've flown to, Rome, Paris, Amsterdam, London, it all seems like another lifetime. I look down at my drawing pad. I've drawn a heavy-set man standing in a courtroom before a judge. I better call Dr. Kingsley right away.
Alan, I'm glad to hear your voice.
I've done another one of those mysterious drawings.
Have you sketched someone you know?
Not this time. Someone I've never seen before, I know that. A big hulk of a man standing in front of a judge. From the look I've drawn on the man's face and the look on the judge's, I'd say the judge was about to pass a sentence of death.
I'll tell you what you do, Alan. Why don't you walk over here? It'll take you no more than 3/4 of an hour, and by the time you get here, I will have cleared the decks. Bring that drawing of yours, Alan, and we'll talk.
I've lived in Greenfield all my life. Every time I'd come back from some round trips for my week off, I'd found the town pretty much the same. So why I got confused going across town to Dr. Kingsley's, I can't imagine. But I did. Turned up the wrong street, and before I knew it, I was lost. So I cut through an unfamiliar alley, and there it was. A fence about 9 feet high. I couldn't see over it. Over the gate was written J. Murty, Tombstones, Monuments. I opened the gate and looked inside. A yard full of gravestones.
Come on in, young fellow. Don't stand out there.
Oh, thanks. May I?
I'm glad to see you.
You're very expert chipping words into that stone.
Marble. I also do granite.
This is quite a large place you've got here. I bet you keep busy.
Well, the work gets kind of lonely. Not many people like to be around gravestones. Makes them think. Oh, let me introduce myself. Julian Merte.
Oh, yes, I saw your sign. I'm Alan Harvey.
You looking for someone?
I'll tell you the truth, I turned down the wrong street. Did you say your name was Merte?
Yes. Why? Do you know me from somewhere?
I don't know. Mr. Murty, have we ever met before?
I don't think so. Of course, I have seen a lot of people in my day. Why? You think we have met?
Well, everything about you, I don't know how to say it. It's uncanny. Hey, look at this, will you? A drawing I did today.
That is quite good. You did that?
This morning.
I have always admired the man who could sit down and draw straight off like that. Now, why did you want me to see this, Mr. Harvey?
The man in the drawing, it just came to me. He looks just like you, Mr. Murty.
Oh, that man there standing in front of the judge looks like me, you say? Why, so he does, Mr. Harvey. So he does.
Julian, where are you?
Here, my dear.
Oh, you have company.
Mr. Harvey, Mrs. Merte, my wife.
Oh, please.
Did you?
Mr. Harvey is an artist, Mary.
Julian, go along and wash your hands. It'll be time for supper shortly.
Supper? I had no idea it was that late. I must be going.
No, sir. Please don't go. I've got something to show you.
Or perhaps some other time. I'll come back.
No, it wouldn't take long. 5 minutes, I promise you. Just 5.
All right. Certainly.
I'll be right back.
Young man, I don't know who you are, but I advise you to leave right now. There's a storm coming up.
I should go, and late as it is, someone's expecting me.
Then go. I'll explain to my husband.
But he seems so anxious to show me something.
It's only those gravestones. He's so proud of them, but they won't run away. I advise you, young man, for the sake of your well-being and health, leave now.
My health?
And your peace of mind. Does the name Julian Murter mean anything to you?
Julian Murter? Yes. Yes, I have heard that name. Arizona? No, California, the Rock Bridge. And the Wyoming stone faces. Is your husband that Julian Murty?
Yes.
Why, he's one of the great sculptors. What's he doing in this back alley making gravestones?
He fell out of fashion. It's as simple as that.
But
it broke his heart. He has never been the same.
You mean no one commissions his works anymore?
For 20 years, no one. And that isn't the worst of it. You had better go.
Well, can't you tell me why I should go?
Because sometimes he is not responsible. Not anymore.
All washed, all clean. Oh, say, we are in for a storm, Mary. I am taking Mr. Harvey into the studio.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'd better go right away.
What? In all this rain? You will get soaked. Come along. Follow me. Let's run for it.
This is quite a place. Never seen so many different kinds of gravestones.
These are mostly samples to show people what they can have to commemorate their loved ones. I like to keep my epitaphs light-hearted.
You do? On a gravestone?
Yeah, what better place? After all, death is the ultimate joke, isn't it?
I never thought about it that way.
Well, you think about it. Think about it. This headstone here is the tallest I have done. It may be more to your liking. It's a sample which I completed only this morning. He flew high, he flew low. Now to heaven may his spirit go. Alan Harvey, requiescat in pace.
That's my name.
This is what I wanted to show you.
My name?
Well, you must believe me, Mr. Harvey. Pure coincidence. I don't know where the name come from. Just entered my head.
But the date's under my name. The first one is exactly when I was born.
Really? A further coincidence.
And the date of death? Today.
Well, I was just making it topical.
You go right ahead, Mr. Harvey, and use the telephone. Supper will be on the table in a moment.
Oh, thank you. I had this appointment, and I just better call.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Kingsley. This is Alan Harvey.
Oh, yes. I was wondering what happened to you.
I got lost, believe it or not, and then it started to storm, so I'm staying with some people I met.
I can't quite hear you, Alan. Can you speak louder?
No, I can't. This man insisted I stay for supper.
Are you all right, Alan? Alan?
I hear you. Yes, I'm all right. I'll try and come by later, Dr. Kingsley. Goodbye.
You know, I told you, Harvey, I don't get many visitors, especially people from the world of art. And that is why, after supper, I asked you back here in my studio. Mrs. Merte, funny thing, but she is not that interested in art.
I really ought to be on my way.
Nonsense. I wouldn't hear of it. You know, when it rains like this and I can't go outside and work on the new stones, I'll spend an evening sharpening my chisels. And you see, I've got my grinding stone here. I put my foot on the treadle, give it a twist, and there she goes. A lot of these chisels are due for sharpening. If you will look under that table where you are sitting, Mr. Harvey, you will find some drawing paper. There are pencils and charcoal in a little box down there. Go, help yourself. I know what it is like to have thoughts and ideas just screaming to be put on paper. It's a compulsion.
I wonder what time it is.
Later than it was, but one always hopes not too late. I see you have begun to draw. Mr. Harvey, I cannot tell you what a pleasure it is to meet you at last.
You were right about compulsion. I wish I could leave.
Oh, I'm not keeping you.
No, not you, Mr. Murty. What I'm sketching. The pencil, it won't stop. My hand has to keep following it.
You have that problem, too.
It's a shame that all your great works are now only tombstones.
Great works. I was great once.
And now nothing but a letterer and a numberer in stone.
I wish you had not said that, Mr. Harvey. You are like all the rest. This is the sharpest I have ever honed a chisel. Do you know that, Mr. Harvey?
We're all failures. That is why we die.
I wish you would not keep saying that, Mr. Harvey.
I am still sketching at this table. And Julian Merte keeps turning his grindstone. All I can hear is the whirring and buzzing of the wheel and the drumming of the rain. The air is close in this studio. I'm rooted to this chair, to what I'm drawing. It's almost finished now. I can see out of the corner of my eye Julian Merte sharpening his chisels and watching me. He's staring at me. Staring.
They found the sketch Alan Harvey was making. It depicted the supreme moment of agony, the final gasp of a man in the last throes of life. The figure in his picture lay sprawled across a table where it had been drawn on a sheet of paper. On that sheet of paper was a sketch of still another man, identical. Then another picture within a picture. Each successive figure had been stabbed in the back with a long-bladed chisel embedded to the hilt. Killed exactly the way they found Alan Harvey himself. I'll return in a moment.
certain rules of existence on our planet. The pull of gravity, the rising sun and moon, that rain is wet and snow is cold. We feel wind, which we cannot see. You accept the sound of my voice, although you know I'm speaking from miles away. We accept from experience and habit. But there are other facts of life and death for which we have no explanation. Yet, can we disregard them? They, too, must be faced, and perhaps you, too, will experience them. All you need is a little second sight. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Joan Shea, Robert Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the year of our Lord, 1976, and I use the appellation with some sadness, there were 18,780 murders committed in the United States. These are the latest figures from the FBI, and the only pleasant thing about them is the fact that the rate decreased 8.3% from the previous year. A trend I fervently hope will continue. But where murder seems the only way out, there's always a story. This is one of them.
Oh, come on, honey. Gloria, you gotta be home.
Hello?
Gloria?
Yeah, Ralphie. You sound kind of funny. What is it?
She's dead.
Who?
My wife, Lucy.
You mean she just up and died?
No, not like that. Oh, what are we gonna do? I killed her.
Our mystery drama, A Better Mousetrap, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars John Beal. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. While on the subject of statistics, here's one for you. 1970 was the last year most metropolises in the U.S. enjoyed a population advance. Ever since then, the amount of people in the cities has been declining. Where have they gone? Mostly to the suburbs. Here's Ralph Lester, a typical suburbanite. He moved out of New York before 1970. At the time, it seemed a great idea. A garden, a house, a family, good schools. How has it worked out for him? Let me say only that Ralph Lester is tired, hates the train ride, has had at least one too many drinks, and is worried about, among other things, finances. He doesn't know yet how worried he ought to be.
Lucy, the laundry boy is home. For crying out loud. Where are you? Lucy? Where is she? Hey, Lucy, I'm home. Where are you?
I'm upstairs, Ralph.
Oh, okay. What are you doing?
I'm packing.
Huh?
Never mind, I'll be right down.
No, that's all right. I'm up here already. How about a drink if I rush? What time is dinner?
I haven't any idea.
Well, what does that mean?
Dinner is your problem, Ralph.
Oh, you mean you've eaten already or something?
No, I haven't.
Well, did I forget? Are we going out?
I'm eating out, yes. I don't know about you.
Well, if you're going out, you mean you didn't leave me something? I'm supposed to scrounge it up by myself?
Why not? I think it might make good practice.
Good practice for what?
For the future, when I'm not here.
When you're not here?
That's right, Ralph. I'm leaving you.
Leaving me? What for?
It isn't so much what for as why. Yes, I think that's the correct question.
All right, then why?
Two things. Money and Gloria.
Gloria?
Your secretary. That's the politest term I can think of.
Well, you can't think that there's anything between me and Gloria.
I don't think I know.
Well, how do you know?
I'm ashamed to say it, but I hired a man to follow you.
Oh, brother, I think I better get that drink.
I wouldn't. Not quite yet. You need a clear head for the other discussion.
What discussion?
Money, Ralph. My money. I hope you still have it because I want it. And if you don't have it, I'll make you account for every penny, no matter what court I drag you through.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Lucy. Wait a minute. I'm really bushed tonight. It was a tough day. Just give me a chance to pull myself together so I can...
So you can what? Make up some new lies?
Now, just hold up. I don't know what kind of lies people have been telling you. And if that dried-up, middle-aged old witch next door...
Don't you take off on Ellie Pratt. She's the best friend I have in this stupid town. Maybe the only one. The whole thing is going to be brought out in the open. Unless you can convince me in black and white that you haven't been cheating on me two ways. Robbing me blind and carrying on with another woman.
Oh, Lucy, I swear I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me anymore. You talked me into giving you $300,000 worth of bearer bonds to turn into cash.
Sure, it's a time to stay liquid. The minute I decide the market's right, we can jump in and make a joint...
It's my money.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, Ralph, I don't. Because, you see, I've been checking into something else about all the money Father left me. And that you were holding, building into a fortune.
What do you mean?
I got Father's old lawyer to dig into just what securities I hold. The ones you were supposed to have bought for me. What happened to those securities, Ralph? Where are they?
You know the firm is holding them for you in your account.
Mr. Stearns couldn't find any record of them.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Lucy, the old man is senile.
I have all the proof and the documentation. It may be too late to get my money back. But I'm going to fix it so you get punished for stealing it, and I'm not going to let you have a chance to squander any of it on a cheap little tart you pretend is your secretary.
Look, you don't understand. It's been a difficult period, Lucy. I've had to try to cover short sales and auction deals, and if there was any question now, I could be ruined, Lucy. I could be sent to jail.
Oh, I know, Ralph. And that's just where I'd like to send you.
Lucy, please. Listen, you don't know what a spot I'm in right at the moment.
You mean you embezzled other people's funds, too?
It isn't embezzling. You don't understand business and the market. It's just that sometimes you have to manipulate. And now, just at the moment, just while the market turns, I'm in such terrible shape it would be the end for me. But I promise you...
I wouldn't believe you whatever you told me. And I'm going to tell you, no matter what it costs me, I'm going to call the turn. I'm going to shout it out.
Oh, no, you're not.
Yes, just watch me. Don't think... Let go of me. What are you doing?
I'm trying to shut your mouth if you...
Ralph, be careful. You're choking.
Lucy, are you going to ride along with me until I get out of
here? I'll see you in hell first. I'll get you.
No, not until you promise. Are you going to promise to button up? Lucy, if you think for one moment that I'm going to let you nail me to the wall, you get another guess coming. After all I put up with, an older woman mewling and scolding just because you thought you had the whip hand of money, just because you... Lucy, I'm sorry. I didn't... Oh, good Lord. Lucy. be. She's dead. Oh. What am I going to do now? Call Gloria. Yeah. I got to call Gloria.
Hello?
Gloria?
Yeah, Ralphie. Hey, you're some kind of funny. What is it?
She's dead.
Who?
My wife, Lucy.
Gee, that's terrible. Well, honey, I'm sorry and all, but, honey bun, it solves a lot of trouble for us, doesn't it?
No, not a bit. Well, it makes it worse.
What do you mean?
Oh, Gloria, she didn't just up and die for herself to make it convenient for us.
Well, then what?
I killed her.
You what?
I didn't mean to. It was an accident. I mean, she found out about us, and I lost my head, and
You murdered her?
Well, she was threatening to scream out about us, and I wanted to keep her quiet. All I did was put my hands on her throat, and before I knew it...
Ralphie, I don't want to hear any more. I'm getting out of this.
I can't. Oh, no, you're in it up to your neck. You, me, how we've been kiting accounts.
You can't involve me in that. Can you? Ralphie, what are we going to do?
Well, I got a notion, a real crazy notion. It's the only way I can see out of it.
Yeah? What is it?
We'll have to kidnap her.
How do you kidnap someone who's already dead?
I don't mean for real, Gloria. I mean pretend to. No one else knows she's dead yet.
Yoo-hoo, Lucy. Where are you, darling?
Pete's sake.
What is it? Ralph?
That silly old snoop L.A. Pratt from next door. I gotta hang up.
Nobody home?
Oh, she's in the house. For the love of Mike, she's on her way upstairs. I'll call you back.
Yoo-hoo.
Gloria, the woman is in the house. I'll call you right back.
I know you're there. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, brother. That you, Ellie?
In the flesh, not a picture. Can I come up?
No. I'll be right down.
Don't slip on the soap.
Soap? Yeah. And you'll never know how tempted I am to invite you up here to the bathroom and drown you at me. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ellie.
Oh, that's all right. You know me, I just make myself at home. Where's Lucy?
Lucy? Mm-hmm. Oh, no, she's getting ready for...
Oh, then I won't be a minute. I'll just run up and talk to her.
I mean, she's in the shower. She's taking a shower, can't you hear?
Oh, yes. Well, look, tell her I'll drop back in 10 or 15 minutes.
Well, we won't be here.
At dinner time?
No, we're going out for dinner.
Oh, that's funny.
What's funny?
Well, I talked to Lucy on the phone just before you came home. She told me she'd be here till 9 o'clock, and I'd better pick it up before then.
Pick what up?
The envelope.
What envelope?
From the Brownies.
From the Brownies?
Yes, you see, it's the annual charity drive, and each den mother collects the pledges the little dears bring back to the den.
Oh.
Now, Lucy's is the last one this year. Oh, maybe if I just looked around...
No, really, Ellie, we've got to get out to dinner.
Oh, well, who are you dining with so early?
No one. I mean, that is, we're just going out to celebrate for a change.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. You know, I haven't liked the way Lucy's been looking lately. And she didn't seem herself at all today. Do you know what's troubling her?
Oh, that's a private matter. But I can promise you nothing's troubling Lucy now.
Oh, good. I wish I did have the envelope, though. I peeked about, but it doesn't seem to be down here. Maybe if I just ran up and called to her
Ellie,
through the door.
I promise you, I'll get the envelope and deliver it to you.
Well, I really must run. It was just, Lucy does take a long shower, doesn't she?
Huh? Oh, well, she was working in the garden all day.
Really? I didn't see her out there.
Well, most of the day. Now, Ellie, I have to change, too, and I...
Oh, of course. You don't have to treat me as anything else but family. I'll let myself out.
No, I'll do it. I want to lock the door anyway.
Lock the door?
Yes, we'll be going out through the garage.
Ralph, are you all right? You look a bit drawn.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. now, how did he get out, that fool cat?
Oh, now, don't you talk to poor Ginger like that. He's Lucy's best baby, aren't you,
What's he
darling?
mewling about? Oh, Ellie, will you put him down?
The poor baby's just looking for his supper. I'm surprised Lucy hasn't fed him.
Oh, she probably forgot.
It's not like her. There isn't anything wrong between you and Lucy. Well...
Oh, what could be wrong?
Oh, I don't know. She hasn't seemed herself lately, and you seem so nervous tonight.
I'm just tired. Ellie, I don't want to keep Lucy waiting.
Yeah, of course. I'll run along. Now, tell Lucy I'll drop by first thing in the morning to pick up the envelope.
No, there's no need. I'll drop it in your mailbox on my way to the train. Oh, shut up. I don't need any trouble from you. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
What indeed, Ralph Lester? Murder in itself is a shocking enough thing, but when you are practically caught in the act, it's enough to unnerve the strongest mind. Still, you've been quite clever keeping Ellie away. No one knows yet that Lucy is dead. You still have a chance. But, and that's the large question, how are you going to use it? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Left Ralph Lester in sheer panic, wondering what on earth he could do. The effort of controlling his emotions and trying to act normally with his next-door neighbor after he had just murdered his wife has left him drained, his knees weak, his mind a blank that tries to shut out the terrible reality. Now, suddenly remembering a vagrant thought that had crossed it earlier, he goes to the phone to talk to his girlfriend, Gloria.
Gloria, it's our only chance.
I don't know, Ralphie. I certainly didn't bargain on murder.
It isn't going to be murder. I told you. It's going to be a kidnapping. Only the victim will never turn up.
You think you can make the police believe that?
With your help, yes, I think I can. I'll even seem to pay a ransom and make it look like the money's been picked up. And I have a way to get it back.
Why don't you just take the money and run, Ralph?
Spend my life hiding out and looking over my shoulder? No way. After the kidnappers don't return Lucy, I'm taking that money to cover all we've stolen out of our customers' accounts.
We?
Oh, yes, you're in this too, Gloria. You try to sit back and let me get hooked for murder, and I'll drag you in with me.
You wouldn't do that to me.
Don't tempt me. Look, Gloria, baby, don't you see? As soon as the heat's off, her will leaves everything to me. So you and I can live like royalty the rest of our lives.
We'd still be that rich?
Lucy was rolling in money. Honey, don't let me down.
Oh, of course, I'm with you. Now, just tell me what I have to do.
Okay, here it is. I want you to send a letter a very special way. But it's important that the postmark is New York.
What do you mean, a special way?
I want you to take a bunch of old newspapers, magazines, circulars, anything with print, and cut out the letters to spell out the message. And now, here's what it should say.
Yeah, this is Fairburn Police. Detective Sergeant Castelli speaking. Yes, sir. Could I have the name and address, please? That's Ralph Lester. L-E-S-T. Yeah. Check. And you just got home. You're quite sure your wife is missing? Just for the record, you got back at what time? 12:05. All right. Now, try not to worry, sir. Your wife may have been scared and run to the neighbors. Yes, sir. We'll be there right away. You want me to use the siren, Lieutenant?
No, Sergeant Castelli. No sense waking up the whole community this time of night.
You think this is just a false alarm, huh?
A break-in? Nope. The wife, who knows? Could be some domestic squabble.
The guy sounded cold sober, Lieutenant. And And I figure you must think there's more to it than that since you hiked along.
Ralph Lester's an important citizen in this town, Ricky. He pays enough taxes he could expect VIP treatment.
Yeah, rich neighborhood.
Yep. He's a big stockbroker in New York. And his wife was the daughter of A.B. Trumbull. Cosmetic business. Millions. It could just be she was snatched.
Kidnapped? Huh? I thought you figured she just walked out.
I don't figure nothing till I get all the facts. Or as many of them as I can. Better take Long Point Road. We make better time. And Mr. Lester, when you got back from the movie, you found that the house had been broken into. And your wife was missing, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant.
What movie did you see?
It was at the Fine Arts Theater.
Mm-hmm. And you went alone, huh?
Well, it was the last night the film was going to be showing.
But you and Mrs. Lester had dinner together, huh?
In a manner of speaking.
Sir?
Well, you see, we started to go out because I thought Lucy was looking tired. But on the way to the restaurant, she decided she didn't feel up to dining out. So I just got some roast beef and coleslaw and that sort of thing, and we came back home to eat. I was a little worried about Lucy.
Yes, sir. And then you went out to the movie by yourself, huh?
Well, she didn't want me to miss the film. She'd been to it earlier in the week, as a matter of fact, with a friend of hers.
Oh. A friend?
Mrs. Eleanor Pratt. She lives next door.
Well, then perhaps she might have seen something.
Oh, I doubt it. They broke in on the side of the house away from her. Besides, there's quite a bit of vegetation screening us from each other.
Oh, we'll check that out later. Can you think of any reason why your wife might have been kidnapped?
Oh, not really, except that, of course, her father was a very prominent man.
Well, he's been dead for many years, hasn't he?
Yes, nearly 7 years now. But, of course, my wife was his sole heir.
So you're more or less convinced that that's what's happened?
I beg pardon?
I mean, there isn't any possibility that the break-in and your wife's disappearance are not connected.
I don't follow you.
You don't think Mrs. Lester could have just left by herself, walked out?
Oh, why? I mean, we've been married for nearly 20 years. We were happy.
I'm sorry, sir. My job is to ask questions and to find your wife as fast as I can.
Now, look, if there's any danger to her life in any way, I don't want police interference.
We'll work with you, Mr. Lester, as carefully as we can, if it's a kidnapping.
What else can it be?
We'll know that soon enough. One way or another. Now, you say, Mrs. Pratt, it is Mrs., correct?
That's right. I'm a widow. My husband died almost 10 years ago.
I'm sorry.
So am I.
Mrs. Lester didn't say anything to you by any chance about going away?
No. Why should she?
Well, I thought you were the best of friends.
We are, but I didn't mean that. I meant, why would she want to go away?
Oh, any number of reasons. Mr. and Mrs. Lester didn't have any marital problems, did they?
Well, I never heard of it. Lucy never said anything at all like that to me.
I didn't say that they had. It's just something we always ask. She's a little older than him, isn't she?
Yes, nearer my age.
When was the last time you saw Mrs. Lester?
The day before yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I did run over just before dinner tonight to pick up something from her, but I didn't get it, and I couldn't see her.
Why not?
Well, you see, she was taking a shower, and Ralph and she were getting ready to go out. Ralph seemed to be a bit nervous and in kind of a hurry, so I didn't stay.
Mm-hmm. What was it you were going to pick up?
Oh, just some money for the Girl Scouts. But Ralph promised to drop it by tomorrow morning. You think Lucy was kidnapped?
All the evidence points that way. But if she was, we'll all know soon enough. Or at least Mr. Lester will. Thank you, Mrs. Pratt. I don't think we'll have to bother you again.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Almost afternoon, Mr. Lester. Heard anything?
No.
Well, they didn't contact you by phone?
Who?
Well, the kidnappers.
Oh, no contact.
You wouldn't be keeping quiet about it if they had.
Why?
It isn't a good idea, Mr. Lester. The police can help.
No, I wouldn't take any chances on risking my wife's life.
I can understand that. Nothing through the mail?
No.
If this is a kidnapping, don't try to handle it yourself. Please. You need help. Professional help. We won't endanger your wife's life in any way. What we'll try to do is to protect it. Just help us do our duty.
Okay, Lieutenant, up to a point. As soon as I know anything, I'll let you know. And now, if you'll excuse me, I couldn't go into New York today, and I'm trying to handle my business by phone. Well, that's probably a customer now. See ya.
I'll be around. Okay, Sergeant Castelli. No news yet.
Where to now, Lute?
Let's take a short hop next door to Mrs. Pratt. So, you got your envelope all right, Mrs. Pratt, huh?
Oh, yes. Ralph must have put it in my mailbox early this morning.
You look a little strange. Something troubling you?
Oh, just something personal. And I didn't get much sleep.
Oh, try not to let this bother you, ma'am. Mrs. Lester will be all right, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm not worried about Lucy's disappearance anymore. At least not that way. That wasn't what kept me awake.
Well, what did, ma'am?
A cat. Ginger. Lucy's cat. Yowling like a little banshee. I guess she missed Lucy as much as me.
Mm-hmm. What stopped you from worrying about Mrs. Lester?
Oh, why, the note she'd put in the envelope.
I wonder if I could see it, Mrs. Pratt.
Well, I don't know. It's rather personal.
But it might have something to do with the case.
I suppose it might.
Well, may I see it then?
Oh, I guess Lucy wouldn't mind my showing it to you.
No, ma'am. Dearest Ellie, just a scribble to say goodbye for a while. I'm going away, and I can't face anyone with why just at the moment. I suppose you've noticed that I haven't exactly been myself lately. If I had to tell you why, I'd just break down and fall apart. I'll write you all about it once I'm settled. I have valued, and always will value, your friendship. Yours, Lucy. Just what would you figure this had to do with the case, ma'am?
Why, it accounts for her disappearance. Does that sound like she was kidnapped?
No, ma'am, it doesn't. But then, this was written before the break-in. Sounds like. So, it seems like it doesn't change things after all.
Is Ralph Lester going to get away with his dangerous and desperate gamble? Has Lieutenant Barth picked up any of the tenuous clues that are falling his way? And if he has, can he possibly strengthen them enough to make them stand up in court to obtain a conviction? In short, can Ralph Lester get away with murder? I shall return shortly with Act 3. There is a very simple and totally laid out suspense to this story. Can a man who has committed a murder cover his tracks by making it seem to be a kidnapping from which the victim never returned? In the first act, we witnessed the crime. In the second act, we watched the investigation. Now in the third, we are watching, or listening, if you will, to the big question. Can Ralph Lester get away with murder?
Morning, Mr. Lester.
Morning, Lieutenant. Come right on in.
You say you've had a communication from the kidnappers?
Yes, here it is. You can read it yourself.
Oh. We have Mrs. Lester. She is safe. Oh. She'll stay that way unless you refuse to pay the ransom. We want $300,000 in small bills. Nothing over a 20. You will be notified where to leave the money. Do not call in the police, or we cannot answer for the safety of your wife. This came in today's mail?
Yes.
So it is a kidnapping.
Well, what kind of statement is that? What else?
May I see the envelope?
Sure.
Postmarked New York. And the message pasted up with letters out of newspapers, magazines, and so on.
That's pretty clever. How can we trace them?
I don't know. Of course, I'll take this and subject it to latent fuming tests and blood print kits.
Oh, what for?
Well, we may be able to lift hidden fingerprints, find out if criminals are involved. And now we can set up an overseas team.
Now, let's get this straight, Lieutenant. I don't want anyone interfering in my wife's safe return.
We don't want any danger to her either. But there are things that can be done to monitor...
No, sir, I want the police out of this entirely.
You'll pay the ransom?
I'm already making arrangements for that.
How can you be 100% sure that this message isn't a phony?
Well, I never thought of that.
Well, then let us work with you.
No, I'm afraid to. All I care about is Lucy's safe return.
We'll maintain a low profile, low enough not to interfere with that. The thing is, with kidnappers, you can't trust them.
Lieutenant, tell me something. Do you have some idea that my wife wasn't kidnapped?
Why?
I don't know. It's just your attitude.
Let's put it, Mr. Lester, that I'm afraid you want to handle too much of this by yourself. And it's tricky business. Now, if someone's holding your wife, you're going to be contacted, probably by phone. You going to try to handle it from there on in? I mean, the drop-off and the exchange?
Well, that's what this note told me to do.
Well, supposing you pay the ransom and you don't get your wife back. If you don't work with us, who's to know what happened?
Oh. Okay, I'll work with you.
Check. Well, the normal thing is you'll get a phone call. We'll try to trace it. But I guess no chance. Whatever they tell you, we'll take it from there, okay? Now, what we wait for is a phone call.
Yeah?
This is Ralph, Gloria.
Oh, yeah. Hi.
Now, look, I'm calling from a payphone. I gotta give you some instructions, and you gotta listen close. Are you with me?
Oh, sure, honey.
All right, then listen. At exactly 8 p.m. this evening, I want you to go to a public phone booth and call me at my place here in Connecticut. Have enough change to put the call through from your side. Now, look, you know that sexy whisper you have?
You mean like when I say, are you my big, strong baby who's going to make his mama happy?
Yeah, that's it. I want you to use just that tone. Call me at exactly 8. And here's what you say.
Tomorrow morning, you will take the train, arriving Grand Central, 9:42. You will have the money with you. You will go to box 431, which you will find open. The money must be in a brown paper bag. Put it there and shut the box. Walk away immediately. Obey us, or your wife's life is on your conscience.
Did you hear that, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I heard it.
Any chance of tracing it?
None. Not long enough.
Well, was that a man or a woman?
Hard to tell with the whisper. You recognize the voice?
No.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'll leave the money exactly as I was told to do. And I want the police out of this. I'm not taking any chances on Lucy's life.
It'd be better to have us standing by.
No.
You can talk us out of it, Mr. Lester, but the FBI is another story.
The FBI?
Well, more than one state is involved now. They have to be called in.
But if they interfere, it could be my wife's life.
They're very discreet. They won't move openly until your wife is returned. Or until they know they can rescue her.
Well, I don't like it. Maybe I'll just call off the whole thing.
Don't you want your wife back?
Well, of course.
Well, then you'd just better follow along the way they tell you.
I don't know. I have a strange hunch that... No, I can't say it.
You don't think that your wife is dead already, do you?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Yes, it's always a possibility. Well, I have to get back to the station house. Good luck tomorrow.
I guess I'll need it.
Hey, but what happened, Lieutenant?
Come on back in my office out of this racket.
He left the door, didn't he?
Well, just as ordered. Let's get in the office.
But no one picked it up, huh?
That's the whole foul-up. The locker was checked. They're only good for 24 hours, and the FBI knew it would run out at 12 noon. But when no one showed up to pick up the ransom, they moved in. And when they had it opened, the locker was empty. Why? Yeah, they goofed somehow. Don't ask me. Someone managed to sneak in and pick up the dough.
But Mrs. Lester hasn't been returned.
Not yet. If ever.
Hey, you think...
Lieutenant Barth speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Pratt. I see. Well, did you call Mr. Lester? He's not home. Well, that's strange. Oh. I'll tell you what. Let me come right over. Come on, Ricky. We're going over to Mrs. Pratt's.
Why, what's the matter?
She's having cat trouble.
Cat trouble?
Yeah, somebody killed her neighbor's cat. And you say you heard the cat all last night till about 1 this morning?
That's right, Lieutenant. Crying as if his heart would break.
Crying?
Oh, he was really howling up a storm. Poor little thing. Like he was a mourner at a wake.
Where was the cat making all this noise?
Oh, you can see right out the window. It was bright moonlight last night, and there he was, sitting on the old well, just howling.
You mean the one right out in back of Mr. Lester's place there?
That's right. I remember years ago when we all depended on it for water, before the Farmdale hydraulic put the pipes in.
And that's where the cat was yowling?
Yes. I thought he'd never stop.
But he did?
Yes. Just as I thought I'd have to go out and do something about it. Poor little pussycat. Mourning Lucy not being here.
And then this afternoon, you found the cat's body?
Yes.
In the bushes between your property and Mr. Lester's?
Yes.
Strangled?
Yes.
No possibility another animal could have killed him?
I don't see how. There wasn't a mark on him otherwise.
Who do you think would kill a cat like that, Mrs. Pratt?
I don't know. There'd have to be some motive other than the fact that the poor animal was making a noise.
That's what occurred to me. I think we both guessed what it was. But proving it is something else again. Would you be willing to help me?
Any way I can.
Do you think that you could sound like the late Mrs. Lester? Well, I suppose you must know that we found her body there. Do you think that you could sound like Mrs. Lester?
But why is this necessary? If Ralph killed Lucy and you found her and you know it, why don't you just arrest him?
Well, that kidnap plot was very clever. How could we ever prove that the supposed kidnappers didn't kill her? The only way we can be sure he gets punished is if he convicts himself out of his own mouth. I think if you help, we can make him do that.
Then for Lucy's sake, count me in.
I really don't understand the purpose of all this. I was fond of Ginger, but in my present position, I can't worry too much about the accidental death of a cat.
I was just wondering why you didn't hear him caterwauling last night.
I didn't even know he was out. I was dead to the world after what I've been through.
You sure you didn't hear him?
How many times do I have to tell you? No.
Well, who do you suppose killed him?
Lieutenant Barth, you should know in a country like this, animals meet accidental deaths. There are raccoons and foxes and cars and any number of ways an animal can meet an accidental death.
By strangling?
Is that how Ginger died?
Apparently. Now, suppose you tell me why the cat picked this particular spot to howl.
Sure, I don't know.
You know who we found in this well, Mr. Lester? Also strangled, but about 20 hours before? Your wife.
Lucy? Oh, that's awful. How did you find her?
Police are not fools, Mr. Lester. And you're not so smart. Ever since you killed her, you've left a trail of clues.
I didn't kill her. You'll never prove that.
Then who did?
The kidnappers, of course. They never intended to let her go.
What kidnappers?
Try and prove there weren't any.
I can do that for you, Lieutenant.
What? What'd you say? Who?
It's me, Ralph. Lucy.
But it can't be. You're dead.
How can you be so sure?
Because I killed you. I killed you myself. You were dead before I threw you in the well.
Not quite dead, Ralph. Kept alive long enough to convict you and make you and Gloria pay for my death. Now that you have convicted yourself out of your own mouth, I can rest at peace.
Lieutenant, I still don't see why it was all necessary. We knew the guy killed her.
Well, too many loose ends, Ricky. This one I wanted to nail for sure.
And with all the witnesses we had last night, we got him dead to rights, huh? There's only one thing.
What's that?
The so-called ransom. Now, we know he had the dough. The FBI watched him put it in the locker. But who picked it up?
Mr. Lester. It was simple. He also had the key to a box right next to the one his girlfriend had specified. His body was enough to cover the fact that he put the money in that box instead of the one the supposed kidnapper had named. He intended to go back and pick it up later.
Only time ran out on him, huh?
Thanks to an interested neighbor and a poor little cat who mourned his mistress too much, but not wisely.
I'm kind of sorry for the cat.
Yeah, so am I. Except that if it hadn't been for him and Mrs. Pratt, he might have got away with it. Yeah, it's a lucky thing the cat was let out of the bag.
The best laid plans of mice and men, etc., etc. But then mice are notoriously unlucky where cats are concerned. And any man that marries an older woman for her money is scarcely a lion. Ralph Lester was a mouse who tried to roar, but didn't quite have the native ability or cleverness. He ended up in his own mousetrap, and deservedly so. I'll be back shortly.
I'm Susan Anton, and there is a better way to sleep. The perfect sleeper. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper. To be a perfect sleeper. By a perfect sleeper, by firmness that feels good. Every perfect sleeper has it, from the signature one to the fabulous Avanti with pillow soft top. Choose from a full range of comfort and firmness combinations and enjoy firm, deep support for your back and luxurious comfort on top for you. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. By Serta. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. By Serta.
Weekends were made for Michelob. Weekends were made for special friends. It's the time to have that smooth and mellow beer. It's Michelob.
When you've got friends coming over, do yourself a favor. Serve Michelob and make everyone feel really special.
Weekends were made for Michelob.
Yeah. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Coffee you can count on. Maxwell House. Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Good morning.
Maxwell House.
Good company.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House. Coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House.
Good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
The crime of passion is a sad thing because it cannot, by its very nature, be totally reprehensible. But when human nature has taken its course to the ultimate end, any concealment or attempt to escape consequences is indefensible. Thanks to Lieutenant Bart's handling of the case, no judge or jury on record could do less than to give Ralph Lester the full sentence he deserved. And for Gloria, who had been an accessory, if not before, at least after the fact, she was lucky to escape with a long term on probation. Our cast included John Beale, Joan Lovejoy, Ian Martin, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is said there is at least one extraordinary event in the life of each of us. A moment so outstanding, so inexplicable, that it stays with us forever. Timeless, always present. And if this event is properly understood, our lives can change radically. But if the meaning of the moment is lost on us, we are doomed to wander forever, remorselessly, as Cain. Anna, are you there?
Yes.
I can't see you.
Your eyes are tired.
No. I know I haven't much longer. Stay with me. Don't go home tonight.
Dr. Reynolds has ordered me off duty, Greg. I have to go.
You don't understand. This isn't for my sake, Anna. It's for yours. For your life. Our mystery drama, The Pilgrim Soul, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Carol Teitel. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Did you know that Goodyear services cars?
I didn't know that.
Lots of people don't. Say Goodyear, they'll say tires almost every time.
Good for them.
Yeah, well, how do we tell them Goodyear services cars?
Why don't we tell them about the limited warranty?
The what?
Tell everyone that if you get your car serviced at Goodyear, the service and parts are backed by Goodyear with a warranty good for 90 days or 3,000 miles.
Oh, which?
Whichever comes first.
Oh.
And if the work isn't done right, and you're more than 50 miles from where you got it serviced, you can take your car to any of over 1,500 Goodyear service stores, and they'll redo it at no charge.
Say, that's a great deal.
Yep.
Look, I thought you said you didn't know Goodyear services cars.
I didn't. I must have read it somewhere.
Well, where would you read that?
Probably in my warranty.
Oh, yeah.
Smooth out your rough-running engine with a tune-up at your Goodyear service store for...
had discussed the president's hope to also evacuate tens of thousands of South Vietnamese whose lives might be endangered by a communist takeover. Senator Case said that there was agreement that this could be done only as part of a general agreement that would involve North Vietnam. The Attorney General today described the 50,000 whose lives might be endangered as past and present U.S. government employees, Vietnamese officials whose cooperation is necessary for evacuation of Americans, and those who have, for political reasons, alienated the communist.
Tess, and you, the hero or heroine of the hour. For less than you think, your guests can enjoy outstanding luxury in the beautiful Chicago City Center, renowned for its award-winning architecture and old-world service. There's an array of delightful banquet and party rooms, from charming hospitality suites to the magnificent Galaxy Ballroom for 800 or more. From drinks and hors d'oeuvres to a 7-course feast, Carl and his staff will make sure everything is just right. All you have to do is enjoy the party and take a few bows. Phone Carl Krupa now at Chicago City Center, 440-4130. Chicago City Center, on Ohio between Michigan and the lake, 440-4130.
The dictionary defines a pilgrim as one who travels in alien lands. In a sense, we're all pilgrims, for all of life is a search. For security, for comfort, for fame, for love. For some of us, the journey is a longer one than for others. And for the few, it can seem all but impossible. A confusion of desires exists within. The desire for resignation versus the desire for conquest. And trust versus suspicion. And if the confusion reaches too great an intensity, we run the risk of losing our bearings altogether.
Her name was Anne Jesperson.
Yes.
Yes, I remember her. She was one of the most remarkable people I ever met. Ever.
You knew her during the war?
During the early days of the war. It was here in London, during the Blitz, back in the early 40s.
I wasn't even born then. To me, it's just history.
Oh, it was a memorable time. Strange things happen when nations collide. The world is forced to improvise for a spell. There was no accounting for anything, no predicting events, except, of course, the bombing. We knew the German Air Force would be there when the sun went down. But for the rest, we quickly learned that anything was possible. People we'd known all our lives were blown away in an instant. And others we thought surely must be dead, survived.
Anne Jesperson?
Yes, well, that's the story, isn't it?
Please tell me. I know so little about her. No more than her name, really.
Is she dead now?
I don't know. She wandered off when I was little. You see, she's just history, too. And I want her to be something more than that.
The aching of a hollow heart. As a doctor, I can say that that is the worst of all human maladies. Anne knew that.
Did she?
Oh, yes.
How? Tell me about her. Describe her to me.
I was a young doctor then in charge of a hospital on Wareham Road in the East End, where most of the heavy bombing was. The day she came to us, we were desperately short of help, you see, and didn't always check everyone out as we should. She said she was from the States and a registered nurse. That's all we thought we needed to know. This is Ward C, Miss Jesperson. They're all servicemen, most wounded at Dunkirk. Miss Jesperson, is something the matter?
These poor souls. These poor souls.
Forgive my asking, but just how much experience have you had as a nurse?
I finished my training last month in Wisconsin. I caught the first train to Halifax and the first boat to England.
Oh, that's a dangerous crossing nowadays.
I wanted to help.
Did you come by yourself?
Yes.
Your parents must be either very worried or very impressed.
Yes, they are.
Conditions here are not ideal. We're overcrowded, and it's not the place for a sensitive person.
I'm not sensitive.
Oh, Gwen, come here a moment, would you?
Yes, Doctor.
This is Anne Jesperson, the new nurse. I'm assigning her to your ward. And this is Mrs. Norris.
Well, I'm very pleased to...
How soon will she be coming to work?
Oh, I think I'll start right now if you want.
I think you ought to get settled in first. Do you have a place to stay?
No.
Do you know anyone in London?
No.
There's a Miss Carden just up the road about a mile. She has rooms to let. She's a bit daft, but harmless. A friend of my mother's.
I'll be back as soon as I've unpacked and changed.
There's no need. Tomorrow will be... Well, Mrs. Norris, what do you think?
She's frail as a flower. Won't last 2 days. Pity she made all that trip for nothing.
Dr. Reynolds? Oh, of course I knew him. Well, come on in. Thank you, Mrs. Carden.
Oh, it's Miss Carden, if you please, miss. And I'm proud of it.
Whatever.
Dr. Reynolds rang up to say he was coming. Would you like some tea?
Oh, no, don't bother for me.
Oh, no bother. It's the least I can do. You're coming over to help me out like this.
Oh, I knew there was a shortage of trained nurses, that's all.
Oh, indeed there is. Oh, here's your tea.
You have rooms to let?
Oh, yes, indeed. I feel a bit criminal charging for the bed, though.
Why?
Gracious, dearie, because of the air raids, don't you know? We're down in the shelters almost every night.
Oh, it won't bother me. I can sleep through anything.
Oh, you won't want to stay up here, not with the bombs falling.
I'll be all right.
You'll change your mind soon enough. Come, I'll show you your room.
mother soon put Mrs. Norris's prediction to rest. She lasted far longer than 2 days.
What was she like?
She was quite serious. Rather like you seem to be. Never smiled. But she had the most extraordinary devotion to her work. She moved about the ward like a guardian angel. The men adored her. In fact, they nicknamed her the guardian angel of Ward C. If she happened to be on duty during an air raid, they rested easier, trusting that somehow we would not be hit.
Then my mother really was a good person.
I don't know. Her devotion was almost too fanatic. There was a strange reserve about her. No, something was wrong, very wrong. And then, one day, Mrs. Norris took me aside.
Dr. Reynolds, that new girl, what nursing school did you say she went to?
It was somewhere in Wisconsin, I believe. Why?
I can't imagine what they taught her. She is singularly ignorant of some of the most basic procedures.
You mean she's clumsy?
Oh, no. She catches on almost immediately, but that's not the point. A girl who's been to nursing school would already know how to do these things.
But she is useful, isn't she?
Oh, men, look at you. A pretty young girl with a serious look on her face, and you're mesmerized.
Well, what do you suggest we do?
Just something very odd about her. She's either hiding something or she's very disturbed. And it is wartime, and there are spies, and we've nothing to go on but her word about anything.
You don't seriously think she's an enemy agent, do you?
Well, there's something else. She gets the men to talking.
Well, that's splendid.
About their units, where they're stationed, how heavy their casualties have been.
Ah, I didn't know that.
And the look on her face. She seems positively relieved. And the worse the stories are, the more serene she becomes, as if their troubles actually make her happy.
What's she doing now?
She's on the ward, reading aloud to the men. Milton's Paradise Lost. And I'm not sure that's the best for their morale.
Nonsense. That's one of the most English books ever written. All that talk about gardens. Still, your point's well taken. Really, to be safe, we should call Scotland Yard, and we'll see what they can find out about our mysterious Miss Jesperson.
Yes.
Oh, goodness, look at you still in your nightgown. Now, throw on a coat and come down at once. We've got to get to the shelter.
I don't have a coat.
Well, then I'll lend you one of mine. Come on, hurry.
Thank you, Mrs. Carden, but I'll stay here.
You might be killed.
You don't have to worry about me. I'll be all right.
Oh, why are your drapes open and your light on? You know that's against the law.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
Now, come along with me at once.
No.
Don't argue. We haven't much time.
No. You don't know anything. Leave me alone.
You don't know anything about anything at all.
Thus with a year, seasons return. But not to me returns day, or the sweet approach of even or morn, or sight of vernal bloom or summer's rose, or flocks or herds or human face divine, but cloud instead, and ever during dark surrounds me from the cheerful ways of men cut off.
Anne?
Yes?
Excuse me, but we need to see you in my office for a moment.
We?
And there's someone here who needs to speak to you.
Gentlemen, I'll be back to finish today's portion in a few minutes.
Do you really intend to read them all of Paradise Lost?
It gives them something to look forward to each day.
And a reason to live, waiting for the next installment.
I suppose. Who wants to see me in your office?
Is this the girl?
Anne, this is Inspector Parsons from Scotland Yard.
Miss Jesperson, may I see your passport, please?
Oh, yes, it's in my purse.
Where are you from?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Where, so you told Dr. Reynolds, you took a degree in nursing. At the university?
Yes.
We've cabled them, Miss Jesperson. They have no record of your ever being enrolled there.
Then there's something wrong with their records. Here's my passport.
We've also checked with your State Department. They have no record of issuing this passport to you.
Then they've made a mistake.
I don't think so. We're at war, miss. Our backs are rather to the wall at the moment, and we tend to get nervous about people who crop up in our midst under questionable circumstances.
I came over to help people. I want to help people.
You're staying at 37 Wareham Road. Is that right? With Mrs. Carden?
Miss Carden, yes.
She's reported that you remain in your room during the air raids, and that on 3 occasions she's caught you with your light on and the curtains open.
Anne, is that true?
Yes.
But you're making a target of yourself.
Either that or signaling information to other agents of the Third Reich.
No. Is that what you think?
I'm told you cut quite a figure around the ward here.
I don't try to.
And you have quite a knack for getting the men to talk about sensitive information, like unit strengths, casualty lists, and morale. I want you to tell us who you really are, Miss Jesperson, where you're really from, and what your real purpose is in being here.
I'm nobody. I'm nobody.
People with private preoccupations tend to make us nervous. They move through life with an aura of focused intent, and we never quite know what they're up to. Their motives can be evil, or harmless, or something altogether unexpected. We'll begin to whittle down the options in the case of Anne Jesperson when I return with Act 2.
Long, long ago, the Earth faced the first energy crisis. The loss of its abundant magic. Now read The Magic Goes Away. A stunning new novel of fantasy and imagination by Larry Niven, co-author of the bestseller Lucifer's Hammer. The Magic Goes Away. An illustrated novel to delight your eyes and your mind. Find it before The Magic Goes Away. An Ace paperback special.
Skyfall. A massive satellite circles the Earth. The satellite now wounded and hurtling downward.
Mission Control, the core body has not separated. Do something and quick, or this mission's going to end in the biggest fireball you've ever seen.
Skyfall. Potentially the source of the greatest disaster in human history. Skyfall. The sensational new novel of catastrophe that just might happen tomorrow. Skyfall. An Ace paperback.
Eastern Airlines flies to 52 cities from Chicago every day. And to the people of Eastern, every flight is an opportunity to do a little more for you. So you'll want to fly with us again and again.
We got to do great things for you. Every time we fly with you, we're only as good as what we do at Eastern. There's only one way. We have to earn our way. Every day.
And I'm not sure that's the best for their morale.
Nonsense. That's one of the most English books ever written. All that talk about gardens. Still, your point's well taken. Really, to be safe, we should call Scotland Yard, and we'll see what they can find out about our mysterious Miss Jesperson.
Might await us. Few people choose suicide, but many of us do try some lesser form of escape. Is this what the strangely quiet and intense Anne Jesperson has done? She had been nicknamed the guardian angel of Ward C, but who is she really? At the end of the last act, we heard her blurt out,
I'm nobody.
And what do you mean?
Anne, Annie, Anya, what does it matter what I'm called, what anyone is called? We might as well all be numbered. Who gives us names anyway?
Generally, our parents do, Miss Jesperson.
I have no parents. I was raised in an orphanage.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. And what is your interest in the information you glean from those men out there?
Their suffering eases my own.
Inspector, would you excuse us for a moment? I'd like to speak to Anne in private.
I'm afraid without the proper papers, the Home Office will have to institute deportation proceedings.
Please, Doctor, don't let him talk that way. I can't stand language like that. It's dead. It's the talk of dead people. It's the way they talked in the orphanage.
If I personally vouch for the girl...
What do you know about her?
No more than you do. But I do know we need her here in the hospital.
I am sorry, but contrary to popular belief, regulations are not made to be broken.
Those men out there have fought for England's freedom, and she is a great comfort to them.
What's that book you've got in your hands?
Paradise Lost.
She's reading it to the men.
Oh? Why?
I don't know. The words are beautiful. I think they know it's absurd to listen to poetry in the middle of a war, but they listen because they want to take something with them. They want to hear those words in case they don't. I just want to lose myself in work, Inspector, that's all.
All right, Doctor. I'll put her in your custody pending further investigation. But she's your responsibility.
Thank you, Inspector.
Can I go back to work now?
Anne, do you really not go down into the shelter during air raids?
That's right.
Why?
I'm tired when I get home. I need my rest.
Why do you leave your light on?
I don't know. I forget.
Do you want to die?
No.
Why did you come here, Anne?
In the newspapers at home, they described the bombs, the fires. They showed pictures.
And that drew you here?
Yes.
You have no one back home?
No.
You must have had friends.
No one ever taught me how to make friends.
You have friends here. It doesn't make sense, Anne. How can you be so devoted to those men out there and care so little for yourself? You go home each night and wait for the bombs to fall.
Thank you for your offer to sponsor me, Dr. Reynolds. But I think it would be better if I just go.
Go where?
It doesn't matter.
How? You have no passport.
Passports are for people with identities.
Why are you afraid, Anne? What are you afraid of? Attachment? But you give so much of yourself to those men.
No, I don't give anything of myself. I have nothing to give. I simply work hard, that's all. It's easy to do if you don't let yourself become emotionally involved.
But what sustains you?
Their suffering. It's familiar to me. It comforts me.
Anne, what would you do if someone fell in love with you?
I can't think of anything more terrifying. To have children and abandon them the way I was abandoned.
You said you were orphaned.
My parents left me at a neighbor's one day and disappeared. The neighbor took me to the orphanage. I wasn't adopted because I was too old. I wasn't cute anymore.
But that doesn't mean that because it was done to you, you'd do it too. And there is a deep compassion in your soul. Don't you see that?
Dr. Reynolds.
Yes, Mrs. Norris.
We just got a call from Harwich. The harbor's been attacked. A trainload of badly wounded is on its way here. They'll arrive within the hour.
Call in all staff, will you?
Yes, sir.
Anne, we'll need you too. Will you stay?
If I can work. If that's all you'll ask of me.
Will you start going down with Mrs. Carden to the shelter at night?
I don't know. Did she go down to the shelters after that?
No. I think part of her wanted to, but when it came time, she couldn't rouse herself from her bed.
She was too tired.
But how could she? She lavished such devotion on those men.
Only in order to exhaust herself.
But she did want to find someone she could make a commitment to. I was sure of that. They say that children reared without love never fully develop emotionally. They lack of faith in themselves and in others. And the worst thing is that if they're not careful, they make the same mistakes and pass the same fears onto their children.
You think my mother wanted to love someone?
I know she did. I saw it happen. His name was Greg Davis. He was a young flyer, an American.
Oh, I didn't know America was in the war then.
They weren't. He'd gone to Canada, joined the RAF. She never mentioned Greg to you?
No. She never mentioned much of anything.
Oh, well, maybe it's understandable. It was an extraordinary incident. Perhaps the most extraordinary one I witnessed during the whole war.
What happened?
You have to understand that Gregg was a remarkable person in his own right. He was an ace, had 30 kills to his credit, handsome, romantic, and a lively sense of humor.
The opposite of Mother.
Yes. He'd been shot down over France. The underground had managed to smuggle him out, but his injuries were serious. Even in his weakened condition, though, he cut a dashing figure. And from the moment their eyes met when he was brought into the ward, he and Anna began to have an effect on each other.
Anna?
Yes. That's how she introduced herself to him.
Why?
Oh, I think she wanted to be different for him. Someone new, especially to herself.
To start over again.
He cut right through her reserve, and she did begin to change.
Anna. Oh, Anna.
Yes?
What you got on for tonight, kid?
I was thinking of walking to Scotland and back.
Yeah, skip that. Let's go dancing.
All right. Where?
This is your town, not mine. You pick a spot.
The music hall?
Nah, they look down your noses at you if you come in the hospital bed.
If it's not a crowded night, they don't mind.
Serious question, kid. How come you never smile?
Smiling's overrated.
Sit down.
I've got other patients to see.
Why do you think patients are called patients? Because they're used to waiting. Now sit down. I spent half of last night making up this true story. And the least you can do is take a minute to laugh at it, okay? Good. Now, there's this old character in the East End, see? Never pays any attention to the air raid sirens because he's up on the 6th floor and can't be bothered going up and down all those stairs. So, of course, one night, the Luftwaffe scores a direct hit on his building. Nothing left but a bit of the superstructure. Well, the firemen are there, and from way up above them, through the smoke, they hear his voice. When the smoke clears, there's the old guy, 6 stories up, standing on a bit of flooring, mad as a hatter. What happened, he yelled. I was in here, and when I went to pull the chain, the whole side of the building fell away. Hey, you're laughing. See, that's not so hard.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Well, Greg, you shouldn't have told that story. See, you got too excited.
Are you kidding? It was worth it. Anna, before I become delirious and am no longer responsible for what I say, I want to tell you, I think you're great stuff.
Don't talk like that. I'm just a nurse, and you are not going to...
Go ahead, say it. We both know my chances aren't all that hot.
I've got to finish my rounds.
Wait, don't go yet. What's the matter? Every time I get personal, you clam up.
Please, let me go.
If I recover, can we go dancing for real?
And then what?
What? Whoa, you're faster than I thought.
I mean it. And then what?
I don't know. Anything's possible, Anna. You don't believe that, do you? You don't have any faith in me, in yourself, in anyone. But I listen to you read, and I know there's something beautiful inside you. A flame trapped beneath all the layers of...
Life can't just be reading poetry.
Why not? When you are old and gray and full of sleep, take down this book and think of the soft look your eyes had once and of their moments deep. How many loved your moments of glad grace and loved them with a love false or true. But one man loved the pilgrim soul in you and loved the sorrows of your changing face.
That's not very flattering. Talking about being old and gray.
Under the circumstances, I'd say it shows a certain optimism. What's the matter?
Your sense of humor is so morbid sometimes.
Anna, I don't have anyone else either. Not really.
How do you know?
It's not hard to tell. I know I'm living on borrowed time, but all I look forward to is seeing you each day. Anna, don't go. Don't keep running away. Come back.
Good evening, Doctor.
Hello, Nurse Norris. How's everything?
We're running low on all our supplies again. It's endless. Oh, no, not again tonight. Won't it ever stop? Do you know how much I worry that some night they'll score a direct hit on this hospital?
Now, none of that. We lead a charmed existence. Good evening, Anne.
Hello, Doctor. Nurse Norris, I'm going off now.
They're sounding the alert, Anne. Don't you hear?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. I want you to stay downstairs in the shelter here until the all-clear sounds, and that's an order.
All right.
Oh, right. Well, that's a switch. Thank goodness you've finally got some sense.
There's no point in taking chances.
I'm very glad to hear you say that, Anne. Excuse me.
Doctor, I need to ask you something. That American pilot, Greg Davis, what are his chances?
Of survival?
Please, tell me the truth.
He's got serious internal bleeding and some infection has set in. If it doesn't reach his lungs, I'd say his chances are at least 50-50.
Oh.
But they were less than that when he arrived. And every day he lives, his chances improve. Anne, where are you going?
Home.
You can't go out there now. The raid has started.
It's all right, Dr. Reynolds. It doesn't matter. So she was still the same.
But the torment she suffered as a result of her childhood was coming to the surface. All she needed was a sign, some demonstration that people really can care for one another.
But nothing changes, Doctor. Nothing ever really changes. That would take a miracle.
Yes, and that's just what happened. A miracle.
Is it true that nothing ever changes? A quick glance at the history of the world would seem to dispel such a notion. But although our story takes place against the backdrop of one of the most dramatic and tragic episodes of recent history, the events we're dealing with are of a less panoramic nature, for they are internal, the elusive gestures of the psyche, the dark history of an individual soul. I'll return in a moment with our final act.
I'm chewing gum again. It's wonderful. For years I couldn't because gum stuck to my dental work. But now there's Freedent gum. It doesn't stick. So I can enjoy all the pleasures of chewing gum again. The delicious flavor, fresh, clean breath, and refreshing taste. All that's possible again with Freedent gum from Wrigley's. Comes in peppermint and spearmint. You'll love it.
Feel free to chew Freedent.
It won't stick to most dental work.
Freedent gum.
When I have a sore throat, I don't feel like myself. My throat feels raw and irritated. That's when I use Chloroseptic. Chloroseptic helps me feel better because it helps block the pain of a sore throat. So when you get a sore throat, don't let it slow you down. Get relief with Chloroseptic and feel like yourself again. Fast.
Chloroseptic spray or lozenges for temporary relief of minor sore throat pain. Use only as directed.
Let Metronet turn your car into a branch office. Metronet is a new kind of mobile communication system designed to increase the effectiveness and productivity of higher-level management and professional people. Your car becomes a conference room, information center, and command post. It keeps you in close touch with your office and business associates anywhere. You talk in complete privacy when you open a channel. It's all yours. Your conversation cannot be heard by others in the system. Metronet can increase your productivity. Lawyers, real estate salespeople, no matter what your line, Metronet saves. It saves you time and money every business day, yet it's surprisingly inexpensive for such complete communications capabilities. Metronet equipment can be leased or purchased outright and is fully tax deductible.
Hey, you're laughing. See, that's not so hard.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Good.
In wartime, most of the focus is on the battlefield. It is easy to overlook the fact that war can put a terrible strain on the fragile web of a relationship between two people. With bombs falling on all sides, who's to say what expressions are sincere and which self-serving? In the shadow of death, how do we separate the honest from the merely sentimental. Caution would be advisable if only our needs weren't so great.
The young pilot continued his struggle for life. It soon became evident to everyone in the ward that it was his feelings for your mother which were keeping him going.
And Mother?
She loved him. Very cautious and very attentive. But there were certain unmistakable signs. For one thing, she began to stay at the hospital around the clock. She became afraid to leave lest something should happen to Greg.
Anna?
How are you feeling tonight, Greg?
Better. For the first time since they dragged me in here, I think I might just make it. Hey, what's the matter?
I was just thinking, when you've recovered, is everything going to change?
You're afraid I'll take back everything I've said. I won't, Anna. I promise. You're tired. You ought to go home and get a decent night's sleep.
I'm all right. Don't worry about me.
That's your favorite phrase. But I do worry about you, no matter how much you try to stop me. I wish there was something I could do to give you faith in me, in other people, once and for all.
Oh, here comes Nurse Norris.
Anna? Dr. Reynolds and I would like to see you for a moment.
Is something the matter?
Well, we think you ought to go home for a few hours.
No, really, I'm all right.
You're exhausted now. Come along.
Well, all right. Just one more minute.
Of course.
I'm sorry, Greg.
No, good for Mrs. Norris. You go on now. Go quickly. And listen, when you come in tomorrow, I want you to help me sit up, okay? I'm going nuts lying flat on my back.
Anne, it's imperative that you get some rest.
I know. I'm so tired. I hate for the patients to see me like this.
Now, there's a storm in the channel, so there won't be any raids tonight. You'll be able to get a sound night's sleep.
Thank you. You're very kind to me, both of you.
Go on now.
Oh, will you look in on Greg?
Of course.
I have this feeling I'm never going to see him. Are all feelings this awful?
No. You'll feel better in the morning. Now, go on, dear. You won't be any good to us if you come back all bleary-eyed.
I know. But please, if anything happens to Greg, call me, will you?
Yes.
Good night.
Good night.
You know the entire ward is watching those two. You'd think they all had a stake in the outcome.
Well, in a way, they do. I think to those boys out there, what happens to Anne and Greg is more important right now than the outcome of the war itself. Who's there?
It's just me, Mrs. Carden.
Oh, my goodness, Anne. I've been worried to death. I thought for sure you'd been hurt or killed.
Oh, no, I stayed at the hospital these past few nights. I should have called.
Oh, well, thank heavens you're safe as all. Come on into the parlor and put up your feet.
Oh, no.
Oh, please, come in and sit for a while. It's no fun sitting here all by myself.
Well, just for a moment, then.
I'll pour you some tea.
Oh, but it must be nearly 3 a.m. Isn't there any time of day you English don't have tea?
Oh, not that I can think of. Besides, I can't get to sleep till I've had my nightly air raid. I get far too nervous and just lie there waiting. Now, there you are, dear. I wonder why they're so long in coming this evening.
Dr. Reynolds said there's a storm over the channel. Maybe they won't come tonight.
Oh, they'll be here. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Mrs. Carden, you're crying. What is it?
Oh, I was just thinking about someone. A boy I knew once.
Someone you were in love with?
Oh, he died 22 years ago in the Ardennes forest.
22 years? And you're still thinking about him? How terrible.
There are just some feelings. One never gets over, I suppose.
Oh, but you must. How can you live otherwise? People don't remember you. They don't care. Especially the dead.
No. You should finish your tea and go to bed.
I'm sorry, really. I shouldn't have said that. What are you going to do?
Stay up and wait for the plane.
Oh, no.
It's only the phone. I'll get it.
No, don't. I'm afraid.
Why? I cannot let it ring.
Hello?
Is Miss Jesperson there? I'm calling from the hospital.
Oh, she's here, but she's exhausted. Is it urgent?
Could I speak to her, please?
Oh, Anne, it's for you. Who is it? Oh, someone from the hospital. Seems to me they ought to let you get your rest. Should I tell you? No. I'll take it. Hello?
Anne?
Yes? Who's this?
Can you come back to the hospital right away?
What's happened? Is it Greg?
The airfield at Bournemouth was attacked this evening. A hospital train just pulled into Victoria Station. We're going to need all the staff on hand.
Oh, thank goodness. I mean, of course, I'll be right there.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much.
Who is this? Huh? They want you back on duty in your condition? Oh, no. I feel fine now. I'll be fine. Oh, no. No, they're not going to attack tonight. Well, you can't go back now. You'll never make it. I have to. They need me. Dr. Reynolds.
Anne, what are you doing here?
I came as fast as I could.
You're supposed to be off duty.
Where are all the new arrivals?
What new arrival?
Oh, from the raid on the Bournemouth airfield.
There was a raid on Bournemouth?
Yes, I got a call.
We can find out soon enough. Sit down. Hello. Home Guard. This is Dr. Reynolds at the Wareham Road Hospital. Was the airfield at Bournemouth attacked this evening?
I was told a trainload of wounded were at Victoria Station.
I see. Has there been a hospital train into Victoria Station in the past hour? None.
Well, maybe I didn't hear the station right.
How about Liverpool Station or Charing Cross? Yes. Thanks. Sorry for the disturbance.
Anything?
No. Bournemouth's been checking in all night. There's been no activity down there at all.
But someone called me. They told me to come down to the hospital at once.
Someone's idea of a practical joke. I'll have them up on charges. You could have been killed out there. As soon as the all clear sounds, you go on home.
As long as I'm here. I'm going in and see if Greg is all right.
And I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you.
What? Greg?
He died shortly after you left.
No. Why didn't someone tell me?
There wasn't time.
Where is he? I want to see him.
The body's already been taken to Graves registration.
No, you should have called me. You should have let me know.
There was nothing you could have done. He was already dead when Mrs. Norris made the rounds.
I shouldn't have gone home. You shouldn't have made me go home. He'd have lived as long as I was with him.
There never was any real hope that he'd live, Anne. You must have known that.
No, I didn't. Why didn't you tell me?
I don't know. I couldn't. I'm sorry it was so important to you. Please forgive me.
I'd have never.
Yes, you would, Anne. You'd have loved him anyway.
Yes. I'd have loved him.
There's the all-clear signal. What time were you due back on duty here?
At 8 this morning.
It's nearly 6 now. I'll tell Mrs. Norris not to expect you till this afternoon.
No. I'll come in when I'm scheduled. It's best if I just keep working.
All right. Look, I'm going off now, too, for a few hours. Your flat's in my direction. If you let me, I'll walk you home.
Whatever you wish.
You're still angry with me, aren't you?
It doesn't matter.
That's your favorite phrase, isn't it? You stopped using it for a while, when Greg was alive.
I'm trying not to think about him now. About the fact that I'll never see him again. Doctor, when did Greg die? I mean, what time exactly?
About 2:30 this morning.
You're sure?
Yes, because Mrs. Norris was making the rounds. Why?
I don't know. For a moment, I had a crazy notion that it was he who called me because he wanted me to come back and see him once before he died.
Did you recognize the voice of the man who spoke to you?
I thought it sounded familiar, but it was hard to tell. Anyway, it couldn't have been Greg.
The call didn't come until after 3. He'd been dead nearly an hour by then. Well, this is my corner. I don't think I'll be coming into the hospital again.
I understand.
I mean, ever.
Anne.
There's just no use in feeling anything at all. The orphanage taught me that.
Anne, everyone you love isn't going to die on you or disappear.
What's the matter?
Good Lord, look. Mrs. Carden's house.
It's gone.
Anne? Oh, and Dr. Reynolds. Oh, I'm so happy to see you.
Mrs. Carden, what happened? You're all right.
Well, I just made it to the shelter. You can see for yourself. The Germans scored a direct hit on my house. And you find whoever it was who called you last night and thank him from the bottom of your heart. Because just as sure as I am standing here, he saved your life.
Who did call?
Who do you think?
Not that pilot. He was dead.
There wasn't anyone else. All calls went through operators in those days, and the telephone exchange had no record of a call to Mrs. Carden's home that evening. It was Greg, giving her the sign that she needed.
I don't believe it.
Just like your mother. That extraordinary incident was meant to show her how wrong she was to look at the world as a huge orphanage. But she was too special a person not to change eventually. May I ask you a question now? What did become of her?
She lived in Detroit for a while. I was born there.
And your father?
I never knew him.
I'm sorry.
Mom worked here and there. She was always tired. I think she tired herself out on purpose.
Yes, I remember. She was always a hard worker.
Anyway, one day she disappeared.
You mean she abandoned you?
She left me with a friend. I was very young.
But why?
I don't know. She told a friend she was afraid. It was the friend who told me she'd been in London, and she gave me your name.
I'm sorry. From the way you talked, I thought Anne was dead. I'm very sorry. There was something very special about Anne. It's too bad things couldn't have turned out better.
It's getting late.
Wait. You never told me your name.
It doesn't matter.
That was your mother's pet phrase.
Thank you for telling me about her.
But won't you stay to dinner?
No. I have to go, too.
The sins of the parent are visited upon the child. Perhaps the full meaning of that statement, as it applies to our story, will be clearer if we remember that the original definition of the word sin did not apply to merely moral or religious error, but to anything that went against life itself. Anne Jesperson acted as she had been acted upon, despite her best efforts and the efforts of those who wanted to love her. I'll return with a final word in a moment.
This is Max Moran to tell you about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service for the blind and others with a sight handicap. 6 times a year, Choice Magazine Listening brings you on phonograph records 8 hours of selections from leading publications featuring writers like Kurt Vonnegut, Lillian.
He died shortly after you left.
No. Why didn't someone tell me?
There wasn't time.
Where is he? I want me go home. He'd have lived as long as I was with him.
There never was any real hope that he'd live, Anne. You must have known that.
No, I didn't. Why didn't you tell me?
I don't know. I couldn't. I'm sorry it was so...
To see him.
The body's already been taken to Graves registration.
No, you should have called me. You should have let me know.
There was nothing you could have done. He was already dead when Mrs. Norris made the rounds.
I shouldn't have gone home. You shouldn't have...
Important to you. Please forgive me.
I'd have never...
Yes, you would, Anne. You'd have loved him anyway.
Yes.
Yes.
We are highly susceptible to influence and suggestion. The mystery is not that people like Ann Jesperson fail, but that so many of the rest of us succeed. For we are all pilgrim souls. Our cast included Carol Teitel, Gordon Heath, Bryna Rayburn, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It could be the old grift, Dad.
Huh?
The old shell game. 3-card Monte. Only we're being played for the sucker.
Hey, I never thought of that. That guy seemed awfully anxious to have me save that warrant.
Oh, I'm glad you waited, Big Bill. I'm sorry about this.
Did you call Washington, Jack?
I did. My friend just called me back. It's no con, no swindle.
You mean Sir Zafrullah is on the level?
Well, the Indian Embassy does have a Sir Zafrullah Mohammed on the staff. He's not in Washington right now. They say he went south for the winter.
What about the diamond in his turban?
Yep.
What do you mean, yep, Jack?
I mean, that guy does wear a diamond in his hat. Turban. The secretary at the embassy said he was quite sure about that. Everyone in Washington knows it.
Well, there's one thing we know they don't know in Washington.
What's that?
Sir Zafrullah isn't wearing a diamond anymore.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are some events so unforgettable they're almost impossible to describe. How many of you who hear me now remember pictures of thousands of weeping Frenchmen in the streets of Paris as the German conqueror rolled down the Champs-Élysées? Another occasion that caused literally an entire nation to cry aloud, so great was the sadness, happened 115 years ago, one April day. We have looked into this tremendous tragedy, and for the first time on Mystery Theater, will reveal to you the secret behind the great conspiracy.
John Wilkes Booth. Well, you're not by any chance the famous actor.
I was, but I shall perform no more, Doctor. Only one play interests me now, and that is Venice Preserved. I shall play that.
Well, isn't that the story that to save Venice, plotters plot to do away with the entire Venetian cabinet?
Yes. For liberty, all the leaders must be assassinated. Our drama, Conspiracy, written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Sunkist Growers Incorporated. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We are in New York City, November the 25th, 1864. The curtain has run down on a performance of Julius Caesar, starring three actors who are related, the three great matinee idols of the day. Junius Booth playing Cassius, Edwin Booth as Brutus, and John Wilkes Booth, Mark Antony. The curtain calls have been taken. Edwin and Junius have returned to their dressing rooms. John Wilkes, alone, stands on the darkened stage. Where did I go wrong in the friends, Romans, countrymen's speech? Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen. Then I and you and all of us fell down while bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep. That's the place. That's where I went off the track.
No. Do it this way. While bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep. Very quietly. That's it. Who's that?
Mr. Booth, it's a great honor. I came round to the back of the stage to thank you.
You're quite welcome. Your name, sir?
Louis Payne, Mr. Booth. It may be hard for you to believe this, but tonight I saw Mark Anthony live.
Why, thank you.
You see, this is the very first play I've ever seen. I've been a soldier most of my life.
Well, that's pity. I suppose that keeps you on the go. Are you stationed hereabouts?
No, Mr. Booth. When war broke out, I enlisted with the 2nd Florida Infantry. I was also at Gettysburg, and then with Mosby's Raiders. A few very tight spots that ended me in a hospital in Baltimore. Now, here I am.
Yeah, for a young man, you've seen quite a bit of action.
Oh, I'm strong. I can give as good as I get. But tonight, Mr. Booth, seeing you on this stage, that strength melted. I wept like a child.
You have a way with words yourself, Mr. Payne. Why don't you come back to my dressing room for a bit of wine? Have another glassful, Louis? And I expect you to call me John Wilkes.
Oh, a great honor.
That's yours. As high as the glass will permit. A great honor, nonsense. We're both men of action. It's fate that has brought us together. You know Macbeth. Fate plays a big part. The witches.
I'm afraid not.
Macbeth there was a man of action. But in my case, fortunately in my life, I have no Lady Macbeth to upstage me. Louis, why don't you come with me to Washington?
You mean after the war?
This cursed war. I'm a man of peace, you know. I love peace. For 4 years I've hoped and prayed for the dark clouds to break, but now... I see that all hope of peace is dead.
The South is your home, Mr. Booth?
John Wilkes, I told you, Louis. John Wilkes. Yes, I have ever held the South was right. The very nomination 4 years ago of Lincoln warned of war. The election proved it. Brother piercing brother's heart. How wicked. I could use your strength in Washington.
I'll be honest with you, sir. I'm a deserter from the Confederate Army.
Well, who is to know? You've seen enough action. Nothing to be ashamed. You and I must strike a blow for freedom.
Well, what will you do in Washington?
A great play, sir. A great act in a play called Freedom for the Confederacy. Come with me to Washington, Louis. I will make you one of the principals in my play. I beg your pardon, sir. I wonder if you could tell me who is the owner of this land?
Why do you ask?
Well, I've been up and down this part of Maryland, and I thought I might like to purchase a farm, you know? My card, sir. John Wilkes Booth. I was told by an old friend of mine in Bryantown, Dr. William Bowman. He said that there might be some land for sale, and I should try to find Dr. Samuel Mudd.
I am Dr. Mudd. And yes, I know Dr. Bowman. But I'm afraid, sir, this land is not for sale.
Well, if I were the owner, I wouldn't part with it either. You wouldn't have any horses for sale, would you, Dr. Mudd?
Horses? Why, yes, I could accommodate you.
Now tell me something about the roads leading through here out of Washington. I mean, if someone wished to travel in a hurry, you know.
Well, it really depends, Mr. Booth, where one intended to go.
South, sir, south. I wonder if we might repair to your house, Doctor. There are some things I would like to discuss with you.
Why, certainly. I'm sorry Dr. Bowman didn't apprise me of your arrival.
Not his fault. I took him by surprise this morning. We're old friends, you know. He told me that you were a quiet advocate of the South.
Too quiet, I'm afraid. But what can a doctor do? I see our old way of life threatened and ultimately disappearing. However, I put all my faith in General Lee.
I hope it's not misplaced, sir. Is your house far from here?
No, not at all. We can walk it. John Wilkes Booth. You're not by any chance the famous actor.
I was. But I shall perform no more.
That would be a great loss to the stage.
There's only one play I care to present, and that is Venice Preserved.
Oh, I know that play. Isn't the gist of it to save Venice all the officials of the Venetian cabinet? are to be assassinated?
Dr. Mudd, I have been slowly gathering faithful patriots about me. I have a plan to seize Abraham Lincoln by force. Perhaps as he is driving his carriage about Washington one day, threaten him with instant death if he gives any warning, drive across the Navy Bridge as fast as possible, fresh horses halfway down the peninsula, and put aboard a boat at Port Tobacco at 8 o'clock at night. In an hour, we would be in Virginia behind Confederate lines.
Kidnap the president?
Hold him for ransom.
For what ransom?
To agree to stop this civil massacre, to order the North to lay down its arms, and to return all Confederate prisoners immediately.
Oh, my. I have often thought, if only I could be of some service.
You can. Your farmhouse, Dr. Mudd, is only 30 miles from the capital. Can I regard it as a way station to freedom?
You mean you wish me to have fresh horses ready?
What do you wish?
To do anything I can to save the Confederacy.
Done.
Mr. Booth, you said you were gathering men who could be trusted. I know of such a man in John Harrison Surratt. He's in the Secret Service of the Confederacy. When he's home, he lives up the road there with his mother. She's a widow and as loyal a woman to the Confederacy as you're likely to find.
This Mrs. Surratt.
Mary Eugenie Surratt. She will help.
I shall make it a point to see her. But now I must make arrangements to cross the lower Potomac by boat.
Like a Southern Paul Revere, you are alerting patriots and gathering friends. I am excited about the prospect.
Dr. Mudd, a handshake.
If you wish to reach me, how shall I know?
I shall send a message. It will be, Venice must be preserved. Coachman, stop right here. I want to talk to that man lying in that doorway. Stop, I say. Lewis. Lewis Payne, is that you?
Leave me go away.
Lewis, what are you doing lying here on the street? You've been in an accident. Are you sick?
Happy New Year, whoever you are.
You look a sight. I never thought I'd run into you looking like this and here in Washington. Let me help you to your feet. Come on now. Give me your hand. Give me your hand, man.
I can get up alone.
It's me, John Wilkes Booth. Don't you know me? Are you drunk?
Oh, I haven't the price of a thimble of ale. No, I'm tired.
You look terrible, Lewis. Skin and bones. My carriage is at the curb. I want you to come along with me this instant.
You are Booth. I looked for you everywhere. Ford's Theater. I couldn't find you.
Coachman, as soon as my friend and I are inside, direct your horses straight to my house. And don't spare the whip.
I came too late to that hotel where you were staying in New York. You'd already left.
But in the meantime, it's been 5 weeks. Here it is New Year's Eve. I needed you.
I've been in and out of prison. I had a difference of opinion with a Negress servant where I was staying. Asked her to clean my room, and she refused. They said I struck her, threw her on the floor, threatened her life.
Who are they?
She had me arrested. Imagine, this black woman. And the provost marshal treated me like a common criminal. Yes, I hit her. Now, why shouldn't I? She disobeyed me.
You have no place to stay?
I run from everywhere. Military police on every corner. See, they'll catch me for being a deserter. I've been robbed. I haven't any money. They eat scraps in the street before the rats get to them.
Tell me no more, Lewis. You shall eat and have a place to rest your head. But first, I must know that you, Lewis Payne, are bound to me, John Wilkes Booth, in thought and deed.
Oh, I'll swear to anything. Whatever you have me do, only give me something to eat.
Coachman, halt your carriage. Here's some money, Lewis. There's a restaurant at the bottom of this road that has no qualms about the appearance of its clients. Eat all you can, and then return to that White House down there on the corner. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Ring 3 times. Then step back into the road, and I shall open a window, an upstairs window, and you will say, Venice must be preserved. Then I shall come down and let you in. Gentlemen, tonight, 3 hours after the start of the new year, 1865, we are gathered each to help light the torch of liberty.
John Wilkes Booth.
Yes, Dr. Mudd.
There are 4 of us in this room in your house at an hour when we should all be asleep. Won't you introduce us, please?
Forgive me. I presumed that those with like heart needed no introduction. However, this gentleman on my right is Dr. Samuel Mudd, a physician. To his right, 2 new recruits to our cause. Mr. David Harold. Davy is employed at Thompson's Drugs, 15th in Pennsylvania, very close to the White House, where he can both observe and act. And sitting beside him, George Atzerodt. George has secured for us a flat-bottomed boat capable of holding 15 persons. And when we take President Lincoln for his unexpected ride across the Confederate lines, George will ferry us across the Potomac. He's a ferryman by trade. That must be our 5th friend. Let me by, please, so I can open the window. Yes. What do you wish?
Spinach must be preserved.
Stay where you are. I'll be right down.
And so it began, a conspiracy which had no parallel in history. Actually, as we look back, we see it as a course plotted by foolish and misguided young men, not so much for honor, but for money. All except perhaps the leader, John Wilkes Booth himself. For Booth was a monomaniac and the subject of the wronged South. So much so that his mind was quite unsettled on the subject. In fact, you could say unhinged. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
For the National Association of Realtors, this is Greg Morris with On the Home Front. Buying a home may be the biggest investment of your life. To make it a wise investment, take advantage of the expertise of a realtor. Together, you'll develop a list of priorities. Must it be new and modern, or an older house you can fix up? How many rooms do you need? And how much land? Your realtor will show you homes that suit you best. And take notes as you go. Property taxes, utility bills, room dimensions. Your realtor knows your market and can get you the best value. If you're looking at an older home, be sure to check the structure. For more tips, talk to a realtor. Realtors support equal opportunity in housing and want you to have the home that suits you best. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, working for America's property owners.
The plot went forward to capture President Lincoln, spirit him from Washington across the Potomac to Virginia, then hold him hostage to stop the war, release the prisoners, grant amnesty to the rebel army. Only a self-appointed and self-deluded savior could have undertaken this myth-begotten task.
It's 10 minutes to 5 in the morning, gentlemen. We have carefully discussed the roles each of you are to play, responsibilities, duties, etc., etc. Not a day goes by that I am not about the town of Washington purchasing the tools for freedom. Dr. Mudd, your friend Mrs. Surratt has put her house at our disposal. Made it into a magazine of arms, gunpowder and ammunition like our ancestors did at Williamsburg.
Specifically, what arms?
Good question, Lewis. Several cartridge boxes, 8 carbines. 2 of these are fine Spencer carbines.
Oh, Spencers. Now, I can vouch for them. They fired in rapid succession a number of rounds without reloading.
I thought we were party to a kidnapping, not a war.
Know your enemy, I say, Doctor. Excuse me. A little short of breath. I shall sit down.
What is it, John? You're very pale.
Quite all right. Quite all right, Doctor. Not even tired. I've often stayed up all night talking through. We are but mortals.
I think we should adjourn the meeting, Dr. Mudd.
Well, let's carry him to the sofa. Davy, George, let's have a hand here.
No, I protest. I'm quite fit. Quite fit. Come in.
How are you feeling today, John?
Perfectly fine, perfectly fit. How else should I feel, Doctor?
Well, yesterday you seemed, shall I say...
There's nothing to say.
Under strain?
Dr. Mudd, when I need a medical consultation, I shall ask for it.
Look, John, I didn't come to beset you, but have you seen the Evening Standard?
Yes, I saw it.
I brought it along.
I told you I saw it. It matters not to me.
Nor our plan?
Certainly not.
The fall of Richmond? Jefferson Davis running for the hills doesn't matter? I think the Confederacy has gone up.
Do you now? But it hasn't, I tell you. It hasn't. We'll fight on. And you, Doctor, and I, and my fighters for Southern freedom, we shall act from an unexpected front.
Have you enlisted the aid of Captain Surratt yet?
No, but I'm very hopeful tonight. He's never been long enough in one place.
I told you he's with the Secret Service under General Wilder.
I remember. Do you think I, John Wilkes Booth, have a faulty memory?
John, are you sure you feel all right?
Yes, right as rain. Yes, Mrs. Surratt has arranged it. I want that Surratt. Secret Service. He must know Maryland and Virginia very well. You? What is the word?
Venice must be preserved.
Captain Surratt?
Wilkes Booth?
I appreciate your meeting me here out in this field. Too much time has elapsed since Dr. Mudd first mentioned your name as an ally.
An experienced ally. I've been busy.
Yes, so Mrs. Surratt has surprised me walking in and out of the lines of the two armies. Washington, Richmond, New York.
I'm not alone in the Confederate Secret Service. My mother tells me she's bound hand and foot to your cause, Mr. Booth.
Did she have a message for me?
Yes. She has a longer rope. And a monkey wrench of the correct size. I gather this is some meaning for you.
Would you join our effort, Captain Surratt?
May I reserve decision until I've heard your scheme? First of all, the longer rope. Are you about to hang Lincoln?
I would if I could. No, in the event of our capturing the president, my fellow patriots plan to stretch that rope across some point in the road to break the pursuit of any cavalry that might follow.
And the monkey wrench?
Well, as soon as we reach the Potomac, to remove the wheels of the president's carriage and set it bodily on the boat, which we'll ferry across the river.
Your intention, then, is one evening when Lincoln makes his daily visit to the Soldiers' Hospital to kidnap him?
Mm-hmm. I have almost all the men I need.
And if you don't mind my speaking plainly, Booth, what you propose is quite impractical. The idea is not feasible. I don't think you realize the dangers.
I don't consider that for a moment.
Nor do I, not in my job. But for this, it must be considered. After leaving Washington with President Lincoln, we would have to drive over 100 miles before we'd cross the Potomac.
I know, and having crossed that safely, and I have an excellent ferryman, there is a further long drive from one end of Midland, Virginia, to the other.
My dear Booth, aren't you aware that the section is simply swarming with Yankees?
Are you certain?
Well, I've just come through there. All right. Granted we do by some miracle get through, and if we reach the Rappahannock and cross it, we might then be reasonably safe.
There you are.
Even so, I'd say we stand about one chance in 500 in surmounting all those obstacles. From the moment we get possession of Mr. Lincoln's person, the entire country will be in a furor. Do think. The President of the United States. He can't be spirited away like an ordinary citizen.
I'll take that chance. Any chance. Louis, are you sure Surratt understood and agreed?
Absolutely, John. He told George to tell you it was now or never.
I never say never. 9 o'clock. The evening of March 16th, the year of our Lord, 1865. A date that will be long remembered.
I hope I'm here to remember it.
You shall be, Louis. You shall be. Richer, retired, and respected as one of the liberators of the New South. You shall remember this very spot where you stood at the Long Bridge, about to make history.
If Surratt does what he agreed to.
At what time was Lincoln to visit the soldiers' home tonight?
David Harold told me 7:30.
How do you find him? Reliable? Davy, I mean.
Don't ask me. You assigned him to watch the White House.
Well, naturally. He takes medicines over there from his pharmacy, and he has a woman friend who keeps him posted. Wait a moment. Did you say 7:30? You told me Surratt would jump that carriage at 9:30.
I never told you anything. I never even saw you. I gave the message to that fool at Surratt. I told him what Davy told me, 7:30.
Well, if Surratt followed the plan, grabbed the reins of the president's carriage at 7:30, it wouldn't have taken him this long, an hour and a half, to drive through old fields to where we're standing now. Shh. What is that?
Why, I don't hear a thing but the water under the bridge.
Louis, you go across the road and ask out Surratt what time he told me.
What difference does it make? What's done is done. Now, look, you hand-picked everyone. They were all your choice. And George can't even write his own name.
You could have done better.
He has wrecked our plan.
Now, don't be too certain. Surratt may still bring us the president.
Why do you keep protecting George?
Because I am not a ferryman, and neither are you. If anyone can get Lincoln safely across the Potomac, it'll be him. Now go across the road and tell the others to remain on the alert. We will wait until midnight.
Who goes there?
Who just asked to know?
I'm the Marshal of the District of Columbia. You, sir, in that carriage, stand and identify yourself.
Certainly. I'm Edwin M. Stanton, the Secretary of War.
Secretary Stanton? Oh, forgive me, sir, but word is out there may be an attempt on the life of the president tonight, so we're stopping every horseman in carriage.
Marshal, isn't the president at the White House?
No, Mr. Secretary. The president was scheduled for his evening visit at the soldiers' home, the old 7th Street Hospital, so we're protecting the road.
He's not there, Marshal. I can vouch for that. I've just come from there. Carry on, Marshal. You and your men stop everything that moves this night until I send word the president has been found safe. Coachman, the White House. Mr. President, is that you?
Edward. Good evening. Isn't it a beautiful night? You see those stars? God's in his heaven. Someday we shall say, and all's right with the world.
I looked for you at the soldiers' home.
I would have been there if I could. I hate to miss one visit with our boys. Work always seems to interfere.
General Hunter and I both feel uneasy when you visit the wounded without a guard.
Oh, Edwin, no one wants to kill me. What good would my death do anybody? Besides, I can't always be thinking of death. Our soldiers look it full in the face every single day. Why shouldn't I? Do come inside, Edwin. We'll talk a bit longer.
Abe, I'll stay a while, but you must agree to what I propose.
Oh? Sight unseen?
Better than life unlived.
This is where Surratt lives when he's in Washington. Dismount, Dr. Mudd. You too, Louis?
Yeah, I'd like to give that Captain Surratt a piece of my mind. I've known him and his mother since he was a boy. I simply don't understand.
I don't like it a bit, I don't.
Louis, try to contain your temper.
Staying up half the night waiting for the infallible captain? If you don't mind, John Wilkes, I have better things to do with my evenings than wait at bridges.
Payne.
Yes, Dr. Mudd?
Let's keep the post-mortem of this botched kidnapping a short one.
I know how to handle this, Dr. Mudd. Will you get out of my way, Louis? I want to pull the bell.
Booth, it's 2 a.m. If someone were home, they would answer.
Ridiculous. Where is Surratt? This is 541, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Now, these houses on each street look alike. If Surratt is here, I shall suspect a good reason why the mix-up tonight.
And what if he is not?
Then, Dr. Mudd, I shall expect an even better reason. Now, where are you going, Louis?
I'm going to bed. I am not spending one more minute waiting about for your officious, ill-mannered, greedy friend, the captain.
Something must have happened. Can't you recognize that?
You think Surratt is a patriot. I think he's a cowardly opportunist. Good night.
Louis doesn't know the man as you and I do, Doctor. He's jealous of Surratt, always has been.
None of them seem to like one another, John.
Well, I never pledged them to love, only to serve.
Well, my common sense told me all along abducting the president in his carriage was not a workable idea.
Well, Doctor, a good soldier never lets himself run out of ammunition.
Explain yourself, John.
If the president cannot be captured on his way to the soldier's home, then we shall kidnap him at the theater. He often goes to Ford's. He's a devotee of Shakespeare. One evening, when he's in his box, he can be lifted up from behind and thrown down onto the stage. It's only 12 feet. He can be caught by two of our comrades and hustled out the stage door to a waiting carriage. I've already bought one, perfect for the occasion.
John, are you mad?
Don't say that.
In front of a theater filled with people? You think they're going to sit quietly and watch a kidnapping of their president as though it were part of the play?
All I need is a stagehand or a scene shifter who works at Ford's Theater.
Well, frankly, I'm at my wit's end. What would he do?
Why, turn off all the lights, footlights, audience lights, house lights, everything. Shut down the gas at the main. Plunge the theater into darkness.
In a crowded theater? Why, there'd be a riot.
Precisely, Dr. Mudd. One needs time to escape.
That year, 1865, assassinations, machinations, all the devious ways men seek to pull their idols down to the ground and under it were not as widespread as today. However, even then, the deed overwhelmed the perpetrator. In this play, Mystery Theater seeks to understand the evildoer more than the evil done. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Minutes seem like hours when you sometimes have trouble getting to sleep. Wouldn't you like to get to sleep fast? Announcing new Unisom. A different generation sleep aid. The only one with doxylamine. To our knowledge, Unisom is the only non-prescription sleep aid proven effective in clinical tests. When you sleep better, you feel better. For occasional sleeplessness, take new Unisom. Use only as directed.
It is April 1865. A much-loved and much-hated lanky American presides over his country. He stands behind a rocking chair in his bedroom. The oil lamps are lit, and he speaks quietly to one of his oldest friends, Edwin Stanton, the Secretary of War. I told you, didn't I? This tall president is Abraham Lincoln.
Abe, I'm not staying. I merely came by to see if you were safe.
Oh, stay. You know, being president is about as lonely a job as there is. No one wants to talk with you, merely at you. Mrs. Lincoln's retired. I can tell you need the reassuring, not I.
But it's hard to be calm when incitements to murder or kidnap appear in the press.
I take it you mean that fool announcement in the Selma Dispatch. Edwin, they never liked me in southern Alabama.
There's also a rumor of a conspiracy hatched in Richmond to abduct or assassinate you, whichever is found the more practical.
Oh, even if it's true, I don't see what the rebels would gain by killing or getting possession of me. I'm but a single individual. Wouldn't help their cause or make the least difference in the progress of the war. Everything would go right on just the same.
Mr. President, is that what you call reassuring me? Should anything ever happen to you, the United States would never, ever be the same.
Edwin, one can become accustomed to a great deal, even danger.
Well, I'm not asking too much of you, Abe.
Oh, no, only that whenever I leave the executive mansion, that 6 of your tallest guards ride in front of me and 6 to the rear. Do I have it right, Edwin?
Almost, Abe. And 6 on each side of you as well. Well, I must go now, Mr. President. If I may, I'll bid you good night. And if there are no further objections, we shall place an unobtrusive guard over you.
Well, how can I object, Mr. Stanton? After all, you are the Secretary of War. However, I predict that if all presidents find such precautions necessary, instead of war, they'll be calling your post Secretary of Defense.
Who's there? Is that you, Booth?
Yes, Captain Surratt.
Great heavens, how long have you been waiting here at my front door?
Too long.
All right, let's go inside.
What the devil happened? 5 hours all of us waited at Long Bridge.
Lincoln never arrived. I waited for him on 7th. He never appeared.
He didn't leave for the soldiers' home?
That's what I said. I waited till 9, went around to the White House. I had to wait there 2 hours before the groom I know came on duty. He said the president was indisposed and never left the White House. I told you it wouldn't work. I was ready to jump his carriage as we planned.
How much longer is this going to go on? Every Southern soldier will have bled to death, and I'll be in the poorhouse before we seize Lincoln.
There'll be other opportunities, Booth. We just have to be patient. Wait.
Have you any idea, Surratt, what all this is costing me? 6 men and myself? The ammunition stored at your mother's? Why, the pair of Spencer carbines, brand new, came to $300. A boat I had to buy, a buggy, a carriage. I haven't even mentioned the rental of horses for each of us and boarding houses, lodgings, meals, while we wait for the opportune moment. I've mortgaged my earnings for years.
All right, I have a suggestion. Why don't you play a benefit here in Washington? They'll pay you handsomely.
A special performance at Ford's Theater? I may just have to.
John Wilkes, this is a ridiculous waste of time. Riding around Washington in your carriage. We've been up and down Pennsylvania Avenue for the better part of an hour. You haven't said a word. All you do is keep looking at all the other carriages.
Have I said nothing, Lewis? Well, I've been thinking the unthinkable. Was it only a month ago we failed in our planned kidnapping?
Last. We were ready, all of us, waiting for Surratt to drive up with his prisoner in, but the president didn't oblige. What's that in your hand?
Handcuffs. Surratt had them to handcuff Lincoln once we had captured his carriage. You snapped them in and out.
I've had them on my wrist. I don't like them. They lock with a key.
Yes, they do, Lewis. But we have lost that key. The key to free my land from its bondage. Now the North will be our masters forever. It's all over now. Don't you know the news?
No.
Lee surrendered to Grant yesterday at Appomattox. The South will now forevermore be in chains. So I put these handcuffs back into my pocket.
No point in kidnapping Lincoln now, I see. Of course.
There's nothing to stop that treacherous man from being president as long as he lives. Is there?
Well, I doubt he'd wish it. But the country would let him.
Driver, look sharp. You see that carriage coming towards me? Drawn by 2 grays? Well, follow it, driver, will you? Turn around and follow it. Don't you understand what I say? Don't let that coach now out of your sight.
Whose carriage is that?
Lincoln.
Following won't do any good. He's 12 deep in guard.
Well, you can never tell. I'm very accurate with a derringer. But I haven't brought mine with me. The more's the pity.
Oh, now you listen to me, John Wilkes. If you ever get a notion to shoot the president from a carriage I'm riding in, warn me. Now, I'd like to have a few hours of notice so I can prepare my escape.
Very well, Lewis. Consider yourself on notice as of this moment.
For what, John Wilkes?
A special benefit at Ford's Theater tomorrow for the benefit of the dying Confederacy.
Come in, Booth. I've been waiting for you. I slept very little last night, not after your message.
Dr. Mott, I haven't slept at all the entire night.
Do you know what day it is today?
Certainly April 14th.
Oh, it's more than that. It's Good Friday.
Is it now? Good Friday. Well, it'll be a black Easter for the North before this weekend is past. You have my spurs.
Right here in this chest.
Will you give me a hand to put them on, Doctor?
Yeah. To have one come loose has to happen just once.
But I've done the deed and jumped a dozen feet from the president's box to the stage. Believe me, nothing will stop my escape.
Keep your feet clear of the flags around the box. They could trip you.
It's my head that must remain clear, not my feet.
Now, you listen, Captain Surratt. I am not impressed with your pussyfooting Secret Service. You have never seen any real action. All through the war, I bet you slept in a bed every night.
That's fine talk from you, Mr. Deserter. It got too hot for you, did it?
Booth is here.
Payne, you and I'll talk later.
Good day, gentlemen. I've asked you all to meet me here for final instructions and assignments. George, Louis, Davy, John, you and I are all provided with horses.
Sir, am I getting the one-eyed bay? I like her. She's fast.
You are. John Surratt.
Sir?
You know what you have to do at the box at Ford's Theater.
It's the right box as you face the stage.
That's it.
Consider it done.
Where's Dr. Mudd?
He's out of the picture. He will remain at his house where Davy and I will hide for the first 24 hours.
But I thought you were going to my mother's place.
You are, John. But if they connect you with us, don't stay there too long. It'll be the first place the Federalists will think of. George, you head back to Georgetown and then on to Maryland. Be sure to return your horse to Kellerer's stable first. Act calmly as if this was none of your affair. There'll be another horse for you behind the Herndon house. Now, as to the assignments, Lincoln is mine.
And which traitor do I get?
You know, the Secretary of State, Seward, as planned.
Right, I go with a package from his doctor.
Davy, you supply the medicine.
Gain admittance, go to his bedroom, and then dash his brains out with my pistol. I'll be able to take care of him in 3 minutes. And what's our know-it-all Captain Surratt gonna do? Shine the buttons on his jacket?
I'm not taking that from any Confederate deserter.
Hold on now, you two.
What is it?
John Lewis, are you all right?
Yes, everybody. Now listen, we cannot afford to quarrel among ourselves. Now do you understand that? Each of us has a duty to perform. Surratt, Payne, when this April the 14th is past, you two can duel one another, do anything you please. Now, you belong to me and the cause. What time is it, Captain?
4 o'clock.
All right, the curtain goes up in 4 hours. Does that give you enough time, John, to take care of the president's box?
So I can do it in half an hour. Your man by the back door, will he let me into the theater?
Now, Ford's will be empty all afternoon. The stagehand will be there. Just say Booth to him, and he'll look the other way. Now, you go right in. I'll meet you, John, in the alley behind the theater at 9. The rest of you, be sure you've covered your tracks. Your lives depend on it. Well, then, till death do us part.